years ago, Chen had an unexpected encounter with an incomparably beautiful goddess, thinking they would never meet again. 4 years later, one day, after being dumped by a gold-digging girl, he activated the invincible counterattack system. Chen, let's break up. Campus belle, Su Xiaoman leaned against the Mercedes-Benz G-Class her lover had bought for her, carrying a Chanel handbag, and looked disdainfully at the boy before her. You were just an accident. Chen Xiao and I are true love. As she spoke, Su Xiaoman slapped the Mercedes-Benz G-Class mockingly. Can you buy me a Benz? Or can you buy me a Chanel designer bag? A pauper like you deserves to live only in the countryside. Smack. In response, Chen slapped her across the face, stunning the gold digger in a domineering fashion. You dare hit me, Chen Xiao's woman. Su Xiaoman's eyes were full of disbelief. She never imagined that the timid guy from before would dare be so bold. Damn it, Chen Xiao won't let you go. Little did she know, Chen had already embarked on a new life. Loomingly, husband, let's have a child. Chapter 1. We found Daddy. Magic City, Hilton Hotel, Royal Suite. Golden sunlight streamed through the window, draping the room in a layer of golden veil, illuminating a breathtakingly beautiful face. Skin white as snow, delicate nose, slender waist that could not withstand even a grappit, was a girl of suffocating beauty. Stirring, Chen opened his drowsy eyes, only to see a fairy-like girl before him. Gulp! Instinctively, Chen swallowed his saliva. Too beautiful. Next, a flood of memories surged from the depths of his mind. Last night, he had gone drinking at a bar, met a girl being harassed by thugs, and played out a scene of hero saving beauty. After that, indescribable things had happened. Loomingly awoke from her sleep, eyes wide as she stared at the glaring scarlet plum blossom mark under the golden sunlight, glaring at the man before her. Ahem, Beauty Chen coughed awkwardly and hurriedly explained. If I say it wasn't on purpose, would you believe me? But Loomingly only gave a cold snort. Vaguely recalling the events of last night, her cheeks flushed crimson, and under the golden sunlight, she looked even more stunning. Take the money. What happened last night must not be known by anyone, or else. At this point, her face flushed all the way to her neck. They'll make sure you vanish from this world. After speaking, she quickly dressed, stepped into her red high heels, and left the hotel room, leaving a dumbfounded Chen behind in confusion. From that day on, the two never met again, and that night's encounter became a one-night memory. 4 years later, in front of the gates of Magic City University, Chen, let's break up. At this moment, campus belle, Su Xiaoman leaned against the Mercedes-Benz G-Class her lover had bought for her, carrying a Chanel handbag, and looked disdainfully at the boy before her. You were just an accident. Chen Xiao and I are true love. As she spoke, Su Xiaoman slapped the Mercedes-Benz G-Class mockingly. Can you buy me a Benz? Or can you buy me a Chanel designer bag? Pausing slightly, Su Xiaoman continued standing on the moral high ground, savoring the superiority of looking down on him. She thought bitterly to herself that she must have been blind to have fallen for such a pretty-faced boy who was useless besides his looks. A pauper like you deserves to live only in the countryside. As soon as these words fell, the crowd erupted. They had thought they were about to watch the campus hunk show off his romance, but instead witnessed a breakup drama. They eagerly awaited what would happen next. Clearly, these onlookers enjoyed the chaos. Ding! Detecting host abandoned by gold-digging ex-girlfriend. Invincible counterattack system activating, The sudden voice made Chen freeze. What the hell? As a devoted web novel fan, Chen certainly knew what this meant, but the idea of a system felt too absurd. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Invincible counterattack system successfully activated. This system's purpose is to help the host ascend to the pinnacle of life in the shortest time possible, marry a rich beauty, crush the wealthy and powerful, flip your hand to overturn the heavens, and will wholeheartedly serve you. The voice in his ear brought Chen back to his senses. He now had a system that he had become the so-called chosen son of heaven. Ding! Detecting that the world background is unsuitable for the host showing off. World background being altered, what the? Damn, the system even changes the world setting just so he can show off. This system is legit. TCH. Seeing Chen standing there dazed, Su Xiaoman sneered, thinking that her breakup had hit him too hard, that he couldn't accept it. She already pictured him kneeling before her, begging like a dog. I agreed. Chen stifled a laugh and accepted the breakup. Compared to the goddess he had once met, this woman wasn't even 1% of her. At these words, the surrounding crowd gave him a thumbs up. Campus hunk, a real man. Indeed, Chen's words shocked the crowd. This wasn't the script they expected. You agreed? Su Xiaoman was stunned as well. After all, she hadn't even delivered her full speech yet, and this sudden response almost choked her. How could this be? It shouldn't be like this. He must be pretending, trying to stall for time to beg her. Almost fooled me. Humph, it must be so. Smack. Yet just as Su Xiaoman was feeling triumphant, Yi Chun suddenly slapped her across the face, shattering her fantasy. This sudden scene caught everyone off guard. Holy crap. Since when did the campus hunk become so bold? Remember, it's me who dumped you. His words resounded in the air, marking Yi Chen's farewell to the past, because he was starting a new life. You dare hit me, Chun Xiao's woman? Su Xiaoman's eyes were full of disbelief. She never imagined the formerly timid boy would dare be so bold. Damn it, Chen Xiao won't let you go. Virum. But before she could finish, a convoy of cars drove up from afar, all supercars worth tens of millions. An unprecedented visual impact. Soon, the convoy stopped in front of them. Clicked, S doors opened. A dozen burly bodyguards appeared in 2 rows. From a lead extended supercar stepped down 2 adorable little fairy-like girls, 3-year-old cuties. Daddy, we finally found you. Their voices fell, and the 2 little ones hugged Yi Chen's legs under the astonished gazes of the crowd, their sweet voices instantly captivating everyone. All eyes fell on Yi Chen. My God, that's the campus hunk already as kids this big. Even Yi Chen, who had just obtained a system, was dumbfounded. Damn it, could this really be like some dog blood web novel plot? Little sisters, don't talk nonsense. Feeling the strange gazes of his classmates, Yi Chen knew what they were thinking. He spoke to the 2 little ones, though looking at them gave him a strange sense of closeness. Humph, Exxon isn't lying. The 2 little girls pouted cutely, and just then, a capable-looking young woman stepped out of the extended supercar at MR. Yi, Xin, and Nua are indeed your daughters. Taking a deep breath, Secretary Xiao Qian handed Yi Chen a document. This is the result from the most authoritative paternity test center in Magic City. If you don't believe it, you can verify it at any time. Of course, you can also choose another trusted institution. What the hell? Yi Chen stood frozen, staring at the 99.999 paternity result, utterly dumbfounded. Su Xiaoman, meanwhile, was completely stupefied. Indeed, the scene before her struck her like lightning. When had this guy had children, and why didn't she know? Ding. Detecting host's first meeting with daughters. Special reward. Newbie gift pack. As Yi Chen stood stunned, the system's voice rang in his ears again. Damn, stupid system. Coming back to his senses, Yi Chen realized, these really are my daughters, without a doubt. Has the host forgotten that fateful night 4 years ago in the Hilton Royal Suite? Would you like me to show you the video? Hearing the shameless system, Yi Chen's mouth twitched. Damn it, even a video? Looks like they really are his daughters. Detecting host has a newbie gift pack. Would you like to open it? Open it. Without hesitation, Yi Chen replied, Ding. Congratulations. Host has received the Sovereign's Mansion number 1 Villa X1. Ding. Congratulations. Host has received 30 million Lamborghini Demons Sun Custom Extended Edition. Ding. Congratulations. Host has received 100,000 renminbi consolation funds. 3 consecutive messages made Yi Chen's eyes narrow slightly. This system seems pretty generous. Looking at the 2 adorable little girls, Yi Chen thought to himself, so, I've just become a dad. Chapter 2 Boss, are these your 2 daughters? Daddy hug. Too sweet. Soft voices rang in Yi Chen's ears, melting his heart. Haha, all right. Yi Chen's face radiated affection as he carefully gathered the 2 little ones in his arms. Witnessing this tender moment, Secretary Xiao Qian couldn't help but smile knowingly. Daddy is amazing. Mua. After saying this, the 2 little ones each placed a kiss on his cheek, leaving everyone present utterly taken aback by this unexpected display of affection. Come on, Daddy will take you to play. Thus, after a moment of endearment, Yi Chen led the 2 little ones towards the campus, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. A little while later, Su Xiaoman stood there, her mind reeling as the recent events replayed in her mind like a film. How could this be? The sudden turn of events had completely caught her off guard, leaving her feeling utterly foolish. My goodness. The campus heartthrob was far more enigmatic than she had ever imagined. Those adorable 3-year-olds, which meant they had come into the world 4 years ago. Outside the school gates, a throng of students was in an uproar, quickly spreading the astonishing news across the campus forum. This revelation was simply too sensational. Soon, the campus network was abuzz with a new thread. Breaking news. Campus heartthrob Yi Chen has suffered a breakup, only to be confronted by a 3-year-old cutie demanding payment. Such an eye-catching headline immediately drew a multitude of curious onlookers, especially considering Yi Chen's striking good looks as a well-known public figure. What? The campus heartthrob was dumped by the school beauty Sue? Is this for real? Yi Chun has twin daughters. Absolutely true. I was right there. Rumors. Yi Chun is this lady's. The school beauty has been cheated on and is now crying in the restroom. The fervent comments spread like wildfire across the campus network. And before long, the thread claimed the top spot on trending topics, leading to even wider awareness of the situation. Wow. Meanwhile, Yi Chun strolled through the campus with his two little companions, drawing countless curious glances along the way. Hey, Daddy, are they all looking at us? Is that so? Hearing the murmurs around them, Yi Chun chuckled. It's all right. Perhaps you're just too beautiful. Really? As their father showered them with compliments, the little one's eyes narrowed into crescent shapes. Brimming with joy. Of course, Yi Chun continued to lavish praise. You are the most beautiful little princesses in the world. Hee hee. Thank you, Daddy. The two little ones giggled, their sweet voices radiating an almost healing charm. Yi Chun couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with gratitude for the fortune that had brought these two little treasures into his life. By the way, what are your names? Yi Chun suddenly inquired. Oh, I'm Lu Xiaoxin. This is my sister Lu Xiano. The elder sister, Xin, tilted her head thoughtfully before responding. This is Mama. Afterward, the two little ones fiddled with their phones and handed it to their father. Oh, as Yi Chun glanced at the screen, he was taken aback by the introduction displayed. Loomingly, 26 years old, Scorpio, the most beautiful woman in Magic City, owner of a prestigious bar, acclaimed as the goddess of the economy and management with dual master's degrees. It truly is her. Reflecting on the countless times he had dreamt of this woman, Yi Chun felt a surge of emotions. Loomingly had matured considerably over the past 4 years, exuding a charm far beyond her former self. She was even more beautiful now. But wait, Yi Chun quickly realized something. Loomingly, the stunning bar owner of Magic City. As he read through the online comments, he felt a wave of unease wash over him. He had certainly heard of the bar. It was a landmark establishment in Magic City. However, he never expected the girl he had encountered years ago to be one of the top 4 beauties in the city. If the world found out, countless people would surely be envious. Hee, Mama is beautiful, right? Seeing their father's dazed expression, the little ones giggled cheerfully. Mama has been so busy lately, otherwise, she wouldn't have sent us to find you. Then, the two little ones began to recount their grievances. And Yi Chun quickly understood that Loomingly had been preoccupied and unable to care for them, hence their arrival at his doorstep. So that's how it is. With a bittersweet smile, Yi Chun's gaze fell upon a virtual panel that only he could see. Name, Yi Chun. Age, 21. Ability, none. Items, Villa Number 1, Supreme Royal. Lamborghini Demon Child, Extended Version. Wealth, 1,020,000 RMB. As he examined the attribute panel, Yi Chun frowned slightly. His wealth seemed rather paltry in comparison. After all, others with systems often boasted billions in resources, making his own total seem insignificant. Ding. Detection of host's dissatisfaction with wealth. Granting 100 shares of Qianlong Group and a tenfold consumption rebate. Wow. As the system's voice echoed in his ears, Yi Chun's heart raced. Qianlong Group? That was a colossal enterprise valued in the hundreds of billions, ranking among the top 10 in Magic City, even surpassing the renowned bar. Not bad. With this thought, Yi Chun nodded in mild satisfaction, finally receiving the treatment befitting a chosen one. Look, Yi Chun is here. Those two little cuties must be his daughters, right? How adorable. Their mother must be stunning. Students gathered in front of the dormitory discussed amongst themselves, and the little ones beamed with delight at the compliments about their mother. However, they knew that Mama's identity must remain a secret. As they continued to watch, Yi Chun and his daughters eventually disappeared from view, leaving the onlookers enviously stunned. Creak. As the door swung open, Yi Chun entered the dormitory with the two little ones. Wow, boss, did you really break up with Su Xiaoman? That's fantastic. I never liked that woman. The three friends were overjoyed to see their boss return, fully aware of the online buzz, and their gaze shifted to the two little girls. Boss, are these your two daughters? Yi Chun nodded slightly, introducing them. Xin, Xiano, this is your Uncle Wang Lin. Hello, Uncle Wang. This is Uncle Zhao Qian and Uncle Liang. As their father made the introductions, Xin and Xiano greeted them in sweet, melodious voices. Hello, Uncle Zhao. Hello, Uncle Li. The adorable sounds of the little girls nearly sent Wang Lin and his friends into a blissful daze. Hey, regaining their composure, the three men exchanged silly grins. Realizing that if these two little ones were so stunning, then the girl their boss had once been with must have been a celestial beauty. Dingling. Just then, Yi Chun's phone rang. Hello, young Master Yi. Upon answering, a respectful voice came through the line. I am the head of the Magic City Club. We have arrived at Magic City University. May I ask if you are available to receive the Lamborghini Demon Child? Oh, taken aback by the voice. Yi Chun paused for a moment before replying thoughtfully. Please bring it to the Meiyuan dormitory at Magic City University. Understood, young Master Yi. After hanging up, a smile crept onto Yi Chen's lips, and he was no longer concerned about the commotion that was sure to follow. Chapter 3. Daddy, is this the car you bought? Daddy, what is it? The two little ones looked at him with curiosity, their sweet voices inquiring. Hee, it's nothing. Affectionately ruffling Shinshin and Xiano's little heads, he chuckled. Daddy bought a car. It's on its way down. Really? Upon hearing their father's words, the two little ones' eyes sparkled with excitement. Father, you are amazing. The eldest asked. What is this? Wang Zilin and the others were momentarily stunned, unable to help but exclaim. Did you buy a car? Shortly thereafter, upon arriving at the dormitory building, the distant roar of a supercar drew the attention of many. Goodness, that is an incredibly long supercar. A customized, extended version of the Lamborghini Demon Sun. Good heavens. When did our school acquire such a luxurious vehicle? In an instant, students surrounding the dormitory erupted in fervent discussions, for such opulence had never been witnessed before. And it would have been peculiar if they had not reacted thus. Wang Zilin and his companions exchanged incredulous glances, each recognizing the shared astonishment. No way. Could it be that this car belongs to the eldest? As they hesitated, the car came to a halt not far from Yi Chen, and a man emerged after opening the door. Young Master Yi, this is the supercar you purchased from the club. With a respectful demeanor, he handed the car keys to Yi Chen, fully aware of his esteemed status, having previously learned that young Master Yi owned a villa valued at 300 million. Thank you. Yi Chen accepted the keys, gazing at the dazzling sky blue supercar, marveling at its worth of 30 million for this custom extended edition. You are too kind. Serving you is my honor. Su Tianqing replied respectfully, not daring to claim any credit. However, this scene utterly astonished everyone present, igniting a frenzy among the onlookers. What the heck? This supercar actually belongs to Yi Chen. It's too hard to believe. Could Yi Chen be a top-tier rich second generation? A 30 million supercar. Can you believe it? Click. Immediately, the onlookers, now regaining their senses, eagerly whipped out their phones to capture this explosive moment. The campus heartthrob had instantly transformed into a top-tier air, a sensational event that would surely reverberate throughout the university. Wow. The two little ones scampered over to the supercar, their eyes gleaming with wonder. Father, is this the car you bought? It's so beautiful. Indeed, he replied, affectionately ruffling their hair while basking in the envious gazes of those around him, knowing this was merely the beginning of his ascent to greatness. A charming smile graced his lips, captivating the attention of several young ladies nearby. My goodness, Senior Yi Chen is so handsome and so wealthy. How wonderful it would be if he were my boyfriend. Has that Su school beauty lost her mind? This car is at least 10 times better than a Benz G-Class. Cough, cough, eldest. Wang Zilin and his companions cleared their throats, still dazed, as if they were dreaming. Is this car really yours? I can't believe our eldest is a rich second generation. The three of them struggled to accept this sudden transformation, as the impact was simply too overwhelming. Sort of. Yi Chen nonchalantly waved his hand, dismissing their astonishment. By the way, suddenly recalling something, Yi Chen retrieved a black card. This card has 100,000 on it. Consider it a gift for your care over the past 3 years. What? Seeing their eldest's generosity, Wang Zilin and the others were momentarily dumbfounded. 100,000? Good heavens. They probably wouldn't spend that much in their 4 years of university. Eldest, this is too much. We all live in the same dorm. As they trailed off, struggling to contain their excitement, they finally exclaimed, since you're not short on money, we won't hold back. With exhilaration, they accepted the black card, taking a deep breath, realizing it was indeed a sum of 100,000. Yet, the crowd observing them erupted in utter astonishment. What is this? Is Senior Yi Chen really throwing money around like this? Is it even appropriate? They lamented, wishing such fortune had fallen upon them instead. In that moment, the envious and jealous gazes directed at Wang Zilin and his friends were unmistakable. Ding. Host spends 100,000 RMB, triggering a tenfold return, earning 1,000,000 RMB. Having made a small fortune, Yi Chen felt quite pleased. Let us go? I'll take you for a spin. With that, he led the two little ones into the supercar. Long live the eldest. Wang Zilin and his companions, now fully aware, were filled with exhilaration. They felt that riding in such a luxurious vehicle at least once in their lives would be worth it. Virum. The supercar roared away, quickly vanishing from sight, leaving the onlookers in a state of awe and envy. Oh my goodness, is this a dream? Senior Yi Chen is so lavish. I absolutely adore it. Su, the campus beauty, will surely regret her decision now. Meanwhile, news of Yi Chen's extravagant purchase spread like wildfire across the campus network. In the female dormitory, a piercing scream echoed as Su Xiaoman's roommates stared wide-eyed at her screen. My heavens, how is this possible? What is wrong? The other roommates curiously leaned in, startled by her sudden outburst. Take a deep breath. The roommate who spoke earlier swallowed hard. You all might not believe this, but Yi Chun is actually a rich second generation. What? This revelation shocked everyone, and they quickly turned to see the video of Yi Chun acquiring the Lamborghini Demon Sun. I recognize that car. It's the latest model worth at least 30 million. The club manager personally delivered it. Yi Chun must truly be a top-tier heir. Shoo. Just then, one girl noticed Su Xiaoman and interrupted. Xiaoman, are you okay? I'm fine. Su Xiaoman stared in disbelief at the screen, overwhelmed by shock. How could this be? How could Yi Chun possibly be a rich second generation? Wasn't he just a poor guy? Anger surged within her. Was she regretting their breakup? No, absolutely not. How could this campus beauty ever regret? That car must surely be rented. How could it compare to my family as Chen Xiao? However, what transpired next would reveal just how foolish her thoughts were, as she gradually drifted further down the path of a jester. Chapter 4. My goodness, the eldest is such a beast. No wonder the supercar is worth 30 million. Wang Zilin and his companions marveled at the lavish interior of the supercar, dazzled by its luxurious layout, which showcased cutting-edge technology at every turn. Ding. Detecting host's first drive of the supercar, granting supreme driving skills. Suddenly, as Yi Chun gripped the steering wheel, a wealth of driving experience flooded his mind, and the system unlocked a new skill. Virum. With a swift press of the accelerator, the car shot forward, disappearing in the blink of an eye. This feels fantastic. Though the speed was exhilarating, the ride remained incredibly smooth, as anything less would be unworthy of the system's invincibility. By the way, at that moment, Wang Zilin and his companions curiously asked the two little ones, "What is your mother's name?" They had long wanted to know who the beautiful mother of these adorable children was. Hee mother? Xin and Nua giggled, then opened their phone gallery. Look, this is our mother. As they spoke, Wang Zilin and his companions leaned in to see the photo on the children's phone screen, revealing a stunningly gorgeous girl. Her beauty and grace far surpassing Su Xiaoman. Hey, Zhao Qian squinted at the girl in the photo, furrowing his brow. This girl seems familiar. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Leon suddenly had a moment of realization, slapping his thigh in astonishment as his gaze fixated on the photograph. Xin. Could your mother be the illustrious Lu Mengli, the foremost beauty of the Magic City? What? Upon hearing the words from the fourth brother, Wang Zilin and Zhao Qian exchanged incredulous glances, both equally astonished by the revelation of the chief beauty of the Magic City. Does Uncle Li know mommy? The two little ones giggled innocently, their faces radiating an unmistakable pride at the shocked expressions of the three uncles. It was indeed true. Upon hearing their niece's words, Wang Zilin and the others felt a jolt of surprise, turning to Yi Chun. Boss, is this true? The girl you encountered back then was indeed Lu Mengli, the owner of the wine house in the Magic City. Although they were nearly certain, the trio sought Yi Chun's confirmation, yearning to hear it from his own lips. Without further elaboration, Yi Chun merely nodded slightly. I just didn't realize back then how significant she was. Reflecting on the past, Yi Chun felt a tinge of nostalgia. This was no mere stroke of luck. Mommy has a multitude of admirers. The two little ones chimed in at the opportune moment, causing Yi Chun to feel a dark cloud form on his forehead. Yet, it was indeed a valid point. It would be rather strange for someone so beautiful and accomplished to lack suitors. Good gracious. Wang Zilin and his companions gasped in disbelief. Is it possible that the girl the boss encountered back then is actually the foremost beauty of the Magic City? It was simply too incredulous. Should this news reach the outside world, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation throughout the Magic City, for Lu Mengli was the goddess of countless dreams. Goodness, the boss is quite the beast. Wang Zilin chuckled bitterly. Glancing at the rapidly retreating scenery outside the car window, he sighed. Where are we headed? To a shopping mall. Yi Chun nodded slightly, gazing into the distance. I'm going to buy some clothes for Xin and Nua. Feel free to pick out whatever you want. Today, it's on me. What? Upon hearing the boss's grand declaration, Wang Zilin and the others gasped. Boss, we won't hold back. Thank you, Daddy. The two little ones were overjoyed to hear their father was treating them to clothes. It was their first time receiving such a gift from him. Don't be so polite. Yi Chun affectionately ruffled their hair, his dulcet tone implying that he would not hesitate to buy even the stars from the sky if it made them happy. As they spoke, the vehicle had already arrived at the Magic City shopping mall, in this land where every inch is worth its weight in gold. The only characteristic of the offerings was their exorbitant prices. Wow. Upon entering the shopping mall, the two little ones gazed at the dazzling array of luxury items, particularly drawn to the sparkling objects that captivated them immensely. My goodness. The trio of Wang Zilin, visiting such a place for the first time, wore expressions akin to country folk entering the city, exclaiming that it was even more extravagant than what they had seen on television. No wonder they say the Magic City shopping mall is a paradise for the wealthy and a hell for the poor. Without the boss's presence, they wouldn't have dared to even step through the entrance. Dear flagship store, welcome. Upon arriving at the flagship store, two welcoming hostesses graciously bowed, their melodious voices making Wang Zilin and his companions feel giddy, as if they were floating on air. Goodness, even the treatment of these hostesses is beyond what ordinary folks could ever experience, they thought, realizing why the affluent were so eager to flock to such places. Whatever you desire, feel free to buy. Chen affectionately pinched the two little ones' rosy cheeks. Thank you, Daddy. The little ones squealed with delight, excitedly looking around, prompting a faint smile from Chen. Boss, shall we? Go ahead. Chen waved his hand nonchalantly, aware that these three were the perfect tools for spending money. Daddy, look at this beautiful dress. Buy it. Daddy, these shoes. Buy. Without further ado, Chen's bold declarations left the salesgirls momentarily stunned. They couldn't help but think how doting he was. Boss, this backpack is quite nice. Buy. Before long, the shopping spree came to a close. Sir, your total expenditure is $9.68 million. Would you prefer cash or card? The cashier's melodious voice rang out, her beauty and grace causing Wang Zilin and his friends to avert their gazes, fearing they would be caught in an embarrassing moment. Meanwhile, Chen remained unfazed. For while the cashier was indeed charming, she paled in comparison to Lumingly. Ding! As the card was swiped, Chen successfully completed his first extravagant purchase. But the sound also brought Wang Zilin and the others back to reality. Goodness, nearly $1 million just vanished? Goodness, this spending is utterly reckless. If our parents knew, they'd surely break our legs. Ding! Host has spent $9.68 million, triggering a tenfold rebate, earning $9.68 million renminbi. Once the card transaction concluded, the familiar sound of a rebate echoed in Chen's ears, elevating his spirits immensely. Sir, please take care. The salesgirls bowed as they bid farewell to Chen and his companions, their eyes betraying unabashed admiration and affection. He was not only handsome, but also wealthy and affectionate. He epitomized their ideal partner, yet alas, he already had children, or else they would have surely vied for his attention. At that moment, Su Xiaoman arrived at the flagship store, linking arms with a young man. Was that person just now Chen? The sight of a seemingly impoverished young man daring to enter such a place unsettled her. Excuse me, did that gentleman come in to shop? She inquired of a salesgirl. The salesgirl, noticing the elegantly dressed Su Xiaoman, nodded enthusiastically. Yes, Mississippi. That gentleman is indeed quite generous, spending nearly $1 million in one go. What? Su Xiaoman's heart sank. This was unexpected. Could it be that the luxurious sports car was not rented? A wave of intense unease washed over her. Chapter 5. Could it be? Is that handsome man truly the father of the adorable little lowly? Xiaoman Chen Xiaogang wrapped his arm around her slender waist, casting an annoyed glance at the distance. What? Do you know that person? Just a friend. Sensing Chen Xiaogang's displeasure, Su Xiaoman's heart tightened. I must have mistaken him. Is that so? Chen Xiaogang, upon hearing her words, dismissed his doubts. Yet he couldn't help but think that Su Xiaoman was indeed a rare gem with impressive skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bought her a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Phew. Su Xiaoman exhaled in relief, glad that Chen Xiaogang didn't probe further. If he discovered that the man was her ex-boyfriend, he would surely be displeased. Fortunately, he remained oblivious. Boss, have we been too extravagant? On the other side, Wang Zilin looked at the clothes and backpack he was carrying, realizing that he had spent more today than in his entire life. Ahem, yes, boss. Zhao Qian and Leon echoed, feeling somewhat uneasy, for the boss's money did not come easily. No worries. Chen waved his hand dismissively, then continued, let us head to the next store. The little one's eyes sparkled with excitement, seemingly possessing boundless energy for shopping. By the way, the two little ones whispered amongst themselves before pulling out their phones. Wang Zilin and the others were taken aback by the two nieces' actions. Are you two live streaming? Yes. Xin and Nuan nodded eagerly, explaining that many older brothers and sisters in the live stream adored them. The adorable little lowly? Gazing at the name of the live stream channel belonging to the two little ones, Wang Zilin and the others couldn't help but twitch their lips. The name was indeed quite fitting. Upon the commencement of the broadcast, the trio was momentarily taken aback as they witnessed a surge of over 1,000 viewers flooding in. What a surprise. They hadn't anticipated that the live stream of these two little rascals would attract such a crowd. Reflecting on their earlier attempts at streaming, which barely drew a handful of viewers, they felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. After more than 20 years of life, they found themselves outshone by toddlers barely 3 years old. In that instant, they felt as though they had received a staggering blow. Wow, the adorable little lowly is live again. Last time, she mentioned wanting to find her daddy. Look, a super handsome guy. No way. Could that handsome fellow be the little lowly's father? Stop joking. That's my future husband. Fans in the live stream were chattering excitedly as the two little ones giggled, aiming the camera at their father. Humph, did you see that? This is our daddy. Isn't he dashing? The two little ones exclaimed with pride, and Chen was equally astonished to see these youngsters engaging in live streaming. Under the watchful eyes of their fans, Chen and his entourage commenced a shopping spree at various flagship stores of luxury brands. Ding. Host expenditure of 21 million triggered a tenfold rebate, receiving 1 million renminbi. Ding. Host expenditure of 43 million triggered a tenfold rebate, receiving 3 million renminbi. Ding. Host expenditure of 58 million triggered a tenfold rebate, receiving 8 million renminbi. Unsurprisingly, with the diligent efforts of the money-spending tool, Chen's wealth soared as if propelled by a rocket. He mused to himself, "This money is practically endless. I can hardly spend it all." By the time night fell, Chen and his companions finally exited the shopping mall. "Are you happy?" he asked, affectionately gazing at the two little ones. Super happy." The little ones nodded enthusiastically, pecking their father's cheek. A scene that elicited envy from the livestream fans. Oh my, the little loli's daddy is incredibly doting. The earlier scene played in their minds like a cinematic moment. A display of extravagance that could only be described as exorbitant. Yet, just then, the camera panned to reveal a sleek, customized, extended supercar. Oh my, is that a customized extended Lamborghini Demon? Goodness, what am I seeing? That's the little loli's father's ride. Woo, I admit I'm envious. Handsome man, stop showing off and come home with me. It turned out that the little loli's father was even wealthier than they had imagined. The livestream chat exploded with excitement. Comments flooding in like mushrooms after rain, and the number of fans skyrocketed. Though they could not live the life of the affluent, their engagement and attention were still quite gratifying. Finally, as the car departed from the shopping mall, Wang Zilin and the others let out a sigh of relief. Damn it. Although we have no idea how much the boss spent today, it must be at least several million. It practically blinded our titanium alloy eyes. To think that amount is something we might never earn in our lifetimes after graduation. Boss, Liang suddenly recalled something and turned to Chen. There's a welcome party tonight, and I believe you're scheduled to sing. Are you still going to participate? After all, given the boss's current status as a top-tier rich second generation, such welcome parties would only serve to diminish his prestige. Before Chen could respond, the two little ones became animated. Daddy, you can sing too. Daddy's singing must be amazing. They chimed in excitedly, and at that moment, Chen heard the system's voice in his ear. Ding. Detection of the host's singing plans for tonight, granting the ability of a music master. Note, this ability allows the host to effortlessly master any musical style. A gentle reminder, the world background has been modified, and the host may utilize any classic hit to impress. This system shall wholeheartedly serve the host. Clearing his throat, Chen felt a tinge of embarrassment. Goodness, is this system trying to push me into the spotlight? Of course, I shall participate, he nodded slightly, adding, after all, I haven't graduated yet. All right, Wang Zilin mused. But tonight at the welcome party, the boss is undoubtedly going to be the center of attention, that much is certain. As they conversed, they arrived at the campus of Magic City University. Look, Senior Chen is back. Wow, that supercar is so cool. A crowd gathered at the school gate, watching the supercar depart, especially the girls whose eyes sparkled with envy and admiration. How wonderful it would be if Senior Chen were my boyfriend. The little loli's mother must be incredibly happy to have the exclusive affection of Senior Chen, they thought. Oh, by the way, it seems Senior Chen will be singing at the welcome party tonight. Right, I almost forgot. Let us hurry to the auditorium and grab a good spot. Wait for me. I want to be as close to Senior Chen as possible. Groups of girls hurried towards the auditorium, whether they cared about the singing or not. What mattered most was the chance to see Senior Chen up close. Chapter 6. A song blue and white porcelain that tugs at the heartstrings. I'll go prepare. Chen said upon arriving at the auditorium, entrusting Wang Zilin and the others to look after the two little ones. Don't worry, Wang Zilin assured. Damn it. Who dares to bully my little niece? We'll take care of him. Chen nodded slightly, then affectionately ruffled the heads of the two little ones. Daddy, go for it. The little ones raised their tiny fists in encouragement, believing wholeheartedly that their father would sing beautifully, as in their eyes. He was the most extraordinary of all. Goodness. Wang Zilin and the others felt a pang of envy listening to the little one's words. Was the boss trying to trick them into having daughters with this display? They were simultaneously suffering and enjoying this sweet moment. Wow. However, the adorable actions of the two little ones immediately drew the attention of many surrounding girls. Is this Senior Chen's daughter? How cute. I love her. If only I could take her home for a cuddle. Sensing the unfriendly gazes around them, Wang Zilin and the others felt a chill run down their spines. How dare these people covet their little niece? They shot wary glances at their surroundings, prepared to act should anyone make a move. The fans in the live stream perked up at this scene. Uff, the adorable little lowly is quite the catch. Hey, so cute, but those girls are stunning. Especially the tall ones. I'm doomed. Go little lowly, those women are so envious. As time passed, the little lowly's live stream fans surpassed 3,000, yet at that moment, the two little ones were clearly oblivious to this, as all their thoughts were solely focused on their daddy. At that moment, the welcome party commenced as scheduled. A beautiful senior clad in a red evening gown, her charm rivaling that of Su Xiaoman, took to the stage, microphone in hand, and spoke. As the golden autumn brings its refreshing breeze, we welcome a new beginning. Let our dreams set sail, and youth blossom in vibrant colors. Tonight, let us convey our passion through song. The welcome party from Magic City University is now in session. Amidst the warm ambience, the enchanting host, a senior beauty, took a deep breath and announced, "Next, let us welcome the illustrious third-year student, Yi Chen, to grace us with a rendition of Tsinghua. Please give him a warm round of applause." As her voice faded, the auditorium fell into a momentary hush, quickly replaced by an air of anticipation. How remarkable! They had chosen to have Yi Chen take the stage first. It seemed the welcome party committee was up to something intriguing, which heightened the excitement. What on earth is happening? Wang Zeline and his companions stared wide-eyed at the stage, puzzled. Their leader was supposed to be in the middle, not the first. Hee, Daddy is going to sing. Xin and Nua giggled, their eyes sparkling with expectation. Surely, Daddy was going to be extraordinary at singing. In the live broadcast room, attention was riveted as comments flooded in at an astonishing pace. The lights focused, and a dashing figure appeared on stage, illuminated by the spotlight, resembling a Prince Charming. "I hope everyone enjoys my rendition of Tsinghua," Yi Chen declared. The moment his voice resonated, thunderous applause and cheers erupted throughout the hall. From this angle, Yi Chen was simply stunning. "I can't help but feel like I'm in love," someone mused. It was baffling how the campus beauty had ever thought of breaking up with Yi Chen. As the accompaniment began, the applause faded. The willows have shed their fluff, lovers hurriedly part ways. My love remains unmoved, even as I reminisce about yesterday, which still holds warmth, he sang. His deep voice seemed to possess a magical quality, stirring the hearts of the audience. In that instant, Yi Chen was transported back to that fateful night 4 years ago. He realized that Lu Mingli had always lingered in the depths of his memory. The slightly melancholic emotions enveloped the audience, immersing them in unforgettable recollections of first love and the promises of devotion. Meanwhile, in a lavish office atop a skyscraper in the metropolis, a breathtaking figure furrowed her brow slightly as she watched the soft and adorable little girl in the live broadcast. "That guy," she murmured. Memories surged forth like a tide, causing her cheeks to flush. His singing ability seemed quite commendable. Perhaps he isn't as hopeless as I once thought. She added softly, if the outside world were to learn of this moment, the entire city would surely erupt. For Lu Mingli was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the metropolis, the dream goddess of countless young men. It was astonishing that she was showing such concern for a boy. Before long, Lu Mingli was astonished to discover something unbelievable. The number of fans in the live broadcast had surpassed 10,000. At that moment, the singer continued, "Regret cannot be spoken. My heart contracts tightly as I grasp the token of Tsinghua, honoring the promise. Farewells are spent in disappointment. Memories are repeatedly applied like balm to an unhealable wound. Your glance has carved silence." His flawless vocal prowess ignited ripples in Lu Mingli's eyes. Years ago, she had endured everything alone, believing she would never have to deal with him again. Yet, he seemed far from the happy existence she had envisioned for him. "Ugh, Lu Mingli, what are you thinking?" She quickly regained her composure, her expression returning to a calm demeanor. "He clearly owes you." Meanwhile, back in the auditorium, "Wow, our leader is incredible." Wang Zeline and his companions were awestruck, unable to comprehend how their leader had become so talented, his singing outshining that of many pop stars. "Hey, our leader is going to become a sensation," Liang exclaimed with excitement. "If this song doesn't become a hit, it would be a travesty. Wow, Daddy is amazing. I love it." Xin and Nua beamed, their eyes filled with admiration, realizing that their daddy was indeed as impressive as they had imagined. On the other hand, the live broadcast room erupted with excitement. "My goodness, little girl's daddy is incredible. This song eclipses over 90% of the music industry." As they clutched the token of Tsinghua, they honored the promise, their hearts stirred by the profound emotions conveyed in the lyrics. In another corner of the auditorium, Su Xiaoman was utterly incredulous. How is this possible? Yi Chen sings so beautifully. Her roommate was equally stunned. He is clearly a top-tier rich second generation. Yet he possesses such talent. If only Xiaoman hadn't broken up with him. She was about to say more, but sensed something was amiss and quickly fell silent. However, Su Xiaoman was oblivious to this, her astonishment overwhelming her. She had never realized Yi Chen's singing ability was so remarkable, even if she wasn't well-versed in music. But this song was unlike any other. Could it be that her decision was truly mistaken? Recalling the sight of his supercar and extravagant shopping spree earlier that day, along with the extraordinary singing talent displayed now. Tightly grasping the token of Qinghua, he continued, etched in solitude, like my unanchored soul, entangled in the past, a silent sorrow that shatters and cannot be taken away. Our encounter, a dream that cannot be awakened. The audience in the auditorium gasped collectively. At some point, without anyone noticing, figures began to rise from their seats, 3, 5, and soon thousands stood, swaying to the melody as if they had become the protagonists of the song. This song was a balm for those who had once felt lost and wounded. It turned out that music could resonate so powerfully, exceeding their expectations. This is incredible. Yi Chen, I love you. What should I do? Someone wondered aloud. Wait, this song can't be the one sung by Yi Chen, the little girl's mother, right? That would mean that adorable girl's mother must be so happy. Please stop singing, handsome. I want to have your babies. The auditorium was abuzz with fervent discussions and declarations of love, leaving Wang Zilin and his companions utterly flabbergasted. Oh my goodness, this is insane. These girls have completely lost their minds. Cough, cough. Wang Zilin cleared his throat, never having expected that one song from their leader could captivate so many younger girls. This is outrageous. If we had even a fraction of that attention, we wouldn't sleep for 3 days and nights. Xin and Nua. It seems like your mother has quite a few rivals now, Zhao Qian murmured, feeling the fervor of the crowd. Rivals? Listening to Uncle Zhao Qian. The two little ones tilted their heads in curious wonder, asking, what is that? Is it fun? Ahem. Wang Zilin and the others nearly choked on their own breath. Fun. It was exceedingly enjoyable, at least in their eyes. As the performance concluded, the atmosphere remained thick with a lingering enchantment, the audience captivated and lost in the moment. After several seconds, they gradually came to their senses, their gazes towards Yi Chen now imbued with reverence. Their senior was not merely a bronze or iron contender. He was, without a doubt, a diamond among kings. Soon, a tremendous wave of applause erupted from the audience, interspersed with ecstatic shouts that reverberated through the auditorium, as if attempting to shatter the ceiling above. In the live stream of the adorable little Loli, fans flooded the comment section with excitement. Wow, the little Loli's daddy is so impressive. Hey, how can those mainstream singers compete with such talent? I have a feeling our idol is about to revolutionize the music scene. What a wonderful surprise. The little Loli stream today was worth it. This is way more thrilling than any concert. Principal Zhao Changchun squinted. Overwhelmed with emotion, this kid is quite the master of disguise. He paused, then remarked with a knowing smile. Who would have thought he is a top-tier rich second generation? Yet, possessing such a background and still being so exceptional is truly rare. In that moment, Zhao Changchun couldn't help but reflect, recalling that girl Qianyu, who seemed to be on the lookout for promising singers. Perhaps this young man could become the next Qianyu. With that thought, he promptly sent the recorded video to Qianyu, believing that while success is a matter of fate, he could only do so much. Meanwhile, in the president's office of the Yuan platform, a notification chimed on Qianyu's phone. Principal Zhao? Surprised to see the message from him, she clicked to open it. Regrettably, she could not respond. Her heart tightened as she held onto the symbolic blue and white porcelain, steadfast in her promise. Watching the video, her eyes sparkled. This junior is remarkable. If she could sign him as an exclusive artist, the Yuan platform could undoubtedly break through the current stagnation. With this in mind, Qianyu narrowed her eyes. Although she was a rising star in the music industry, transforming into a capital player with greater influence would inevitably disrupt the established order. However, if a dark horse were to emerge and clear the path, it would undoubtedly yield greater returns for her. At that moment, Qianyu noticed a notification from Douyu Live, revealing that her best friend's two little ones were streaming. She was momentarily taken aback. Wow, their fan count has topped 30,000? Upon clicking in, she became flustered. But before she could process it, the barrage of comments from fans left her speechless. That little prodigy is actually Xin Nunua's daddy? My goodness. The person dreamily concealed for 4 years is him? No wonder those two little ones are so beautiful. Their biological father's genes are exceptional. At this realization, a sly smile crept across Qianyu's face. Considering this connection can only benefit me. After all, why would she let such an opportunity slip away? Signing an exclusive artist was a must. At this moment, Yi Chen remained blissfully unaware that he had caught the attention of the Yuan president, the music industry's little diva. Qianyu. As for what would transpire next, no one could predict. However, for Yi Chen, this development was not necessarily a bad thing. Chapter 8. Stop showing off. Idol, I feel hopelessly in love with you. In the backstage lounge of the auditorium at Moda University, the two little ones rushed in, their little feet pattering as they embraced their father. "Yay, you were amazing." They beamed with pride, their eyes sparkling. A sight that left the thousands of fans in the live stream utterly envious. Goodness, watching the adorable little lowly and the idol together is heart-wrenching. Yet I can't help but want to see more. Fans were left bewildered. Are we masochists? So envious. Meanwhile, the other students in the backstage lounge looked on with admiration. Chen was undeniably at the pinnacle of life. Initially, they had felt sympathy for him after his breakup with the campus belle. But now they realized they had underestimated his stature. From the very beginning, the campus belle and Chen belonged to entirely different worlds. "Hey, let's go, boss." Wang Zilin chuckled, acutely aware of the gazes around them and thinking, these spectators better not say anything more. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the three of them left the stage, their hearts brimming with indescribable joy. Goodness, not far from leaving. Zhao Qian's eyes widened as he stared at his phone. "Xin, your live stream fans are almost at 40,000. Wow," Liang exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. It was truly outrageous. "See you, boss." Outside the auditorium, Wang Zilin and the others waved goodbye to their leader. Given their boss's identity as a wealthy heir was now exposed, he wouldn't be staying at school anymore, lest those fervent admirers invade his space. Especially with two little nieces around. "Hee, Daddy was incredible today." In the sports car, the two little ones excitedly chattered. "Daddy is even more amazing than we imagined." "Of course," he replied, affectionately ruffling their little noses. "Just look at who their daddy is." In the warmth of the moment, the live stream was filled with comments reflecting joy and admiration. "Wow, this sweetness is overwhelming. At this rate, I might develop diabetes. I wonder who that talented little lowly's mother is." Fans speculated, and before they knew it, the number of viewers had surpassed 40,000. Although the singing had ended, watching the three of them together was still enjoyable. "Daddy, where are we going?" The two little ones asked curiously as they drove away from the school. "Home, of course," Chen replied, glancing into the distance with a contented heart. As the cozy atmosphere enveloped them, the Junlin T Nexi villa came into view. "Oh, soon." The name of the villa appeared on the screen, instantly igniting a stir among the fans. "Wow." The Junlin T Nexi villa area is the most luxurious new development in Modu, with each unit priced at over 50 million, and the best locations even higher. Upon seeing this, the previously dwindling enthusiasm in the live stream surged once more. "Daddy, is this our home?" Arriving at the Junlin T Nexi No. 1 villa, the two little ones stepped out of the car, their faces filled with astonishment. "Is this a castle?" Clearly, as the crown jewel of Junlin T Nexi, every design and structure was top tier, leaving the live stream fans once again educated. The world of the wealthy was evidently beyond their comprehension. Upon entering the villa, the two little ones were awestruck by the opulent decor. The various statues and paintings exuded a subtle elegance, and merely gazing upon them was a feast for the eyes. Just then, their stomachs began to protest audibly. Ding! The system detected the host's daughter's hunger and bestowed upon him the divine culinary skills. Note: this ability allows the host to effortlessly comprehend the masterpieces of renowned cuisine, and his culinary skills are on par with the divine. On par with the divine? Hearing the system's words, Chen couldn't help but smile. "You two explore the villa while I prepare some food." "Yay." Xin and Nua's eyes sparkled with delight. "Daddy can cook, while Mommy can't even make instant noodles." How impressive. The two little ones, ever the dramatic duo, elicited laughter from the live stream viewers, who wondered if their mother would come rushing in to reprimand the little girl for her boldness. Is that so? Chen smiled faintly, his mind drifting to the exquisitely beautiful Lu Mengli, realizing he had discovered her soft spot. In the kitchen, as Chen busied himself, he picked up 2 carrots. "Daddy has a little gift for you." As he spoke, the knife flashed, and soon, carrot shavings cascaded down, transforming as if by magic into a soaring dragon and a leaping phoenix sculpted in his hands. Wow! Watching their father's dexterity, Xin and Nua were utterly astonished. "Daddy, are you performing magic?" This scene sent shockwaves through the live stream. "What? This knife skill is nothing short of 5-star chef level. So beautiful. Daddy's cooking must be fantastic." "Oh my, Mommy asked me why I was kneeling to watch my phone. I told her I was witnessing the master of knife skills. Just asking, who else could compare?" The fans' numbers surged as they discovered Chen's new talent. How could there be such an exceptional young man in the world? "Thank you, Daddy." The two little ones were overjoyed, showering him with kisses before bouncing off to play in the living room. Such doting behavior left the girls in the live stream envious, their eyes glued to the screen as if they wished to dive into it, yearning to be Daddy's little girl, thus openly basking in his affection. Subsequently, Chen continued his culinary endeavors in the kitchen, his movements fluid and graceful, as if he were crafting a piece of art. merely watching was a delight. Soon, the enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen, causing Xian and Nua to pause in their play, their little stomachs protesting even more vigorously. Wow, it smells amazing. They raced towards the kitchen, and just at that moment, Yi-chun completed a golden egg fried rice. The dish was a sight to behold, crispy and tender. Each grain of rice perfectly cooked, especially its golden hue, which resembled glistening jewels, making one involuntarily swallow in anticipation. My goodness. Just the visual appeal sent the live stream viewers into a frenzy, their mouths watering as if they could smell the delightful aroma of the egg fried rice through the screen. Is this really egg fried rice? Clearly, the fans were astounded. Even though they were not present, they were utterly convinced that this egg fried rice was unlike anything they had ever tasted. Eat it while it's hot. Savoring the delightful aroma of the fried rice, Yi-chun was momentarily taken aback. He then took a spoonful, and the moment it touched his tongue, it was smooth and refreshing, rich in flavor, and bursting with taste. The sensation was truly extraordinary, one that defied description. Good heavens! After finishing a bite, Yi-chun gazed in shock at the golden egg fried rice before him. Did I really create this dish? Clearly, the culinary skills he had just displayed astonished even himself. No wonder the system claimed his culinary prowess was now worthy of being compared to the divine. Such results were likely achievable by no one else in the world. Delicious. As the two little ones relished the fried rice, their eyes sparkled with admiration for their father, their pride soaring to new heights. Disregarding decorum, the two little ones dove headfirst into their meal, fiercely protective of their food. Meanwhile, Lumingli, in a high-rise in Magic City, had just opened her live stream, eager to catch a glimpse of her cherished little ones, only to be met with the sight of the golden egg fried rice, which made her swallow hard. It looked utterly delectable. Moreover, she was all too aware of how picky the little ones were, leading her to feel that the gourmet meal before her was losing its appeal. After all, she had grown tired of eating the same thing daily. How infuriating. The more she watched, the more her frustration grew, especially with the skyrocketing viewer count. Leaving her in disbelief, that man possessed such remarkable culinary skills. She thought to herself that she should have informed him about the little one's impending arrival years ago. Ding. Just then, Lumingli's phone pinged with a message. Yi-chun, a third-year student at Magic City University, resides in the Junlin Tianyang No. 1 villa, drives a 30 million Lamborghini Demon, and possesses impressive singing talent. Reading the latest update from her subordinate, Lu Mengli narrowed her eyes. Why had this man suddenly become so mysterious? As she pondered, her gaze fell upon the three of them enjoying their meal. Why had she not noticed anything over the past 4 years? Chapter 9. The Indulgent Father Yi-chun and the Gift of a Live Stream System for His Little Cotton Jackets? A quarter of an hour later. Burp. The two little ones contentedly let out a satisfied belch, their faces radiating joy. So delicious. Daddy, you're the best. Xian climbed onto her father's lap, giving a thumbs up on his forehead, thrilled beyond measure. It was so good. Daddy, can you make it for us every day? With tender affection, Yi-chun ruffled the hair of the two little ones, reveling in this delightful feeling. He had a beautiful wife, 2 adorable little cotton jackets, and a system at his disposal. What more could he ask for? Indeed, upon hearing this, the two little ones gazed earnestly at their father. Then let us make a pinky promise. After saying this, the three of them linked their pinky fingers together. Pinky swear. 100 years without changing. Whoever breaks it will be a little puppy. Once the childlike promise was sealed, the two little ones felt reassured. For this commitment was a serious matter, at least in their eyes. We did it. After finishing their pinky promise, the two little ones exchanged mischievous glances at their father, who smiled knowingly at the scene unfolding before him, unwittingly embarking further down the path of a devoted father. Ding. The system detected that the host's daughters were exhausted from live streaming and generously gifted them a live stream system. Note, this system can be utilized directly and can be controlled effortlessly through a smart bracelet. What? Yi-chun was momentarily taken aback by the system's announcement. Goodness. The live stream system is meant for the two little ones. This clever system truly has insight. Initially, Yi-chun had been contemplating ways to reduce the little one's screen time. Xian and Nua. After a playful interlude, Yi-chun produced 2 smart wristbands, presenting them to the two little ones. Papa has a gift for you. A gift? The two children, their curiosity piqued by their father's words, gazed at the sleek wristbands adorning their wrists. Is this it? It looks so cool. Hee. Do not underestimate it, Yi-chun replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips. This wristband boasts live streaming capabilities. You can effortlessly broadcast without the need for a smartphone. Really? The children's eyes sparkled with anticipation as they beheld the marvel of technology on their wrists. Before long, under Yi-chun's guidance, the two youngsters became acquainted with the smart wristbands and eagerly began experimenting. Meanwhile, The fans in the live stream noticed something unusual. What is going on? The picture quality just became so much clearer. I don't know, it's strange. Did the little girl's father switch them to a high-definition phone? That must be it, right? The fans murmured, unaware that Yi Chun had equipped the children with a live streaming system and advanced smart wristbands, leaving one to wonder how they would react if they knew. After some time spent playing, Yi Chun bathed the two little ones before retreating to their room. Papa, we want to hear a story, they chimed in unison, clutching his hand as if afraid he might vanish. Hee hee, all right, he responded, affectionately ruffling their hair. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, how about I tell you the story of Snow White? Yes, yes. Their eyes sparkled with eagerness, for they knew Papa would never disappoint them. Once upon a time, in a distant kingdom, a queen sat by an open window. As she gazed outside, a needle-like snowflake pricked her finger, causing 3 drops of blood to fall onto the white snow in the dark wooden window frame. She admired the blend of colors and mused, oh, I wish for a daughter whose skin is as white as snow, lips as red as blood, and hair as black as ebony. Not long after, the queen gave birth to a girl with skin as pure as snow, lips as red as blood, and hair as smooth and dark as ebony. Hence she was named Snow White. Shortly after the princess's birth, the queen passed away, and the king remarried a woman who was not only beautiful, but also proud, cruel, and wicked. The new queen, consumed by jealousy of Snow White's beauty, ordered a huntsman to take her into the forest and kill her. As the children listened to the fairy tale, they eventually succumbed to slumber, their small arms wrapped around Yi Chun. Bathed in the warm, golden light, their delicate, rosy faces were simply enchanting, eliciting an irresistible urge to kiss them. Ding-ling-ling. The serene atmosphere lingered until a phone rang, disrupting his thoughts. Hello, young Master Yi. Upon answering, a respectful voice greeted him. I hope I'm not disturbing you at this late hour. After a brief cough, the voice continued. It was none other than Shen Wanghua, the president of the Qianlong Group. Who are you? Yi Chun furrowed his brow at the unfamiliar voice. Ah, I see. Deep breath, Shen Wanghua finally said, Young Master Yi. I am Shen Wanghua, president of the Qianlong Group. There is an important document that requires your signature to take effect. When would be a good time for me to meet with you? The mention of a document reminded Yi Chun of the system's earlier reward. Had it not been for this call, it might have slipped his mind. How about this? He pondered for a moment. I will visit the Qianlong Group tomorrow, and we can sign it then. All right, young Master Yi. Shen Wanghua sighed with relief, for the document was of utmost importance, which was why he called it such an hour. Ahem, well then, it's getting late, so I want to keep you from your rest. After saying this, Shen Wanghua promptly hung up, aware that it was his first call with the new boss, and he could not afford to be careless. The following morning, Papa, Papa. The two little ones scampered down the stairs, their voices filled with urgency. Upon spotting Yi Chun busily preparing breakfast in the kitchen, they breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, so Papa hasn't he left? What is the matter? Yi Chun inquired, intrigued by their anxious demeanor. Oh, it's nothing, they replied as they entered the living room, determined not to let Papa worry. Breakfast will be ready shortly. You should go wash up and brush your teeth. They nodded obediently, bobbing their heads like little chicks before cheerfully humming a tune as they headed to the bathroom. After enjoying a delicious breakfast, Yi Chun took the two little ones out of the villa. Hee, Papa, where are we going today? Xin, and Nua asked with gleeful smiles. Yi Chun, unable to hide his affection, replied, Today, I'm taking you to Papa's company. Papa's company? They exchanged incredulous glances. Papa, you have a company? That is amazing. Of course, Yi Chun said with a slight smile, pressing the accelerator towards the Qianlong Group. By the way, Papa, the story of Snow White you told yesterday was so lovely. The two little ones chattered excitedly, thrilled that Papa was right beside them, ensuring that it was not just a dream. However, despite their efforts to conceal their feelings, Yi Chun sensed a hint of sadness, and guilt washed over him. After all, how could he possibly make up for 4 missing years? As they conversed, the Qianlong Group loomed ahead. Wow! Upon exiting the car, the two little ones were taken aback by the imposing Qianlong building. This building is taller than Mommy's workplace. Come on, Yi Chun said, taking their delicate hands as they entered the building. However, barely moments after arriving in the grand lobby, they were met with hostility. Who are these wild children? Don't you know how to watch where you're going? The son of the second largest shareholder of Qianlong Group, Chen Zizong, glared at the excited little girls, his temper flaring. Without a second thought, he raised his hand to strike. Yi Chen's expression turned icy at the sight. Ding! Alert! Host's daughter is in danger. Granting martial arts master ability. Note: under this ability, the host's combat prowess has reached the pinnacle of humanity. Even crushing a cannonball is mere child's play. Smack! Yi Chen didn't hesitate. He retaliated with a swift strike, declaring that no one would harm his children. Chapter 10. My goodness. Loomingly from the Shanghai wine house is actually young Master Ye's woman. Crack. Chen Zizong's facial bones shattered, blood spewing from his mouth, his face swelling grotesquely, completely erasing his earlier arrogance. Ugh. The excruciating pain caused Chen Zizong to gasp, glaring at Yi Chen. How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? Indeed. Chen Zizong was bewildered. He had intended to have some fun at Su Xiaoman's expense, but unexpectedly, before he could even leave Qianlong Group, he was treated like a dog. Damn it, this is my territory. My father is the second largest shareholder of Qianlong Group. How dare you lay a hand on me here? With this thought, his eyes filled with malice, he barked, "What are you waiting for? Get rid of him." At their leader's command, two subordinates finally regained their senses. However, they could not fathom that this young man would dare to act so recklessly within Qianlong Group. He must be a madman. You dare to touch young Master Chen. Prepare to die. Two individuals surged forward, clearly aware of the remarkable skills possessed by the young man before them. However, with a swift crack of slaps, both were sent tumbling to the ground. Had it not been for the fact that they were within the confines of the Qianlong Group, these three ruffians would have already met their demise at his hands. A chilling wail erupted as the two subordinates questioned their very existence. How dare you behave so audaciously? Chen Zizong's face flushed with rage, oblivious to the fact that the one striking him was none other than Su Xiaoman's former boyfriend. What are you doing? Just then, two figures emerged from the nearby elevator, their brows furrowing at the sight of the chaos, knowing that today was an important day for welcoming young Master Yi. If he were to witness this scene, the consequences would be dire. Dad. As the two approached, Chen Zizong, clutching his swollen cheek, reported, "It's that brat. He actually dared to touch me in the Qianlong Group. You must take care of this and deal with him." Chen Sihai's expression turned icy upon hearing his son's words. Who dares to strike the son of Chen Sihai? Who possesses such audacity? As he spoke, he and President Shen Wanghua glanced over. However, when they beheld the figure in the center of the fray, their pupils contracted in horror. Yi, young Master Yi. How could it be you? Shen Wanghua gulped nervously, while Chen Sihai felt a chill run down his spine upon realizing that this troublemaker had offended young Master Yi. President Shen, Yi Chen remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Zizong. Is this how the Qianlong Group trains its subordinates, to bully others with such impunity? Crack. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Chen Sihai nearly lost control of his bladder. The man before him was the ruthless one acquiring 100% of the Qianlong Group's shares, far beyond anyone he could provoke, even though he had once been the second largest shareholder. Raising his hand, he delivered a stinging slap to Chen Zizong's face, cursing fiercely. Damn it, you reckless fool. How dare you offend young Master Yi? Now get down on your knees and apologize. Thud. Without needing to prompt him further, Chen Zizong's face met the floor as Chen Sihai's slap sent him crashing down, blood oozing from his forehead. This was clearly a spectacle meant for Yi Chen's amusement. Dad, I apologize. The bewildered Chen Zizong stammered, yet before he could utter more, Chen Sihai struck him again on the back of the head with no mercy, as if they had a vendetta over a woman. I'm sorry. Chen Zizong's lips twitched, not daring to utter another word, for he knew that any further comments would surely provoke his father's wrath. Ahem, young Master Yi, what do you think? Shen Wanghua cleared his throat, attempting to smooth over the situation as he observed Chen Zizong being mercilessly punished. Get lost. Yi Chen shot a glance at Chen Zizong, warning, should there be a next time, the consequences will be on you. Thank you, young Master Yi. Chen Sihai bowed deeply, not daring to utter a word, knowing he was on the brink of having to kneel in apology. As the second largest director of the Qianlong Group, he understood well the magnitude of power required to fully acquire the company. Now get the hell out of my sight. In a fit of anger, Chen Sihai kicked Chen Zizong, sending him reeling. For the first time, he experienced a different kind of paternal love, one so heavy he struggled to comprehend it. With the situation resolved, Shen Wanghua finally breathed a sigh of relief, offering his apologies. Young Master Yi, I am truly sorry. It is my mismanagement that allowed this incident to occur. He sighed, recalling how Chen Dong had always indulged his son, and now this incident would surely prompt him to enforce stricter discipline. Yi Chen nodded slightly, then turned to the two little ones. Xine. Were you scared? Not at all. Daddy was just so awesome. The two children's eyes sparkled with excitement, astonished by their father's prowess in a fight, knowing he could protect their mother and themselves. Just then, as Shen Wanghua led them toward the elevator, Yi Chen's phone rang. Hello, Yi Chen. Upon answering, a melodious voice resonated through the line, unmistakably belonging to a beautiful woman. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shi Qinyu, president of the Yuan platform, and a rising star in the music industry. Yi Chen paused at the mention of her name. Do you have something to discuss with me? Let's meet and talk. Shi Qinyu replied with a gentle smile. By the way, I'm actually a close friend of Lu Mingli. Yi Chen was taken aback. Lu Mingli's friend? Very well. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, then come to the rows CAF next to the Qianlong group. All right. After exchanging a few brief words, the call ended. He wasn't particularly concerned about the rising star. What piqued his interest was that Shi Qinyu was a friend of Lu Mingli. Xin Nuan Nuan. Does your mother have a friend named Shi Qinyu? Wow. The two little ones' faces lit up with astonishment. Daddy, do you know Aunt Qinyu? She's a superstar in the music industry, and Mommy is super close to her. She is really nice to us. The children chattered excitedly, while Yi Chun, sensing a decision forming in his mind, felt that he ought to give her some respect, especially considering how good she was to the little ones. As they spoke, they arrived at the president's office. Chairman, here is the development document. Shen Wangwa presented a file, adding, additionally, we've shortlisted several reputable hotels in Modu. Though nothing has been finalized yet. Yi Chen nodded slightly, scanning through the bidding contracts from various hotels. But soon his gaze was drawn to a particular name, Modu Jiuxia. Clearly, it was the hotel owned by Lu Mingli. Let us choose Modu Jiuxia. Yi Chen glanced at it briefly and moved on, while Shen Wangwa hesitated to speak, knowing that Modu Jiuxia had the most stringent conditions, despite being the best option. Daddy, that's Mommy's hotel. Just as Shen Wangwa was about to voice his concerns, he heard the children's words, and his pupils widened in disbelief. What? Oh my gosh, Lu Mingli is actually young Master Ye's woman. Realizing this, Shen Wangwa wasted no time in addressing Yi Chen seriously. All right, young Master Yi. I will make the arrangements immediately. Chapter 11. Yi Chen acquires the Qianlong group. How is that possible? After Shen Wangwa signed the contract and left, the two little ones beamed. Daddy, are you helping Mommy? What do you think? Yi Chen playfully pinched their soft cheeks, gazing out at the stunning view of Modu through the large floor-to-ceiling windows. This could serve as a small recompense for the guilt he had harbored over the years. After all, a girl raising two children alone and facing the challenges of being an unwed mother for so long was undoubtedly difficult. Even if he had been unaware of it, Mommy will definitely be super touched. Xin and Nuan Nuan chirped confidently, imagining the scene with exhilaration. Meanwhile, at a nearby hospital, in his hospital room, Chen Zizong gasped in pain, unable to endure the agony inflicted by his father. Does it hurt? Looking at his usually pampered son, Chen Zihai sighed. It's all my fault for indulging you too much. It nearly resulted in a disaster. Upon hearing his father's words, Chen Zizong's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Dad, you have never struck me like this before. Speak honestly, who is that boy? Clearly, despite his debauched lifestyle, Chen Zizong was no fool. What is his background? Casting a glance at his son, Chen Zihai sighed heavily. Do you not know that the Qianlong group has been acquired? I am no longer the second largest shareholder. Upon hearing this, Chen Zizong recalled his experiences from earlier that day and suddenly realized the implications. Was this matter somehow connected to that boy? Or could it be that the boy was the one responsible? Indeed, noticing his son's astonished expression, Chen Zihai nodded affirmatively. Just as you suspected. The Qianlong group has indeed been acquired by young Master Yi, and furthermore, he paused for dramatic effect. It is now entirely under his control. Boom. The news struck Chen Zizong like a thunderclap, leaving him reeling. How could it be that the Qianlong group was wholly owned by someone? Previously, his father had held only a 25% stake, and to dominate the entire Qianlong group was beyond their wildest imagination. Moreover, with so many forces in the Magic City eyeing the Qianlong group, the fact that this person had quietly acquired it sent shivers down Chen Zizong's spine. So that's how it is. Swallowing hard, he finally grasped the enormity of the trouble he had stumbled into. Just then, Chen Zihai's phone chimed with a message, revealing startling information about Yi Chen. Furrowing his brow, he read, Magic City University? Ex-girlfriend Su Xiaoman. In a moment of realization, Chen Zihai was taken aback. You little rascal. You better confess. Is your current girlfriend at Magic City University named Su Xiaoman? Chen Zizong was momentarily stunned before frowning. Cough, Dad. How did you know? Are you interested in Xiaoman too? In that case, I can let her accompany you. Shut your mouth. Chen Zihai shot him a glare, nearly bursting with anger. If not for his affection for his eldest son, he would have slapped him again. Do you even know who Su Xiaoman is? Suppressing the urge to strangle his son, Chen Zihai, filled with frustration, stated, Su Xiaoman has an ex-boyfriend at school. His name is Yi Chen. The room fell into a heavy silence. Suddenly, Chen Zizong shot up as if resurrected from the dead, ignoring his pain, his eyes wide with shock. Dad, what did you just say? That wretched girl, Su Xiaoman, is Yi Chen's ex-girlfriend. Gulping, the explosive revelation nearly sent Chen Zizong into a panic. My goodness. That woman is going to ruin me. After a long moment, he regained his composure, realizing the gravity of the situation. He had, in some sense, taken Yi Chen's woman. Slapping himself across the face, he exclaimed, Damn it, what have I done? Dad, I truly had no idea. Humph. Chen Sihai scoffed, sighing bitterly. I've been wise all my life, yet I ended up with such a foolish son. Handle this matter swiftly, and remember to have no contact whatsoever. Understood. Chen Zizong replied, feeling the heat of his father's anger as he left, fearing he might lose control and strike his son. After all, with such a reckless child, his hopes for the future were utterly dashed. Su Xiaoman, you vile woman. After gritting his teeth, Chen Zizong dialed Su Xiaoman's number. Hello, young Master Chen. Upon answering, Su Xiaoman's sweet voice floated through the receiver, blissfully unaware of the storm awaiting her. Shut up. Before she could continue, Chen Zizong interrupted with a sharp reprimand. You wretched girl, you nearly got me killed. Do not ever call me again. Boom. The word struck Su Xiaoman like a bolt from the blue. Young Master Chen, what do you mean? Is there some misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? Chen Zizong was so enraged, he almost laughed, coldly retorting. Did you not break up with someone named Yi Chen? Ah, that Yi Chen is not what you think. Su Xiaoman, realizing the gravity of the situation, panicked. I didn't mean to hide it. I was just afraid you would be angry. Enough. Chen Zizong had no patience for her excuses. Do you have any idea what that Yi Chen has done? He acquired the Qianlong Group in Magic City. Because of him, I almost got beaten to death by my own father. You're on your own now. Let us never meet again. Beep, beep, beep. With that, he ended the call and blocked all her messages, finally releasing a sigh of relief. Damn, that woman is a calamity. He hoped fervently that Yi Chen would not hold this against him. At that moment, Chen Zizong was thoroughly terrified. Any thoughts of revenge were utterly ludicrous. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not dare, for if Yi Chen did not punish him, his father surely would. What? Su Xiaoman gazed at her phone in disbelief, staring blankly out of her dormitory window. How could this be? The Qianlong Group is a behemoth in Magic City. It has actually been acquired by Yi Chen. In an instant, her mind was overwhelmed, and she finally comprehended the enormity of what she had missed. At the Rose CAF beside the Qianlong Group, in a window-side booth, Yi Chen was approached by a stunning beauty wearing oversized sunglasses. Upon removing them, she revealed herself to be exceptionally beautiful, though perhaps a shade less captivating than Lumingli. Ah, Qianyu's mother, is that really you? Xin exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Shi Qianyu, recalling how she had often accompanied them when her mother was busy. Xin, you're here too. Shi Qianyu smiled, sensing that securing an exclusive music artist contract was becoming increasingly feasible. A sly smile spread across her lips, knowing that if this alluring charm were to be seen by the outside world, it would undoubtedly captivate many. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Shi Qianyu got straight to the point. Since we are not outsiders, I will not beat around the bush. I wish to sign you as an exclusive artist for the Yuan platform. Pausing for effect, she continued, and ideally, I would like the contract to be under my Qianyu studio. Clearly, Shi Qianyu was determined to pursue this to the end, especially since there were currently few people paying attention to Yi Chen. In return, she added, I know Meng Li has harbored some grievances towards you over the years. So, if you agree, I can wholeheartedly assist you in winning her back. How about that? Ah, the two little ones widened their eyes, shocked. Is Aunt Qianyu really going to betray Mommy? Yet, somehow, it felt rather entertaining. Of course, having observed Yi Chen for a while, Shi Qianyu thought quite highly of him, which was a prerequisite. She would never push her friend into a pit of fire. All right, Yi Chen, clearly intrigued, replied, then let us collaborate joyfully. Hee indeed. You are a clever one. Shi Qianyu offered a faint smile, showing little reaction to the situation. However, for the sake of her career, she found herself compelled to betray her close friend, Meng Li, as the temptation proved too overwhelming. If this scene were to come to Meng Li's knowledge, one could only wonder how she would feel about it. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. After signing the exclusive contract with the music artist and studio, Shi Qianyu eagerly returned, ready to embark on an ambitious endeavor. After all, such promising momentum was not to be squandered. Goodbye, Aunt Qianyu, chimed the two little ones sweetly. Shi Qianyu waved her hand, her lips curving into a smile, her mood evidently buoyant. Meanwhile, in the top-floor office of the Jiusha in the Magic City, the phone rang. Hello, President Liu, she answered. On the other end, Shen Wanghua's voice came through. After careful consideration, the Qianlong Group is absolutely willing to collaborate with your Jiusha. Oh, upon hearing this, Lu Mingli was momentarily taken aback. Mr. Shen, is this truly the case? Cough, cough. Indeed, Shen Wanghua replied, clearing his throat. After all, the Qianlong Group belonged to young Master Yi, and Lu Mingli was his woman, so he dared not overstep. Yet, it seemed that young Master Yi preferred to keep this matter under wraps. Thus he hesitated to act independently. After hanging up, Lu Mingli furrowed her brows, gazing into the distance. What intentions does the Qianlong Group harbor? Their prompt agreement to collaborate seems rather illogical. However, she could not pinpoint exactly what felt amiss. only sensing that everything was progressing too smoothly. Especially given the stringent conditions stipulated by the Jiusha. It would be a long while before she learned the truth. A time when Lu Mingli nearly succumbed to the urge to confront someone. But that was a tale for another day. As Lu Mingli found herself with some free time, the absence of the two little ones left her feeling rather empty, struggling to muster enthusiasm for anything. Those ungrateful little rascals hadn't even called her since leaving. Minutes later, a significant event unfolded on the Yuan platform, as a promotional banner refreshed on the page. The striking announcement immediately drew the attention of the entire internet. The music industry's dark horse, Chen, makes his debut on Yuan with the Songqinghua. Soon enough, netizens began commenting, "Oh, it's him, Chen, a student from Magic City University. That Songqinghua is absolutely delightful. Wow, I didn't expect Yuan to move this quickly. An exclusive artist, incredibly discerning. His level surpasses countless mainstream artists." As discussions among netizens flourished, the popularity of Qinghua skyrocketed, swiftly claiming the top spot on the charts, and in turn, elevating the previously underperforming Yuan platform. Unsurprisingly, Chen's song became a sensation. In a music industry dominated by trends, such a resonant masterpiece was akin to a refreshing oasis in a parched desert. Quietly, this news reached Magic City University. By the riverbank, beneath the willows, the trio of Wang Zilin, Zhao Qian, and Liang were basking in the sun when Zhao Qian's phone buzzed with a notification. Zhao Qian glanced at it casually, but upon noticing it pertained to their leader, he became intrigued and clicked on it. What the? After reading the message, Zhao Qian jumped to his feet, his face a mixture of shock and excitement. Wow, this is huge. Seeing Zhao Qian's reaction, Wang Zilin and Liang exchanged glances. Are you alright, third bro? Cough, cough. You guys need to see this. Zhao Qian coughed lightly and took a deep breath, handing his phone to the two. Our leader has signed as an exclusive artist with Yuan platform? The moment those words left his lips, both were momentarily stunned. That platform was currently quite popular, although it seemed to be facing competition from others. When did this happen? Our leader's song has gone viral. As they beheld the staggering numbers that placed their leader at the top, surpassing competitors by an overwhelming margin, the three of them erupted into exhilaration. Coincidentally, similar scenes unfolded throughout the Magic City University campus. Meanwhile, in the president's office of the Yuan platform, the head of the data department entered. President Shi, he began. Taking a deep breath, good news. Chen's Songqinghua has gone viral, boosting our platform's traffic by 10%. Not bad, Shi Qinyu replied, nodding as she absorbed the report. But this is merely the beginning. The real show is yet to come. Hearing this, the data department head expressed concern. President Shi, what if other music platforms attempt to poach Chen with high offers? No need to worry. Shi Qinyu waved her hand dismissively. Chen is bound by a lifetime contract with my studio. They cannot lure him away. Relieved, the data department head exhaled. That's good to hear. This Chen could very well be the key to our breakthrough against other platforms. Indeed, Shi Qinyu affirmed with a slight nod, adding, furthermore, we will officially announce that Chen will also participate in tomorrow's K-Song showcase. Understood, President. The data department head's eyes gleamed with anticipation. President Shi was clearly taking the initiative, and he looked forward to seeing how this dark horse would perform, hoping it wouldn't disappoint. After the data department head departed, Shi Qinyu contemplated for a moment. Hello, Chen. Pausing slightly, she continued. Do you have time tomorrow to participate in a program? Sure. Came the response from the other end, which reassured Shi Qinyu, who murmured to herself, my best friend's man is truly formidable. The K-Song showcase will reveal his prowess. If Lu Mingli were to discover her best friend's maneuvering, one could only imagine how she would react. Chapter 13. Mingli, your man hidden for 4 years is quite impressive. Dingling. After completing her tasks, Shi Qinyu received a call from her best friend, Lu Mingli. Finally, she calls, she thought. Upon answering, Lu Mingli's voice came through. Qinyu, do you see the mischief you've caused? What? Shi Qinyu was already prepared with her retort. Mingli, your man, hidden for 4 years, is quite impressive. You. Lu Mingli blushed at her best friend's bold words. What do you mean by hidden? That's quite a harsh way to put it. I simply haven't revealed who he is. You actually signed him as an exclusive artist with Yuan. Have you lost your mind? For reasons unknown, Lu Mingli felt a flutter of anxiety, sensing the situation growing increasingly uncontrollable. If she were to learn that her best friend had also signed Chen under her studio, one could only imagine her feelings. After hanging up, Lu Mingli felt genuinely flustered. Isn't it just singing a song? What is the big deal? Once she regained her composure, Lu Mingli stood up and gazed into the distance, letting out a sigh. I wonder if introducing those two little rascals to him would be a blessing or a curse. The next day, in the backstage lounge of the K-Song showcase, Aunt Qinyu, the two little ones exclaimed excitedly. Shi Qinyu smiled gently. You're here. Thank you, Chen. Shi Qinyu turned her gaze to Chen. His presence was crucial for Yuan, and she was pleased he could assist. After today, I'll handle things with Mengli. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Shi Qianyu led the two little ones toward the stage, as she was one of the 4 special judges invited. Go, Daddy! The little ones cheered for their father, filled with confidence. Although they were unaware of what he would sing next, they were certain he would shine brightly. Upon arriving at the VIP section, the two little ones found themselves beside the charming assistant Wen of Shi Qianyu, and shortly thereafter, the intelligent wristbands activated the live streaming system. Oh, where's this adorable little loli? At the K-singing show venue. Goodness, look at Goddess Qianyu. Oh my, Goddess Qianyu is so beautiful. I love you. What is this little loli doing here? Could it be that the male god is also present? In an instant, fans in the live stream began searching for Yi Chen, yet his figure remained elusive. Meanwhile, the audience on site was filled with anticipation, as countless gazes fell upon the enchanting goddess of the music scene, Qianyu. As time passed, the K-singing show began quietly. All right, next up, as the atmosphere reached a crescendo, the host stepped onto the stage with a slight smile. Please welcome the rising star of the music industry, Yi Chen, to perform Qing Fei De Yi. Let's give him a warm welcome. At this announcement, the audience was momentarily stunned before erupting in excitement. Could it be the Yi Chen who dominates the Yuan platform? The K-singing show moves quickly to ride the wave of popularity. That San Qinghua is absolutely delightful. Oh, I adore it. How wonderful it would be if Yi Chen were my boyfriend. The audience buzzed with chatter, while the two little ones' eyes sparkled with excitement. Yay, Daddy is about to start. Wen, the assistant, perked up as well, for she too adored Qinghua, felt its deep resonance, never anticipating that its creator would be the father of Xin and Nua. The once quiet live stream room suddenly came to life, with fan numbers soaring. And then, Yi Chen appeared on stage. Go, Daddy! Cheered the two little ones, while Shi Qianyu, hearing the voice up close, smiled, curious about the surprises her friend's man would bring forth. A song Qing Fei De Yi, dedicated to everyone. Yi Chen smiled slightly, his striking looks instantly capturing the attention of many girls in the audience, who began to express their admiration, mistaking it for a fan meeting. I can hardly forget the first time I met you. Your enchanting eyes linger in my mind. Your image refuses to fade away. Holding your hands, feeling your tenderness. It's a bit suffocating. The melodious voice filled the air, and Yi Chen's mind wandered back to their first encounter years ago, where a girl's visage, none other than Lu Mengli, flickered in his memory. The cheerful melodies transformed each note into a sprite dancing within the hearts of the audience, stirring their emotions and evoking memories of long-buried, innocent first loves, and the girl who haunted their dreams, along with their own heartaches. The esteemed agent Jiang Zhou at the judges' table was visibly impressed. This song is quite remarkable. Could it be another of his original creations? Qianyu, you've struck gold. The surrounding judges chimed in, well aware that Yi Chen had been signed as an exclusive artist by Shi Qianyu. Listening to the song, Shi Qianyu found herself envisioning her friend's figure. Goodness, is her man confessing to her? Nonetheless, she thought the song was splendid. Daddy is amazing. Xin and Nua listened to their father sing, feeling a sweetness they couldn't quite comprehend, wishing their mother were there. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city at Magic City University, Su Xiaomin stood transfixed, staring at the screen in disbelief. He actually went to the K-singing show? How can he sing so beautifully yet treat me this way? Reflecting on her recent experiences, with Chen Xiao having abandoned her, she felt stripped of any pride, overwhelmed with regret. Moreover, the man she had dismissed was now the new owner of Qianlong Group. Su Xiaoman, you've missed the chance to soar and marry into a wealthy family. Tears welled up, yet she could not cry, as withholding tears had become her last vestige of dignity. Amidst this turmoil, Yi Chen continued singing. I fear I might fall in love with you. I dare not let myself get too close, afraid that I have nothing to offer you. Loving you requires immense courage. As the song resonated through the live stream, the number of fans surged exponentially, leaving Shi Qianyu at the judges' table momentarily speechless. What kind of treasure did her friend marry? She couldn't help but feel envious. Yet her heart swelled with joy, knowing that the more impressive her friend's man was, the more advantageous it would be for her. On the other hand, Lu Mengli listened to the voice of the man she knew, feeling an inexplicable sense of breathlessness, her eyes wide with shock. Has he lost his mind? Her cheeks flushed crimson, not entirely surprising given their relationship. How infuriating. She shot a glare at him, her eyes flickering with determination. Don't think that this will absolve you of your transgressions. Chapter 14. Mama, can we go back to Daddy's house? Daddy is so amazing. Upon Yi Chen's arrival at the VIP section, the two little ones beamed with joy, knowing their father was the best. Meanwhile, the fans in the live stream envied the two little ones immensely. Wow, the male god is too handsome. I envy the adorable little loli. How wonderful it would be if he were my boyfriend, sob sob sob. Male god, stop singing and come home with me. No way, the male god is mine. In an instant, the comments flooded in like mushrooms after the rain. Who could resist a man so charming, talented, and wealthy? Suddenly, many began to envy the mother of the adorable little lowly, becoming the stepmother of these two little ones. Wouldn't be too bad. Very nice. After the program concluded, Shi Qianyu approached once more to express her gratitude. The program's success far exceeded her expectations. It could be said that Yi Chan's actions had greatly alleviated her burdensome problem, now resolved with ease. Ding ding ding. Just then, a phone rang. Hello, Mr. Yi. Upon connecting, a familiar soothing voice came through. This is Xiao Qian, secretary to President Liu. President Liu has encountered some trouble. Could you come to the Jiusha building now? Hearing Secretary Xiao Qian's words, Yi Chun furrowed his brows, clearly sensing that if it were a trivial matter, she wouldn't have called. All right. He said nothing further, nodding in response. What happened? Noticing Yi Chen's grim expression, Shi Qianyu inquired with concern. It's nothing. Yi Chun waved his hand casually. Xiao Qian called to say that Lu cough. Mingyan seems to be in trouble? Oh. Shi Qianyu frowned slightly. Yi Chun. It seems that Zhou Zitao has been pursuing Mengli lately. His father is the owner of a building materials company. This could be related. After a brief pause, she added, why don't I accompany you? No need. Yi Chun gently waved his hand. Just a second-generation heir. I could easily deal with him. Goodbye, Aunt Qianyu. Outside the venue, Xin and Nua waved their farewells as the elongated supercar sped away, disappearing from sight. Oh, it wasn't until the supercar vanished that Shi Qianyu sighed. I hope nothing serious happens. At the top office of the Jiusha building, Mengli, how are you considering this? A dandy youth, with fervent eyes, surveyed the exquisite girl seated across from him, particularly captivated by her stunning visage and alluring figure that ignited his imagination. Do you not comprehend my affections? Zhou Zitao declared, a confident smirk gracing his lips. By following me, the future of the Mo City wine house shall undoubtedly be yours. Zhou, please conduct yourself with decorum. Lu Mengli interjected. Her brow furrowed and her voice icy. We are not so intimately acquainted. The prospects of the Mo City wine house demand your undivided attention. Her demeanor was as unyielding as an iceberg, causing Zhou Zitao's smile to falter, his expression turning frigid. Lu Mengli, do not provoke me, Zhou Zitao retorted, his patience waning as he coldly laughed. It is a privilege for you that I have taken notice of you. Should you dare to insult my dignity, I shall ensure the Mo City wine house finds itself in dire straits. Is that so? Lu Mengli, as the esteemed heiress of the Lu family from the imperial capital, had seen her fair share of scenes and was not easily intimidated by the dandy before her. I shall await your attempts. With a resounding clap, Zhou Zitao slammed his palm onto the table, his face contorted with rage. You are testing my patience. Today, I shall deal with you right here. As he spoke, he prepared to resort to violence. Just then, the door burst open, and a group of individuals entered, led by Yi Chun. Mom, the two little ones, Xin and Nua, rushed towards Lu Mengli upon spotting her. What brings you here? Lu Mengli's expression shifted upon seeing the two children, her sharp gaze landing on Xiao Qian. I'm sorry, Lu Zhong. However, before she could finish, Zhou Zitao's countenance changed dramatically. What? Lu Mengli, you wretched woman, you have two children? Ha ha ha, splendid. Zhou Zitao laughed boisterously. Surrender to me immediately, or I shall ruin your reputation. Is that so? Yi Chen interjected, casting a sidelong glance at Zhou Zitao. A second-generation heir with an audacious mouth, indeed. Brat, you dare smack. Before Zhou Zitao could finish his threat, Yi Chen struck him down to the ground, causing him to spit blood, several ribs broken from the impact. Scoundrel, what are you dawdling for? Subdue him. Zhou Zitao's features twisted in fury. He had never been treated in such a manner. Brat, you seek death. The two bodyguards, terrified at the sight of their master being assaulted, charged at Yi Chun with fierce intent. Yet, with a swift motion, they were sent flying before they could even comprehend the situation. Left in a daze as they stared at Yi Chun, bewildered by his immense strength. Brat, just you wait. Zhou Zitao, swallowing hard at the display of Yi Chen's prowess, spat out a final threat before retreating in humiliation, accompanied by his two lackeys. Is Mr. Yi truly that formidable? Xiao Qian's eyes sparkled with newfound admiration for Yi Chun, realizing he was not as simple as he appeared. Oh yay, Daddy is so cool, he scared the bad guys away. The two children beamed with joy, their eyes filled with adoration for their father, who had just protected their mother. Thank you, Lu Mengli expressed, her gaze complex as she regarded the man before her, genuinely surprised by his capabilities. Although, she knew that even without his intervention, those who secretly protected her would ensure her safety. Mommy, can we go back to Daddy's house? Xin and Nua chimed sweetly. Yes, Daddy's cooking is delicious. They whimsically tugged at Lu Mengli's delicate hand, causing her to glance at Yi Chun. her cheeks flushing momentarily before she regained her composed demeanor. Ahem, you too. Lu Mengli sighed, lost in thought. I suppose I shall go. Really? Upon hearing their mother's agreement, the children erupted in delight. Long live mommy. Moi? They planted kisses on Lu Mengli's beautiful face. A scene that would leave many envious if witnessed. Release the goddess Mengli, allow me. Zhou Zitao's voice interrupted. His expression intricate as Lu Mengli cast a glance at Yi Chen, contemplating their visit to his residence. Of course, no objections here, Yi Chen replied, observing the unparalleled beauty of the girl nearby. Unbeknownst to Lu Mengli, their visit to the Junlin Tianxiao villa would subtly alter their relationship, a development yet to unfold. Chapter 15. Qinyu, what brings you here? Lu Zong, take care. Xiao Qian, the secretary outside the wine house, exhaled deeply as she saw her boss depart. Only relaxing once the car disappeared from view. It felt like a dream just now, she murmured, glancing into the distance. But Mr. Yi is quite the enigma. Reflecting on the events that had transpired, she realized that had anything happened to Lu Zong, her job would have been in jeopardy. Do not misunderstand. Lu Mengli looked at Yi Chen, clarifying, I was merely concerned for Xin and Nua. Indeed, Yi Chen nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate, though he couldn't help but notice that she was even more stunning than her photos suggested. How have you been all these years? Lu Mengli unexpectedly asked, recalling the song he had sung earlier. The moment the words left her lips, she regretted them. Fairly well, Yi Chen replied, nodding again. Then glanced in the rearview mirror at the two playing children. And you? It seems you've endured quite a bit over the years. I apologize for not being able to accompany you. His sudden words stirred something within Lu Mengli, recalling her own hardships and grievances, which had gone unspoken for too long. These are my choices, she stated resolutely. I do not regret them, nor should you feel guilty for my decisions regarding them. Yi Chen paused, taken aback. It appeared she still wished to maintain some distance. Ding. Host detected as Lu Mengli, granting maximum attractiveness. Note, with this enhancement, the host's beauty will surpass all, and her figure will achieve perfection. Wow. Yi Chen smiled at the unexpected system notification, pleased with its discerning nature. He then glanced at his attribute panel. Name, Yi Chen. Age, 21. Attractiveness, max, surpassing all existence. Abilities, masterful driving skills, musical genius, exceptional culinary skills, martial arts expert. Items, Junlin Tianxiao Villa No. 1x1. Lamborghini Demon Child Extended Edition X1. 100 shares of Qianlong Group. 10-fold consumption rebate. Wealth, 45 million renminbi. Hey, the two little girls, intrigued, turned their curious eyes towards their father. Daddy, you seem different than before. Is that so? Yi Chen chuckled lightly, noting their observations. Lu Mengli, too, glanced over. Acknowledging that from her perspective, he appeared exceptionally handsome, perhaps the most striking man she had ever encountered. Unknowingly, this perception began to shift her feelings towards him. What? Observing Lu Mengli's gaze upon him, Yi Chen teased with a smile. Are you captivated by your man's good looks? Humph. Caught off guard. Lu Mengli's cheeks flushed slightly before she regained her icy demeanor. Do not speak nonsense. Hee, Daddy and Mommy are being cute. The two little ones chimed in, playfully supporting their wish for their parents to be together. You too. Lu Mengli listened to the words of the two little ones, her heart instantly racing. She shot a glare at a certain someone, clearly thinking he had corrupted them. Little did she know that these words were all taught by her dear friend, Shi Qinyu. After all, the sooner Yi Chen managed to win over her friend, the better she could secure him for herself. If Lu Mengli were to discover her friend's intentions, who knows how many rounds they would fight over it. I consider you a best friend, and yet you dare to use me. As she pondered this, the imposing mansion of Junlin Tiantang loomed ahead. This fellow certainly knew how to enjoy life. Upon entering the villa, she admired the exquisite and thoughtful design. It was indeed the most luxurious building of Junlin Tiantang, clearly constructed with great care. I'm going to take a shower first. Casting a glance at Yi Chen, Lu Mengli headed toward the washroom, feeling particularly uncomfortable after a long day. Once their mother left, the two little ones giggled. Daddy, make sure dinner is delicious. These two mischievous little ones had certainly learned a lot from Aunt Qinyu. Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell rang, and Yi Chen frowned slightly. Who could it be at this hour? Curiosity piqued. He opened the door to reveal none other than Shi Qinyu. With the promotion of 2 songs, the traffic on the Yuan platform had significantly increased, which made her even more grateful to Yi Chen. What brings you here? Yi Chen asked, somewhat surprised to see Shi Qinyu. I'm here to fulfill my promise, Shi Qinyu said meaningfully. I heard from Xiao Qian that Mengli is at your villa, so I came to assist you in winning over the ice goddess. Cough, are you sure? Yi Chen coughed lightly, observing that Shi Qinyu was somewhat different from the pop diva he had imagined. Aunt Qinyu. In the living room, the two little ones excitedly rushed to hug Shi Qinyu. You two play here, I'll go prepare dinner. With that, Yi Chen headed into the kitchen, leaving Shi Qinyu momentarily stunned. Xin, no Onyuo, your daddy can cook? Of course. The two little ones proudly raised their heads. Daddy's cooking is super delicious. That is wonderful. Hearing this, Shi Qinyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This would undoubtedly make it easier to help him win over her friend. Before long, Lu Mengli emerged from the washroom. Her face flushed as she descended the stairs. In her haste, she had donned one of Yi Chun's oversized shirts, which made her appear exceptionally charming under the lighting. Wow, Mommy, you look beautiful. Originally intending to keep a low profile, Lu Mengli was caught off guard by the sudden exclamations of the two little ones in the living room. Shi Qinyu turned to look, her eyes widening at the sight of her friend in Yi Chun's shirt, wondering if her assistance was still necessary. Perhaps her presence at the villa was somewhat redundant. Not to mention the boys, even she felt a tinge of envy, realizing she had underestimated Lu Mengli. Upon seeing Shi Qinyu, Lu Mengli's face turned crimson. At that moment, she wished she could find a hole to hide in. Qinyu, what are you doing here? She was acutely aware of how inappropriate her attire was and didn't want others to know she was at his house, which is why she had reluctantly borrowed his shirt. However, she never expected to run into her friend like this. What if she misunderstood? Chapter 16. Shi Qinyu's support and the opportunity for a shared bed. Cough, cough. Shi Qinyu cleared her throat, staring at her friend in disbelief. Mengli, you two aren't. Shut up. Lu Mengli glared at her friend. It's not what you think. I came in a hurry. After some explanations, Shi Qinyu reluctantly accepted the situation. With the misunderstanding cleared, Lu Mengli let out a sigh of relief. Mengli, you're quite bold. Shi Qinyu appraised her friend from head to toe, then glanced toward the kitchen. You really believe Yi Chen won't develop feelings? Lu Mengli hesitated, looking at her friend. Qinyu, why don't you help me buy some clothes? I'm not going. Shi Qinyu rejected immediately, joking that she was already racking her brain on how to help Yi Chen win over her friend. How could she possibly let such a golden opportunity slip away? It was already nighttime, and even during the day, there was no chance. For the sake of her grand plan, Mengli would simply have to endure. Before long, the enticing aroma of dishes wafted from the kitchen, causing Lu Mengli's stomach to grumble in protest. My goodness, even Shi Qinyu, who had been prepared, was taken aback. This cooking is exceptional. Wow, it smells delicious. Xin and Nuonyuo paused their play to gaze toward the dining table, where a feast had been prepared. All right, let us eat while it's hot. Yi Chen intended to call everyone for dinner, but was momentarily entranced by Lu Mengli, who stood in the shirt, her freshly dried hair emanating a delightful fragrance. So beautiful. Yi Chen was momentarily frozen in place, causing Lu Mengli to blush once more. However, she quickly composed herself. After all, she had seen many grand occasions. Yi Chen, you're in for a treat today, Shi Qinyu remarked at the perfect moment, initiating her support for him to win over her friend. Qinyu. Lu Mengli shot a glare at her friend. Had she gone mad? What was with her today? Eagerly anticipating her embarrassment. Little did she know that, including her friend, all three of the most important people around her had been swayed by Yi Chen. Under such circumstances, if Yi Chen still couldn't win Lu Mengli over, he might as well throw himself against a wall. The dishes were crisp and refreshing. After tasting the food, Shi Qinyu's eyes widened. This culinary skill is impressive. So delicious. As for the two little ones, they had entered a frenzy, their eyes brimming with delight. This guy. Lu Mengli took a bite, utterly astonished. She hadn't expected his cooking to be this good. Hee, Daddy's cooking is delicious, right? The two little ones grinned at their mother, realizing that Daddy's culinary skills exceeded their expectations. Not bad. Lu Mengli cleared her throat, although she was quite surprised by his cooking. If outsiders saw this scene, they would surely be envious. After dinner, Shi Qinyu noted the time. Xin, Nuonyuo, how about sleeping with Aunt Qinyu tonight? The two little ones obediently agreed, leaving space for Daddy and Mommy. Qinyu, you. Lu Mengli's words were cut short as Shi Qinyu led the two little ones into the room, clearly delivering a powerful assist. I warn you, she said, just because we're in the same room doesn't mean you can do anything. In the bedroom, her face flushed, Lu Mengli, usually the aloof goddess, found herself in an unprecedented situation, alone with Yi Chen. If it weren't for the fact that the two little ones would see them sleeping separately, she would never have agreed to share a room with him. After a long while, Yi Chen gazed at the sleeping Lu Mengli beside him, particularly enchanting under the soft light. At that moment, driven by an inexplicable force, Yi Chen found himself kissing the exquisite lips of a stunning beauty, the encounter brief, yet electrifying. Coughing lightly, he murmured, You cannot fault me for this. After all, who could resist such beauty? Hello, Yi Xiao. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chen dialed Shen Wanghua's number. Yes? Yi Chen nodded slightly. Reflecting on the events of the day, Shen Wanghua, are you acquainted with Zhou Zitao? Zhou Zitao? Upon hearing the name, Shen Wanghua frowned slightly. He is the son of Zhou Songhai from Zhou's building materials. Why do you suddenly bring him up? It's nothing serious. Just a conflict that occurred at the Magic City wine house. What? Shen Wang's expression changed dramatically. All right, Yi Xiao, I'll handle this matter. Yes. With a slight nod, Yi Chen ended the call, no longer concerned with what would transpire next. Such a beauty. Surely it was not unreasonable to embrace her while sleeping. Bathed in the warm light, Yi Chen enveloped Lu Mengli and drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, in the office of the president of the Qianlong Group, Chen Sihai arrived after receiving a call. Old Shen, you called for me. Indeed, Shen Wangwu replied, observing the arriving Chen Sihai. Do not think I have not considered you. There is now an opportunity for you to redeem yourself. Oh, Chen Sihai paused, realizing the implication. You mean this is related to Yi Xiao? Precisely. Shen Wangwu nodded. Zhou's building materials has been eager to collaborate with the Qianlong Group, but today Zhou Zitao offended Yi Xiao's woman. What? That happened? Chen Sihai exclaimed, thumping his chest in assurance. Rest assured, old Shun, I will take care of this. The son of a mere construction magnate dares to offend Yi Xiao. I will remember this favor. After a brief exchange, Chen Sihai hurriedly departed, knowing that this matter concerned Yi Xiao, and he could not afford to be negligent. If he performed well, perhaps he could leave a good impression on Yi Xiao. As night fell, at the Tianzi Hotel, in the Tianzi private room, Zhou Songhai, the owner of Zhou's building materials, entered respectfully, not daring to be dismissive. After all, Chen Sihai's status was far beyond his own. Zhou Songhai, Chen Sihai said, casting a cold smile at the man before him. You certainly raised a commendable son. Do you realize the magnitude of trouble he has caused? Zhou Songhai shivered at the words, fearing the worst. I heard from Zitao that he was pursuing the owner of the Magic City wine house and was attacked. Could it be related to this? Humph. Chen Sihai scoffed, savoring his red wine. The owner of the Magic City wine house is Yi Xiao's woman. And I trust you have heard about the acquisition of the Qianlong Group. The one who acquired it is none other than Yi Xiao. Chapter 17, Mengli. Your man is too indulgent. What? Zhou Songhai stood up in disbelief, the information hitting him like a thunderbolt. Gasping, he felt a chill run down his spine. That rascal. With a resounding slap, Zhou Songhai struck the table, realizing the implications of his son's actions. He had long desired a partnership between his building materials company and the Qianlong Group, yet that fool had directly offended the new owner. How could he not be infuriated? Moreover, the power to acquire the Qianlong Group indicated a formidable force, one that Zhou's building materials could not afford to antagonize. Had he known this, he would have thrown his son against the wall long ago. Chairman Chen, what should I do? Regaining his composure, Zhou Songhai clutched at the lifeline, looking desperately at Chen Sihai. You must save me. The following morning, the golden sun pierced through the clouds, illuminating the room and dispelling the last remnants of darkness, eventually falling upon a stunning face. Struggling to open her eyes, Lu Mengli awoke to the sight of a handsome profile bathed in golden sunlight. From this angle, he appeared remarkably attractive. This guy, when quiet, wasn't as intolerable. Perhaps he was the most handsome boy she had ever encountered. Her gaze then shifted downward, and she realized she had been sleeping in his embrace, pressed closely against him. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Lu Mengli, have you lost your mind? Seeing herself nestled in his arms was unbelievable. It shouldn't be the case. Surely she hadn't slept with him all night. This was troublesome. Lu Mengli, you are far too bold. Letting out a deep breath, she carefully extricated herself, just as Yi Chun began to stir awake. You're awake? Spotting him roused from slumber, Lu Mengli felt a pang of guilt, not daring to let him know the truth. She couldn't bear to imagine that scene. Yet, how strange. Why did she feel no aversion? Yi Chun, stretching, glanced at his arm, feeling a slight ache. That arm. Lu Mengli's eyes darted away, realizing she had indeed rested her head on it all night. She hadn't noticed a thing. Yi Chun, oblivious, checked the time. It's still early. You should sleep a bit longer. I'll prepare breakfast for Xin and the others. Rubbing his shoulders, Yi Chun headed to the bathroom, leaving Lu Mengli blushing beneath the covers, wishing she could disappear into a crevice. At least you have some conscience. It's not in vain that I let you take advantage of me for a night. Lu Mengli huffed, then murmured to herself, but I've never slept so soundly in years. Could it be because that guy held her? At that moment, a realization struck Lu Mengli, and her eyes widened. Lu Mengli, what are you thinking? It can't possibly be because of him. Immediately, she quashed that possibility, convincing herself, I must have just been too tired yesterday. Yes, that must be it. However, as Lu Mengli lost herself in thought, she vaguely recalled having a dream in which that guy stole a kiss from her. To her surprise, she had found it quite pleasant. As she reflected, her cheeks flushed even more. Unbeknownst to her, that was not a dream. It had indeed occurred. Though her memories of it were hazy, time passed, and Lu Mengli was pulled from her reverie by the tantalizing aroma of soup noodles wafting through the air. Gurgle. Before she could savor the moment, Her flat stomach protested with hunger, prompting her to swallow hard. What a delightful scent. Instantly, Lu Mengli recognized it as breakfast prepared by that guy. Unable to resist her hunger, she hastily washed up and left the bedroom, clad only in a shirt. Even she found it hard to believe that cohabitating with him felt so natural. As she entered the living room, she found Shi Qinyu and the two little ones already awake, their eyes glued to the kitchen, unable to look away. Clearly, they were eager for a bowl of soup noodles. Mengli, you're awake? Hearing the noise, Shi Qinyu turned her gaze and was struck by the sight of her friend bathed in golden sunlight, wearing a shirt. The visual impact was nothing short of breathtaking. So beautiful. Shi Qinyu was filled with emotion, and then she noticed her best friend's rosy cheeks, implying, you look radiant. It seems Yi-Chen played a significant role last night. Qinyu. Upon hearing her friend's suggestive words, Lu Mengli immediately exploded. What are you saying? It's not what you think. Nothing happened between us. At this point, Lu Mengli herself felt a pang of guilt. After all, she had spent the night snuggled up to that guy, even if he remained oblivious to it. However, she couldn't deceive herself. TCH, listening to her friend's unconvincing protest, Shi Qinyu naturally did not believe her. Mengli, you are not adept at lying. Do you even believe what you just said? Lu Mengli found herself momentarily at a loss for words. After all, her friend knew her too well. However, she thought, has Qinyu gone mad? Knowing is one thing, but saying it out loud? What should I do? I feel like strangling her. Noticing her friend's silence, Shi Qinyu's lips curled into a mischievous smile, as she was genuinely trying to help Yi-Chen win over Lu Mengli. You may eat now. Just then, Yi-Chen's voice rang out from the side, effectively putting an end to the debate between Lu Mengli and Shi Qinyu, which left Lu Mengli feeling as if she had been pardoned. We'll go eat first, the somewhat flustered Lu Mengli said, and then took a seat at the dining table, while the two little ones had already begun slurping down their noodle soup. Wow, Daddy, this noodle soup is delicious. Xin and Nua exclaimed, their eyes sparkling with joy, as this was the best noodle soup they had ever tasted. Hee, isn't it? Their father affectionately ruffled the heads of the two little ones and added, take your time, no one is competing with you. Mengli, your man is too indulgent. Lu Mengli, who was engrossed in her noodle soup, was suddenly caught off guard by her friend's remark, causing her to momentarily want to retort. But the temptation of the delicious soup made her swallow her words. After all, enjoying the present moment was more appealing than arguing. Little did Lu Mengli know, in the quiet moments, she was already embarking on a path of infatuation. Chapter 18. Yi-Chen makes an appearance at the concert, shaking the spirits of the young girls. Impressive. While enjoying the noodle soup, Shi Qinyu gave a thumbs up, saying, such culinary skills. I envy Mengli for being able to savor this for a lifetime. Qinyu. Lu Mengli, having taken a sip of the broth, couldn't take it anymore. Her friend was relentless. What's wrong? Faced with her friend's piercing gaze, Shi Qinyu naturally was unfazed and chuckled. I didn't say anything wrong. The two little ones, seemingly half understanding, nodded in agreement, almost causing Lu Mengli to choke on her soup. How infuriating. What has gotten into these three? Did that guy feed them some kind of magic soup? It's just good cooking. What's the big deal? Daddy, where are we going? Xin and Nua curiously asked their father as they looked at the departing villa. Aren't you going to the concert? He affectionately ruffled their hair and then drove towards the venue of the concert. In Magic City, at the charity concert. Wow. Upon arriving at the scene, Xin and Nua gasped in surprise. Daddy, there are so many people. It's Yi-Chen. Soon, Yi-Chen was recognized by the crowd. Oh my, so handsome. Yi-Chen, I love you. Come to me. A sea of young girls clad in black tank tops, short shorts, and ultra-short skirts waved their glow sticks. Especially notable were their vibrant hair dyed in a rainbow of colors, clearly indicating that Yi-Chen's Songqing Feida had garnered a significant following among the young girls. Many boys were eyeing the young girls, their eyes sparkling with admiration, a testament to their youthful exuberance. These spirited girls radiated enthusiasm, their skin as fair as snow, each one remarkably charming. Yi-Chen, sing us a song. The young girls excitedly shouted, their voices rising above the crowd, capturing the attention of numerous boys, who looked at Yi-Chen with envy. Wow, who wouldn't like such spirited girls? Especially in those ultra-short skirts, you can even see their underwear. What a sight. Moments later, the lively atmosphere created by the young girls captivated the host, who watched in astonishment, pondering what to say next. Indeed, before the charity concert had even begun, Yi-Chen's mere presence had ignited the excitement of the young girls. All right. The host cleared his throat, adjusting the microphone while donning a deep V gown. Welcome Yi-Chen to our charity concert. Now let us have Yi-Chen sing us a song, shall we? Yes. With that, the crowd erupted into cheers. The spirited girls swaying their colorful hair. Having idolized Yi-Chen, they felt a rare connection to someone they admired. Meanwhile, In the live streaming room of a cute little lowly, many boys were mesmerized by the spirited girls. Whoa, look at those fair legs, the ultra-short skirts, and fishnet stockings. This is paradise for men who appreciate beauty. Unsurprisingly, the number of fans in the live stream room surged dramatically. Chen, without a doubt. The voices of the spirited girls echoed throughout the venue, making many young boys green with envy. Seeing himself suddenly become the center of attention, Chen was momentarily taken aback. When did his influence grow so vast? Chen, why don't you sing a song? Yeah, Daddy, there are so many fans. Lu Mingli was momentarily stunned, realizing that this guy had stolen the spotlight from her best friend. All right then. Feeling the fervor of the spirited girls, Chen felt a pang of reluctance. Looking at the young girls in their shorts and ultra-short skirts, he sighed, realizing that youth was indeed a wonderful time. However, at that moment, in a corner of the concert, Kai Kunken's expression turned icy as he inexplicably developed a hatred for Chen. For everything that was happening should have been his. It was this kid's appearance that snatched away what was rightfully his. To disrupt someone's future is akin to killing their parents. Such a grievous vendetta could not be settled without bloodshed. Ascending the stage, Chen gazed at the youthful spirits below, and a charming smile graced his lips, capturing the hearts of countless girls. Here is a song called Little Dimples. I hope everyone enjoys it. As he took the microphone, Chen's handsome visage captivated many girls, all of whom gazed at him, particularly the spirited girls who stood out prominently. Clapping erupted as the young girls eagerly awaited the song to begin. I am still searching for a support and a warm embrace. Who prays for me? Who worries for me? Who gets angry for me? Who causes a stir for me? Happiness is beginning to show signs. Mengli, this song. Qianyu, listening to the lyrics, suddenly exclaimed, could it be that your man wrote this for you? Hearing her friend's words, Lu Mingli's face flushed crimson, and upon realizing that no one around was paying attention, she let out a sigh of relief. Qianyu, have you lost your mind? Oh. The spirited girls in the crowd, entranced by the catchy song, clasped their hands together, gazing dreamily at their idol. Oh my, Chen is so handsome. I want to inherit his genes. What should I do? The idol was incomparable to those old men. They felt that even the older generation was no longer appealing. Meanwhile, on the playground of Magic City University, ding dong, a notification sound echoed, and Zhao Qian extracted his phone, casting a glance that left him momentarily bewildered. Oh. After a brief stupor, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, his spirit jolting. Look, my niece is live streaming. What? Upon hearing Zhao Qian's words, Wang Zilin and Li Ong exchanged glances before turning their attention to the screen. Ah, this. However, when they beheld the pop diva Qianyu and the enchanting Lu Mingli on the screen, their minds were instantly captivated. Goodness gracious. The sister-in-law is actually present. No wonder she is the boss. Indeed, they were taken aback by the scene before them, marveling at how swiftly their boss had secured the attention of his sister-in-law. Moreover, the most significant aspect was the multitude of spirited young women in ultra-short skirts flaunting their fair thighs. Such serendipitous delights were simply irresistible. Chapter 19. Did you not see how your man captivates those spirited young women? Spirited young women. Those fair, long legs. My word, how exhilarating. Wang Zilin and his companions stared wide-eyed at the screen, utterly transfixed, their desire to leap into the screen palpable. Goodness. The boss has amassed such a following among these spirited young women. Zhao Qian smacked his lips, nearly drooling. With such a plethora of spirited young women, how could one ever lament the absence of a girlfriend? They are so youthful, gazing at the fair thighs of the spirited young women. Wang Zilin and his friends were utterly entranced, and not just they. The audience in the live stream was equally taken aback. Chen's melodious songs, paired with the sight of spirited young women in hot pants and black stockings, especially the moments when their lingerie nearly flew off in excitement, truly stirred the heart's depths. Gulp. The sound of swallowed saliva resonated in the venue, as the number of fans in the live stream surged exponentially, all thanks to the spirited young women. Under the collective gaze of the audience, the song continued. Dimples, long lashes, are your most beautiful marks. I lie awake each night, yearning for your smile. You have no idea how important you are to me. With you, my life is perfectly complete. Dimples, long lashes, irresistibly charming. I slow my pace, feeling as though I am intoxicated. Hiss. Upon hearing these lyrics, Qianyu couldn't help but gasp. Wow, Mengli. I never imagined your man could sing such sweet love songs so brilliantly. We're doomed. Honestly, if he weren't your man, I might just have to compete for him. Qianyu's words were laced with sincerity. Sighing deeply, she regarded the stage with a complex expression. I am confident that in no more than 3 years, I could transform your man into a legend of the music industry. Who knows? He might even become a music king. You? Though her friend's evaluation was exceedingly high, Lu Mingli found herself at a loss for any rebuttal. because she realized that in comparison, his singing prowess was scarcely inferior to that of her own friend. Handsome, wealthy, doting, and undeniably a warm-hearted man. Smacking her lips, Chen remarked, honestly, Mengli, you ought to be more vigilant. Your man will soon attract many girls eager to pledge their devotion to him. What? Lu Mengli bristled at her friend's words, questioning what she meant by being vigilant. Who were those girls to compete with her? After all, she was the foremost beauty of Magic City and a daughter of the Lu family from the imperial capital. Who could rival her? Yet, Chen cast a sidelong glance at the spirited young women clad in black crop tops and ultra-short skirts. Did you not see how your man mesmerizes those spirited young women? Hearing her friend's words, Lu Mengli gazed at the exuberant spirited young women and had to admit they truly were youthful. Kai Kunken was utterly dumbfounded. He could scarcely believe that someone could compose such high-quality songs. He recognized that in terms of both vocal ability and technique, this individual completely overshadowed him. Even more infuriating was that those spirited young women were supposed to be his fans. Damn it, I will not allow anyone to surpass me, absolutely not. Clenching his fists, Kai Kunken felt an unprecedented sense of threat. Everything that was once destined to be his was now slipping away. Why should that brat take away what belongs to him? The spirited young women blushed, their Hello Kitty motifs swaying side to side. Oh my goodness, this song is sweet to the core. I'm doomed. I feel like I'm falling for Chen. What should I do? He is handsome and talented, perfectly meeting my criteria for a male idol. In an instant, the atmosphere in the venue became electrifying, with declarations of affection from the spirited young women resonating throughout. As for the elder generation, they could roll aside. Hee. Daddy is incredibly impressive. The little ones, Xin and Nua Nua, giggled, fully aware of the excitement surrounding them, even if they could not comprehend it all. But this was of little consequence to them. Moreover, many beautiful young ladies were around. It was just curious how their hair showcased such vibrant colors, but they looked stunning. Should Lu Mengli realize this, one could only imagine her reaction. What? Meanwhile, by the riverside at Magic City University, Su Xiaoman watched the screen. That guy is making waves again. Moreover, observing the spirited young women whose looks rivaled her own, she clenched her fists, realizing that this fellow had amassed so many admirers. And those long legs and ultra-short skirts were a challenge she would never dare to undertake, even revealing glimpses of their underwear. Gulp. Her roommates stared at the screen featuring the spirited young women, momentarily mesmerized. Those fair thighs were indeed captivating, especially those adorned in black stockings. They were utterly eclipsed. How envious they felt, realizing that even the spirited young women outshone them. Yet, they were all enrolled at Magic City University. While those spirited young women may lack their intellect, in terms of appearance, they were leagues ahead. Especially when it came to the quality of their outfits, they were on an entirely different level. Reflecting on this, their once cherished sense of superiority evaporated. How could this happen? They had previously been the pride of their village. Why did they falter so miserably in the presence of these spirited young women? No. They were supposed to be the legendary university students. If only they dressed in student attire, they too could shine, or so they believed. Damn it. Witnessing Yi Chen's rise to prominence, Kai Kunken inhaled deeply. The more he saw, the greater his envy grew, and his gaze towards Yi Chen became increasingly filled with malice. Watching the spirited young women scream their affections, he thought, these admirers should be mine. Resolutely inhaling, he declared, if this kid is not dealt with, he will undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. Chapter 20. I've made up my mind. I shall have Yi Chen's name tattooed on my heart. Ha ha. How impressive. On the playground of Magic City University, Wang Zilin and his companions were thrilled to witness the fervent audience, feeling a shared sense of pride. After all, this was their boss, though they remained oblivious to how he had achieved such feats. Goodness, while others charge for singing, our boss is giving it his all. Zhao Qian smacked his lips, taking a deep breath as he gazed at the screen. Is the boss attempting to deliver an onslaught of sugary dog food to overwhelm everyone? Such a move was utterly audacious. Liang nodded in enthusiastic agreement, while Wang Zilin looked at the frenzied screen with a bittersweet smile, feeling as though their boss was straying further down the path of ostentation, with no return in sight. The dog food remains as it is. Yet one fears this may merely be the beginning. Zhao Qian and Liang were momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. If such is the current state of affairs, how many more will the boss envy before he is satisfied? Moreover, those spirited young ladies truly long to bring one home. Not only do they have a girlfriend, but they are also adorably cute and charming. Who wouldn't be enamored? I have made up my mind. Upon my return, I shall tattoo Yi Chen's name over my heart. Yes, I shall have it inked on my thigh. The spirited young ladies gazed at their idol, their eyes brimming with affection, and they would even willingly forsake their previous lives for Yi Chen. Mommy, the beautiful young lady wants to tattoo a name. Xin, and Nua chimed in. Their curiosity piqued. Ahem. Listening to the spirited young ladies utter various audacious phrases truly made Lu Mengli's ears ache. References to thighs, curvaceous rears, and collarbones were all present. It utterly redefined people's understanding of boundaries. Yet, this was merely the normal behavior of the spirited young ladies. Uft! Shi Qinyu, upon hearing this, cast an amused glance at the spirited young ladies. Seeing her friend's struggling expression, she couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed these spirited young ladies were exerting considerable pressure on her friend. As the song drew to a close, the gazes of everyone present gradually shifted towards Yi Chen. Remarkably impressive. Who would have thought a single song could be so sweet? Today has indeed transformed their perception of music, elevating their standards for listening to a whole new level. Yi Chen. At a certain moment, as everyone snapped back to reality, they shouted in unison, bestowing upon him the title of God. Undeniably, at this moment, Yi Chen became the focal point of the entire venue. Even the radiant star Shi Qinyu was overshadowed. The voices of the crowd coalesced into a single wave, surging towards the heavens as if they were determined to tear the sky asunder. Good heavens! Witnessing the near-chaotic scene, Shi Qinyu was rendered speechless. When I held my concert, I never saw such a spectacle. Mengli, your man's future is becoming increasingly exciting. Qinyu, what do you mean your man? Don't say such nonsense. Indeed, that term sent goosebumps racing down Lu Mengli's spine. How could they be so casually referred to as my man? What had transpired between them? Humph. It's all that guy's fault for singing so beautifully. Always stealing the spotlight and inciting envy. Daddy, you're amazing. The two little ones chattered excitedly, their faces alight with joy upon seeing their father return. Yi Chen, would you be interested in joining my dosha music? I could be your agent and guarantee you'll be a star in 3 years. Various music platforms and agents clamored to recruit him, but Shi Qinyu felt no concern. After all, she knew none would succeed. Thank you. But I have already signed with Qinyu Studio. This. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, everyone paused, and then turned to look at Shi Qinyu, who was glancing at the two little ones, sighing softly without saying more. How infuriating. Kai Kunkin felt his jealousy intensify upon witnessing this, while the two little ones only grew more delighted, giggling, yet their laughter grated painfully on his ears. Shut up. Where did these wild brats come from? Born to a mother, but raised by none? Though his voice was not loud, those nearby heard it, causing Shi Qinyu's expression to darken and Lu Mengli's eyes to flash with fury. However, Kai Kunkin remained blissfully unaware. Just the thought that these two wild children were the daughters of that man made him feel as if he were cursed. Slap. Just as he indulged in his thoughts, an unexpected slap landed on his face, drawing everyone's attention. For the assailant was none other than Yi Chen, whose single strike left Kai Kunkin's mouth split open, blood seeping forth. Bastard! Kai Kunkin shouted, his anger palpable. You dare to touch me. Shi Qinyu was taken aback, shocked by Yi Chen's sudden outburst. After all, such behavior in public was tantamount to self-sabotage. You're finished. Kai Kunkin glared at Yi Chen, his eyes filled with malice, feeling like a clown at that moment. After delivering his retort, he fled the scene in disgrace. The fans in the live stream were utterly stunned by the turn of events. What on earth just happened? It seems that guy just insulted the adorable little girl. So that's it. His name is Kai Kunkin. He's a singer, probably jealous of Yi Chen. Uft. Does he even compare to our idol? Well done. Let us hope that guy has a psychological scar from this. Instantly, the live stream fans erupted into heated discussions. An avalanche of comments flooding in, creating a lively atmosphere. You, what have you done? Lu Mengli sighed at Yi Chen's actions. While it's satisfying, it was too reckless. I've heard of Kai Kunkin. His father is the second largest shareholder of Chen Music Platform, far beyond the reach of Ewing Platform. What? Mengli, are you worried about your man? Shi Qinyu smirked slightly. Although the clash was significant, given Yi Chen's talent, his future achievements were boundless. This was merely a small scene to her. At least, that is how she perceived it. You, what nonsense are you spouting? Lu Mengli rolled her eyes at her friend. Was it really appropriate to jest about oneself like this? Amidst the joyous atmosphere, the Magic City Lantern Festival approached. Wow. Stepping out of the car, the two little ones were immediately captivated by the colorful, endless lights. Daddy, hurry come. So many beautiful lanterns. They're adorable. Melodic voices instantly drew the attention of those around them, and upon seeing the two little ones, the admiration in people's eyes was unmasked. The little girl is so cute. So adorable. My goodness, I want to go up and give her a kiss. As the discussions ensued, the crowd soon caught sight of Yi Chen and his companions. Momentarily taken aback, Goddess Qinyu, the little diva of the music industry? Absolutely stunning. Indeed, surrounding individuals nodded in agreement. For it was undeniable that the little diva was exceptionally beautiful. However, the girl beside her exuded an aura so captivating that she appeared even more enchanting than the diva herself. Just then, Two little ones trotted over, drawn by the lively atmosphere. Come quickly, it's so exciting over here. Slow down. Lu Mengli glanced at the two children and hurried after them. Seeing her best friend's demeanor, Shi Qianyu smiled slightly, remarking, Yi Chun, you all truly resemble a family more and more. Is that so? As they spoke, they followed the trio and approached a large banner emblazoned with the words talent competition. Daddy, look, a limited edition Pikachu. Yes, I love it. Xin and Nua gazed at the coveted limited edition Pikachu, their eyes brimming with desire. Mengli, it seems one must perform a talent that satisfies all the audience to choose any two limited edition toys. At this moment, Shi Qianyu, possessing foresight, had already donned oversized sunglasses. Otherwise, she feared recognition would incite a frenzy among the crowd. Do you really want it? Yi Chen smiled upon noticing the two little ones fixated on the limited edition Pikachu. Yes, hearing their father's words. Xin and Nua nodded eagerly like little chicks pecking at grains. This is simple, Daddy will help you win it. Really? Thank you, Daddy. Listening to the conversation among the trio, Lu Mengli rolled her eyes. What do you mean, win it? Aren't you afraid of spoiling them? Indeed. Lu Mengli was taken aback by Yi Chen's indulgence towards the two little darlings. If this continued, what would become of them? What is wrong with that? Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively, affectionately ruffling the hair of the two little ones. They're my daughters. If I don't spoil them, should I let others do it? He continued, don't mention just the limited edition Pikachu. If they desire the moon in the sky, I would find a way to bring it to them. You. Hearing this domineering display of paternal affection, Lu Mengli found herself momentarily speechless, while Shi Qianyu let out a small laugh. Excuse me, handsome. What talent would you like to perform? The host, upon seeing Yi Chen's striking looks, was momentarily dazzled, thinking that if he were to present a program, it would undoubtedly elevate the competition's popularity. With this thought, the host eagerly anticipated what would transpire next. Yi Chen pondered for a moment before flashing a charming smile. I shall perform calligraphy. Wow. As night fell and the lights illuminated the scene, Yi Chen appeared even more handsome, drawing the gaze of surrounding girls who clasped their hands together, eyes wide in admiration, fearing they might miss a fleeting moment. All right, next, let us welcome this handsome gentleman to showcase his calligraphy. Let us give him a warm welcome. Applause erupted from the audience, underscoring the notion that sometimes being handsome truly matters. Xin, Nua, does your daddy know calligraphy? Shi Qianyu curiously asked the two little ones. This, I don't know, they replied earnestly, tilting their heads in thought. TCH, Lu Mengli shot a glance at the figure on stage. This guy is performing calligraphy instead of his forte, singing. I truly wonder where he derives his confidence. What's wrong? However, Shi Qianyu, hearing her friend's words, glanced at the composed Yi Chen on stage. Mengli, do you lack faith in your own man? You. Upon hearing her friend's provoking words, Lu Mengli shot her a glare. How many times must I say it? What do you mean, your own man? Are you out of your mind? What has he done to earn your trust? Well, Shi Qianyu mused for a moment. It has nothing to do with benefits. I'm simply considering your happiness. I do believe that when pigs fly. Lu Mengli rolled her eyes but chose not to argue further, for she understood her best friend's nature. She wouldn't be easily swayed. Daddy is about to start. The two little ones interrupted their conversation, their attention now focused on the stage, where the ink, brush, and paper were all prepared. Go, handsome. As the large screen showcased the rice paper, surrounding girls cheered him on, feeling as though they had seen this handsome gentleman somewhere before. Did you see that? Mengli, these are all your potential rivals. This remark genuinely made Lu Mengli's lips twitch. What did he mean by rivals? If this guy didn't speak, no one would mistake her for mute. How infuriating. Is this really the same best friend I know? Ding. The system detected that the host was about to write calligraphy and granted the ability of Master Calligrapher. Note, with this ability, the host's calligraphy has reached an unparalleled pinnacle, standing as the zenith of the world. Hearing this, a faint smile played on Yi Chen's lips, and as for what would happen next, he was no longer concerned. Chapter 22. Daddy's calligraphy is beautiful. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chen quietly began to move. He dipped his brush in ink from the inkstone, and then glided it across the rice paper, writing the 4 characters, Shui Diao Gu Tu. His vigorous calligraphy coming to life, resembling a work of art gradually unfolding. Wow. Xin and Nua gazed at their father's writing. Though they did not understand calligraphy, they couldn't help but exclaim, Daddy's writing is so beautiful. This guy. Lu Mengli observed Yi Chen on stage. Astonished. I can't believe he has such remarkable calligraphy skills. TSK. Shi Qianyu marveled at the large screen, exclaiming, this calligraphy is impressive. As the crowd watched, Yi Chen began to write with fluid strokes. When will the bright moon appear? I raise my cup to ask the blue sky. I do not know what year it is tonight in the heavenly palace. I wish to ride the wind back, but fear the jade towers and palaces are too high and cold. Dancing, I stir the clear shadows. How does it compare to the mortal realm? The calligraphy, bold and striking, unfolded before everyone's eyes, and though it was merely calligraphy, it evoked an extraordinary sense of appreciation. This sensation was quite peculiar, something everyone had never experienced before. So impressive, the surrounding audience watched with wide eyes, astonished that this handsome guy was not only extraordinarily good-looking, but also possessed such exceptional calligraphy skills. It was no exaggeration to say that this was the best calligraphy they had ever seen, without exception. Yet, just how young was this handsome gentleman to have achieved such high proficiency in calligraphy? When will the bright moon appear? I raised my cup to ask the blue sky. Chen, savoring the lines, was momentarily captivated by the literary brilliance. Mengli, could it be that your man composed this? I have never seen it before. This. Lu Mengli was also taken aback, as she had never encountered this poem either, yet its imagery and charm were undeniably exquisite. As the crowd marveled, Chen continued to write with effortless grace, turning the red pavilion, lowering the ornate window, illuminating the sleepless night. There should be no resentment. Why must it always be round at parting? People have their joys and sorrows. The moon waxes and wanes. This matter has been difficult to achieve since ancient times. May we all live long, sharing the beauty of the moon thousands of miles apart. In a thrilling outpouring of talent, Chen remained oblivious to the astonishment that filled the venue. The competition fell into a deep silence, with not a sound made. They were afraid of disrupting the indescribable atmosphere. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Chen concluded his composition. About 10 seconds of silence passed before the applause erupted once more. A thunderous applause erupted instantaneously, with the gathered audience swelling to nearly 1,000 souls. The host stood by, momentarily dumbfounded, having never witnessed anyone interpret calligraphy to such an extraordinary degree, as if endowed with some form of enchantment. All right, let us once again express our heartfelt gratitude with the warmest applause for our handsome guest. In an instant, the applause grew even more fervent, leading one to believe they were at a fan meeting. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. Oh my heavens, it's him, the leaf god. He is the leaf god. Upon hearing this, the crowd knitted their brows, and the voice continued. He is the male idol whose 2 songs have gone viral online. Especially that one, Blue and White Porcelain. I adore it. Male idol, I love you. The abrupt confession caused Lu Mengli to inwardly lament, realizing that this fellow had been recognized. Leaf god this. The host, upon hearing this, suddenly grasped a revelation. The idol, it's actually you? At that moment, he comprehended who stood before him, becoming exceedingly excited, for he was indeed a fan of Blue and White Porcelain. Well, excuse my excitement, the host coughed, thrilled to meet his idol. I must confess, I am your fan. I apologize for not recognizing you sooner. It's all right, Chen replied with a gentle smile, unfazed by the recognition. By the way, the host, recalling something, rubbed his hands together. Idol, would it be possible for you to sing a song? Even just a couple of lines? Upon hearing the host's request, the audience collectively shivered with anticipation. The mere thought of witnessing the performer of Blue and White Porcelain live was exhilarating enough, and if they could hear their idol sing in person, they would surely be unable to sleep for 3 nights straight. Let us hear a song. At that moment, the onlookers, initially mere tourists, began to gather around. For Chen's songs had recently become immensely popular, not to mention his striking good looks. Well, all right then. Glancing at the ever-growing crowd, Chen had not anticipated such a turnout, clearly realizing that singing a song would make it difficult to depart. Could someone assist me in playing the accompaniment? He smiled slightly before continuing. Here is a song I created in my leisure time, titled The Girl by the Bridge. I hope you all enjoy it. What? The host was taken aback, feeling the weight of the USB drive in his hand increase dramatically. Good heavens, the idol is going to sing a new song. Hey, splendid. Chen grinned at this revelation, eager for Chen to shine in his musical prowess. It seemed she would need to exert even more effort to secure her best friend. In an instant, Chen thought to herself, oh, Daddy is going to sing again. XIN Nua, witnessing this, was filled with joy, fully aware of what was happening. Her face radiated happiness at the prospect of seeing her father shine once more. As a lively accompaniment began to play, the song unfurled softly. Under the warm sun, I welcome the fragrance. Whose girl is this? I walked across that little bridge, while you played the lute, strumming a sorrowful tune. The girl singing by the bridge, tears streaming from the corners of your eyes. You said one person is putting on a brave face, while another longs for home. The fresh and melodious voice of Chen seemed to narrate a story, conjuring images in the minds of the audience of a girl by the bridge, playing her lute under the warm sun, the scene exquisitely picturesque. This song is a classic. Chen, with her discerning ear, Instantly recognized that if this song were to be posted online, it would undoubtedly become a sensation. She had struck gold. Mengli, I truly envy you, Shi Qinyu exclaimed. While Lu Mengli, entranced by the beautiful melody, pondered why she had never known that this fellow composed it during his leisure time. Yet, she couldn't help but feel he was a tad too exceptional. However, as the delightful and refreshing melody filled the air, tourists nearby began to cast their gazes. And the crowd for this artistic competition swelled visibly. Wow! The two little ones snapped back to reality, looking around at the gathering throng in amazement. Mommy, look at all these people. Hee, they must all be here to see Daddy sing. He is so impressive. Upon hearing this, Shi Qinyu looked around. Mengli, she whispered. Taking a deep breath and leaning closer to her friend, I have a feeling your man will sweep through the music scene like a landslide. And she was utterly convinced of this. Chapter 23. Mengli, what does it feel like to be adored? I say, girl by the bridge, your fragrance. I keep you in my heart, etched within my soul. Girl by the bridge, your sorrow. I hold you close, wishing to keep you from wandering. Under the warm sun. By the bridge, there is such a girl. With long, flowing black hair and a pair of bright eyes. Girl, you make my heart flutter. Like a fawn in a wild dance. Listening to this fellow's song, Lu Mengli felt her face flush, pondering the meaning behind long, flowing black hair and bright eyes. Did this fellow truly cause her heart to flutter, like a fawn in chaos? Was he out of his mind? Unbeknownst to her, Lu Mengli had unwittingly immersed herself in the song, causing her emotions to spiral into a delightful turmoil. Time slipped away, and as the audience regained their senses, the song had concluded, with the crowd swelling to no less than 1,000, the Lantern Festival now resembling a miniature concert. Wow! Is this the level of the Leaf God? Astonishing. Those mediocre singers in the industry are no comparison. The male idol is so handsome. I just heard his song Little Dimple online, and now he has a new one. So impressive. This song is addictive. It has me believing in love again. What should I do? Male idol, stop singing. I want to have many children with you. Excited discussions erupted around the venue, particularly among the girls, whose gazes toward Yi Chun were filled with admiration and affection. How wonderful it would be if such a handsome man were their boyfriend. I truly envy the mother of those two adorable kids. Idol, you may choose any two limited edition figurines. After the performance ended, the host took a deep breath. Careful not to lose his composure before his idol, he handed over two limited edition Pikachu figurines, one for each of the little ones, though they appeared to be larger than the children themselves. Thank you, Daddy. Amidst the envious glances of the crowd, Yi Chun led his group away from the scene. Not bad, you've drawn quite the attention, Shi Qinyu remarked with a knowing smile, while Lu Mengli rolled her eyes. She was well aware that the more attention he garnered, the better it would be for her. Having walked a short distance, they arrived at a cheap house specialty store. Mengli, what do you wish for? I'll cover the bill. At the sound of this address, Lu Mengli felt a slight blush creep onto her cheeks, but said nothing. Mommy, this cheap house is so beautiful. Before Lu Mengli could voice her thoughts, the excited voices of the two little ones chimed in. Oh, upon looking, Shi Qinyu was taken aback. These little ones have quite the discerning taste. The display case was exquisite, and judging by its appearance, it must be quite valuable. Let us give it a try. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Both the design and the lines were of the highest quality, and as for the price, he cared not, for the more expensive it was, the happier it made him. Indeed, aware that he was financially well off, Lu Mengli did not refuse and proceeded toward the fitting room, thinking it was only fair to splurge a little after raising the two children. This shawl is lovely. During the fitting session, Shi Qinyu was captivated by a shawl that caught her eye. What an astute lady, exclaimed the saleswoman as she approached to introduce it. Aside from the exquisite cloud pattern qipao you just tried on, this exquisite silk shawl is the most expensive item in the store, priced at a staggering 888 renminbi. What? Shi Qinyu was taken aback. A shawl for over 880,000? Upon realizing it was crafted from luxurious silk, she understood the value. Yi Chen nodded slightly, while Shi Qinyu furrowed her brow in curiosity. Is this silk truly so costly? Indeed, the saleswoman affirmed. Silk is among the finest luxury goods in the country. Akin to cloud pattern textiles, every inch is worth its weight in gold and is often difficult to procure. It is indeed a treasure. Understanding dawned upon Shi Qinyu, and she nodded in acknowledgement as Yi Chen remarked, please wrap it up. Certainly, sir, the saleswoman responded. Shi Qinyu, clearing her throat, interjected, this is rather extravagant, considering I am technically your employer. Not a problem, Yi Chen waved dismissively, casually stating. Consider this a token of appreciation for looking after Xin and her friend over the years. He affectionately ruffled the two little ones' hair, recognizing the rare opportunity to spend lavishly. Very well then, Shi Qinyu conceded, realizing that given Yi Chen's residence in the opulent Junlin Tianeng villa, money was not an issue. Just then, Lu Mengli, draped in the cloud-patterned qipao, emerged from the fitting room. She was breathtaking, a vision of ethereal beauty. The qipao accentuated her figure perfectly, leaving the sales staff in awe. How stunning! Shi Qianyu and the others turned to admire. Mengli, you look. Shi Qianyu was genuinely taken aback by her friend's enchanting appearance. Mommy looks so beautiful. Xian exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. Having never seen her mother dressed so elegantly. There is a beauty in the north, unparalleled and singular. One glance can captivate a city, a second can enthrall a nation. This sentiment seemed to resonate perfectly in this moment. Quite impressive. Shi Qianyu appraised Lu Mengli's graceful form, nodding in satisfaction. We shall take this one. Yi Chen decisively concluded. This one is ours. The saleswoman was momentarily stunned. Sir, are you certain? This cloud-patterned qipao is designed by a renowned qipao master and is a pure handmade custom piece. Valued at approximately 2.8 million. Just swipe the card. Yi Chen replied without further ado, producing a black card, prepared to finalize the purchase. Very well, sir. The saleswoman accepted the card and moved to the register. Sir, combined with the shawl priced at 880,000, your total comes to 3.6 million. Understood. Yi Chen nodded slightly, and the saleswoman completed the transaction with a beep. Mengli, how does it feel to be so pampered? Shi Qianyu teased, glancing at her friend, adding, I must say, today I am riding on your coattails, an 880,000 shawl, indeed. Lu Mengli rolled her eyes at her friend's remarks, thinking how it had little to do with her fortune. Of course, she reassured herself, it's merely that foolish man with too much money. Do come again. The sales staff bowed as Yi Chen and the others departed, only to realize later that the mysterious woman in sunglasses had sounded eerily familiar. As they gathered, the saleswomen exchanged bewildered glances, still processing the encounter until a video on the LCD screen unveiled the identity of the cloud-patterned qipao's wearer, Lu Mengli, the esteemed owner of the Magic City Wine House and one of the 4 most beautiful women in the city. Gasping, the saleswomen were struck with astonishment, their eyes following Yi Chen and the others, wondering if this was merely a dream. Chapter 24. Mengli, does your man not wish to shower you with affection? Giggles erupted in the extended luxury sports car as the 2 little ones clutched limited edition Pikachu toys, their faces alight with excitement. You too. Lu Mengli glanced at her exuberant daughters, amused yet aware that their joy had overshadowed someone else's embarrassment. Yi Chen, I never expected you to be so skilled at calligraphy. Shi Qianyu remarked, observing the man behind the wheel with admiration. Just passable, Yi Chen replied nonchalantly, as this skill was but a trifling endeavor for him. Lu Mengli shot a sidelong glance at him, but chose to remain silent. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Ding! Host has spent 3.6 million, triggering a tenfold rebate and receiving 36 million renminbi. The notification signaled a profitable windfall, a sum that would surely elicit envy from many if they were to know. Turning to his attribute panel, he reviewed his status. Name, Yi Chen. Age, 21. Attractiveness, max, surpassing all earthly existence. Abilities, masterful driving, musical prodigy, culinary expert, martial arts master. Calligraphy virtuoso items. Junlin Tianang Villa X1. Lamborghini Demon Sun Extended Luxury Sports Car X1. 100 shares of Qianlong Group. Tenfold consumption rebate wealth. 78.5 million renminbi. Mengli. Look at your man. Shi Qianyu grinned at Yi Chen, who bore a charmingly mischievous smile. I wonder if he is contemplating how to shower you with affection? Lu Mengli instinctively glanced at Yi Chen, only to feel her cheeks flush as realization dawned. What nonsense are you spouting? She shot a glare at her audacious friend, incredulous that she would say such things with Yi Chen present. Truly, her audacity was growing. Mommy, what is showering with affection? Xian inquired innocently, her eyes wide with curiosity. Shi Qianyu nearly choked on her laughter, caught off guard by the children's innocence. Children should not ask so many questions. Lu Mengli lamented internally, feeling overwhelmed by her friend's teasing and her daughter's innocent inquiries. As they conversed, the Junlin Tiantang Villa came into view. I'll make a quick call, Shi Qianyu announced eagerly upon entering the villa, ready to showcase her talents. All right, Lu Mengli acknowledged, knowing her friend's intentions but refraining from further comment, as the Yuan platform had only just begun to stabilize and was currently facing scrutiny from various factions. In this critical moment, they could not afford to be careless. Hello, President Shi, came a respectful voice from the other end of the line once the call connected. Yes, Shi Qianyu took on a commanding tone, instructing. Yi Chen has 2 new songs. Please manage their promotion with utmost vigor. What? The voice on the other end sprang to attention. Understood, President Shi. I will arrange it immediately. After hanging up, Shi Qianyu exhaled in relief, gazing out at the distant horizon, filled with anticipation for what was to come. Moments later, the Yuan platform page refreshed. Without fail, The recommendation for 2 songs appeared on the screen, evidently a forceful promotion orchestrated by the website. Soon, a torrent of comments from netizens flooded in. 666666. Yi Shen has a new song. This song, Little Dimples, by Yi Shen is simply delightful. I wish I could find a boyfriend like Yi Shen. What should I do? So talented. I think I've fallen for Yi Shen. Be more confident upstairs. Just drop the like. My goodness, is Yi Shen about to revolutionize the music industry? As time passed, news of Yi Shen's new songs reached a wider audience, and the traffic on the Yuan platform surged at a remarkable pace. In the office of the president of Dosha Music, a loud banging echoed as a figure burst into the room. President Yin, there's a major issue. What is it? Calm down. President Yin furrowed his brow, casting a disapproving glance at the intruding subordinate. Such a lack of composure is utterly unacceptable. Cough, cough. President Yin, our platform's traffic has plummeted by 1.5%. Isn't that just a drop in traffic? What on earth are you saying? Realizing the gravity of the situation, President Yin leaped from his seat. Are you certain? The subordinate took a deep breath before responding. It's true. And not only our platform. Others are experiencing the same. Coincidentally, a similar scene unfolded across various music platforms, an ominous feeling rising within. Without a doubt, the Yuan platform had risen due to the 2 songs. However, while some rejoiced, others lamented. In a villa in the Magic City, Kai Kunkin returned home, increasingly infuriated. He was well aware of his status as a rising star promoted by Chen Music. Now, having just debuted, he had been publicly slapped by some brash kid. If news of this spread, how could he ever make a name for himself in the industry again? Young master. A subordinate entered the villa, bowing respectfully. Kai Kunkin nodded slightly, taking a deep breath. How is the situation with the online trolls? I want that kid to be utterly disgraced. The subordinate frowned at his master's words. Young master, logically, the public opinion should have been brewing online. Strangely, there hasn't been a hint of negative news. Is that so? Just as Kai Kunkin was about to explode with anger, the television in the living room began broadcasting breaking news. Today, the legendary dark horse of the music scene, Yi Shen, has once again dominated the Yuan platform's charts with 2 new songs. Furthermore, the platform's traffic has surged by at least 30%. We will continue to provide updates. Damn. After watching the news, Kai Kunkin's expression darkened as he opened his phone, unsurprised to find news of the 2 songs' success. What the hell? How does that kid have the right? In a fit of jealousy, Kai Kunkin felt his soul twist at the thought of everything that should rightfully belong to him. That damned kid. If you don't die, I'll write my name backward. With his eyes gleaming with malice, he dialed a number. I want someone taken care of. I want them ground to dust. Money is no object. A few minutes later, after hanging up, Kai Kunkin gazed into the distance, an intense glare in his eyes. What gives a mere kid the right to challenge me? This time, not even the heavens can save you. Chapter 25. Sister-in-law is truly beautiful, truly the most stunning beauty of the Magic City. At Magic City University, along a campus path, a notification pinged as Zhao Qian scrolled through videos. Initially indifferent, he noticed the topic related to his boss and clicked in with curiosity. The eye-catching title read, Shocking. Music legend Yi Chen strikes again with 2 original songs. What is this? Upon learning the details, Zhao Qian immediately lost his composure. Third brother, what's wrong? Wang Zilin and Liang exchanged puzzled glances. Recollecting himself, Zhao Qian took a deep breath to steady his nerves. You too. Look. Boss has once again taken the music world by storm. Indeed, Zhao Qian could hardly believe it. His boss had only recently gained fame, and now he had rocketed to the top of the trending list with 2 songs. Hearing his exclamation, Wang Zilin and Liang turned to look, their eyes wide as they took in the news of their boss's sweeping success. Wow. No way. The 2 were momentarily dumbfounded, astonished that it was indeed true. My goodness. This song is so sweet. Wang Zilin furrowed his brow, unable to suppress a critique. But seriously, while my sister-in-law is stunning, is it really appropriate to flaunt it so shamelessly? Right. Liang's face was filled with envy and jealousy, lamenting. This kind of display shows no consideration for us single dogs. However, their conversation had indeed caught the attention of several bystanders. What is going on? It seems like Senior Yi Chen has made quite the stir again. Is it true? This seems to be quite a big deal. Fellow students, eager for gossip, quickly checked their phones, only to find themselves in a state of unprecedented shock. Is Senior Yi Chen really on fire? Moreover, he has single-handedly boosted the Yuan platform. In no time, the news spread like wildfire across the campus. On the school's online forums, chaos erupted. Wow, Senior Yi Chen is amazing. My goodness. He has done it again. Is there anyone else in the current music scene who can compete? Senior Yi Chen, I love you. I want to be your adorable stepmother. Get lost, the idol belongs to me. In an instant, a flurry of comments inundated the comment section, with 99 new comments flooding in every second. An unprecedented level of excitement. As night fell at the Junlin Tiantang Villa, ding ding. At a certain moment, Yichen's phone rang with a video call. The callers being Wang Zilin and the others. Upon answering, the screen filled with the three of them. "Boss," they exclaimed, playfully jostling each other, then grinning. We're not disturbing your rest, are we?" "Not at all." Glancing at the three, Yichen smiled. "What brings you to call me at this hour?" "Hey, boss. Don't you know? You're trending all over the internet again." After the trio shared their excitement, Yichen finally understood, clearly surprised by how quickly news had spread. "Who is this?" Suddenly, a girl appeared on the screen, her wet hair and pajamas accentuating her stunning beauty. Gasp. The three were momentarily speechless. Feeling breathless at the sight of the breathtaking girl, Goddess Qianyu. "Hello." Gulp. They couldn't help but swallow hard. This was the renowned little diva, Goddess Qianyu, appearing in their boss's home in pajamas. Instantly, their imaginations conjured up 100 possible scenarios. "Hello, everyone." Qianyu's melodious voice greeted them. "Whenever you have time, come visit your boss, and I'll give you my autograph." Hearing the goddess's words, the three nearly jumped for joy. "Really?" Their faces flushed with excitement, their hearts racing. "Thank you, Goddess Qianyu. It's nothing." Qianyu nonchalantly waved her hand and said, "Since you are friends with Yichen, you are naturally my friends as well. Moreover," she paused for a moment before continuing, "my studio is home to many beautiful artists. I shall introduce you to them." "Thank you, Goddess Qianyu." Wang Zilin and his companions chuckled, easily charmed by Qianyu's formidable charisma. By the way, after exchanging a few pleasantries, Qianyu glanced at her friend beside her, a charming smile gracing her lips. "Let me introduce you to someone." With that, she unexpectedly pulled in Lu Mengli, who was caught completely off guard. Wow. The trio was taken aback by the sight of the girl in a cloud-patterned qipao that had just entered the frame, feeling as though the very light around them had dimmed in her presence. "Hello, sister-in-law." Taking a deep breath, they knew they had to maintain decorum upon meeting her for the first time. The pressure was certainly more intense than when facing Goddess Qianyu. These three. Yichen could only smile wryly at their greetings, choosing not to comment. That mischievous girl. Lu Mengli's cheeks flushed a delicate red as she was thrust into the spotlight, her beauty enhanced by the soft lighting, evoking envy from Wang Zilin and his friends. "Goodness, sister-in-law, you are the foremost beauty of the magic city." "Hello." With a forced smile, Lu Mengli's melodious voice resonated, captivating the trio, who found it utterly delightful. "Boss, what incredible luck you've had. Sister-in-law, you are truly stunning. Indeed, you deserve the title of the most beautiful woman in the magic city." Their praises flowed freely, leaving Lu Mengli feeling a tad bashful. After some conversation, Lu Mengli found an excuse to excuse herself. "Really, at this moment, I wish I could pin my friend down and give her a good scolding," she thought, feeling utterly exasperated. "How infuriating. She's really putting me in a bind. Hee. Sorry. At that moment, Xin, ever the troublemaker, boldly exclaimed, nearly causing Lu Mengli to stumble. "You two are asking for a beating." Lu Mengli shot a glare at the two rascals. Did they think they could tease her just because they had someone backing them up? "Boss, you truly are impressive." "So enviable," Wang Zilin chimed in. And then Liang curiously asked, "By the way, boss, how come Goddess Qianyu is at your place, and in her pajamas no less? Are you playing both sides?" "Shut it." Before he could finish, Yichen promptly interjected, "What nonsense are you thinking? Qianyu is Mengli's, cough, your sister-in-law's friend." "Oh, I see." The trio finally breathed a sigh of relief. Had it been as they suspected, it would have sent shockwaves across the internet. Chapter 26. I haven't done anything wrong. A plain wife must meet her friends, mustn't she? How infuriating. Lu Mengli glared at Yichen, fuming at his introduction. "What do you mean, your sister-in-law's friend?" "Humph." Thinking of her mischievous friend, she shot a sidelong glance at Qianyu. "Look at what you've done. What is the big deal?" The instigator, Qianyu, remained unfazed. "I haven't done anything. A plain wife must meet her friends, mustn't she?" "You." Hearing her friend's shameless words, Lu Mengli felt her face flush crimson, wishing for nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. "Plain wife, you big-headed fool. Just wait until I teach you a lesson." With that, the aloof goddess Lu Mengli lunged at her friend. Xin, meow, save me." Thus, the four beautiful ladies began to chase and playfully tease one another, their laughter echoing around them, providing a healing ambience. As they frolicked, a tantalizing aroma wafted in from the kitchen, causing the four to halt in unison, their gazes drawn toward the source. Gurgle. Their stomachs protested in unison. "Mengli, your man is cooking up a feast again." Qianyu shot a glance at her friend, half-jokingly complaining, "At this rate, I'll become picky about food." "You." Lu Mengli's forehead twitched at her friend's outrageous claims. How could this be blamed on her? "Have you lost your mind? How can this possibly be my fault?" Don't pin everything on me. Moreover, what was she saying about her man again? Slurp. Amid their bickering, Xian and Meow Meow had already begun slurping up the noodles. For today, their dad had not only prepared delicious dishes, but also made incredibly tasty noodles. After a delightful dinner, Shi Qianyu's phone rang. Hello, Sister Qianyu. Upon answering, she heard Wenwen's voice. There's quite a bit of chatter online about how Yu Haven Tea released any new works in recent years. Many are eyeing the position of the little diva. It seems the concert cannot be avoided. I understand. After hanging up, Shi Qianyu's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of worry crossing her features. She had reached out to many lyricists during this time, but the songs produced were lackluster at best. What's wrong? Noticing her friend's distress, Lu Mengli inquired with concern. Nothing, just the concert situation. Shi Qianyu waved her hand dismissively, not wanting to worry her friend. I can handle it. And what do you plan to do? Lu Mengli sighed, aware that her friend was facing a creative block. Good songs are often a matter of chance. Exactly. Which is why I have yet to hold a concert. At this, Shi Qianyu's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Yi Chen, who was playing with the two little ones. By the way, suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind, her eyes gleaming. Yi Chen is quite talented. Why not utilize such a fine man instead of seeking far and wide? Lu Mengli was taken aback. Are you sure about that? Indeed. Lu Mengli was shocked by her friend's suggestion. This was a matter of her friend's place as a little diva and should not be taken lightly. Trying won't hurt. Shi Qianyu remained confident, adding, if it works out, I'll owe you a lifetime of companionship. Ugh, have you lost your mind? What nonsense are you spouting? As those words left her lips, Lu Mengli instinctively glanced at Yi Chen, thinking that her friend was truly outlandish, talking about owing her life to that guy. Yi Chen. Ignoring her friend's antics, Shi Qianyu grew more resolute. I have something I would like to ask for your assistance. Oh, hearing Shi Qianyu's request. Both Yi Chen and the children paused their play, intrigued. Aunt Qianyu, what do you need Daddy for? The two little ones blinked their big, expressive eyes, cutely inquisitive. Something important, of course. She affectionately ruffled their hair, continuing, I would like your help in writing a few songs, if it's not too much trouble. Though Yi Chen was undoubtedly gifted, Shi Qianyu felt uncertain if he could craft songs that suited her style. Writing songs? Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback. If that is not feasible, then forget it. Lu Mengli interjected, for she did not wish for her friend to be delayed by that fellow. After all, it concerned her friend's future. It was not the case, however. Yi Chen waved his hand slightly, then produced several sheets of paper. A few days ago, I tailored a few songs for Qianyu, but I hadn't found the time to present them to you. To my surprise, Qianyu came looking for me to ask for the songs. What? The initially disappointed, Shi Qianyu's eyes brightened at the sight of the songs in her hands. Yi Chen, you prepared these for me days ago. Thank you. Regardless of their utility, the mere thoughtfulness behind this gesture was enough to touch her deeply, and she curiously leaned in to take a closer look. Upon glancing at the titles, Huangmei Opera, My Dream, Red Beans, Thousand Quatrains, her heart surged with excitement. Each piece was a classic among classics. If these songs were well promoted, not only could her status as a minor diva be solidified, but she might even take a step further. Yi Chen, thank you. Recovering from her momentary daze, Shi Qianyu was overwhelmed with joy, and without hesitation, she pushed her friend into his embrace, declaring, as a reward, Mengli is yours from now on. The two little ones, Xian and Nuanal, immediately covered their eyes but peeked through their fingers, watching as Mama ran into Papa's arms. Qianyu, you rascal. Feeling the warmth of someone's embrace, Lu Mengli's face flushed a deep crimson, and her heart raced uncontrollably. It felt rather pleasant. Yi Chen murmured softly, which only made Lu Mengli's cheeks redden further. At that moment, she bore no resemblance to the aloof CEO she typically portrayed, but rather resembled a bashful schoolgirl. If the outside world were to witness this contrast, it might cause quite the sensation. This fellow, Lu Mengli felt an urge to strangle him. Had he gone mad? A glance at her friend revealed that she was oblivious, which allowed Lu Mengli to breathe a slight sigh of relief. Had her friend heard her, she would have wished for a hole to hide in. By the way, as she noticed her friend leaving her man's embrace, Shi Qianyu felt quite satisfied with her assist and continued, in a few days, I might have a concert. Yi Chen, you must come. Of course, Yi Chen sensed that Shi Qianyu was facing difficulties, so he did not decline, for he had cared for the two little ones over the years. Really, hearing Yi Chen's affirmation, Shi Qianyu's heart felt steadied once more. A great favor is not to be unacknowledged. I shall remember this. After speaking, she silently resolved to work even harder to help him win over her friend as a form of gratitude. Of course, if Lu Mengli were to hear this thought, one could only wonder what her reaction would be. Chapter 27. Having kissed, is it too much to hold and sleep for a while? Don't be so polite. Yi Chen waved his hand slightly, considering it merely a simple favor. We are family. There's no need for formality. All right. Shi Qianyu nodded emphatically, then turned to her friend. Mengli, you truly found a good man. Qianyu. Hearing her friend's words, Lu Mengli shot her a glare. Hee hee, I shan't tease you any longer. After chatting for a while, Shi Qianyu took the two little ones and headed towards the room. This scene caused Lu Mengli's heart to quicken, yet she said nothing. A little while later, in the bedroom, Lu Mengli hesitated before expressing her gratitude. Thank you for what you did for Qianyu. Those songs mean a lot to her. Is that so? Under the warm yellow light, Lu Mengli's face appeared even more enchanting. Then how do you plan to thank me? You this? Hearing this, Lu Mengli furrowed her brows slightly and tilted her swan-like neck to gaze at him. What do you want me to do? His handsome visage was so close that it made Lu Mengli's cheeks flush deeply. Well, Yi Chen mused, appraising her perfect form with a smile. How about a simple kiss from your man? What? You? Before Lu Mengli could finish her words, her lips were captured by him, and a romantic French kiss unfolded quietly. Oh well. After a token struggle, Lu Mengli sighed, considering that he had been so kind to the two little ones and had also helped her friend immensely. She would regard this as a reward for him. If this scene were to be known to the outside world, it could potentially cause a significant uproar. After all, Lu Mengli was the most beautiful woman in the metropolis, and the number of suitors pursuing her was countless. Ding. The system detected the host's first French kiss with Lu Mengli and granted the ability Qian's dual kidneys. Note, with this ability, the host can stand above all, unmatched by anyone. Buzz. Yi Chen felt a warmth spreading through him as if his dual kidneys were nourished by sunlight, radiating through every limb and bone. It was quite a peculiar sensation. However, at that moment, Yi Chen was clearly preoccupied, for he was engaged in a significant matter. The following morning, the golden sun poured into the room, draping everything in a golden hue. Lu Mengli stirred her beautiful eyes awake, but upon opening them, she was startled to find a handsome young man gazing at her intently. The young man was none other than Yi Chen. What are you looking at? Memories of yesterday's events flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to blush like a sunset. After all, that had been her first kiss, even if it had not occurred for years prior. Ah, it's nothing. Yi Chen coughed lightly, a smile on his lips as he reminisced. The feeling yesterday was quite pleasant. If only we could repeat it a few more times. Uffed. Hearing his words, Lu Mengli felt an urge to sink into the ground. Dream on. Don't think you can take advantage of me. Though she spoke thus, her heart raced, akin to a startled deer, clearly indicating that their relationship had grown significantly closer. Are you still not letting go? Lu Mengli felt him holding her quite unabashedly, and she thought to herself that his audacity was indeed increasing. Just a bit longer. Having kissed, is it too much to hold and sleep for a while? Yi Chen replied nonchalantly, which caused Lu Mengli to flush to the roots of her ears. Don't go too far. Feeling his arm around her slender waist, Lu Mengli shot him a glare. At most, 10 minutes. All right. Upon hearing Lu Mengli's words, Yi Chen nodded slightly, evidently marking a significant breakthrough. Time passed, though how long it had been was uncertain. Creak. The bedroom door swung open, and Lu Mengli shot a disgruntled glance at Yi Chen. Although she was unsure how long he had held her, it was undoubtedly well beyond 10 minutes. Ugh. Just 2 days had passed. What would they do moving forward? Mama, Papa. Amidst her musings, the voices of the two little ones reached her ears, and Shi Qianyu, who was playing with Xin and Nua, looked over. Wow. Seeing her friend's condition, Shi Qianyu's eyes lit up. Mengli's complexion looks even better than yesterday. It seems your man has done wonders for you. In that moment, Shi Qianyu thought to herself that with the rapid advancements of the Yuan group and the resolution of the new songs, it was akin to double happiness, which greatly uplifted her spirits. Dingling. During breakfast, Shi Qianyu's phone rang. Hello, President Shi. Taking a deep breath, one of her subordinates from the Yuan group reported, there's a problem with the platform. What did you say? Upon hearing the report, Shi Qianyu's expression turned grave as she stood up abruptly. The platform is facing a severe funding gap, amounting to 30 million. Each party is indeed involved, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Shi Qianyu fell into deep contemplation, her mind swirling with the images of figures, realizing that when the time came to seek financial assistance, true friends were few and far between. On the Yuan platform, there was a significant funding gap. Lu Mengli, upon hearing her best friend's words, wore a grave expression. Recently, the Jiuxiao and Modu has collaborated with the Qianlong group, and I can only support you with around 10 million for now. In the short term, that is all I can manage. No need for that, Mengli. Taking a deep breath, Shi Qianyu continued. The collaboration between Jiuxia and Qianlong group was hard-earned. That money is meant for your own contingencies. Let me think of another way. She did not dwell on the rejection, understanding that her friend's partnership with Jiuxiao was at a crucial juncture and could not afford any setbacks. If worst comes to worst, I can mortgage the villa I live in. How can that be? Lu Mengli immediately countered. A rush sale would undoubtedly result in a significant loss. As for the money, perhaps I have a solution. Just then, a voice interrupted their anxious conversation. It was Chen. Such a golden opportunity for financial gain could not be overlooked. Really? Upon hearing this, Shi Qianyu's face lit up with joy. Although she was unaware of Chen's wealth, the fact that he resided in a villa valued at 300 million spoke volumes. Chen said little else, directly producing a black card. This card has exactly 30 million. Take it for your urgent needs. If it's not enough, just let me know. Where did you acquire such a sum? Lu Mengli was taken aback. That's 30 million. Who normally has that much money on hand? Rest assured, it comes from entirely legitimate sources. Chen smiled slightly, and then jested. As for the interest, let Mengli repay it with her body. Cough, cough. The unexpected remark caused Lu Mengli to choke on her tea, while a somewhat guilty Shi Qianyu chuckled at her friend's discomfiture. In that case, I will accept it, Mengli. You must perform well. Chapter 28. Excavating the pit. So many beautiful girls. You too. Lu Mengli, hearing the banter between the two, could no longer maintain her composure and stammered out 2 words. Shameless. How infuriating. Lu Mengli was genuinely upset. What did it mean to repay with one's body? It was clearly her best friend's folly, so why was she dragged into this? That's settled then. Shi Qianyu disregarded her friend's protests entirely. With this 30 million, she could finally take decisive action. Anyone who wished to suppress her or the Yuan platform would have to think twice. Ding. The host received a notification of a 30 million expenditure, triggering a tenfold return, resulting in an astonishing 300 million RMB. Suddenly, the sound of the rebate echoed in Chen's ears, causing his smile to widen uncontrollably. Time flew by, and the new K-singing show commenced as scheduled. At that moment, the vicinity of Moda University's playground was already crowded with over 1,000 people, eagerly awaiting the spectacle. The school had finally taken decisive action. All right. After a lively introduction, the host, a beautiful woman, wasted no time and with a knowing smile announced, "Next, let us welcome the sensational Chen to perform a bit suite. Everyone, give him a warm welcome." Applause erupted like thunder, and the atmosphere became electric. Go, Chen. At that moment, the voice of a spirited girl rang out in the crowd, drawing everyone's gaze. Clad in matching black tank tops, 3/4 shorts, and ultra-short skirts, the sight was captivating. Gulp. The audience couldn't help but swallow, astonished by the scene before them. Who was this charming little sprite? Their skin was genuinely fair, and their legs were exceptionally long. What a waste if they didn't ride tricycles. To buy tickets, these spirited girls had spent quite a bit. Hee hee. Look at those beautiful ladies. Xin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she cheered for her idol. How wonderful it would be if I could join them. In that instant, they seemed to awaken to something profound. Meanwhile, the singing began on stage. I pluck an apple, waiting for you to pass by, to hand it to you and quench your thirst. Like summer's cola, like winter's cocoa. The ultra-sweet melody enveloped the audience, each note wrapping around them like honey, melting their hearts. Oh, upon hearing this, Shi Qianyu's heart jolted. Goodness, is Mengli's man about to bombard us with dog food again? Who are these spirited girls? She was taken aback to see them at the K-singing show, not expecting them to follow along. Last she heard, these spirited girls had fiercely defended their idol, leaving even his parents unrecognizable. Chen, you're amazing. Wow, this song is truly delightful. The spirited girls waved their glow sticks, their skin adorned with phrases like endless loyalty and beloved for life, with some even extending down to their curves. In fact, one spirited girl had even tattooed a phrase that trailed down to her ultra-short shorts, provoking quite a few gasps from the crowd. Wow, are spirited girls really this playful now? I'm envious. If I had such a spirited girlfriend, I would never be lonely. But indeed, while they were youthful and vibrant, they also spent considerably, and collectively, these spirited girls likely couldn't muster 500 yuan. Yet, their enthusiasm for Chen was genuine. However, their presence also captivated the students in front of the screen at Moda University. Wow, so many beautiful spirited girls. Some were wide-eyed, transfixed, having never witnessed such a scene before. After all, the female streamers in the live broadcast room were all cunning, unlike these spirited girls who were refreshingly straightforward. This was precisely what they desired. One by one, they leaned forward, yearning to get closer to the spirited girls. So enticing, even through the screen. They could almost smell the allure of hot pants and ultra-short skirts, not to mention the appeal of sheer stockings. As the song continued, the lyrics flowed. It was you who let me see flowers bloom in a parched desert. It was you who inspired me to write a love song for you each day, with the most romantic chorus, and you gently echoed my sentiments, steadfast in our choices. The fans in the live broadcast room were utterly astonished. My goodness, Chen is incredible. Wow. This soft and adorable little girl's father doesn't treat her like that. It's utterly heart-wrenching. Heavens, this dog food is truly delectable. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, and there were even instances of lag due to the exponential rise in the number of fans. Yichun, I love you. At that moment, the spirited girls erupted with excitement, bouncing joyfully, unaware that their black tank tops had slipped down their arms, revealing glimpses of Hello Kitty. This scene made the surrounding audience swallow hard, captivated by their pure beauty. The audience, lost in their reverie, could not help but indulge in their fantasies. And the spirited young lady was equally delighted, for she had already identified several potential stars. A few more waves of excitement would be simply splendid, allowing her to pursue both her adoration for celebrities and her passion for these rising stars. In a high-rise office in the bustling metropolis, Lu Mengli gazed at the explosive live stream featuring her two little prodigies. Has that guy gone mad? Yet, why does it feel strangely sweet? This sensation is entirely new to me. However, at a certain moment, her gaze fell upon the spirit girl with her shoulder straps slipping and her ultra-short skirt barely concealing her undergarments, prompting a dark line to form across her forehead. It seems I must act quickly regarding that fellow. Indeed, the spirit girl's capacity to captivate their audience was extraordinary, but the precise method of managing this would require careful consideration. With this thought in mind, Lu Mengli turned her attention back to the screen, her resolve solidified. Chapter 29. Boss, are we aiming for the heavens? In the villa of Kai Kunken, a wave of frustration surged within him as he watched yet another song become the center of attention. That bastard. Why does he deserve all this? To him, everything should belong to him, or at least it seemed that way. With a cold smirk, Kai Kunken directed his gaze at Yichun. Kid, the Bloodslaughter organization is here. Today marks your end. At that moment, he could finally wash away the humiliation he had previously endured. How dare a mere novice challenge him? Everything was futile in the face of absolute power. I shall allow you to dance a bit longer, he mused, his emotions stabilizing, albeit regrettably misdirected. In the karaoke showcase, as a song concluded, a thunderous applause erupted from the audience, catching them utterly off guard with its overwhelming sweetness. Very well done, Shi Qinyu remarked, her eyes narrowing slightly. This song was as magnificent as the previous ones, each a classic, albeit somewhat difficult to grasp. Congratulations, Qinyu, Jiangzhi exclaimed. And the other judges nodded in agreement, recognizing Yi Chen's performance as a harbinger of limitless potential. Even surpassing Shi Qinyu was not beyond the realm of possibility. Thank you. Shi Qinyu expressed her gratitude with a nod and a smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at the figure on stage. Her best friend's partner had indeed not disappointed her. Yichun, sing another one. At that moment, a voice rang out from the crowd, swiftly followed by a chorus of enthusiastic shouts echoing throughout the venue. Sing another one. The fervent clamor temporarily drowned out all else, leaving the production crew bewildered. Such fervor was typically reserved for concerts of megastars. Yet here stood Yichun, merely a newcomer. What? The host at the stage's edge stared blankly at the production team, but upon exchanging glances, an understanding passed between them, and he stepped onto the stage. Recognizing that such an opportunity to stir emotions could not be squandered. Yichun, look at the audience's enthusiasm. How about singing another song? What does everyone think? The host exhaled, relieved. While the program had been meticulously planned, exceptions could certainly be made. All right. The audience responded with even more enthusiastic applause, and Shi Qinyu was momentarily taken aback, her gaze flickering as she pondered his thoughts. This scene spoke volumes, far surpassing her expectations. Daddy is amazing. The two little ones grinned, their eyes brimming with pride as they looked at their father, seemingly declaring, "See, this is our dad." Meanwhile, the assistant Wenwen swallowed hard, her gaze dreamy as she admired the stage, thinking how impressive and handsome he was. If her future boyfriend could possess such qualities, she would undoubtedly be the happiest person in the world, and a smile crept upon her lips at the thought. All right then. Yichun did not decline, as he had yet to fully unleash his musical prowess. Okay. The host felt a thrill run through him. He had actually agreed to perform another song. What would emerge next? A song titled The Window That Won't Close, dedicated to everyone. As Yi Chen's voice resonated, the audience, once in an uproar, fell into a hushed silence, fully aware of what was to come. The live stream echoed this sentiment, the previously boisterous comments suddenly subsiding, as they realized it might distract them from watching the captivating performance of the little star's father. The lights focused, casting Yi Chen's visage in a radiant glow that rendered the surrounding illumination pale by comparison. So handsome. From the audience's perspective, he embodied the ideal dreamboat, eliciting admiration. Yet, amidst this atmosphere, his song began. I hear the cold wind disrupting the falling leaves, in the lonely, dark alleys where shadows dwell. I hear solitude weeping in the quiet of night, a chest pierced by the pangs of love. The deep, melancholic tones of his voice enveloped everyone, creating a stark contrast to the earlier sweet melodies. As the song unfolded, The judges, including Shi Qianyu, gasped in astonishment. Goodness, his emotional control is impeccable. How can he convey such depth? Even Shi Qianyu found herself in admiration, questioning whether she could achieve such mastery. Wow. Wen in the VIP section widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at the stage. My heavens, this cannot be real. Hee. The two little ones reveled in the silence, their faces aglow with joy, knowing their father was the best. At the campus playground of Moda University, students held their breath, feeling as though a boulder pressed upon their chests, overwhelmed by Yi Chen's extraordinary talent. Goodness. Wang Zilin and his friends stared blankly at the screen. Boss, are we aiming for the heavens? This is insane. The entire internet will surely be conquered by our boss. The music was interpreted by him to such a profound extent. Can you believe it? On the other side, Su Xiaoman and her roommates strolled through the playground, fortuitously stumbling upon the small concert. That is Yi Chen. The karaoke show has begun. Hearing the voices around her, Su Xiaoman averted her gaze, unsure of her thoughts, perhaps lacking the courage to face Yi Chen once more. Under the spotlight, Yi Chen continued singing. I am a window locked upon my heart, unable to close against the cold winds that come and go. These years have left scars that cannot be mended, and the desolation seems particularly poignant, as the wind stirs the sorrows of the past, like a cheap carnival spanning an entire season. Let us begin anew, like a dream, like a flower. The emotions erupted, and fans across their screens screamed in exhilaration, their experiences indescribably unique and wondrous. What? Su Xiaoman's roommates stared at the screen, their expressions a complex mix of emotions. What had they just heard? Gasping in disbelief, they refrained from voicing their thoughts for fear of upsetting Su Xiaoman. Indeed, Yi Chen's song was mesmerizing, brimming with feeling. What an extraordinary man had slipped through Xiaoman's fingers. Not only was he a top-tier heir, but he was also stunningly handsome, immensely talented, and a doting partner. It was almost unfathomable that Xiaoman had broken up with such a celestial boyfriend. Surely, she must be regretting her decision now. Though I am unaware of Su Xiaoman's current feelings, it is certain that if she were to find herself in this situation, she would undoubtedly be filled with regret. That fellow has truly concealed himself too well. Xiaoman must hold on and persevere. She is remarkable, although they hold a fondness for Yi Chen. If this sentiment were to reach Su Xiaoman, one can only imagine the fury it would provoke, potentially to the point of her spitting blood. Chapter 30. How infuriating. Yi Chen has tricked me into tears, truly despicable. At the event venue, an inexplicable wave of emotion swept over the audience. The girls in the stands gazed at the stage, hands clasped in fervent admiration, captivated by Yi Chen's extraordinary performance. I heard the night reject and mock me. I felt like winter, staring out at the northwestern window. I heard loneliness weeping in the quiet night, pricked by the pain of love. The hauntingly sorrowful melodies lingered in their ears, inevitably leading to glistening tears cascading down their cheeks. Time slipped away unobserved, until a certain moment, as the song drew to a close, the atmosphere remained hushed. Both the live audience and those in the streaming room were lost in the world of the song, unable to extricate themselves, savoring its essence for an extended period. After approximately 10 seconds, the fans gradually returned to their senses, erupting into enthusiastic applause and cheers, though many of the girls found themselves already transformed into tearful figures. Inexplicably moved, they felt as though they heard another version of themselves lamenting through the song. Such a feeling is ineffable. How powerful it is. It turns out that the music could heal the wounds of the past. How wondrous. Meanwhile, at Magic City University, a similar scene unfolded on the playground, with numerous girls wiping tears from their eyes. Senior Yi Chen, this song is so touching. How could it be? I can't believe I cried. How cruel. Yi Chen has tricked me into tears. The first song was explosively sweet, while the second was heavy with melancholy. Yi Chen certainly knows how to play with emotions. The contrast was exhilarating, leaving me craving more. Without Yi Chen, the music scene would be shrouded in eternal darkness. The crowd was abuzz with banter, and Wang Zilin and his companions, observing the electrifying atmosphere, discreetly wiped away tears, clearly moved by the performance. Goodness, even the boss was touched by the song. This is not right. They are merely single dogs. What? Su Xiaoman, overhearing her classmates' discussions, felt her face pale. What kind of exceptional man had she missed out on? Was this feeling one of regret? But how could this be? The script seemed wrong. He had seemed so ordinary before, merely handsome, lacking in other qualities. Yet now, he was not only exceptional but appeared to have become even more attractive than before, though she could not comprehend why. At the top office of Magic City Wine House, Lumingli took a deep breath, wiping away the remnants of tears from her eyes, her expression complex as she gazed at the screen. That fellow. What has he experienced over the years? For some inexplicable reason, as she listened to this song, she felt a twinge of heartache. Perhaps revealing her pregnancy to him back then would have yielded a different outcome. With this thought, Lu Mingli's conviction from years ago began to waver. Had her decision to keep him in the dark been just or selfish, especially considering he was the biological father of their 2 children? Suddenly, a flicker of guilt toward Yi Chen surfaced in Lu Mingli's heart. Was her past behavior unfair to him? Reflecting on this, she quietly turned her gaze toward the man lost in the song on the screen, her heart beginning to open just a fraction. However, if Yi Chen were to discover this moment, he would undoubtedly be elated, for it is no small feat to soften the demeanor of the aloof Lu Mingli. On the other side, Kai Kunken's expression darkened to an extreme. I wonder how long you can bask in the limelight. Checking the time. A mocking smile crept onto his lips. According to the schedule, the assassin should already be in position. At the right moment, this brat is destined to die? With this thought, a satisfied grin spread across his face. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that this was not the end of Yi Chen's life, but rather the countdown to his nightmare. Daddy, how amazing! Back at the VIP section, the 2 little ones wasted no time in running towards their father, joyfully embracing him. Mua. They also made sure to snuggle affectionately, showering everyone with this sweet display of affection. My goodness. Shi Qinyu, seated among the judges, observed her best friend's man sharing tender moments with their 2 children, feeling a twinge of envy. Upon reflection, she mused that her best friend's current circumstances must be the pinnacle of envy for countless women. A handsome, wealthy, and doting husband, 2 adorable daughters, and a successful career. How splendid. However, at a certain moment, Yi Chen, now possessing the abilities of a martial arts master, detected a murderous intent approaching from afar, and he was certain it was directed at him. Finally, had the Klitsch plotline come to fruition in his life? Clearly, assassination attempts were a common trope in web narratives. However, now armed with the prowess of a martial arts master, he was invincible and eager to see who dared to approach. Xin, Nunu, stick close to Aunt Wenwen. Yi Chen affectionately ruffled the hair of the 2 little ones. I need to visit the restroom. Okay. The 2 replied obediently, while Wenwen's cheeks flushed slightly. She wished to express her desire to join him, but understood the words were best left unspoken. Daddy, please come back quickly. The adorable duo echoed, nodding eagerly. All right. Yi Chen assured them, turning to leave the VIP section, drawing the attention of many girls who longed to approach him, yearning for a moment alone together, even willing to sacrifice years of their lives for it. A few minutes later, in a secluded area behind the venue, Yi Chen surveyed the shadows. What? Are you not coming out? Despite the assassin's skillful hiding, they were still unable to escape his keen perception. With a swift motion, a dozen figures emerged into the light, each exuding a strong aura, clearly having taken lives before. Kid, are you Yi Chen? The leader, a man named King Yu from the Blood Fiend organization, stood at the forefront, flanked by over a dozen subordinates. You must possess some skill to have detected our presence. However, someone has placed a high bounty on your head. Blame it on your ostentatious behavior. With a cold smirk, King Yu regarded Yi Chen as if he were a mere mouse, having slain countless such showy individuals before. Is that so? Casting a glance at King Yu and his crew, Yi Chen's lips curled into a sly grin. Are you so certain these worthless scoundrels can kill me? Chapter 31. Kid, who exactly are you, seeking death? One of King Yu's subordinates, filled with rage, glared fiercely. Boss, let me take care of this brat. Very well. Upon hearing his subordinate volunteer, King Yu nodded slightly. After all, such a feeble creature does not deserve his attention, at least not in his eyes. Kid, prepare to meet your demise. With a scoff, the underling charged forward with an astonishing speed that surpassed that of ordinary individuals, clearly indicating the formidable strength of the Blood Slaughter organization. Quite confident, indeed. As he observed the approaching assailant, Yi Chen's lips curled into a slight smile, a commendable attack. However, your speed leaves much to be desired. With a swift motion, Yi Chen unleashed a powerful palm strike, sending the underling hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth, his body crumpling into a mass of flesh and finally landing several meters away. What? This unexpected turn of events astonished everyone present, their incredulous gazes fixated on Yi Chen. That kid possesses remarkable skill. The expressions of the 10 or so onlookers shifted dramatically, their eyes now reflecting newfound respect. This young man clearly exceeded their capabilities. Lan Yu, witnessing the scene, cast a sidelong glance at Yi Chen. You possess some skills, kid. Eliminate him. With narrowed eyes, Lan Yu commanded his subordinates, recognizing that this youth was indeed formidable. Yes, boss. Responding to Lan Yu's order, the group surged towards Yi Chen, convinced that even if he was skilled, he would ultimately meet his end. Kill. They all struck simultaneously, quickly overwhelming Yi Chen, and Lan Yu smirked at the sight. In the end, you are still too inexperienced. Pleased with the unfolding of his plan, Lan Yu thought, no matter how skilled he is, He cannot possibly withstand such a multitude of attacks. He mused to himself, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Even I would struggle against this many opponents simultaneously. This kid is undoubtedly doomed. Yet, it was evident that he had overestimated his own strength while grossly underestimating Yi Chen. With a swift motion, a blade of light flashed through the air. In the next instant, numerous bodies flew backward, each suffering a lethal wound to the throat. A single strike to seal their fates. Indeed, for Yi Chen, a martial arts master, such feats were effortlessly executed, though for an ordinary person, it would be an altogether different matter. Such incredible speed. Lan Yu's countenance darkened as he beheld the fallen comrades, the earlier arrogance replaced by a grave sense of concern. This person's strength is unfathomable. However, he reasoned, every man has his weaknesses, especially a mere youth. What is the matter? Yi Chen asked, a playful smile gracing his lips. Are you not going to make a move? Now, seizing the moment when Yi Chen appeared to lower his guard, Lan Yu acted decisively, without hesitation. Kid die? A sinister grin spread across his face as he envisioned the youth's gruesome demise. Warning, in your next life, remember to be more cautious. Ignorance can cost you your life. Is that so? Yi Chen's eyes narrowed as he regarded the overconfident Lan Yu. Are you sure? The anticipated sound of blood splattering did not materialize. Instead, a metallic clash echoed in the air, causing Lan Yu's brow to furrow in disbelief. Yet, what he saw next left him utterly astonished. Yi Chen had effortlessly blocked his full-force strike with a single finger, as though he had collided with an immovable mountain. How is this possible? Lan Yu was momentarily frozen in disbelief, questioning if such a feat was even within human capability. Yet, before he could dwell on it further, his blade emitted a cracking sound, fissures spreading from the tip to the hilt. With a resounding clang, the weapon shattered into fragments, the sharp sound piercing the silence of the scene. This is impossible. Gazing at the scattered remnants of his weapon, Lan Yu stood dumbfounded. The destruction of his blade had exceeded his comprehension. Who on earth are you, kid? Before he could finish his sentence, a powerful hand seized his throat, silencing him completely as the suffocating grip turned his face a deep shade of crimson. What do you want? As he teetered on the brink of death, the earlier bravado dissipated, leaving him vulnerable. Kid, I warn you, I am a member of the Blood Slaughter Organization. If you harm me, they will not spare you. And you will. With a slight increase in pressure, Lan Yu's neck snapped, his head tilting grotesquely as he succumbed to death. Thud. The lifeless body was discarded carelessly, akin to a dead dog, revealing that a killer was no match for Yi Chen. Should Kai Kunken witness this scene, he would undoubtedly be terrified. Ding. Host detected first kill, granting unlimited bone corrosion powder. Note, this substance can erode any corpse, essential for those who travel to eliminate witnesses. Wow. Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback by the system's voice. There are rewards for killing? This system certainly seizes opportunities to provide valuable items. Impressive, system. You have a keen eye. With a desire to experiment, Yi Chen raised his hand, scattering several handfuls of bone corrosion powder over Lan Yu and his companions, followed by the hissing sound of corrosion. 3 seconds later, the bodies of Lan Yu and his men had disintegrated, leaving not a trace behind. What an astonishing effect. Yi Chen was genuinely astonished. This result was extraordinarily effective. In the air lingered only a faint metallic scent of blood, with nothing else remaining. If Lan Yu, from beyond the grave, were to witness this scene, he would surely rise in outrage, feeling excessively wronged. To have one's body obliterated without a trace was an affront, and he would undoubtedly rise to confront Yi Chen in a fierce battle. Not bad. Upon regaining his composure, a smile graced Yi Chen's lips. Appreciating the efficacy of the bone corrosion powder, he then turned his attention to the attribute panel. Name, Yi Chen. Age, 21 years. Appearance, max, surpassing all existence. Abilities, divine driving skills, master musician, exceptional culinary arts, martial arts master, calligraphy virtuoso, and a pair of Chilean kidneys. Items, Supreme Villa number 1x1. Lamborghini Demon Child Extended Supercar X1, 100 shares in Qianlong Group, 10-fold consumer rebate, unlimited bone corrosion powder. Wealth, 34. 5 billion renminbi. Daddy is back. As a smile graced his lips, he heard the voices of the two little ones. Yi Chen had returned to the VIP area. Hee, where have you been? The two little ones puffed out their cheeks adorably, while Wenwen's face flushed slightly as she glanced toward a certain direction, pondering whether her idol's stock was truly that plentiful, causing her cheeks to redden further. Chapter 32. Mingli, are you not going to manage your man and the two little ones? As time passed, and the program concluded, Yi Chen, congratulations. As the audience began to disperse, Shi Qinyu approached, congratulating him on advancing to the semifinals. Thank you. With a slight nod, the group engaged in conversation before departing the venue. Wenwen, everything is proceeding according to plan, Shi Qinyu instructed her assistant. Yes, President Shi. The assistant, 1-1, replied respectfully, accompanying Yi Chun and the others as they exited the venue. President Shi, take care. Waving goodbye, she only regained her composure when the car faded from view. Idol. You are truly remarkable. The scenes of his two recent performances played back in her mind like a movie, and this was merely the beginning. For the true excitement was yet to come. Hey, not daring to squander too much time, Wen quickly dialed the number for the Yuan platform. President Xi's directive. Proceed as planned. Yi Chen's 2 songs must be promoted at all costs. Understood, Sister Wen. Came the voice of a staff member from the Yuan platform. As anticipated, a wave of excitement began to stir quietly. Moments later, on the Yuan platform, the page refreshed, revealing the promotional actions. Wait, are these Yi Chen's 2 songs? Wow. They uploaded 2 songs right after the show ended. That's impressive. Hey, it seems like the Yuan platform is eager to capture an immense flow of traffic. The contrasting operations stunned the KTV showcase, truly catching everyone by surprise. I adore Yi Chun, he's simply outstanding. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the number of comments skyrocketed into the tens of thousands, and the play count surged past 10 million, illustrating just how explosive these figures were. At the gates of Moda University, a voice rang out amidst a crowd. Yi Chun, your 2 songs are a hit. This person seemed rather eccentric, drawing curious glances from those around. However, soon after learning that the online buzz had taken over nearly half of the trending searches, many joined the ranks of the fervently enthusiastic. Is this really Yi Chen's 2 songs? They became popular so effortlessly? The crowd, momentarily dumbfounded, found the news quietly spreading throughout Moda University. Meanwhile, at the Junlin Tianeng Villa, Daddy, we're hungry, chirped the 2 little ones, their adorable voices sweetly pleading, melting hearts in the process. Haha, all right. Yi Chun, a doting father, smiled as he responded, Daddy will cook for you right now. Pinching the cheeks of the 2 little ones, he made his way to the kitchen, earning a playful eye roll from Lu Mengli upon his return. Did he ever consider her feelings while showering them with affection? Thank you, Daddy. The 2 little ones chimed in unison, causing Shi Qianyu to be unexpectedly showered with the sweetness of their familial bond. The delightful feeling was indeed intoxicating. Shi Qianyu forced a bitter smile, almost feeling an urge to burp. Mengli, aren't you going to say something about your man and the 2 little ones? Listening to her friend's remark, Lu Mengli wanted to respond, but ultimately sighed instead. She certainly wished to intervene, but where would she even begin? Wait, what do you mean by your man? Has she lost her mind? She thought, vexed. Although she didn't mind the term, it felt quite inappropriate, didn't it? Look at this. Suddenly realizing something, Shi Qianyu shoved her phone in front of her friend. Your man has exploded in popularity. Nearly half of the top 10 trending searches are dominated by him. I'm not exaggerating when I say that within 2 years, I could transform your man into a king of the music industry. At that point, you can just sit back at home and count your money. Imagining that scenario, she envisioned the Yuan platform rising to fame and solidifying its foothold, while her own studio could finally break free from the constraints of capitalism that she had once despised. The thought alone was exhilarating. Just then, the 2 little ones playing with Yi Chen's phone received a video call. After clicking to answer, a graceful middle-aged woman appeared on the screen. It was Ye's mother. Zheng Dongmei was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the 2 adorable little ones, thinking she was experiencing an illusion, as they bore an uncanny resemblance to her son in his childhood. Ahem, who are you? The scene left Zheng Dongmei slightly bewildered, unable to comprehend how 2 cute little Lolas appeared when she was trying to call her son. Ye. Upon recognizing the familiar figure in the photos on Daddy's phone, the little ones blinked their big, expressive eyes. It's Grandma. Zheng Dongmei's mouth twitched in disbelief at their words, and as she took in their appearances, a sense of foreboding crept in. No way are you 2. At that moment, Ye's father approached, seemingly recognizing 2 miniature versions of his son, and tentatively asked, are they? And Grandpa too. Before the little ones could respond, they excitedly greeted Yi Dingfei, feeling a sense of comfort that was beyond ordinary. However, he was utterly unaware that he had such beautiful granddaughters, and even more surprisingly, 2 of them at that. So your daddy is Yi Chen? Ye's mother suddenly realized something. Taking a deep breath, as there was no need for a paternity test, anyone who doubted the connection would be foolish. The little ones nodded eagerly, thrilled to see their grandparents. Wait, they suddenly seemed to remember something and called out, Mama, Aunt Qianyu, come quickly. Grandpa and Grandma are on video call. Once Lu Mengli and Shi Qianyu gathered themselves, Ye's father and mother had already appeared on the screen, catching Lu Mengli off guard. Whoa. Shi Qianyu felt a shiver run down her spine at the unexpected development. However, she quickly composed herself and flashed a charming smile. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. Mengli, aren't you going to greet your future in-laws? As she spoke, Shi Qianyu's mischievous grin revealed that the 2 little ones were indeed her best friend's little darlings. Hello, Uncle. Hello, Auntie. Lu Menli's face flushed crimson, her heart racing. She had never anticipated meeting that guy's parents so soon. Ahem, hello? Ye's father and mother cleared their throats, having recognized Lu Menli's striking resemblance to the two little ones, confirming her identity. Yet, they couldn't help but think that their son had chosen a rather stunning partner. Daddy, the two little ones chimed, trotting over to Yi Chen, who was just bringing dinner from the kitchen. Mama is on the phone with Grandpa and Grandma. Yi Chen was momentarily stunned by this revelation, then turned to the side, realizing something profound. Stepping closer, Lu Menli awkwardly handed her phone to Yi Chen. Dad, Mom, what made you think to call me? Yi Chen felt somewhat embarrassed, having not anticipated this situation unfolding. You rascal, Zheng Dongmei glared at her son. How dare you ask that? If your father and I hadn't made a surprise visit, we might never have known. You little brat, when were you planning to tell us? Seeing this, Ye's father couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It was outrageous that his son had kept such a significant matter under wraps, especially the fact that he had children, leaving them completely in the dark. They had even been busy arranging blind dates for him during this time. So, you already knew. Clearing his throat, Yi Chen decided to lay it all out. I had intended to tell you in a few days, but since you found out early, I'll just say it outright. You're going to be grandparents. Indeed. Upon hearing their son's admission, the elderly couple felt a jolt of surprise. While they should have been angry, the thought of their daughter-in-law's extraordinary beauty rendered them incapable of feeling anything but joy. You child. Ye's mother rolled her eyes at her son, unable to suppress her happiness. Now, tell your mother everything that has transpired, in detail. Mother, do you remember 4 years ago? Yi Chen recounted the series of events, which caused Ye's parents to gradually regain their composure, vaguely recalling how their son had seemed entranced for quite some time back then. In that moment, the lingering doubts from the past were finally resolved. You rascal, you truly stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Having someone else raise your children for so many years. After a thorough explanation, the elderly couple reluctantly accepted the situation, transforming into proud grandparents of 2 charming granddaughters. Moreover, they were particularly delighted at the prospect of having a daughter-in-law with such remarkable poise. I noticed that the other girl who greeted us earlier was quite lovely. She seems familiar, as if I've seen her somewhere. Ye's father pondered aloud. Oh, you mean Qianyu? Yi Chen then shifted the focus to Shi Qianyu and continued. How could you not be familiar? She is indeed a rising star in the music industry. Really? Shi Qianyu, witnessing the astonishment on Ye's parents' faces, smiled slightly and introduced herself. Hello, uncle and aunt. I am Shi Qianyu, Meng Li's close friend. Shi Qianyu. Is it really you? Ye's parents suddenly recalled, their expressions filled with disbelief. Their son's friend was, in fact, a celebrated musical diva. Yes, uncle and aunt. Shi Qianyu replied with a gentle smile. During this period, Yi Chen has been a tremendous help to me. Moreover, her gaze turned to her friend. You may not be aware, but Meng Li is the owner of a prominent establishment in the Magic City and also one of its foremost beautiful women. Qianyu. Listening to her friend's teasing, Lu Meng Li felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, wishing she could disappear into the floor. After some casual chatter, Ye's parents felt an overwhelming sense of joy. It turned out that their daughter-in-law was not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also an assertive businesswoman, exceeding their expectations. However, the question lingered. How could such an extraordinary woman have been won over by their son? What merit did that scoundrel possess? Son, tomorrow your father and I plan to go to the city center to buy a house. Will you be available? Zheng Dongmei inquired of her son, recalling something. Buy a house? Yi Chen's eyes flickered with thoughts unknown. I'll come to pick you up tomorrow. Really? Ye's parents exclaimed with delight, and shortly after, Ye's mother added. Make sure to bring your daughters along. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Lu Meng Li breathed a sigh of relief. Hee daddy. Are we going to see Grandpa and Grandma tomorrow? The 2 little girls, having caught snippets of the conversation, approached with eager anticipation. Yes, Yi Chen nodded slightly, and the girls' eyes sparkled with joy. Yay, we get to see Grandpa and Grandma tomorrow. How exciting. The 2 children began to chase each other around the living room, creating a heartwarming scene that brought a smile to one's face. Meng Li, how do you feel? Shi Qianyu leaned closer to her friend and whispered. What was it like meeting your in-laws for the first time? You. Lu Meng Li shot her a glare in response to her mischievous friend. What do you mean by that? I don't understand what you're saying. Clearly, Lu Meng Li feigned ignorance. As her relationship with Yi Chen had evolved significantly since their initial meeting, they were indeed much closer now. During dinner, cheers. Let's celebrate Yi Chen's return to the trending list. With a glass of Lafite red wine in hand, Shi Qianyu initiated another round of encouragement. Ding. The system detects that the host wishes to drink, granting the ability to remain sober after 1,000 cups. Note, with this ability, the host can drink worldly wines as if they were mere water. Oh, hearing the system's voice, Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. This system certainly possessed remarkable insight. Excellent. Such an operation is indeed rare. Without further contemplation, the three began to drink, while Xian and Nua, the two little ones, blinked their big eyes, finding the scene quite entertaining. Unfortunately, they were too young to partake. Time slipped by unnoticed as they continued to toast, and eventually, Lu Mengli's eyes grew hazy while a sly smile crept onto Shi Qianyu's lips. Xian, Nua, come along and sleep with Aunt Qianyu. As she spoke, Shi Qianyu led the two little girls toward the bedroom, leaving Yi Chun and the slightly intoxicated Lu Mengli alone in the living room, illuminated by the warm yellow light. This girl, reflecting on Shi Qianyu's intention, it was evident she had done so deliberately. Observing the enchanting figure of Lu Mengli, Yi Chun guided her toward the bedroom. Phew. Once he laid the stunning beauty on the bed, he found himself momentarily entranced by her unparalleled grace. Truly, she was the most beautiful woman in the Magic City. Who could possibly resist? Before he could dwell on it further, Lu Mengli, having regained consciousness, unexpectedly rose on her tiptoes and kissed him, causing his mind to explode with thoughts. Gazing into the eyes of the alluring beauty before him, he thought, Mengli, my little enchantress, you initiated this. You cannot blame me. Chapter 34. Are Mommy and Daddy feeling shy? The following morning, golden sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on his stunning face, under the sun's caress. The surrounding light seemed to pale in comparison. Struggling to open her eyes, Lu Mengli awoke to find herself gazing at a handsome profile. However, before she could ponder further, a flood of memories surged through her mind, as fierce as a tiger breaking free from its cage. After yesterday's drinking escapade, returning to the room, suddenly, her eyes widened, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she realized her earlier assumptions were misguided. It was all too real. Oh no, has it finally come to that point? At that moment, a frown creased Lu Mengli's brow, her emotions a tumultuous mix of confusion and apprehension. You're awake. A voice drifted from beside her, prompting Lu Mengli to turn her gaze and meet a pair of deep, starry eyes, especially with that extraordinarily handsome face. Her cheeks burned even more. What's this? Are you feeling shy, my little enchantress? You. Hearing his teasing words, Lu Mengli shot him a fierce glare. Who's shy? You're the one who's the little enchantress. Is that so? Taking in her delightful fragrance as he wrapped his arms around her slender waist, he teased, Yesterday, my dear Mengli, you were quite audacious. Shut up. Lu Mengli rolled her eyes at him. Was he crazy? Could he not refrain from speaking? How infuriating. We're not mentioning what happened yesterday. Mustering her courage, she said fiercely, as she could hardly believe that had been her. By the way, Yi Chen recalled something, producing a black card and placing it in her delicate, fragrant hand. I heard there have been some issues at the Magic City establishment. Here's 50 million for emergencies. Additionally, consider this your reward from your man for yesterday. Initially touched by his words, Lu Mengli felt her temper flare upon hearing the latter part. What do you mean, a reward? What does he take me for? Furious. She had intended to decline the offer, but that thought was quickly extinguished. You possess a modicum of conscience. With a smirk, I accepted the sum of money with a sense of self-satisfaction, as extracting a toll from that fellow could be deemed a form of retribution. However, there is no need to be overly courteous to your man. If funds run low, simply consult your husband for more. With a gentle wave of my hand, Yi Chen remained indifferent, for he was certainly not one to suffer losses. Ding! The host has spent 50 million, triggering a tenfold return, thus acquiring 500 million renminbi. Soon, the familiar sound of the system announcing the rebate echoed in my ears. It was already 8 o'clock. I must rise promptly. Lu Mengli felt her cheeks flush. At this hour, her best friend and the two little ones should be stirring soon. Although yesterday bore witness to events reminiscent of their encounter 4 years prior, she found herself resisting little, feeling that everything was quite proper. Yet, she could not fathom the reason behind this sentiment. No matter, after all, it was already late. Naturally, Yi Chen would not squander the tranquil moments of solitude with her, particularly since last night's experience had evidently altered the dynamics of their relationship. Wanting to say something, Lu Mengli ultimately sighed, for she genuinely relished this atmosphere. Could it be that this young lady has fallen under the spell of this fellow? Time passed unmeasured. Creak. By the time the door swung open, the sun had already climbed high in the sky. Wow. The playful Xian and Nua turned at the sound, their eyes landing upon a most enchanting figure. Mama, you look beautiful today. Oh really? Listening to the two youngsters, Lu Mengli felt a smile tugging at her lips, an involuntary sweetness blooming across her face, which did not escape the notice of her best friend, Shi Qianyu. Indeed, observing her friend's radiant complexion, Shi Qianyu grasped the situation clearly. There had been a substantial breakthrough between the two, a delightful turn of events for both of them and for her as well. Come, eat something nourishing. During breakfast, Yi Chen tenderly placed a fried egg onto Lu Mengli's plate, a scene that elicited giggles from the two little ones. Thank you. Lu Mingli's cheeks flushed slightly. As the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. Burp. The sudden influx of dog food had she Chinyu discreetly letting out a belch, contemplating if she had unwittingly become a third wheel. Hey, enough already, she pouted, exasperated. Is it truly necessary to flaunt your affection so early in the morning? Chinyu. Lu Mingli's face turned crimson, losing the confidence she once had, her mind swirling with unspoken thoughts. Observing this, Shi Chinyu realized her friend had been thoroughly ensnared. What dog food? Don't speak nonsense. Lu Mingli retorted, though her words lacked their usual authority. After breakfast, at the villa's entrance. Mama, goodbye Aunt Chinyu. Xian and Nua bid farewell to their mother and watched as the supercar roared away, only regaining their senses once it vanished from sight. Hee. Is Mama feeling shy? The two little ones pondered seriously, observing their mother's hasty retreat. Perhaps. Clearing his throat, Yi Chen mused, his mind involuntarily drifting back to the indescribable scenes of last night, a smile creeping onto his lips that was harder to suppress than even AK. After leaving the villa, Lu Mingli finally exhaled deeply, patting her chest in relief. What's wrong? Shi Chinyu observed her friend thoughtfully. Did something happen between you and your man yesterday? Chinyu. Have you gone mad? Lu Mingli's face turned scarlet, utterly taken aback by her friend's unabashed curiosity. Was this truly the same pop diva she had come to know, now behaving like a gossiping bystander? But was it really appropriate to question herself like this? All right then. Observing her friend's demeanor, Shi Chinyu smirked. Judging by your rosy complexion, I reckon you slept rather well. It was passable. The two exchanged banter, though Lu Mingli's thoughts were consumed by the image of a certain someone. Passable. Shi Chinyu rolled her eyes. She had never seen her friend in such a radiant state. To claim that it had nothing to do with Yi Chun would be utterly implausible. One must understand that should her friend make a public appearance now, she would undoubtedly astound countless onlookers. Clearly, under Yi Chun's affection, Lu Mingli was blossoming into a more youthful version of herself. In this moment, one could easily mistake her for a love-struck young girl, and none would dare dispute it. Who would have imagined that Lu Mingli harbored such potential, both adorable and formidable? Chapter 35. Little Yi, did you say this iron lump costs 30 million? In the Magic City, within an urban village. Wow. Xian and Nua gazed at the uniquely constructed buildings, their curiosity piqued. Daddy, this place is so strange. Haha. Indeed, Yi Chen replied, observing the two little ones wonder. This is an urban village, the place where your daddy grew up. Moreover, all the houses here were built by ourselves. It's a nice place to retire away from the clamor of the city. As they listened to their father, the two youngsters scrutinized their surroundings, seemingly searching for clues, for this was indeed where their father had spent his formative years. Oh, soon. The eye-catching extended supercar drew the attention of numerous passers-by, creating a stark contrast to the dilapidated urban village, which appeared as though it would never undergo renovation. Quite frankly, it was impossible not to attract attention. Creak. At one moment, the car came to a halt, and the doors swung open. Little Yi, it's you. Neighbors and local residents were taken aback at the sight, many gathering around. It truly is the Yi family's young master. Wow, Little Yi has really hit it big. TSK. Little Yi looks even more handsome now. In an instant, Yi Chen became the focal point of everyone's attention. Just then, a girl of about 15 or 16 years old gasped, covering her mouth. Brother Yi Chen, is it really you? My goodness. This girl was Wang Xiaoqian, the younger sister of a neighbor and a devoted fan of Yi Chen. Haha, Xiaoqian. Long time no see. You've become even more beautiful. Yi Chen smiled as he regarded the girl, while Wang Xiaoqian's cheeks turned rosy. Thank you, brother Yi Chen. What's this? Soon, Xiaoqian's gaze fell upon the two lovely little girls beside him. What beautiful little sisters. Hello, Sister Xiaoqian. Xian and Nua greeted her adorably, their voices endearing Wang Xiaoqian to no end. Oh my, such a sweet voice, I love it. The three little beauties played together, drawing the attention of the crowd back to Yi Chen. Ahem, Little Yi. Wang Shu, Xiaoqian's father, cleared his throat. Have you struck it rich? Sort of. Yi Chen waved his hand, then looked toward his closed front door. Where are my parents? Oh, Wang Shu chuckled, watching his daughter play. They've gone grocery shopping. They should be back soon. By the way, he suddenly recalled something. Turning to his daughter, I heard Xiaoqian say you've become a big star? Yi Chen paused, then glanced at the now graceful young woman before him, nodding slightly. This was indeed a commendable reason to spend money openly. Good lad. Wang Shu didn't misjudge you. Hearing Yi Chun's words, Wang Shu nodded, then glanced at the supercar. That car must have cost quite a fortune. It's all right. Yi Chen nodded slightly, then candidly remarked, approximately 30 million. What? Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Uncle Wang's eyes bulged with disbelief. Little Yi, are you saying this iron lump is worth 30 million? As soon as these words left his mouth, the surrounding crowd erupted in astonishment. 30 million? Surely. It can't be 300 instead? A hushed silence fell. The way everyone looked at Yi Chen had transformed. It seemed the ancestral grave of the Yi family was bound to be engulfed in smoke. Goodness, they toiled tirelessly throughout their lives, and probably couldn't afford even a wheel. How has little Yi accumulated such wealth already? Meanwhile, not far away, Yi Chen's parents, having just returned from grocery shopping, spotted a flashy supercar from a distance. Old Yi looked quickly, Zheng Dongmei exclaimed, pointing at the vehicle parked in front of their home. What a luxurious car. Luxury car? Upon hearing her words, Yi Dingfei quickly glanced over, and a thought struck him. Could it be that our son has returned? They were already aware that their son was now singing quite well and earning a considerable amount of money. Furthermore, he had mentioned he would take them to view a property today, which naturally led to their speculation. Old Yi, congratulations. They chimed. Haha, little Yi has become quite successful. The neighbors around them were all envious and astonished, and upon exchanging glances, the elderly couple had already confirmed that the car belonged to their son. As the crowd marveled, the couple approached the car. Hee, Grandpa and Grandma. As soon as the two little ones caught sight of their father, they scampered over with their tiny feet. Xin, Nuo, you both came. Seeing their beautiful granddaughters, the elderly couple embraced them, leaving everyone around utterly astonished. What? Did they just hear that those two adorable little girls were the granddaughters of the Yi family? It must be said, they truly resembled little Yi as if molded from the same cast. Uncle Wang was also taken aback, as he initially thought they were distant cousins of little Yi. Little Yi, are these two adorable little ones your children? Having watched Yi Chen grow up, Uncle Wang had no doubt about their parentage, for they bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Yi Chen nodded slightly. After all, this was something that would eventually come to light. Wang Xiaoqian was completely stunned, incredulously gazing at the cute little ones who had just been playing with her. Yi Chen, you already have children. Cough, cough. This matter is rather lengthy to explain. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen cleared his throat, just as his parents approached, still holding the two little ones. You rascal. Aren't you going to grab the groceries? All right. Yi Chen took the bags from his parents, clearly finding the fresh vegetables unappetizing with his granddaughters in his arms. As they made their way home, the entire scene sparked a flurry of excitement among the neighbors. Goodness, little Ye's children are already so big. It must have been at least 4 years. No way, 4 years ago, little Yi should not have even been in university. As the truth unraveled, many neighbors were left astonished, completely unprepared for little Ye's remarkable capabilities. Xin, Nuo, what would you like for lunch? Grandma will cook for you. Zheng Dongmei said affectionately to her granddaughters. After all, she hadn't cared for them in the past 4 years, so she needed to pay attention. The two little ones tilted their heads. I want sweet and sour ribs and braised pork. The dishes Dad makes are the best. Oh, hearing the little one's words, Zheng Dongmei glanced at her son. You rascal, you can actually cook? Chapter 36. Rascal, with such culinary skills, you should teach me when you have the chance. It's all right. Yi Chen smiled slightly, yet this response made his father feel as though he had discovered a new world. Rascal, are you sure? This truly piqued his curiosity. After all, they had never allowed this boy into the kitchen, and he had never even washed a dish, so how could he cook? Gurgle. Thinking about the meals prepared by their father, the two little ones' stomachs began to protest. Just wait, Dad will cook for you. With that, he took the groceries and headed into the kitchen, a scene that left the elderly couple momentarily speechless, but they ultimately said nothing. Soon, they were captivated by their son's adept handling of knives in the kitchen. Goodness, just his knife skills alone indicated that their son's culinary prowess was extraordinary. Xin, Nuo, have you tasted the dishes Dad makes? Zheng Dongmei then focused her gaze on her lovely granddaughters, clearly seeing this as a perfect opportunity. Of course, the two little ones eagerly chattered. Grandma, you don't know, Dad's cooking is super delicious. Aunt Qianyu and Mommy love it. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's parents exchanged astonished glances. They realized their daughter-in-law was the owner of a wine house, and as for Qianyu, she was an immensely popular songstress. What kind of delicacies hadn't she tasted? It was surprising that she praised their son's cooking so highly. Although they had never sampled his culinary skills, they could already infer that their son's abilities were likely beyond their expectations. Tap, tap, tap. Before long, rhythmic chopping sounds filled the kitchen, the speed at which he worked leaving Yi mother feeling inadequate. Moments later, the quartet of grandparents and grandchildren caught a whiff of an enticing aroma. Following the scent, they turned to find Yi Chen had already placed dish after dish on the dining table. Gulp. Gazing at the spread before them, Yi father and Yi mother were utterly astonished. This rascal truly had some skills. Let's eat while it's hot. Noting his parents' astonished expressions, Yi Chen chose not to elaborate further. For it would indeed be strange if they didn't react this way, considering the system was something that should not exist. The two little ones gulped, their appetites insatiable as they immediately dove into their meals. This flavor is incredible. After tasting her son's cooking, Yi Mother's eyes widened in shock. This is the best sweet and sour ribs I've ever had, rascal. Taking a deep breath, Yi Mother continued, your culinary skills are remarkably high. She couldn't help but admit that his skills exceeded her own by a significant margin. Quietly, she regarded her son with a peculiar expression. Had I known you could cook so well, I wouldn't have endured so many years of greasy smoke. She mused. Am I at a disadvantage here? At that moment, Yi Father took a bite and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. You've certainly inherited your father's skills. Cough, cough. As soon as he said this, Yi Mother nearly choked on her water, shooting a glare at Yi Father. You old man. Are you sure you have any skills when it comes to cooking? Hearing Yi Mother's rebuttal, Yi Father rolled his eyes. This woman truly gave him no face at all. Clearly, he hadn't taught her enough. Glancing at Yi Father, Yi Mother was well aware of his capabilities. Rascal. With such excellent culinary skills, you must teach me when you have time. In the future, I want to prepare delicious meals for my daughter-in-law. As she savored her son's mouth-watering dishes, she contemplated her plans. All right. Yi Chen smiled slightly, but his mother's thoughts were indeed quite far-reaching. After lunch, they took a brief rest. Old Yi, where are you heading? Uncle Wang was playing with Xiao Qian in front of the door, watching as Yi Dingfei was about to depart in his car. Old Wang. Yi Dingfei smiled upon seeing his neighbor. We are planning to purchase a house. Buying a house. How enviable. Uncle Wang exclaimed, and upon hearing that the Yi family intended to buy a property, the surrounding neighbors were filled with admiration. Although they had been hearing about the demolition of their urban village for several years, there had been no news thus far. It seemed that the prospect of demolition was a distant dream. What's there to envy? You could afford it too. Yi's father glanced at Uncle Wang. As Yi Chen drove away, leaving old Wang in a bittersweet state. He could indeed afford it, but only just enough for a down payment. Unlike the Yi family, who had a remarkably successful son. In the bustling metropolis, at the sales office of the Wanxiang Royal Mansion, Yi Chen said, Mom and Dad, you go ahead. I'll park the car. All right. Observing his son driving a luxurious supercar, Yi's parents thought about purchasing some respectable attire after acquiring the house, as they couldn't let their son outshine them. When Yi's father and mother arrived at the sales office, the sales staff frowned upon seeing their ordinary attire, immediately categorizing them as unsuitable clients. After all, the Wanxiang Royal Mansion commanded a price of at least 40,000 per square meter, with total costs easily reaching 5 to 6 million. Such upscale properties were hardly within the reach of ordinary people. May I assist you? A new employee named Xiao Mei, a girl with a serene appearance, rushed over to greet Yi's parents, eager to make a good impression on her first job after graduation. We are looking to view a property, Yi's mother replied with a smile. Xiao Mei patiently began her introduction. Let me show you the properties. All right. As Xiao Mei attended to them, her colleagues cast disdainful glances. Look at her. She is really taking anyone. Exactly. People like them will never afford even a restroom in this area. The sales staff grumbled among themselves, while Xiao Mei led Yi's parents to the property, explaining, Uncle and Auntie, this is the best lit spot in our building, a typical airplane layout with north-south ventilation, and it comes fully furnished for immediate move-in. Grandpa, Grandma. At that moment, two little voices interrupted the conversation. You're here. Zheng Dongmei ruffled the little one's hair, while Yi Chen looked at the building and asked, How does it look? We just started looking, Yi's father replied with a smile. Xiao Chen, what do you think of this layout? It looks great. Xiao Mei's cheeks flushed upon seeing Yi Chen. Was he not the Prince Charming she had envisioned? Alas, he seemed to be married. Or perhaps she might have had a chance otherwise. The layout is decent, though a bit small. Yi Chen pondered for a moment before inquiring of Xiao Mei. Miss, what is the price for your largest unit? What? The previously relaxed colleagues jolted upright, realizing that the handsome young man was considering the largest unit in the upscale community. Could Xiao Mei be on the verge of closing a deal? They felt an urge to slap themselves for underestimating him earlier. Chapter 37. That handsome young man is surprisingly wealthy. Wait. How could this young man afford the largest unit in such a high-end community? Xiao Mei stammered, her cheeks reddening as she realized the gravity of the situation. Sir, are you certain you want the largest unit? Yes, Yi Chen nodded slightly, adding, as long as the layout is good, money is not an issue. Recognizing a golden opportunity, Yi Chen was determined not to let it slip. Moreover, buying for his parents meant he should aim for the best. All right, Xiao Mei swallowed hard, gathering herself before saying, this unit is the best in Wanxiang Mansion, fully furnished, with an impressive area of 280 square meters. However, it is priced on the higher side, approximately over 10 million. At this point, Xiao Mei continued, but I must advise you to be cautious regarding purchases if you have any financial commitments in the next 6 months. Her colleague's eyes widened in disbelief. Had Xiao Mei lost her mind, warning a potential buyer against purchasing? No worries. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively, then added, by the way, how many units are left in this high-end community? After a brief pause, he continued, if possible, I would like to buy all the remaining units. Boom. The moment those words escaped his lips, the entire sales office fell silent, their minds reeling. Did they just hear him correctly? This man intended to buy an entire building. Let me check for you, Xiao Mei said, still in shock, and hurriedly began her inquiry. Soon, she returned, sir. This upscale community has not sold a single unit yet, as each unit is valued at over 8 million. There are 36 units in total. And if you buy them all, we can offer a 20% discount, but even so, it would still amount to over 2.6 billion. Are you certain you wish to proceed? After all, that was an astronomical sum. The commission from such a sale would be substantial for Xiao Mei. Yes. Yi Chen affirmed with a slight nod. That sounds acceptable. I'll take them all. Huh. The sales staff's minds buzzed, struggling to comprehend the nonchalant tone of his words. How could he be so casual about buying an entire upscale community? At that moment, the sales staff looked at Xiao Mei with a mixture of envy and disbelief, their earlier superiority completely evaporating. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Xiao Mei said, Sir, given the substantial amount involved, I must consult with the sales director. Please hold on. After saying that, she hurried off to the director's office, leaving her colleagues in stunned silence. Who am I? Where am I? This can't be real. Yi Dingfei and his wife were equally astonished, unable to fathom that their son was about to purchase an entire upscale community valued at an astonishing 2.6 billion. Isn't that a bit extravagant? Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively. Not at all, as the ownership will be under your names. You can rent or sell them later. Upon hearing this, Yi's parents, initially inclined to refuse, fell silent, realizing this could indeed turn into a profitable venture. Listening to Yi Chen's plan, the sales staff were left utterly astonished. The reality of the wealthy was beyond their wildest imaginations. The building was the best in the entire community. If it were truly bought out, the profits from future sales would be unimaginable. Such ambition was indeed extraordinary. Envy has caused me to experience a profound separation of essence and form. Sir, are you interested in purchasing this upscale residential complex? Shortly thereafter, the sales director, accompanied by Xiao Mei, approached with utmost caution, well aware that a person capable of effortlessly sealing a deal worth 200 or 300 million is certainly not an ordinary individual. At least not one he could fathom. Indeed, Yi Chen gave a slight nod and produced a black card. Please proceed with the transaction directly. Ahem, very well, sir. Clearing his throat, the sales director let out a deep breath as he glanced at Xiao Mei. I will take over the reception for this gentleman. As for your commission, I will ensure that the finance department transfers it to your account later. Yes, director. Xiao Mei replied eagerly, nearly overwhelmed with joy. She understood that the commission she would earn in this transaction was something she could hardly hope to achieve in a lifetime. What a stroke of fortune, granting her financial freedom right from the outset. Ding. In the astonished gaze of the sales director, the transaction was successfully completed. Sending waves of disbelief through his mind, this single card contained billions. How extraordinarily wealthy. Sir, allow me to show you the property. Yi Chen nodded slightly as they proceeded to the front of the sales office. Beep beep. Before them appeared an elongated supercar, its headlights illuminating the unmistakable silhouette of a Lamborghini Demon Sun. This is the latest model of this year's top luxury car, worth 30 million. The sales director swallowed hard, utterly astounded. Wow. Xiao Mei gasped at the sight of the magnificent vehicle, feeling as though she were in a dream. That handsome gentleman is incredibly wealthy. This car is absolutely stunning. Oh my. Xiao Mei felt incredibly fortunate, yet regret coursed through her. Why wasn't he at her? Her colleagues lamented, pounding their chests in frustration, wishing they had not underestimated her potential, for perhaps this astronomical commission could have been theirs. Xiao Mei, the sales director pondered for a moment, casting a sidelong glance at his envious subordinate. From today onward, you shall be the manager of the sales office, specifically responsible for matters concerning Mr. Yi. Wow. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mei's colleagues were struck dumb with envy. Sir Director, have you considered the emotional toll this decision takes on us mere mortals? How could they bear such envy? The girl they once looked down upon had swiftly ascended to become their superior, a dramatic twist that felt surreal. Thank you, Director. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Mei realized this opportunity was rare. Such an elevation would save her 3 to 5 years of hard work. The sales director smiled slightly and waved his hand. You should be thanking not me, but Mr. Yi. Chapter 38. Yi Father, I am beginning to comprehend the joys of the affluent. Hee, Daddy is so handsome. Xin and Nua gazed at their father behind the wheel, recalling how everyone had been momentarily dumbfounded by him, as if watching a film unfold before their eyes. Of course, just look at who my father is, Chen said, affectionately ruffling the hair of the two little ones, embodying the role of a devoted father splendidly. Hearing this, the two children nodded eagerly. To them, their father was undoubtedly the most formidable person in existence. As for the trio, mother observed her son and granddaughters, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips as she savored this unaccustomed display of affection. Dongmei, are we being too extravagant? Clearing his throat, father felt somewhat uneasy about spending his son's money. Oh. Upon hearing this, mother seemed to grasp her son's intention and sighed. This is his way of providing us with security for our later years. He cares. But what do you intend to do? Can you really afford us such a life? Coughing slightly, father waved his hand dismissively. Forget I said anything. Indeed. He lacked the means to provide such a lifestyle, let alone even dream of it. So he wisely chose not to pursue the topic further. Ding. The host has spent 2.6 billion and triggered a tenfold rebate, receiving 2.6 billion renminbi. Just then, the sound of the system notifying him of a rebate echoed in Chen's ears, prompting him to check his attribute panel. Name, Chen. Age, 21. Appearance, max, surpassing all worldly existence. Abilities, divine driving skills, musical mastery, culinary genius, martial arts expert, calligraphy prodigy, exceptional constitution, immune to intoxication. Items, Supreme Villa No. 1, Lamborghini Demon Sun, extended version, 100 shares of Qianlong Group, tenfold consumption rebate, and infinite bone-eating powder. Wealth, 284. 5 billion renminbi. Daddy, look quickly. As Chen reflected on his fortune, the voices of the two little ones brought him back to the present. This building is so beautiful. Before them stood the upscale residential complex Chen had purchased, its surrounding architecture merely serving as a backdrop to its splendor. Mr. Yi, this way please. The sales director spoke with utmost respect, aware that such a significant client must not be taken lightly, lest he find himself dismissed by the company. Upon entering the high-end apartment, they were greeted by a breathtaking view, the spacious layout boasting an impressive 280 square meters. This was the pinnacle of the Wanshang Royal Mansion complex, featuring the finest design and materials sourced from the country's best, with renowned designers personally overseeing the renovations. Should you find any aspect unsatisfactory, please do not hesitate to contact us, and we will tailor our services to your needs immediately. What a grand endeavor. Father gasped at the expansive layout, momentarily speechless. I think I am beginning to understand the joy of the wealthy. Such a residence, set in a tranquil environment and with over 45 greenery, was undoubtedly an ideal locale for retirement. This place was indeed 10 times better than any urban village. And the old adage that one gets what they pay for proved true. I'll take this one. Upon seeing his parents' approval, Chen nodded slightly, sealing the deal for the apartment. Very well, Mr. Yi. Taking a deep breath, the sales director signed off, respectfully adding, Mr. Yi, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. After all, there were numerous tasks awaiting him at the sales office, including managing the contracts for the entire building. And he certainly could not afford to be negligent concerning such a prominent client. Daddy, this sofa is so comfortable. The two little ones exclaimed, their faces radiating delight. How do you like it? Chen asked, observing his parents as they toured the expansive apartment. How could we not like it? Mother marveled, overwhelmed with emotion. I never imagined I would live in such a luxurious home. It feels like a dream, though it is a bit pricey. That's perfectly fine. Chen waved his hand dismissively, for he was not lacking in funds and could spend them indefinitely. Besides, your son is now wealthy. This is just the beginning of a good life. Chen smiled, leading mother to the sofa. Come, experience it. Ding. Detecting that the host was massaging his mother, the system granted him the ability of a massage master. Note, under this ability, the host's massage skills will be enhanced, providing numerous benefits such as improved physical condition and fatigue relief. The host may experience this firsthand. As Chen's skilled hands worked, mother noticed something and opened her eyes. You little rascal, your massage skills are quite impressive. When did you learn this? I was completely unaware. Just like my son's culinary skills, this massage technique surpasses that of any massage parlor by leaps and bounds. Impressive, isn't it? Chen smiled faintly, not directly answering the question, but instead remarked, there's much you are yet to discover. Yimu shot a glance at her son, and after a brief moment, chose to refrain from further inquiries, mindful not to overexert him. Come, old Yi, allow your son to show you some filial piety. Haha, splendid. Yifu chuckled, subsequently relishing his son's massage. It wasn't long before he noticed a marked improvement in his spirits, finally understanding why his partner had made those earlier remarks. Daddy, we want some too. Observing their grandparents in a state of relaxation, The two little ones immediately scampered over, adorably seeking affection. Haha, all right. Indulgently pinching the cheeks of the two children, Chen could not afford to hesitate even for a moment, lest he betray his identity as a doting father. After a brief moment, giggling, "That tickles. Daddy, you're amazing." The two little ones chirped with voices reminiscent of songbirds, expressing their delight in their father's skills. "Let's go?" After a short respite, Chen declared, "Mom and Dad, let us go shopping at the mall. Now that I have some wealth, feel free to buy whatever you desire." "Oh yeah, long live Daddy." Upon hearing that their father was taking their grandparents to the mall, the two children were filled with uncontainable excitement, naturally ensuring their inclusion in the outing. "You rascal." Yimu laughed and scolded her son, "Why spend that money?" Although she spoke thus, her body revealed her earnestness as a smile adorned her face, entirely devoid of reproach. After all, her son was now prosperous, and as a mother, her joy was immeasurable. Haha, what more could a parent ask for? Yi Fu beamed with pride, envisioning the bragging rights this would afford him for at least the next decade. The mere thought was exhilarating. Chapter 39. Take this, son, and revel in the filial piety. In the bustling metropolis, at a shopping mall. "Grandpa, Grandma, hurry over." Upon arriving at the mall, the two little ones flitted about like birds set free from their cages, chattering excitedly. "You too, slow down." Yimu, witnessing the exuberance of her grandchildren, hurried after them, reminding them to take care of their precious granddaughters. At the Louis Vuitton flagship store. "This bag is quite nice, son. Buy it. And this shawl. Purchase it." "Xiao Xian, what about this crocodile leather belt? Buy it." The extravagant scene rendered the surrounding sales associates momentarily speechless. Such filial piety was a rare sight. They had never seen anyone so generously bestow gifts upon their parents, and that handsome young man was exceptionally striking. "Oh, soon." A beautiful saleswoman made a discovery, glancing at her phone. "My goodness. I actually encountered the legendary Yi Shan." Taking a deep breath, the excited saleswoman could hardly contain herself, prompting her colleagues to take notice. No wonder he seemed somewhat familiar. He was even more handsome in person than in the videos. Subsequently, despite their rigorous training to maintain composure, they could not resist approaching Yi Shan. "Yi Shan, could I trouble you for an autograph?" In an instant, the atmosphere transformed into that of a fan meet and greet. Here. The two little ones, well prepared, opened their tiny bags and retrieved a stack of their father's signed photographs. "This is Daddy's autograph." "Ah, thank you, little sister." The saleswoman's face flushed with excitement upon receiving the signed photo, especially since the two little girls were utterly adorable. "Honestly, I wish I could take one home." Haha. These children, Yi Fu and Yi Mu, witnessing their son being pursued by fans, felt as if they were in a dream. Initially, they believed their son merely had a modest level of fame, but it was clear that their perceptions were far from reality. Goodbye, Yi Shan. After a shopping spree that could only be described as extravagant, having spent over 1 million RMB, the family moved on to the next store, destined for another lavish expenditure. A quarter of an hour. 2/4 of an hour. 3/4 of an hour. The sound of the system's reward notifications resonated in Yi Chen's ears, and he felt quite pleased as he observed the increase in his wealth value. As night descended, "Welcome." At the Shanghai Supercar Club, Yi Chen and his party arrived. "Son, what are we doing here?" Yi Mu queried, looking skeptically at her son, while Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively. "Now that I have both a house and capital. Of course, I'm here to buy Dad a car." "What?" Yi Fu was momentarily stunned. "A car for me?" "Of course." Yi Chen smiled gently and continued. "In the future, you two can take leisurely drives and enjoy life together. Wouldn't that be delightful?" "You little rascal, you've really thought this through." Yi Fu, witnessing his son's filial devotion, felt a wave of emotion wash over him. "But the cars here must be quite expensive." "Young Master Yi." Before Yi Chen could respond, a familiar voice rang out from nearby. It was Su Tiancheng, the club manager who had once delivered a car to him at school. "Young Master Su." Yi Chen paused. "This supercar club belongs to you?" "Sort of." Su Tiancheng coughed lightly. He wasn't the principal owner, but held a share. "Young Master Yi, what brings you here?" "I'm here to buy Dad a car." Yi Chen smiled slightly, and upon seeing Yi Fu and Yi Mu, Su Tiancheng quickly offered his respects. "Hello, uncle and aunt." "Hello." Yi Fu and Yi Mu exchanged glances, surprised to learn that their son knew the owner of a supercar dealership and appeared to have a good rapport. "By the way," recalling something, Yi Chen asked, "Do you have any off-road vehicles?" "As a matter of fact, we do have one." Su Tiancheng thought for a moment, then led them to a display area where a mid-sized vehicle came into view. "This car looks excellent," Yi Fu remarked, admiring its imposing design, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Yi Chen could tell he was quite taken with it. "Young Master Yi, this is the latest model BMW X8, just arrived yesterday. It boasts top-tier performance and advanced autonomous driving technology, with a price tag of approximately 7 million renminbi. This car costs 7 million? Yi Fu gasped in astonishment. his hands trembling on the steering wheel. It was indeed exorbitantly priced. Is that so? Yi Chun, without much thought, patted the car's exterior. Then I'll take this one. Xiao Chenyu. Yi Fu could no longer contain himself. Taking a deep breath, he said, that is far too expensive. Perhaps we should reconsider. No worries. Yi Chun waved his hand, as this amount was but a trifle to him. It's a small matter. Regardless, Dad, your worth is now in the hundreds of millions. Driving a car worth several million is a piece of cake. Hearing his son's words, Yi Fu couldn't help but smile, prompting Yi Mu to roll her eyes at him. Well then, I shall accept it. Let me enjoy this filial gesture. Ahem, since you insist, I won't hold back. Yi Fu genuinely adored this vehicle. Its striking appearance would surely turn heads, and the thought of the envious gazes from neighbors filled him with anticipation. After a short while, following the payment, Yi Chun heard the system's reward notification chime. Ding. Post expenditure of 7 million triggers a tenfold rebate, earning 70 million renminbi. Listening to the sounds echoing in his ears, Yi Chun felt a surge of joy. Today had indeed been fruitful, with the most gratifying aspect being the remarkable increase in his wealth value. Boom! The roar of the engine reverberated through the air, drawing the attention of everyone in the supercar club. Feeling the weight of the spectators' gazes, Yi Fu squinted his eyes, and even at the moment he gripped the steering wheel, he felt a rush of adrenaline. In that instant, he seemed to have shed over a decade of age. Young Master Yi, take your time. Outside the supercar club, Su Tianqing personally saw him off, for he dared not take any chances. He chuckled, feeling exceedingly joyful. After parting with his grandparents, the two little ones were beaming with delight, exclaiming, Daddy is so amazing today, isn't he? However, it was time to return home. With that, he pressed the accelerator and sped toward the Junlin Tianeng villa, leaving behind a pensive Su Tianqing. Ding dong. At that moment, Su Tianqing received a message on his phone, and upon reading it, a jolt of shock coursed through him. What? After perusing the contents, Su Tianqing's expression became intricate as he gazed in the direction Yi Chun had departed. Incredulity etched across his face. The mysterious individual acquiring Qianlong Group was actually young Master Yi. Chapter 40. If you want to show off, go affectionately bother your man. As night descended before the Junlin Tianeng villa, the screech of supercars came to a halt. Emerging from the villa, two close friends, Lu Mengli and her companion, happened to spot the two little ones disembarking from the car. Mama! A sweet, melodious voice rang out, and the two little ones scampered toward Lu Mengli, filling the scene with envy for Shi Qianyu, who stood nearby. Oh my! Staying beside my friend is truly overwhelming, she thought. Do you miss Mama? Lu Mengli embraced the two small bundles of joy, indulgently. Yes, they nodded eagerly, pecking her cheek with playful kisses, their faces lighting up with smiles. The atmosphere was saturated with affection, particularly as the lights cast a more enchanting glow upon Lu Mengli's beauty. Had it not been for the presence of another, Yi Chun might have been tempted to steal a kiss himself. However, if Lu Mengli were aware of the thoughts of a certain someone at that moment, she would surely have a different reaction. Hey! Seeing her friend showering affection without restraint, Shi Qianyu could no longer hold her tongue. Mengli, enough already. Who can withstand this level of sweetness? If you want to show off, go affectionately bother your man. Qianyu. Upon hearing her friend's teasing, Lu Mengli's cheeks flushed crimson. What nonsense are you spouting? Indeed, her friend's jests were too much. She caught sight of a certain someone gazing intently at her, and the atmosphere made her feel an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide in. How infuriating. What kind of charm did that guy use on my friend to provoke such words from her? She thought to herself. Honestly, this is outrageous. The following afternoon, a group of over 10 trendily dressed young women with dyed hair caught everyone's attention. As the venue grew warm, they casually shed their outerwear, revealing snug black tank tops, their figures accentuated by the undergarments. Especially striking were their matching shorts and ultra-short skirts that occasionally revealed glimpses of their underwear, leaving many boys fidgeting with excitement. Goodness! Such daring attire would surely not survive a day in these chaotic times. It was only natural that their widow-like fashion would draw attention. Brother, look at the lingerie I bought for you. One of the spirited girls sent out a group message, accompanied by a photo of her black miniskirt, clearly experienced from frequenting such escapades. Ding ding ding. One by one, red envelopes began to pour in, and after collecting them, the spirited girls promptly deleted their WeChat accounts. This series of fluid maneuvers left the surrounding onlookers bewildered, while the unfortunate older men across the room were left to grumble in frustration. Goodness! Have these spirited girls become so cunning? This society is so unsafe. However, many girls around them were wide-eyed, as if they had just discovered a new avenue for making money. Time swiftly passed, and the concert began as scheduled. At one moment on stage, Shi Qianyu, donned in a stunning red gown, captivated the audience with her beauty. I am delighted to see you all at tonight's concert. The moment her voice fell, Thunderous applause and cheers erupted, clearly indicating that, despite not releasing new songs for a while, Chen popularity was unmatched by any ordinary singer. Tonight, let us indulge in a sensory feast together. As long as time endures, we shall not part. After a warm introduction, Chen, with a microphone in hand, surveyed the crowd of 100,000, realizing that success hinged on this moment. Cut. The spirited girls were unimpressed, casting glances at the stage. Who is this woman? I just want to fast forward to see my Shen. Today, she had arranged for a Shen pillow to sleep with. In an instant, more than a dozen spirited girls turned their eager eyes toward the stage, and this scene stirred envy among the surrounding audience. Honestly, choosing them wouldn't be such a bad option. Now, please welcome my first special guest, Chen, the hottest rising star in the music industry, who will bring us an original song titled Jiangnan. Let's welcome him. As this announcement echoed, the crowd erupted in astonishment, eyes wide in disbelief at the stage. Wow. Goddess Chen actually invited that powerhouse who has dominated the music scene. This is certainly a brilliant move. As the spotlight focused, a dashing figure clad in a white tuxedo emerged on stage. Wow. The two little ones were the first to lose their composure. Mama, look, it's Daddy. At that moment, Lu Mengli, wearing sunglasses, recognized the importance of maintaining her anonymity to avoid unnecessary trouble. Stay calm, she urged herself. Hearing the little ones, she was startled. While she wasn't a celebrity, her title as the most beautiful woman in Magic City could certainly cause a stir online. Fortunately, no one around seemed to notice. Wow, Shen is so handsome. A perfect Prince Charming. I want to have his babies. The spirited girls once again expressed their bold intentions, while Lu Mengli's eyelids twitched at the declaration. Is he really that handsome? However, before she could ponder further, Chen's melodious voice filled the air. When the wind arrives, it clings to the memories of travelers. When the rain falls, it intertwines like threads, binding us to the world. The profound melody, tinged with a hint of sorrow, seemed to weave a spell, resonating in the hearts of the audience, conjuring images of the misty Jiangnan. Indeed, Chen's lips curled into a smile. My friend's man always produces gems. This song is undoubtedly a classic. Hearing this, Chen felt a wave of relief wash over her. After all, this concert was of utmost significance to her, and a good start already accounted for half of the success. Not to mention, it would propel her friend's man into stardom, achieving two goals with one effort. However, just then, the number of fans in the soft and adorable little Loli's livestream skyrocketed past 100,000 and continued to rise. This song, Lu Mengli listened intently to his singing, taking a deep breath, her expression complex. I suppose I will be bewitched by him again. I must admit, he does look quite charming when he sings seriously. Shen, will you come home with me to cuddle and play? Before Lu Mengli could further contemplate, the spirited girl's bold declaration echoed in her ears, leaving her utterly speechless, her forehead adorned with a dark line. Chapter 41. A desire to advance further. What to do about the heart? How quickly Lu Mengli became aware of her own flushed cheeks, casting aside her earlier thoughts. Lu Mengli, have you lost your mind? What are you even thinking? She felt quite bewildered, unable to articulate why such sentiments had arisen within her. She was inexplicably envious of the spirited young lady beside her. How infuriating. What charm does that individual possess that so captivates the spirited girl? It was truly baffling to think about what sort of enchantment had bewitched her. Meanwhile, the song continued to play. We, who do not understand the trials of love and longing, all believe that love is as fickle as the winds and clouds, trusting that a day of love is worth an eternity. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze. Wow. Listening to the explosive lyrics and melody, the spirited girl was filled with admiration and adoration, even losing herself in the moment. However, this inadvertently benefited many in the audience. The only regret was that they could only gaze from afar and not indulge further. If only there could be an advance, that would be splendid. At least to share a breath, wouldn't it be? Suddenly, a thunderous applause erupted from the audience, and the spirited girl was overcome with emotion. Some even sporting expressions that were a mix of sorrow and joy. Particularly, those dressed in widow-like garb looked towards the stage with eyes that sparkled with longing. Shen is amazing. He will surely work even harder in the future. Haha, the boss is incredible. Meanwhile, in the audience, Wang Zilin and his companions stared wide-eyed at the stage, genuinely taken aback by their leader's performance. They had intended to surprise him, but were instead met with his explosive singing. TSK, the first to perform at Chen concert. What a privilege. Yet, the most significant aspect was witnessing those spirited girls. Listening to their leader's song, while watching the spirited girl's enthusiasm was an indescribable feeling. Gradually, as the song concluded, the audience erupted into a tsunami of cheers that persisted for quite some time. Shen, I love you. accompanied by the spirited girl's exuberant declaration. It was no surprise that Yi Chun became the focal point of the entire venue, making one wonder if this was his concert. So handsome, the spirited girl, overflowing with excitement, tugged at her black tank top, nearly revealing her undergarments, leaving many around her utterly captivated. My goodness, this concert is worth every penny. Not only could they enjoy beautiful music, but they were also rewarded with delightful views. The atmosphere in the venue had quietly escalated, yet the audience was far from satisfied. After all, such a close encounter with Yi Chen was rare. Although he was now a rising star in the music industry, in the hearts of the audience, he held a status even higher than that of renowned stars. Another song. It was unclear when, but the spirited girl's voice rang out from the audience, unwilling to let Yi Chen slip away just yet. After all, they had spent quite a bit to secure these tickets. Another song. Another song. A synchronized chorus of shouts erupted, with the girls' voices overpowering the boys, displaying unprecedented fervor. What? Upon witnessing this scene, Lumingly was left speechless. What on earth is happening with these audience members? Hee, Daddy is truly impressive. My goodness. The two little ones listened to the roaring sound, their eyes filled with joy and pride, realizing that their father was even more exceptional than they had imagined. And among them, the spirited girl played a significant role. Boss, what is happening? Seeing the sudden outburst, Wang Zilin and his friends were equally bewildered. Goodness. They had truly underestimated their leader. Boss, well done. The three exchanged words of admiration, their gazes frequently darting towards the spirited girls. Missing this scene would surely lead to lifelong regret. Meanwhile, on the stage, Shi Qinyu took a deep breath. Who would have thought a single song could incite such uncontrollable excitement from the audience? The man of her best friend has truly created a phenomenal masterpiece. Exhaling deeply, she steadied her emotions and stepped onto the stage. For it was imperative to regain control before the situation spiraled further. Next, I hope everyone enjoys a lifetime with you. Yi Chen smiled gently, undoubtedly intending to meet the expectations of the spirited girls. Applause erupted once more, but soon the previously boisterous crowd quieted at a visible pace. They understood what was about to unfold. TSK. Witnessing the sudden silence, Wang Zilin and his companions exchanged glances. Goodness. Their leader's mere words managed to rein in the wild enthusiasm of tens of thousands. Such control was astounding, surpassing even that of Shi Qinyu. In the VIP section, Lumingly felt her lips twitch slightly. Has that guy's influence grown to such an extent? For reasons unknown. An inexplicable sense of unease settled in her heart, though she could not pinpoint why. Daddy is so amazing. Xin and Nua also couldn't contain their excitement, beaming with pride for their father. Amidst the profound silence, Yi Chun's voice flowed forth. Because I dream of you leaving, I awaken from my tears. Can you feel my love as the night wind blows through the window? That guy? In the VIP section, Lumingly felt her cheeks redden and her heart race. Was he out of his mind? Such a performance? Shi Qinyu, at the edge of the stage, was equally astonished. Oh my, is this song not a gift from my best friend? This unexpected love confession has caught me off guard. Truly, Yi Chen is remarkable. What should I do with these feelings? The spirited girl's eyes sparkled with admiration, longing to carry her idol away and engage in a passionate duel for 300 rounds. Chapter 42. Who doesn't adore the vibrant spirit of youth? As the song began, the venue fell into complete silence. The audience listened intently, their thoughts drifting as they became immersed in the melody. The spirited girl in her short skirt clasped her hands in front of her, her eyes glazed with adoration as she gazed at that figure, utterly enamored. Alas, with her period arriving, she could not engage in vigorous activity. Otherwise, she would certainly unleash her passion. Meanwhile, Yi Chen continued to sing. How many have adored your youthful visage? Who is willing to endure the relentless passage of time? How many have entered and exited your life? Know that in this lifetime, I will always be by your side. As the song progressed, the audience, having regained their composure, could no longer restrain their excitement, springing to their feet. The spirited girl clapped enthusiastically, while many young boys looked on enviously, wishing the person on stage were them. Compared to the boss, they preferred thrilling experiences, racing cars, dining aloft, bar hopping. The mere thought of soaring through the skies sent their excitement into overdrive. Soon, an overwhelming wave of energy swept through the venue, with all 10,000 attendees rising, their eyes fixed on Yi Chen, brimming with exhilaration. The atmosphere soared to unprecedented heights. How many have once adored your youthful visage? Who is willing to bear the unrelenting changes of time? These lyrics struck deep, resonating with the audience's hearts. Indeed, how many can achieve such a feat? The spirited young lady, with her dreamy little eyes, seems to have developed an even greater fondness for her idol, oblivious to the attention she garners from numerous older admirers. After all, Who wouldn't be captivated by such youthful exuberance? For them, it is merely a pastime. As for the older admirers, so what? As long as it brings joy. That's all that matters. Hee hee, a delightful surprise has once again graced the man of my best friend's family. As Chinyu listened to the melodies resonating in her ears, the fervor of the audience indicated that tonight's concert was undoubtedly a resounding success. For a moment, Chinyu felt a wave of relief that she had invited her best friend's man to the concert. Otherwise, the loss would have been considerable. Hee mommy, isn't daddy amazing? Xin and Nua gazed at their father, shining on stage, proudly asking with a cheeky smile. Well, not too shabby. Lumingly couldn't help but reflect on herself. Her cheeks slightly flushed upon realizing she must not overly praise that fellow, lest he revel in the compliment. Mommy, you're lying. However, the two little ones instantly became displeased, puffing their cheeks in protest. Daddy sang so wonderfully. Mommy must be honest, okay? Listening to the two little ones, Lu Mengli found herself at a loss for words. Hey, Wang Zilin and the others chuckled, their lips curving into a smile that even AK couldn't suppress as they observed the ecstatic audience around them. The boss is on fire. Moreover, it seems this time it's a blaze that cannot be contained. The scenes that ensued were already within their imagination. Look, my niece's livestream has surpassed 200,000 fans. Zhao Qian exclaimed, staring at the screen in astonishment. What? No way. Wang Zilin and Li Ong exchanged glances, and upon witnessing the soaring numbers, their eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness, it appears the boss has embarked on a journey of meteoric rise. However, amidst the exhilaration, Yi Chun returned to the VIP section, signaling the true commencement of Chinyu's concert. Daddy is so awesome. Mua. The two little ones kissed their father on the cheeks, their faces brimming with joy. Naturally, Yi Chun affectionately ruffled their hair, grinning. You don't even know who your father is. T-Sich. Lu Mengli shot him a reproachful glance. How had she not noticed his narcissism before? Before Lu Mengli could ponder further, a sudden knock on her head jolted her, causing her to wince. Are you out of your mind? Lu Mengli sensed the scrutinizing gazes around her, clearly deducing her identity. Mengli darling, are you provoking your man? Yi Chen glanced meaningfully at Lu Mengli. Do you believe your man wouldn't expose your identity in an instant? You dare. At hearing that fellow's threat, Lu Mengli's heart skipped a beat. He was capable of such antics. Moreover, how dare he call her Meng Yin darling with such audacity? Yet, why was she not the least bit angry, instead feeling a curious sweetness? What was happening? Was she unwell? Wow. This scene truly astonished the more than 20,000 fans in the livestream. They finally caught a glimpse of the adorable little lady's mother, albeit concealed behind sunglasses. Nevertheless, even that could not obscure her stunning beauty. She must be a breathtaking beauty. Soon, the audience's attention was drawn back to Chinyu on stage. Next, a new song titled Huangmei Opera is dedicated to everyone. Upon hearing this, the 100,000 spectators felt a thrill. Finally, their goddess Chinyu had released a new song. As the accompaniment began, Chinyu's voice resonated. Since childhood, my parents have told me that Huangmei Opera is not easy to sing. I imitated the adults' postures, fulfilling my wish. This is, Lu Mengli was taken aback upon hearing her best friend's song. Did you write this for Chinyu? Indeed. The operatic singing style resonated with her. Her best friend had never attempted such a style before, yet it seemed remarkably fitting. Unexpectedly, the traditional singing of Huangmei Opera sounded so delightful. Wow, Aunt Chinyu is so impressive. Xin and Nua listened to Aunt Chinyu's song. Their eyes filled with admiration, even though they could hardly grasp the song's meaning. Goodness. Wang Zilin and his companions were momentarily stunned, entranced by the seemingly enchanted voice. They could hardly believe how captivating the operatic style was. Goddess Chinyu, truly deserving of her title as the rising star. Let us see who dares to disparage my goddess. The audience occasionally erupted in proud declarations, their ears captivated by the lingering operatic melodies that rendered them unwilling to disengage. The livestream fans were equally engrossed in the performance. However, little did they know this was merely the beginning, with the main event yet to unfold. What the heck? The spirited young lady, upon hearing the song, wore an expression of displeasure and furrowed brows. Is that it? I'm still not satisfied. What is this? It's not nearly as good as my idol's singing. Chapter 43. The spirited young lady strikes. Spring has arrived for Wang Zilin and his friends. However, after one song ignited the atmosphere, Chinyu proceeded to showcase several new songs. My Dream, Shockwave, and Thousand Songs, each a classic in its own right, bringing immense joy to the audience and the fans in the livestream. When Goddess Chinyu appears, she makes an extraordinary impact. How formidable. Is this the prowess of a top-tier pop diva? Even those legendary singers might not achieve such heights. I adore her. It turns out Goddess Chinyu's singing skills have always been exceptional. How foolish of me to believe the online rumors claiming she had lost her touch. How absurd. As time flew by, the concert quietly approached its conclusion. Chinyu, Chinyu. The fervent cheers resounded throughout the venue. At this moment, Chinyu realized that this concert was an unprecedented success. Taking a deep breath, her gaze fell upon the man in the VIP section of her best friend's family. Here, I would like to express my gratitude to someone. As Chinyu's voice echoed, the audience erupted into a hushed silence, showcasing her undeniable influence. You might not believe this. Pausing momentarily, Chinyu continued. The person who wrote the lyrics and composed these songs is none other than Yi Chen, an artist from my studio. Boom. These words struck the audience like a thunderclap. Instantly, every gaze turned towards Yi Chen in the VIP section, astonishment, disbelief, and incredulity swirling in their hearts as their expressions shifted dramatically. Yi Chen's talent is invincible. Has Chinyu lost her mind? Lu Mengli inhaled sharply at her best friend's revelation, for 100,000 eyes were now fixated on them. She could hardly fathom the implications of her identity being exposed. Wow, Aunt Chinyu has once again allowed Daddy to bask in the limelight. The two little ones whispered to each other, their faces radiating joy, knowing that Aunt Chinyu was the best. The audience members Wang Zilin exchanged glances, all equally stunned by the revelation. No way. Are you serious? The songs sung by Goddess Chinyu were all written by the boss. Evidently, the impact of this revelation upon them was unprecedented. They merely intended to surprise their leader, unaware that they had stumbled upon an earth-shattering secret. Should this information become public, it is likely that not a trace of their leader would remain. The formidable Kosla is destined for greatness. At this moment, the spirited young lady was utterly astonished, even forgetting that a significant portion of the Hello Kit they had launched was indeed pinned by an idol. How remarkable. Yi Chen, thank you. After the concert concluded, Chinyu approached. And by then, the audience had largely dispersed. If it weren't for you, today's concert would not have achieved such resounding success. I knew Dad was extraordinary. The two little ones giggled, and Yi Chen affectionately ruffled their hair. Thank you may be a tad premature, he replied, smiling at Chinyu's expression of gratitude before producing a song. Here, he then handed it to her, adding, this song may assist you in your pursuit of stardom. Ding dong. Shortly thereafter, Chinyu received a message on her phone, and to her astonishment, it was a music video. Breaking Free? Upon seeing the title, Chinyu inhaled deeply. Did it signify her metamorphosis? She proceeded to open the MV on her phone, revealing a visually stunning montage that showcased Tang Hao's commanding protection of his kin. After viewing both the song and the MV, Chinyu gasped in awe. If such a piece truly existed, perhaps the prospect of ascending to diva status was within reach. Thank you, she earnestly declared, acknowledging that her best friend's partner was undoubtedly the most significant benefactor in her life. Regrettably, he belonged to her best friend, otherwise she might have pursued him in her gratitude. Chinyu, can this song genuinely propel you to stardom? Lu Mengli inquired skeptically, casting a glance at the MV. Although she was unsure how he had acquired it, it appeared quite promising. Indeed, Chinyu affirmed with a nod, then gazed at the song. I feel it. Even if this song doesn't allow me to become a queen, the time isn't far off. That's wonderful. Dad is helping Aunt Chinyu become a diva. The two little ones jumped excitedly, their faces beaming with joy. Ahem, big boss. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from the side. It was Wang Zilin and his companions. You all came? Yi Chen was somewhat surprised to see them at the venue. Of course. Zhao Qian chuckled, scratching the back of his head. We intended to give you a surprise, but we nearly scared ourselves to death. Hello, uncles. Xin and Nua greeted the three men with sweet enthusiasm, causing them to feel somewhat overwhelmed. Ahem, greetings. Wang Zilin coughed lightly and then, addressing the trio of girls adorned with sunglasses, respectfully said, Greetings, sister-in-law. Hello, Lu Mengli. Upon recognizing a friend's roommate, removed her sunglasses, as wearing them seemed impolite. Gulp. However, the instant they removed their sunglasses, Wang Zilin and his companions couldn't help but swallow hard, utterly captivated by the stunning appearance of their sister-in-law. No phrase could adequately describe her beauty. Her elegance surpassed the limits of their vocabulary. She is even more beautiful than in the video. What do you think? Chinyu teased, noticing the trio's stunned expressions. Isn't your sister-in-law far more beautiful than what you saw on screen? Wang Zilin and his companions nodded vigorously. Chinyu smiled slyly and whispered to her best friend's partner, This is all thanks to Yi Chen. At that moment, a group of spirited young ladies, sporting vibrant hair, approached nervously. Yi Chen, could we have your autograph? Swish. Upon hearing their sweet voices, Wang Zilin and his companions turned to look, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. It was a group of girls clad in ultra-short skirts and black stockings. Wow, this unexpected treat has caught us off guard. Of course, Yi Chen glanced at the spirited young ladies, his gaze sweeping over their flawless legs. He had to admit, they were quite youthful. Really, the girls beamed with excitement. Could you sign our hands? Yes, I want it on my collarbone. The 10 or so girls enthusiastically chimed in, leaving Lu Mingli with a frown as she felt out of place, yet she couldn't voice her discontent since they were his fans. Gulp. Meanwhile, Wang Zilin and his companions were envious, wishing to shout, "Big boss, move aside. Let me take a turn." However, in front of their sister-in-law, signing autographs on the girl's skin felt exhilarating yet precarious. Thank you, Yi Shun. The last girl, overwhelmed with excitement, attempted to kiss Yi Chun but was halted by Wang Zilin. Hey, about that. Wang Zilin glanced at his companion, who was adorned in black stockings and an ultra-short skirt, with a tattoo peeking out from beneath. Yi Shun is my boss. Let me add you on WeChat, and when he has events, I'll contact you. Really? Thank you, big brother. Upon learning he was Yi Shun's friend, the girl eagerly accepted. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian and Li Ong were not idle either, adding the spirited young ladies on WeChat. Goodbye, Yi Shun. Shortly after, the 10 or so girls waved goodbye, reluctant to leave. If given the chance, they would gladly follow Yi Shun for a lifetime, finding it far more interesting than being with their previous idol. Humph. Lu Mingli, witnessing this scene, shot a glance at Yi Chun before taking the two little ones and departing, prompting Shi Qianyu to chuckle softly. Ahem, so, big boss, is sister-in-law feeling jealous? He coughed lightly, relieved to have stopped that girl earlier, otherwise, it might have set off a storm. Ding dong. Subsequently, all three received a substantial sum of money. Is that 1 million? Wang Zilin and his companions were momentarily stunned by the unexpected deposit. The spirited young ladies were not easy to win over, and letting them down would not cause too much harm. Upon hearing this, the three were enlightened. By the honor of our father, we bow to you. They expressed their heartfelt gratitude, vowing to remember this kindness for a lifetime. In the bustling metropolis, at Kai Kunken's villa, ding dong. As he savored a glass of red wine, Kai Kunken's phone chimed with a notification, prompting him to check it for a moment of relaxation. However, upon glancing at the notification, he was taken aback. What? Suddenly, Kai Kunken sprang to his feet, staring incredulously at the name that had once again captured the spotlight. How is that kid still alive? He was supposed to be dead. Fuming, Kai Kunken immediately called the Blood Demon organization. What on earth is happening? Provide me with an explanation. Why is that kid named Yi Chen still alive? Kai Xiao. The voice from the Blood Demon organization was hoarse. After checking, they responded, there was a complication with the assassination mission. The organization will reassign an assassin shortly. Please wait patiently. That better be the case. Kai Kunken snorted coldly before hanging up, his expression twisted with malice. Kid, your good days are numbered. As the night deepened after dinner, in the bedroom, Yi Chen, thank you. Lu Mingli gazed at the dashing figure before her, sincerely expressing her gratitude. Had it not been for this fellow, her dear friend would still be oblivious to her situation. Though, she felt a twinge of discomfort at his action of signing for the spirited girl. So, how do you plan to thank your husband? With a playful embrace around Lu Mingli's slender waist, he inhaled the delightful fragrance of her cascading hair and smiled. You big-headed fool. She rolled her eyes. But after a moment's contemplation, Lu Mingli stood on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on Yi Chen's cheek, then boldly strode towards the washroom. This little Mingli is becoming bolder by the day. Relishing the lingering warmth of her kiss on his cheek, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile slightly, thinking, not a bad feeling at all. After an unknown amount of time, a gasp broke Yi Chen's reverie, emanating from the washroom. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open, revealing Lu Mingli wrapped in a towel, her brows furrowed, limping as she entered with a pained expression that tugged at one's heartstrings. What happened? Yi Chen quickly moved to support her, his fingers brushing against her delicate arm, an incredibly pleasant sensation. I just twisted my ankle. Once seated, Lu Mingli cradled her injured ankle, and Yi Chen glanced down to see it swollen to an alarming size. I'll fetch the first aid kit. Moments later, Yi Chen returned, placing her exquisite foot on his lap before applying a soothing massage with medicinal oil. If any foot enthusiasts were to witness this scene, they would surely be consumed by envy. Especially with the breathtaking beauty clad only in a towel, this moment was undeniably a privilege for Yi Chen. The saying beauty like jade could not ring truer. Ouch! Lu Mingli initially intended to refuse, but after a moment of pain, she discovered his massage to be rather pleasant. Thank you. There's no need to be so polite with your husband. Besides, massaging the most beautiful woman in Modu is a rare treat. Upon hearing his words, Lu Mingli's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Well, considering that your massage skills are quite commendable, I shall let this one slide. Furthermore, from her vantage point, illuminated by the warm yellow light, Yi Chen appeared even more handsome, and so Lu Mingli quietly observed him. All right. After an indeterminate time, Yi Chen's voice pulled Lu Mingli from her thoughts. causing her face to redden to the nape of her neck. Is that all? It was evident that the massage had concluded, yet Lu Mengli felt a tinge of disappointment. Why hadn't she known he possessed such excellent massage skills? What did you say? Yi Chen inquired, sensing her mumble. Nothing. Lu Mengli's heart tightened at his question. She couldn't allow him to discover her thoughts, lest he tease her mercilessly. Really? Noticing Lu Mengli's demeanor, Yi Chen smiled slightly. Although he hadn't fully heard her, he had his suspicions. Of course. Lu Mengli's face flushed with embarrassment. You must have misheard. Yes, that must be it. Her insistence only revealed her unease. Yet Yi Chen chose not to press further. This girl's lying face is quite endearing. Taking a deep breath, Lu Mengli steadied her nerves and curiously asked, where did you learn your massage technique? It's rather impressive. Is it? I only know a little. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively, for he had barely showcased a fraction of his ability. Now, stand up and take a few steps. This. Lu Mengli paused at Yi Chen's suggestion but eventually nodded. All right, with Yi Chen's assistance. She stood and walked a couple of steps. Wow. After taking 2 steps, her face lit up with disbelief. It doesn't hurt anymore. You're amazing, right? As their gazes met, Lu Mengli's enchanting face and the alluring aroma she emanated caused Yi Chen's heart to race uncontrollably. How could this be? Was it possible she was developing feelings for him? This sensation was both intriguing and unfamiliar. Mengli, do you believe your husband possesses even greater talents? With a teasing glance, Lu Mengli sensed the implication and stubbornly huffed. Is that true? I don't believe it. Indeed. The atmosphere became charged, quietly unfolding an indescribable scene that, if divulged to the outside world, would surely send shockwaves throughout Modu. Chapter 45. Yi Chen, you have 600 million in your account. The following morning, the golden sun streamed through the window, illuminating a breathtakingly beautiful face, none other than Lu Mengli. Struggling to open her eyes, Yi Chen awoke from his slumber, immediately catching sight of the girl beside him, who wore a gentle smile as she slept, likely lost in a delightful dream. Kissing her softly on the lips, Yi Chen, almost unconsciously, indulged in the moment, only to have the sleeping beauty awaken at his touch. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she stirred from her dreams. You dare take advantage of me while I sleep? Seeing Lu Mengli awake, Yi Chen cleared his throat. You're awake. Lu Mengli huffed, unable to hide her annoyance. How dare you? Who knows what other antics he might have indulged in before? I can't be blamed. Who told you to be so stunningly beautiful? It's only natural that your husband couldn't resist. Yi Chen defended himself with a straight face, observing Lu Mengli's resentful expression. Resist? You big-headed fool. Lu Mengli was unconvinced and rolled her eyes. So, you're saying this is my fault? Of course. Your husband has no defenses against you. It merely indicates how immensely charming you are, Mengli. The endearing term made Lu Mengli's lips twitch. Who is your Mengli? Don't say such nonsense. Their playful banter filled the room with warmth, and if Chen were to witness this, she would undoubtedly feel a pang of envy. Soon, the sun rose higher in the sky. Ding ding ding. After breakfast, Yi Chen's phone rang. Hello, young Master Yi. Upon answering, he recognized the voice of Shen Wanghua, the president of Qianlong Group. I hope I'm not disturbing your rest. No, is there something you need? Yi Chen glanced at the time, knowing that Shen wouldn't call without reason. Oh, I see. Shen paused before continuing. Today, there's a precious auction in Modu, and I was wondering if you would have time to attend. An auction? Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback, contemplating the potential for significant gains. Yay, Xin and Nuo, overhearing, chimed in with curiosity, tugging at their father's clothes. An auction? Daddy, can we go? It'll be super fun. Their adorable voices were the last straw for Yi Chen, who affectionately tousled their hair. I'll go. After hanging up, the 2 little ones erupted in joy, clapping their hands in excitement. All right, young Master Yi, I'll make the arrangements. Shen Wanghua concluded before excusing himself. Dreamy baby, do you wish to go? Yi Chen inquired of Lu Mengli, who stood nearby. This term of endearment nearly sent her into a frenzy. Had he lost his mind? After all, her best friend was still present. The audacity of him calling her dreamy baby was indeed mortifying, and at that moment, Lu Mengli wished she could find a crevice in the ground to hide in. Was he her nemesis? Oh, as expected, upon hearing this, Chen became animated like a shot of adrenaline. Mengli, I didn't realize your relationship was progressing so swiftly. Get lost, you big-headed fool. Lu Mengli shot her friend an exasperated glance, wishing she could bite that guy to death for being so insufferable. It was all his fault, even though she had tacitly permitted such a nickname. It was unacceptable for him to flaunt it like this. What's the matter? Seeing her friend's distressed expression, Chen teased. Mengli, don't tell me you're too scared to go? Although Lu Mengli was aware that her friend was employing a tactic to provoke her, she was determined not to fall into that trap. It's just an auction. I can go. Ding dong. Barely had Lu Mengli given her consent when Shi Qianyu's phone buzzed with a message. Chairman Shi, there's trouble at Yuan. A director holding 20 of the shares has suddenly withdrawn their investment, and the platform is now in a precarious situation. What? Lu Mengli's expression shifted dramatically upon reading the message. She knew that such a sudden withdrawal of funds would be a fatal blow to Yuan platform. Clearly, there was a competitor lurking behind this. What happened? Noticing her friend's ashen face, Lu Mengli furrowed her brow in inquiry. Yuan is in trouble. Taking a deep breath, Shi Qianyu forced a bitter smile. Those people have finally made their move. A shareholder with 20 has abruptly pulled out their investment. And Yuan is now facing an unprecedented crisis. What a despicable tactic. Lu Mengli's brows knitted tightly. Such a sinister maneuver was clearly aimed at driving Yuan to its demise. Ugh. Exhaling deeply, Shi Qianyu sighed. I fear I must return to Yuan. This matter cannot be delayed. After all, I have invested a great deal of effort into Yuan, and I cannot remain indifferent in the face of such adversity. By the way, Lu Mengli observed her friend's frantic demeanor and furrowed her brow. How much does it take to recover that 20? Approximately 600 million. Lu Mengli felt as if she had summoned all her strength. Since her debut, most of her savings had been invested into Yuan, with the remainder allocated to her studio. This meant that the current valuation of Yuan was nearly 30 billion. As this thought crossed her mind, Lu Mengli's eyes sparkled as she pondered her next course of action. If the Lu family intervened, it would surely be a simple matter. Enough of this. I'm going. Wait. Just as Shi Qianyu was about to depart, Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. This was an opportunity to invest some cash. Perhaps I can resolve this predicament. Really? The originally anxious Shi Qianyu felt a flicker of hope upon hearing Yi Chen's words. Daddy, please help Aunt Qianyu. The two little ones, although unaware of the trouble Aunt Qianyu was facing, sensed the gravity of the situation. All right. Ruffling the hair of the two children, Yi Chen then produced a black card. Take this card to Yuan. I will cover the withdrawal of the 20 shares. What? The unexpected revelation left even Lu Mengli momentarily speechless. Yi Chen, does this card hold 600 million? Indeed. Yi Chen nodded slightly, while Shi Qianyu remained in a daze. Still processing the information. What if I don't need it? Of course you will. Shi Qianyu inhaled deeply, snatching the black card. This was indeed a lifeline for Yuan. Thank you, Yi Chen. She paused before continuing. Adding your previous investment of 30 million, I can persuade the other board members to grant you a 25 stake. That is perfectly acceptable. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively. After all, these matters were trivial to him. What he desired was merely the influx of funds. Ding. The system prompted. Host successfully spent 600 million, triggering a tenfold return, receiving 6 billion renminbi. As soon as Shi Qianyu sped away in a supercar, Yi Chen heard the delightful sound of the rebate, causing his eyes to narrow with satisfaction. Earning 6 billion felt quite splendid. He then glanced at his attribute panel. Name, Yi Chen. Age, 21 years. Appearance, max, surpassing all existence. Abilities, godly driving skills, musical prodigy, culinary master, martial arts expert, calligraphy savant, Qilin-like endurance, immunity to intoxication. Massage virtuoso. Items, Supreme Villa No. 1x1, Lamborghini Demon Sun Extended Edition Supercar X1, 100 shares in Qianlong Group, tenfold consumption rebate, infinite bone-eating powder. Wealth, 834. 5 billion renminbi. Huff. Lu Mengli gazed at her departing friend. Curiosity piqued as she turned her attention to Yi Chen. Just how much money do you possess, exactly? A simple black card worth 600 million speaks volumes. The more she interacted with him, the more enigmatic he appeared. What? Curious to know? Yi Chen smirked, lifting her chin with a playful gesture. Lu Mengli nodded earnestly. This fellow was indeed a puzzle to her. That's easy. Tonight, during our intimate time, I shall divulge everything. Upon hearing his words, Lu Mengli's mind was engulfed in a haze of disbelief. You can say whatever you want. I have no interest in knowing. Indeed, Lu Mengli felt utterly exasperated. How could he toy with her feelings like this? Was there no conscience left within him? He. Just then, the two little ones tilted their heads, innocently querying Lu Mengli. Mama, what does intimate time mean? Is it fun? Cough, cough, cough. The unexpected question caught Lu Mengli off guard, leaving her in a quandary about how to respond. Chapter 46. Daddy, what does intimate time mean? Ask your daddy. Clearing her throat, Lu Mengli shot a glance at Yi Chen, throwing the question back at him. That rascal. Seeing Lu Mengli's act of retaliation, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. Women truly are creatures that hold grudges. Daddy, what does intimate time mean? The two little ones, oblivious to their mother's thoughts, tilted their heads in curiosity towards their father. Witnessing this scene, Lu Mengli silently congratulated herself on her cleverness. It would be amusing to see how this guy would answer. Well, Yi Chun, noticing Lu Mengli's attentive posture, deliberately paused. How to say? It's quite simple. It means that Daddy and Mama bear you little brothers during intimate time. Uffed. The sudden revelation nearly choked Lu Mengli, and she shot a fierce glare at Yi Chun. Had he lost his mind? Who explains it like that? How despicable. I underestimated his shamelessness. Oh, is that so? The two little ones pondered Yi Chun's words for a moment before innocently exclaiming, Then Mama, you should give Daddy some intimate time. The moment those words escaped, Lu Mengli felt an overwhelming urge to strangle him, yet she was at a loss for an explanation. Does Mama have difficulties? We really want little brothers. Hom. Xin and Nua chimed in unison, completely unaware of the implications of their statements. As the conversation unfolded, the auction was fast approaching. Mr. Yi, welcome. Upon arriving at the auction venue, the staff had been waiting for some time and soon guided the family to the VIP room. Wow. Father, look quickly, it's so beautiful. Two little ones beamed with delight as they observed the opulent furnishings of the private room. Clearly, considerable thought had been invested in both the design and arrangement of this space. Meanwhile, in another lavish suite labeled Heavenly Room Number 1, a sharply dressed young man inquired with a serious tone directed at his subordinate. Have you found it? Young Master Feng. Not yet, his subordinate gulped nervously, fully aware of the gravity of the situation given the stature of the Feng family. Useless. Upon hearing this report, Feng Yang's expression darkened. What do you think the Feng family sustains you for? Young Master Feng, please don't take it out on your subordinate. A graceful girl leaned against Feng Yang, her voice sweet as she said, the Qianlong Group is indeed a juicy target. It's understandable they couldn't trace the new owner behind the acquisition. Humph. Feng Yang pinched the slender waist of the girl in his embrace and waved dismissively. You may leave. Yes, young Master Feng. Taking a deep breath, the subordinate departed in trepidation, wary of further inciting his ire. The Qianlong Group will inevitably belong to my Feng family. Of course, the girl clung to Feng Yang's arm. Young Master Feng, you are the most formidable man in the world. You flatterer, you sure know how to charm, he retorted. As time passed, the auction commenced as scheduled. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend today's auction. After a brief pause, the auctioneer continued, as in previous events. The highest bidder will claim the prize. I hope everyone leaves with their desired items. Once the preliminary pleasantries were concluded, the auction progressed to the first item, a property located in the heart of Magic City, starting at a minimum bid of 10 million, with increments of no less than 500,000. The bidding began. Soon, they reached the 10th item, and when it was unveiled, it immediately garnered significant attention. Wow. The two little ones marveled at the dazzling item, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Daddy, what is that? Mommy would look stunning in it. Listening to their innocent chatter, Lu Mengli turned her gaze to the object, only to discover it was a premier luxury pink diamond. The Graph Pink Diamond. What a surprise. It was indeed that jewel, rumored to have taken a world-renowned jewelry designer 6 months to create. My dear Mengli, do you like it? Yi Chen smiled at the extravagant gemstone. It's lovely, but the price must be astronomical. Although she adored it, she understood that such items at this auction would fetch an exorbitant price. Money is no object. Yi Chen affectionately ruffled Lu Mengli's hair, causing her eyes to widen in disbelief. Was he truly treating her like his daughter? Your man will secure it for you. Go for it, Daddy. The two little ones giggled, yet a similar conversation was unfolding in Feng Yang's suite. Young Master, that is so beautiful. Is it? Feng Yang cast a disdainful glance at the auction floor and scoffed. I shall take this pink diamond for 8 million. With this proclamation, those who had been eager to bid felt their courage wane at the sight of Feng Yang's assertiveness. After all, offending him could lead to dire consequences. Young Master Feng is so impressive. The graceful girl cooed, contemplating how rewarding it would be to win the diamond and further endear herself to him. Humph, Feng Yang sneered. Surveying the room, in Magic City, only the 4 major families dare to compete with me. 10 million. Just then, a voice rang out, akin to a slap across his face. The speaker was none other than Yi Chun. You're insane. There's no need to spend so much on that pink diamond. Lu Mengli was momentarily taken aback by his bold bid of 10 million. Surely, even with wealth, one shouldn't squander it so recklessly. It's all right. Yi Chun gently pinched her delicate face. Your man said he would bid for you. This guy? Lu Mengli rolled her eyes at the thought of this extravagant spender. Why did she feel a pang of guilt over the expenditure? How odd, considering the money wasn't even hers. This is quite intriguing. A smirk appeared on Feng Yang's lips as he realized he hadn't faced such a provocation in a long time. 11 million. After a brief murmur, he raised his bid by 1 million. To most, this sum would be staggering, but for him, it was merely a number. 20 million. Yi Chen's calm voice resonated from his suite, causing Feng Yang to furrow his brow. Had this young man truly lost his mind? 21 million. Feng Yang declared. then boisterously proclaimed, "I, Feng Yong, shall take this graph pink diamond." A gasp rippled through the room as he revealed his identity. It was evident that this was a warning. Should the competitor bid again, it would be seen as a direct challenge. However, Feng Yong had clearly miscalculated his opponent. 50 million. Yi Chun made his bid without hesitation, sending shockwaves throughout the audience. Had he gone mad? Young Master Feng, there's no need to bid against him. The girl in his arms gasped, fearing that escalating the stakes would lead to unnecessary conflict. Don't let a mere underling ruin my mood, he reassured her, planting a soft kiss on his cheek. That kid is seeking death. Feng Yong's previously good mood vanished in an instant, and he summoned his subordinates. Come here, young master. The previously reported man entered once again, bowing respectfully. Yes. Feng Yong nodded slightly and glanced towards Yi Chen's suite. What is the background of the guy in that room? Well, the subordinate pondered for a moment. Young master, that guy is a rising star in the music industry, but the girl accompanying him is an extraordinary beauty. Shall I arrange for you to meet her? Oh. Feng Yong's eyes narrowed at the mention of the beauty. An extraordinary beauty, you say? I must see for myself. Chapter 47. Loomingly, who exactly are you? Young Master Feng, you're quite naughty. The girl in his arms playfully chided him. But you mustn't forget about me. Rest assured. Feng Yong lifted her chin, gazing into the distance towards Yi Chen's suite. Once I deal with that fellow, I'll come back to pamper you. Come, let us go see. At this point, Feng Yong was eager to witness just how stunning this extraordinary beauty was, and he hoped to impress her with his prowess. Thank you, young Master Feng. I will cheer for you. At that moment, a figure entered the vicinity of their suite, catching the attention of Feng Yong's subordinate. Young master, what a splendid opportunity. His eyes lit up with excitement. That extraordinary beauty seems to have left the suite, possibly headed to the restroom. Is that so? A smile crept across Feng Yong's face. What a rare chance. Let us go meet her. Who knows? Perhaps you might even get a taste of her charm. Really? Thank you, young master. Upon hearing the news, a group of subordinates displayed excitement in their eyes, for they had beheld the breathtaking beauty, a paragon far surpassing the girl in Feng Xiao's embrace. It could be said that the two were not even in the same league. Minutes later, sensing someone trailing behind her, Lu Mengli furrowed her brows slightly. Is it that fellow who was bidding against Yi Chun? It seems they are coming for me. Convinced that she was the target, Lu Mengli's eyes glimmered with cold determination. Very well. Then I shall assist Yi Chun in eliminating this potential threat once and for all. As Lu Mengli approached the vicinity of the restroom, she was unexpectedly surrounded by Feng Yong's men, and upon seeing Lu Mengli, Feng Yong's eyes sparkled with interest. Ah! The girl in Feng Yong's arms looked at Lu Mengli in disbelief. Lu Mengli, it's actually her? Oh, you know her? Feng Yong inquired, glancing at the stunning figure in the center. Of course. Take a deep breath. The girl gulped. Feng Xiao. She is the foremost beauty of Magic City. The owner of the Magic City Wine House. The Magic City Wine House. Feng Yong's mind raced. How intriguing. So you are the unparalleled beauty of the Magic City Wine House. If I had known such beauty existed, I would have claimed her long ago. Feng Yong and his subordinates gazed at Lu Mengli, their excitement palpable. No wonder this woman was so extraordinarily beautiful, being the first beauty of Magic City. However, if I could get a taste of her essence later, it wouldn't be too shabby. Gradually, the way they looked at Lu Mengli shifted, for such an encounter would provide them with bragging rights for half a year. The Feng family of Magic City. Feng Yong? Feeling Feng Yong's gaze upon her, Lu Mengli's eyes turned icy. Oh, since you know who I am, it would be wise for you to surrender and cooperate. At this juncture, Feng Yong scrutinized Lu Mengli with a sinister grin. Otherwise, I shall ensure you endure some physical suffering. Is that so? Lu Mengli remained unperturbed in the face of Feng Yong's threats, even amidst the presence of a dozen of his subordinates. Are you truly convinced you have everything under control? To her, Feng Yong had always been a mere joke. This woman is quite arrogant. She has become the fish on my chopping block, yet dares to be so defiant. Pausing for a moment, Feng Yong continued. However, I am eager to see how long you can maintain that bravado. Feng Xiao, allow me to help you capture her. One of the subordinates eagerly offered, seeking to earn merit. Very well, Feng Yong nodded slightly, adding a warning. But be careful not to harm my beauty. Understood, Feng Xiao. The subordinate, emboldened, lunged toward Lu Mengli, thinking to himself, if I can encounter such a stunning beauty, it would be worth it even if I were to die. Seeking death. Upon witnessing the approaching figure, Lu Mengli's gaze remained icy, devoid of any panic. This face is truly detestable. The girl in Feng Yong's arms, consumed by jealousy, glared at Lu Mengli, resentful of her beauty. However, just as the subordinate was about to close in, a sharp glint of a blade flashed, and in the next moment, he found himself clutching his neck, staring in horror at the pool of blood forming beneath him. What? How is this possible? With a thud, the subordinate collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Then, a middle-aged man appeared before Lu Mengli. This was Mu Lingfeng, her father's trusted aide and the head of her security detail. Uncle Mu, you've arrived, Lu Mengli greeted, showing no surprise, as she was well aware of his constant vigilance in protecting her. Ahem, miss, your tactic of using another's weapon against them is quite clever, Mu Lingfeng remarked, causing Lu Mengli's cheeks to flush slightly, as if he had uncovered her secret. Who are you? Feng Yang's countenance changed drastically at the sudden appearance of Mu Lingfeng, realizing the man's formidable strength. Who I am? You are not worthy to know, Mu Lingfeng retorted, surveying the surrounding men. Eliminate them. Leave not a single one alive. Yes, Uncle Mu. With that command, several figures darted forward, dispatching Feng Yang's proud subordinates with lethal precision, not even allowing them a moment to scream. Even the girl in Feng Yang's embrace succumbed to the bloodshed, her life extinguished in an instant, each of the dozen men silenced with a single strike. The execution was swift and decisive. Thud. Overcome by the grisly scene, Feng Yang collapsed to the ground, his complexion ashen. Lu Mengli, who on earth are you? At that moment, Feng Yang realized that Lu Mengli's identity was far from ordinary. Such skilled subordinates could only signify a formidable backing. Mu Lingfeng approached Feng Yang, who was now trembling in fear. What do you intend to do? His pupils constricted. Feng Yang swallowed hard. I warn you. I am the young master of the Feng family in Magic City. If you dare to touch me, my father will not spare you, and there will be no place for you in all of Magic City. Before Feng Yang could finish, Mu Lingfeng lifted him effortlessly, as if he were a mere chick, the sensation of asphyxiation causing his face to turn crimson. With such meager strength, you dare to lay hands on Mengli? In your next life? Open your eyes and learn to be a better person. With a decisive squeeze, Mu Lingfeng snapped Feng Yang's neck, his head tilting at an unnatural angle as life departed his body, bringing this farce to a close. Thank you, Uncle Mu. Lu Mengli and Mu Lingfeng moved aside, seemingly unfazed by the demise of Feng Yang and his men, for in truth, their lives were inconsequential. It was merely a trifling matter. Mu Lingfeng waved his hand dismissively, showing no concern. Yet, Mengli, you've changed quite a bit during this time. Have I? Lu Mengli furrowed her brow, pondering something, a smile of happiness gracing her lips. Naturally, I have watched you grow up. It must be because of that fellow named Yi Chen. Mu Lingfeng sighed as he gazed at her. Uncle Mu, what are you saying? Lu Mengli's cheeks flushed slightly, her demeanor revealing all. So, Mengli, are you certain that this incident involving Feng Yang's death was not intended as a warning to Yi Chen? Aye. At Mu Lingfeng's words, Lu Mengli fell silent. Uncle Mu, please do not let my father know about Yi Chen. At least not yet. Taking a deep breath, Lu Mengli spoke, fearing that if her father learned of Yi Chen's existence, he would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him immediately. Rest assured, Mu Lingfeng nodded, then sighed again. You and your father have been at odds for 4 years. So much has transpired in the capital during that time. It remains uncertain whether Yi Chen's appearance is a boon or a bane for you and the Lu family in the capital. At this point, Mu Lingfeng gazed toward the capital. However, it is best that the people of the capital remain unaware of Yi Chen's existence, or he shall endure relentless assassinations. Yet, Mu Lingfeng and the others were entirely oblivious to the fact that, for Yi Chen, the so-called threats from the capital were nothing more than trifles. Chapter 48. Yi Chen. Rest assured, I will repay you when the time comes. In the Tianzi room, Mama is back. Upon hearing the voice, the two little ones rushed forward upon seeing her figure, embracing their mother with a familiarity that suggested they had not seen her in ages. Ding. The host spent 50 million, triggering a tenfold rebate, thus obtaining 500 million renminbi. At this moment, the sound of the system notifying him of the rebate echoed in Yi Chen's ears, greatly uplifting his spirits. After a brief while, as the money transfer concluded, the auction no longer held any significance for him. However, he remained oblivious to the considerable trouble that Lu Mengli had just resolved for him. If Feng Yang's death were to be revealed to the outside world, it would undoubtedly stir chaos throughout the entire city of magic. Ding ding ding. As soon as he stepped into the elongated supercar, Lu Mengli's phone rang. Hello, Mom. Upon answering the call, Lu Mengli's cheeks flushed slightly as she steadied herself to greet her mother. Lin Ruching nodded slightly upon hearing her daughter's voice. Have you been busy with work lately? Not too bad. Lu Mengli exhaled, and the two little ones, hearing their mother on the phone, eagerly exclaimed, Grandma, Grandma is calling. Mengli, I've arrived in Magic City. Pausing momentarily, Lu's mother continued, Tonight, take Yi Chen to your grandfather's family banquet. After hanging up, Yi Chen, curious, inquired, What is going on? Hee. Mommy's mother said for us to go to Grandpa's family banquet. Lu Mengli blushed upon hearing this. Those two little ones truly couldn't keep secrets. Then let us go? Yi Chen replied after a moment's thought, as this was something inevitable for him. You agree? Lu Mengli was taken aback. How could he agree so easily? Was he not the least bit nervous? What else? Chen shrugged. Besides, with such a handsome man in your family, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Uft. What do you mean you're mad? I can't be bothered with you. After saying this, Lu Mengli glanced out the window, her cheeks flushing for a moment. Why did his words make her feel so sweet? Such a feeling had never crossed her before. Daddy, where are we going? After a while on the road, the two little ones, observing the scenery outside, could not help but ask curiously. Of course, we're heading to the antique street. Let us find some good things to take as gifts to your grandfather. Upon hearing this, Lu Mengli's mouth twitched. Was he really insane enough to buy gifts from such a place? Really? We've never been there. I'm so looking forward to it. The two little ones chattered excitedly, as their grandfather had said that place was incredibly fun. In a joyful atmosphere, they soon arrived at the antique street. Wow, Daddy, come quick. It's so lively here. The two little ones rushed to the antique street, gazing around at the myriad of stalls brimming with various antiques, their eyes sparkling with wonder. These two kids, Lu Mengli thought, somewhat puzzled by their excitement. After all, were broken pots and such worth such elation? Yishun, is that really you? At that moment, a few girls with dyed red, green, and blue hair approached, their eyes gleaming with excitement. They had come here specifically to seek out wealthy patrons, hoping to sustain themselves for a while. Is it you all? Lu Mengli recognized them as the ones who had asked for autographs at the concert. Hey, Yishun, can you lend me $5? One girl with red hair asked. Blushing, I'm out of phone credit. Really? Yichen was taken aback. Surely if they had any means, they wouldn't need to solicit him. Subsequently, he charged 100 to the girl's phone. Thank you, Yishun. The three girls' eyes lit up. Being trusted by Yishun made them incredibly happy, regardless of the amount. Moreover, they could easily earn thousands from a wealthy patron, so they relaxed and assured him, don't worry, Yishun. If I find a rich patron, I'll pay you back. After that, the three girls departed. Rich patron? Lu Mengli furrowed her brows and looked at Yichen suspiciously. What does that mean? Just then, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. Detection indicates the host is about to score a bargain at the antique street, granting the ultimate treasure appraisal skill. Note, with this skill, the host can discern authenticity at a glance, and value shall be revealed without concealment. As expected, the system activated the appraisal ability, and Yichun was now adept at operating the system. His task was simply to continue impressing others while the system provided comprehensive support. TCH. Lu Mengli rolled her eyes at his boastful words. If he could truly find a bargain at the antique street, it would be more believable if a pie fell from the sky. With a single glance, Yichun could discern the authenticity of various antiques, and the results exceeded his expectations. This ability is remarkable. Yichun clicked his tongue in admiration. Truly, the system does not disappoint. Not long after, his gaze fell upon a stall not far away, and upon seeing a scroll, he was momentarily stunned. Upon closer inspection, the concealed painting revealed itself to Yichun. It was indeed the authentic work of Wang Wei, Wangchuan II. Boss, how much for this painting? Yichun approached the stall, casually inquiring. Oh, the stall owner lit up upon seeing a potential buyer. This young man has a keen eye. To be honest, this painting is our stall's treasure. You've heard of the master of landscape painting, right? Wang Wei's Wangchuan II is merely a high-quality replica, but holds significant collectible value. After a round of boasting, the stall owner slyly smiled. Let us say, since we've met, 100,000. Take it away for just 100,000. As soon as these words left his mouth, the surrounding vendors nearly choked. This old Wang was truly outrageous. They had heard that he had acquired it from the countryside for only about 100. Treasure of the stall? This old fellow claimed that to everyone. Sure, Yichen smiled slightly. Compared to its value, this price was negligible. However, he casually placed a bracelet next to the Wangchuan II. Add this bracelet to it. You're quite straightforward, young man. I'll throw in the bracelet for free. The stall owner, feeling particularly pleased with himself, had no idea that either item was worth a fortune. Take care, young man. Come again next time. After the transaction concluded, the stall owner beamed with delight, his smile stretching from ear to ear, having prepared to haggle, only to find he didn't need to. However, not long after Yi Chun and the others departed, an elderly man hurriedly approached the stall. Boss, quickly, I want to see that treasure, Wangchuan II again. Upon hearing the old man's words, the stall owner chuckled. Oh, the old man is back again. Why don't you take a look at something else? Having just sold the Wangchuan II, the stall owner was in good spirits, ready to make another sale. Let us do it for 100,000. We'll make the transaction immediately, Yu Tianqing urged. Having researched extensively upon returning, and growing increasingly suspicious that the Wangchuan II was highly likely the authentic work of the master of landscape painting, Wang Wei. What? The stall owner hadn't even finished speaking before Yu Tianqing interrupted, assuming the other party thought the price was too low to sell. 20,000. The conversation between the two individuals inevitably drew the attention of their fellow vendors nearby. What could be the matter? This old gentleman seemed quite intent on examining that particular painting. Could it be that? Clearly, they were not fools. When the old gentleman had arrived in the morning, it was evident that he was a connoisseur of antiques. His peculiar behavior today certainly suggested something amiss. Old sir, to be frank with you, the vendor, old Wang, realized the gravity of the situation, suppressing his unease. 300,000. Before old Wang could finish his statement, Yu Tianqing, evidently losing his patience, interjected, "Boss, one must not be overly greedy." Old Wang found himself at a loss for words. How could this old gentleman insist on purchasing that replica Wangchuan map for 30,000? Noticing old Wang stammering, Yu Tianqing sensed something was awry. "Boss, take a deep breath," he said, his expression turning grave. "Speak honestly. Has that painting already been sold?" "How did you know?" The vendor, caught off guard, inadvertently blurted out, only to regret it immediately. "What?" Yu Tianqing's complexion changed drastically upon hearing this. "You truly sold it? How foolish." He sighed, filled with regret. "Had I known earlier, I would have purchased it myself. Now, this is a significant loss." Seeing Yu Tianqing's reaction, old Wang was utterly shocked, while the surrounding vendors were equally bewildered. Clearly, they could not comprehend why the old gentleman was so agitated. It was merely a painting, after all. Clearing his throat, one of the fellow vendors timidly inquired, "Old sir, may I ask where you hold your esteemed position?" "Humph." Upon hearing this, Yu Tianqing emitted a disdainful snort. His mood evidently soured. "I am Yu Tianqing, the curator of the Shanghai Museum." Boom. At this revelation, old Wang and the others were left aghast. What? Truly? They were taken aback by the old gentleman's identity. After all, the curator of the Shanghai Museum was a significant figure in the realm of antique appraisal. My goodness. If that is the case, then the painting. As this thought crossed their minds, Yu Tianqing, filled with disappointment, looked at old Wang. "Do you not realize that painting could very well be an authentic masterpiece by Wang Wei, the ancestor of Southern School landscape painting? Its value is incalculable. It should be worth over 100 million. What?" Upon hearing Yu Tianqing's words, old Wang's eyes widened in disbelief, and he felt faint, collapsing on the spot. In that fleeting moment before losing consciousness, he only realized one thing. He had lost everything. "Old Wang, are you all right?" The surrounding vendors immediately panicked. And upon witnessing old Wang's state, Yu Tianqing's frustration boiled over. "You deserve this." With that, he shook his head and sighed, leaving the scene. If word of this spread, he would surely be the subject of ridicule among his friends. How embarrassing. Not long after, an ambulance arrived to take old Wang away, bringing this farce to an end. Though Yi Chun and the others remained oblivious to it. "Yi Chun, you wouldn't." In the sports car, Lu Mengli glanced at the two gifts, her lips twitching slightly. "Are you really giving these two gifts to my mother and grandfather? These presents are rather meager." Before Lu Mengli could continue, she was abruptly tapped on the forehead by Yi Chun, causing her to let out a small yelp. "You little brat." Yi Chun shot her a disapproving glance. "Do you have any idea what these are?" Feeling the disdainful gaze directed at her, Lu Mengli's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Yi Chun, do you dare to look down on me?" She was incensed, after all. She was the esteemed young lady of the Lu family and had never been treated this way before. How infuriating. At this moment, she even forgot about the incident of being tapped on the head. "What? Do you have an opinion?" Yi Chun nonchalantly remarked, dismissing her concerns. "Forget it. You wouldn't understand even if I explained." Lu Mengli, overwhelmed by the dual blows to her pride, felt herself on the brink of a breakdown. Was this guy out of his mind, treating her this way without a hint of remorse? This is so much fun. At that moment, Xin and Nua Nua giggled happily, watching their parents interact. Although they did not fully grasp what was happening, it felt incredibly amusing to them. "You guys." Lu Mengli's frustration reached a boiling point as she glared at the two little troublemakers. Here she was, being bullied by that guy, and they found it entertaining? Such behavior was utterly intolerable. Chapter 50. Mengli, is this truly your aunt? Are you certain she is not your sister? As night fell at the Lin family estate. Wow. Upon entering the estate, Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback by the architectural layout surrounding him. "Mengli, what does your grandfather do?" It was no wonder he thought so. This estate must be worth a fortune. Isn't my grandfather amazing? Seeing her father's astonished expression, the two little ones beamed with pride. Of course, Yi Chun, feeling affectionate, ruffled their little heads. "Isn't my precious one's grandfather remarkable?" The sudden display of affection from the three of them made Lu Mengli roll her eyes in exasperation. Had they not noticed her standing there? However, Lu Mengli soon recalled the matter of the gifts and cast a sidelong glance at Yi Chun, curious how he would handle the situation. With that thought, a charming smile curved her lips. "Miss Mengli, greetings." Upon reaching the front of the villa, The maids of the estate greeted them respectfully. Hee daddy, come quickly. The two little ones tugged at their father, and the term daddy drew astonished glances from the maids. Could this handsome man be the one who had a relationship with Miss Mengli 4 years ago? Yi Chen, keep your wits about you, Lu Mengli advised from the side. Aware that her father's gifts were rather unimpressive and could use some polish in terms of etiquette. Rest assured, Yi Chen replied casually, which left Lu Mengli momentarily speechless. Did he not appreciate the gravity of the situation? Mom, Grandpa. Upon entering the living room, Lu Mengli's sweet voice echoed, devoid of any trace of her usual aloof demeanor, revealing her as a cherished little princess. Ah, Grandpa Lin Xiaorong's delighted voice rang out, while Lu's mother, Lin Ruching, shot him a disapproving look. You little girl. You haven't called me in ages. Have you grown too independent? Grandma. However, before Lu Mengli could respond, the two little ones dashed into Lin Ruching's embrace. Yi Chen observed the scene. Upon seeing his future mother-in-law, he too was momentarily taken aback. No wonder Mengli was so beautiful. Her mother must have been an extraordinary beauty in her youth. Mengli, is this truly your aunt? Are you certain she is not your sister? Yi Chen could not help but ask upon seeing Lin Ruching. Ah. Hearing his words, Lu Mengli shot him a glare, her forehead adorned with a dark line. What nonsense are you spouting? Haha, it's nothing. Lin Ruching waved her hand dismissively, secretly pleased by the compliment. You child. After saying that, Lin Ruching turned to her daughter. Aren't you going to introduce us? I. Upon hearing her mother's words, Lu Mengli's face flushed crimson. This is Yi Chen, the biological father of Xin and Nua. Steeling herself, Lu Mengli felt as if she had exhausted all her strength. While Lin Xiaorong looked at Yi Chen in astonishment, realizing that this was the young man who had garnered their granddaughter's unwavering protection back in the day. This is my mother, and this is my grandfather. Lu Mengli introduced them, while her uncle's family was preoccupied with their own affairs. Hello, aunt. Hello, grandfather. Yi Chen greeted them with a slight bow. Lin Xiaorong's gaze fell upon Yi Chen, assessing him, and found his first impression quite favorable. By the way, Yi Chen suddenly recalled, presenting 2 gifts. Aunt, grandfather, these are presents for you. Since you've come, how could you not bring gifts? Lu's mother admonished. Yet her body was quite honest as she accepted the offerings. Perhaps it was due to the earlier compliment about her youthfulness, but she found this son-in-law increasingly pleasing to the eye. She also wondered why Mengli had stubbornly kept quiet about him 4 years ago. Lin Xiaorong, who had initially shown little interest, glanced at the beautifully wrapped gifts and was momentarily taken aback. This is wrapped in yun brocade. The contents must be quite valuable. Not at all, Lu Mengli quickly interjected. These are merely 2 trinkets that fellow picked up at the antique street. Really? Let me take a look, Lu's mother said. Curiosity piqued as she opened the box to reveal a jade bracelet, entirely green and lustrous, which appeared to be of excellent quality. Oh no. Upon seeing this, Lu Mengli felt a tightening in her chest, fearing she would be exposed. She then shot a glance at a certain someone as if to say, now, let's see how you handle this. This is an exceptional jadeite. Lin Xiaorong could no longer remain composed, standing up from his seat. This bracelet is worth at least 800,000. What? Lu's mother was taken aback, clearly not expecting the young man her daughter had fiercely defended years ago to present such an expensive item upon their first meeting. Although this amount was trivial for her, 800,000 was astronomical for the average person. Grandfather, are you sure? Lu Mengli gasped, looking at the jade bracelet in disbelief, as it was merely something that Guy had casually asked the stall owner to wrap up. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Xiaorong rolled his eyes at his granddaughter. Have I not studied antiques for decades? Can I not discern this? It really is. The 2 little ones blinked their curious eyes, realizing that the items brought by their father were indeed remarkable. This is what Daddy found at the antique street. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaorong and Lu's mother exchanged glances, both recognizing the other's astonishment. Given their discerning eyes, it was evident that this Yi Chen was extraordinary. This guy. Lu Mengli stared at the jade bracelet in the box, astonished that such a piece was worth 800,000. Grandmother, this jade bracelet was given by the stall owner. The 2 little ones chattered, before pointing to the scroll. That painting was bought by Daddy. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaorong became agitated. If his guess was correct, the value of that painting likely far exceeded that of the jade bracelet. With this thought in mind, he couldn't help but rub his hands together in excitement. Ruching, help me open the scroll. After saying this, Lin Xiaorong reminded, be careful. All right, Dad. Seeing her grandfather's cautious demeanor, Lu Mengli felt a sense of foreboding and moved closer to Yi Chen. You, confess honestly, is this painting also extraordinary? Of course. How could your man allow our family treasure to lose face? Yi Chen subtly wrapped his arm around Lu Mengli's slender waist, causing her cheeks to flush. You lecher. Have you lost your mind? Just then, as the scroll unfurled, a painting came into view. Gulp. Once the scroll was fully opened, Lin Xiaorong was left breathless, unable to tear his gaze away as he stared in shock at the artwork. Good heavens, this is indeed the authentic work of Wang Wei, the progenitor of the Southern School. Chapter 51. Yi Shun, could it be that you are the handsome man my cousin Mengli slept with 4 years ago? The authentic work of Wang Wei. Upon hearing this, Lu Mengli's eyelids twitched, her beautiful eyes fixated on the not-so-appealing painting, her face filled with disbelief. Wow. The two little ones also exaggeratedly gasped, their hearts brimming with pride, knowing that their father would not disappoint them. The progenitor of the Southern School? Lin Ruqing furrowed her brow slightly, then recalled something. Dad, are you saying this is the authentic Wang Chuan 2 by Wang Wei? Indeed. Lin Xiaorong nodded solemnly, taking a deep breath and squinting his eyes. There is no mistake. I have studied Wang Wei's style and various forgeries before. This is unquestionably the genuine article. This, Lu's mother, hearing this, cast a quietly complex look at Yi Chun. Yi Chun, your appraisal skills are surprisingly high. It was evident that the jade bracelet, combined with the authentic Wang Wei painting before them, spoke volumes. I know just a little. Yi Chun waved his hand modestly, yet the more he downplayed it, the more Lu's mother grew fond of this son-in-law her daughter had encountered years ago. His humility and composure suggested that he would achieve great things in the future. Haha. Splendid. Lin Xiaorong was equally impressed, gazing adoringly at the authentic Wang Chuan 2 by Wang Wei, nearly beside himself with excitement. By the way, Lu's mother then turned to her daughter, inquiring with curiosity, Mengli, how much did Xiao Yi pay for this painting? Ahem, well. Faced with her mother's question, Lu Mengli felt she couldn't fabricate a lie and truthfully replied, you might not believe it, but this painting was bought for 100,000. And the jade bracelet was a gift. 100,000? Upon hearing her daughter's words, Lu's mother's mouth twitched violently. Good heavens, her son-in-law was indeed quite capable. Dad, how much would you estimate this painting to be worth? She hesitated before finally asking. That's hard to say, Lin Xiaorong replied, shaking his head slightly before adding. Based on the general market, conservatively estimating, it could easily be worth over 100 million. If it were to be auctioned, after some promotion, it could fetch 200 to 300 million without issue. Upon hearing this, Lu's mother felt a tempest brewing in her heart. The highest value of this painting could reach 200 to 300 million. The old man's discerning eye was indeed sharp, as he was regarded as a top-tier appraiser domestically, not to mention having studied antiques for years. In other words, the young man her daughter had encountered years ago had presented such a magnificent gift upon their first meeting, revealing his exceptional qualities beyond her imagination. Moreover, it was crucial to note that he hadn't even purchased the painting. He had merely stumbled upon it at the antique street. To be honest, even her father, who frequently roamed the antique street, could not have achieved such a feat initially. She thought this young man was unworthy of her daughter, but it now seemed that he truly deserved to be with her. Quite impressive. This son-in-law was indeed a rare find, and it was rumored that he was currently the biggest dark horse in the music industry. Given some time, his achievements would be immeasurable. Grandfather, I'm back. At that moment, a melodious voice rang out, followed by the graceful figure of a young girl entering the living room. Cousin Mengli, you're here too. Mid-sentence, the charming young girl's gaze landed on Yi Chun. Huh? A sharp, ear-piercing scream erupted, and her face flushed with excitement. Yi Chun, is it really you? My idol? Oh my goodness, am I dreaming? Lu Xiaoya covered her mouth, instantly capturing everyone's attention. It shouldn't be. I'm sure I'm not dreaming. Hiss. She pinched herself hard, and only then did Lu Xiaoya come to her senses. Ouch. This is real. Xin. With her big, curious eyes, gazed intently at her aunt. Aunt Xiaoya, do you know our daddy? As the delightful sound resonated, Lin Xiaoya snapped back to reality, her delicate brows furrowing in realization. Xin, no, did you just say he is your father? Surely not. Almost immediately, Lin Xiaoya, as if witnessing a ghost, stared fixedly at her idol, her eyes wide with astonishment. Yi Shun, could you possibly be the handsome man that cousin Mengli slept with 4 years ago? Thud. No sooner had the words left her mouth than she received a sharp rap on the head from the blushing Lu Mengli. Lin Xiaoya, what nonsense are you spouting? Lu Mengli was truly exasperated, wishing fervently to vanish into the ground. Goodness. During her visit to her grandfather's house, she never anticipated her cousin would be such a fan of that guy, and it appeared that both her grandfather and mother were quite pleased with him as well. Seeing the deadly glare cast by her cousin, Lin Xiaoya quickly covered her mouth. That knock had really hurt, yet she stubbornly muttered under her breath, but it's true. What did you say? Although her voice was barely a whisper, it was still heard by those around. Lu Mengli's face turned crimson, even reaching the back of her ears. Uff, Xin no couldn't help but laugh heartlessly at this scene. Hee, this is so much fun. Coughing lightly, Lin Xiaorong nearly burst into laughter as well, but he restrained himself, being the elder. Well, I didn't say anything. Lin Xiaoya instinctively rubbed her forehead and then glanced at the artwork on the table. Grandpa, what is this? It looks terrible. She reached out to touch it. However, before she could lay a finger on it, her aunt, Lu Mu, swatted her hand away. You little girl, do you even know what this is? Rolling her eyes at her niece, Lu Mu continued. This is a gift from your brother-in-law to your grandfather, worth at least 100 million. Huh. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoya's eyes widened in disbelief. This is a gift from my brother-in-law to grandpa, worth 100 million? Wow, Yi Shun is amazing. Lin Xiaoya was utterly thrilled, gazing at Yi Chun with admiration. No wonder he is my idol. He is actually my brother-in-law, hee. Yet, Lu Mingli was overwhelmed with confusion. What on earth? Mom too, just because it's 100 million doesn't he mean he can just take it? Brother-in-law? If this gets out, who knows how many people will envy me? The thought of it sent Lin Xiaoya into a frenzy of excitement. Oh my gosh, cousin Mengli is so cool. My brother-in-law is Yi Shun. Just thinking about it makes me ecstatic. Lin Xiaoya. Lu Mingli was losing her composure. Her cousin's casual mention of brother-in-law was infuriating. Are you looking for a beating? Ah, brother-in-law. Cousin is trying to murder her own cousin. Lin Xiaoya darted behind Yi Chun, gazing at her idol up close. Oh my gosh, brother-in-law is even more handsome than in the videos. This little Xiaoya is quite the handful, Lu Mu sighed, shaking her head. Then she turned her attention to her son-in-law, finding the outcome rather satisfactory. Chapter 52. Cousin, if you dare hit me. Believe that Yi Shun will teach you a lesson tonight. Lin Xiaoya, come out. Lu Mengli glared at the young woman hiding behind Yi Chun, utterly exasperated. I want tea. Hee. With that, Lin Xiaoya stuck out her tongue and made a face before continuing her threat. Cousin, if you dare hit me. Believe that Yi Shun will teach you a lesson tonight. Lin Xiaoya. Hearing her cousin's fierce words, Lu Mingli felt as if she might explode with anger. It was all because of that guy. Her standing had diminished so much that even her bloodline pressure had significantly lessened. Go, Aunt Xiaoya, you can do it. Xin No cheered, clapping her hands, which only drove Lu Mengli further into frustration. Cough, cough, all right now. Lu Mu cleared her throat, concerned that the ruckus was getting out of hand. Little Yi, I will accept this bracelet. A slight nod from her indicated her acknowledgement of Yi Chun. Well, taking a deep breath, Lin Xiaorong reluctantly shifted his gaze away from the artwork. This gift is far too valuable. Grandpa cannot accept it. After all, its worth exceeded 100 million, which was no trivial sum. No need. Yi Chun waved his hand slightly, looking at the authentic painting by Wang Wei. This genuine artwork deserves to be preserved in your grandfather's hands. Giving it to me would be a waste. Indeed, Grandpa, why are you being polite with this guy? Lu Mengli rolled her eyes at him, determined not to let this opportunity for him to spend big slip away. Hearing his granddaughter's words, Lin Xiaorong found himself in a dilemma. Dad, why don't you just temporarily keep it for little Yi? Cough. Well, all right then. Lin Xiaorong coughed lightly and decided not to refuse any longer, especially since such an item was one he very much desired. Humph. Lin Xiaoya noticed her grandfather's demeanor and cheekily remarked, You obviously want it. How hypocritical. Thud. Lu Mu smacked Lin Xiaoya on the head. How can you speak like that? Faced with her aunt's imposing aura, Lin Xiaoya stuck out her tongue, choosing to remain silent. The two little girls watched the unfolding scene, giggling with delight. Although they didn't understand what was happening, they found it amusing. Grandpa, the two little girls suddenly chirped, You might not know, but Daddy's calligraphy is also super amazing. Is that so? Lin Xiaorong, gazing at his granddaughters, affectionately ruffled their little heads. Mengli, is this true? Lu Mu curiously questioned her daughter. In the past, she might not have been so inquisitive, but now that she had nearly accepted her son-in-law, she felt compelled to inquire further. Well, it's somewhat okay. Lu Mingli cleared her throat, memories of the past competition at the Lantern Festival flashing through her mind. In that case, Lin Xiaorong remarked, intrigued, Little Yi, why don't you showcase your skills? Is that all right? Yi Chen hesitated for a moment, humbly replying, It wouldn't be appropriate to show off in front of my grandfather. Not at all. Lin Xiaorong waved his hand, expressing an unspoken fondness for his son-in-law, perhaps partly due to the earlier exquisite artwork. Go, Yi Shun. Lin Xiaoya was the first to raise her fist in encouragement for her idol. Her radiant smile capable of stirring a commotion among her classmates at Magic City No. 1 High School. After all, she was undeniably the belle of the school. Before long, the maids had prepared the writing materials, and upon glancing at Yi Chun, their cheeks flushed with color, and their hearts raced. He was so handsome. It felt like love at first sight. However, they were acutely aware that he was the husband of Miss Mengli, and dared not overstep their bounds. Grandpa, I shall now embarrass myself. With the fragrant rice paper before him, clearly of exceptional quality, Yi Chun felt a surge of excitement. Hee, Daddy is about to shine again. Xin No giggled, while Lu Mengli rolled her eyes at him, exasperated. Can't you just be a little more composed? uncertain if it was just a feeling. Lu Mengli noticed that since this guy arrived at her grandfather's house, her sense of presence had diminished considerably. Not lingering on the thought, Yi Chen dipped his brush in ink and elegantly inscribed the characters Nian Nujio, Chibi Huaigu on the rice paper. It was a masterpiece, as if it had sprung to life, exuding an air of literary greatness. Lu Mu, observing Yi Chen's effortless calligraphy alongside his striking looks, couldn't he help but admire her daughter's excellent taste. Such exquisite calligraphy. Lin Xiaorong was immediately captivated by the calligraphy that leaped off the page. It was powerful and exquisite. Truly, this level of artistry left even him feeling somewhat inadequate. Wow. Lin Xiaoya's eyes widened as she gazed at the rice paper. Although she didn't possess a deep understanding of calligraphy, she could still sense the remarkable talent of Yi Chen, a realization that spoke volumes. So beautiful. Every character seemed to possess a certain enchantment that drew her attention, making her eager to see the next, overwhelmed by the beauty before her. At that moment, Yi Chen began to pen the main text. The great river flows eastward, washing away countless historical figures. To the west of the ancient fortress, people say, lies the red cliffs of Zhoulang from the Three Kingdoms. Jagged rocks pierce the sky, and the roaring waves crash against the shore, stirring up heaps of snow. The landscape is picturesque, and how many heroes have emerged in such times? With a flourish of his brush, a phrase floated into Lu Mu's mind, a modest gentleman. Warm as jade, a young man of unparalleled grace. Such words were truly remarkable. As he recited softly, Lin Xiaorong could not help but gasp, overwhelmed by the grandiosity and magnificence of it all. Who would have thought that his granddaughter's husband not only excelled in calligraphy, but also possessed extraordinary literary talent? As well as expertise in antique appraisal, even the scions of the capital's esteemed families would struggle to compare. The great river flows eastward, washing away countless historical figures. He mused. In a whisper, Lin Xiaoya gasped in awe, her gaze toward her cousin-in-law filled with admiration and reverence. My heavens! Yi Chen is even more impressive than I imagined, truly worthy of being my idol. The maid stared dreamily at the extraordinarily handsome cousin-in-law, imagining how wonderful it would be if he could sweep them off to a room for a sweet kiss. As everyone watched intently, Yi Chen continued to write. Reflecting on the past, when Gong Jin was young and Xiao was newly wed, he stood with gallant poise. With a feather fan and silk scarf, in a moment of jest, the masts turned to ash. Wandering through my homeland in spirit, I can only laugh at myself for my early graying hair. Life is but a dream. I raise a glass to the moon over the river. The words flowed seamlessly, captivating Lin Xiaorong, who was utterly enthralled. Splendid. What a phrase, in a moment of jest. The masts turned to ash. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiaorong silently admired the already completed rice paper. Such calligraphy, such literary grace, truly befitting the husband chosen by my granddaughter. Chapter 53. Your husband wants to be low-key, but his strength doesn't allow it, grandfather. Lu Mengli blushed and shot a glare at her grandfather. What are you saying? What do you mean by husband chosen by yourself? The old man was understandably delighted. Lu Mu, observing this, couldn't he help but smile, fully aware that it was all due to Yi Chen's influence. Xiao Yiyu. Regaining his composure, Lin Xiaorong sighed with admiration. His calligraphy is superb. One could hardly find a literary figure to rival him. Grandfather, you flatter me, Yi Chen humbly replied, earning an eye roll from Lu Mengli. This fellow was hardly modest. Hee. I told you Dad's calligraphy is extraordinary. Xin and Nuan, upon witnessing their grandfather's joy, proudly lifted their chins like peacocks, basking in the moment. You too. Lu Mengli shot a glare at the two little ones, wondering if bringing them to their grandfather's house was the right decision. Lin Xiaoya noticed the ring on her cousin's finger and paused in surprise. Cousin, that ring looks familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere. Frowning slightly, she struggled to recall. Pink diamonds are quite rare. Suddenly realizing something, she quickly searched on her phone. Moments later, her eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my heavens. It's real? Lin Mu, observing her niece's astonishment, raised an eyebrow. What on earth has gotten into you? Cough, it's not that, Aunt. After swallowing hard, she finally managed to say, do you know what this pink diamond is? It was just sold today at an astronomical auction. This graph pink diamond is renowned internationally, reportedly. A mysterious person bought it at the Shanghai auction for 50 million. She paused dramatically. But I never imagined that the one who bought the graph pink diamond would be my cousin-in-law. This ring is worth 50 million. Lu Mu glanced at her daughter's ring, feeling that Xiao Yi was spoiling that girl far too much. Mengli, is this true? Although she knew her niece would not lie, she still asked for confirmation. Yes. Despite her reluctance, Lu Mengli nodded under her mother's gaze. My goodness. Cousin, you're too enviable, a 50 million pink diamond. In that moment, Lin Xiaoya's admiration for her idol surged even higher. Well, alright then. Lu Mingli cleared her throat. Knowing that while a 50 million pink diamond was extravagant, she couldn't let it inflate someone's ego. After all, that fellow was already stealing the spotlight. If this continued, he might as well ascend to the heavens. This son-in-law is impressive. Quite remarkable indeed. Lu Mu looked at the pink diamond in her daughter's hand, feeling a twinge of envy. After all, Lu father had never been this generous with her, at least not in terms of jewelry. In that moment, Lin Ruqing gazed at Yi Chun with the increasing fondness of a mother-in-law admiring her son-in-law. After the banquet, as it finally drew to a close, Lin Shirong, beaming with smiles, said, "Xiao Yi, do come by often." The fact that Lu Mingli's grandfather personally saw him off spoke volumes about his satisfaction, leaving Lu Mingli herself utterly astonished. "Grandma, goodbye, Grandpa." Xin and Nua Nua waved their little hands in farewell, their sweet voices resonating in the air, bringing a sense of healing until they faded from sight, prompting everyone to come back to their senses. "Ruqing, what do you think of Xiao Yi?" Once he regained his composure, Lin Shirong asked his daughter, to which Lu Mu nodded affirmatively. "Not bad. Quite remarkable. Compared to those signs of the capital, Xiao Yi is leagues ahead. Indeed, without comparison, one cannot appreciate the disparity." Lin Shirong nodded slightly, and then gazed toward the capital. "If that is the case, I'll advise Mingli's father accordingly." "Understood, Dad." Lu Ruqing nodded firmly, realizing that she was the most suitable person for this task, though perhaps waiting a while would be the best course of action. "Yi Shun, so handsome. He is my cousin-in-law, hee. With this thought in mind, Lin Xiaya couldn't help but let a smile spread across her face, realizing that if the outside world learned of this, it would surely create a sensation throughout the city. On the other hand, in the sports car, Lu Mengli exhaled deeply, finally leaving. That was more exhausting than a day's work. Reflecting on the day's events, her emotions were quite complex, especially regarding that fellow, who seemed almost too exceptional. "You today stole enough of the limelight, didn't you?" A disgruntled voice broke the silence, clearly upset about being overshadowed at her grandfather's house. Why should that be? Just because he was a bit more outstanding. Did he have to steal her thunder the moment he arrived? "Not my fault," Yi Chen shrugged innocently. "Your husband wishes to be low-key, but my talents simply do not allow for it." Ugh. Seeing his reaction, Lu Mingli's frustration intensified. "Why don't you just go away?" How infuriating. This fellow possesses an audacity that astounds. He yearns for discretion, yet his capabilities render such aspirations futile, which is rather exasperating. However, I find myself pondering why I failed to notice this earlier, and now I am engulfed by a wave of regret. What should I do? As our conversation unfolds, we arrive at the magnificent villa known as ruling the world. The sound of a supercar's engine reverberates, and a familiar figure emerges from the villa, none other than my dear friend, Shi Qianyu. Aunt Qianyu. Upon disembarking from the vehicle, the two little ones hurriedly dashed towards her, their joyous antics bringing an instant smile to Shi Qianyu's face. After embracing the two children for a moment, she releases them and inquires, "Did you have a wonderful time at the auction today?" Yes. Xin and Nua Nua nod vigorously in response, their excitement palpable. "Aunt Qianyu. We also visited Grandpa's house." The little ones excitedly recount how their father garnered attention at their grandfather's home, naturally wishing for more people to know of his prowess. "What?" Shi Qianyu's expression shifts to one of astonishment as she gazes incredulously at her friend, Lu Mengli. "You all met the parents." "Meeting the parents?" "It was merely a meal," Lu Mengli replies sheepishly, aware that her mother and grandfather hold a significant admiration for this individual, while Lin Xiaya, that girl, is an unabashed fan of his. "Hee, I understand." Without needing further explanation, Shi Qianyu smirks knowingly, playfully pinching the cheeks of the two little ones. "It seems that before long, your parents will be tying the knot." Chapter 54. So handsome and talented, I envy the mothers of those two little ones. Qianyu. Lu Mengli, overhearing her friend's teasing remarks, shoots her a sharp glare. Does this girl realize what she is implying? Fine, I shall refrain from further comment. Clearing her throat, Shi Qianyu observes her friend's flushed cheeks. "Come, let us head to Aunt Qianyu's room. I have brought you some delightful surprises." With that, she takes the two little ones by the hand and leads them towards her room. Humph. As she watches her friend depart with the children, Lu Mengli casts a glance at a certain someone before heading to her own room, irritation bubbling within her at the thought of the family banquet at her grandfather's home. What is so remarkable about that guy? Why does everyone hold him in such high regard, including my mother? A short while later, upon returning to her room, Lu Mengli has already changed into her pajamas, which, though loose-fitting, still fail to conceal her alluring figure. "You must be tired." Sensing the pleasant fragrance emanating from Lu Mengli's hair, Yi Chen wraps his arms around her slender waist. Lu Mengli rolls her eyes at him, but refrains from voicing her discontent. "Come, let your man give you a massage to help you relax." Initially intending to decline, She recalls his commendable massage technique and reluctantly nods. I suppose you have a modicum of decency. Meanwhile, at the Feng family estate in the bustling metropolis, the head of the family, Feng Qinian, is engrossed in family affairs when a phone call disrupts his concentration. Hello, head of the family. Upon answering, a subordinate's voice conveys urgency. Young master is in trouble. What did you say? Feng Qinian's face pales as he processes the information. Are you certain? This matter is undeniably true. After hanging up, Feng Qinian's eyes blaze with fury as he slams his palm against the desk. How dare they, in the city, to lay hands on my son? At that moment, the second master of the Feng family enters the study and furrows his brow at the sight. Elder brother. What has happened? Second brother, Xiao Yong, is in trouble. After attending the auction earlier, Xiao Yong has seemingly vanished without a trace. What? The second master's face darkens. What audacity! Elder brother, do we have any suspects? Feng Qinian nods slightly before elaborating. At the auction, a certain Yi Chun had a confrontation with Xiao Yong. This incident is likely connected to him. Is that so? The second master's demeanor shifts to one of cold resolve. Xiao Yong's fate is uncertain. Whether or not he is involved, we must capture him for questioning. Indeed, you will personally handle this matter, ensuring that no outsiders are made aware. Feng Qinian inhales deeply, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The news of the eldest son of the Feng family being missing would undoubtedly deliver a devastating blow to their reputation. I will prepare immediately. With that, the second master swiftly departs the study. Yi Chun. Inside the study, Feng Qinian scribbles down 2 characters. You had better hope this has nothing to do with you. Otherwise, I will ensure you deeply regret ever coming into this world. The following day, at the semifinals of the K-singing show, the audience eagerly awaits, buzzing with conversation. The semifinals are finally underway. Absolutely. I can't wait to see how Yi Shun performs today. Yes. I absolutely adore Yi Shun's song A Lifetime with You. He is so handsome and talented. I envy the mothers of those 2 little ones. As the audience chatters excitedly, the 2 little ones in the VIP section beam with delight, noting how their father is growing increasingly renowned. Qinyu, you've struck gold. The golden manager, Jiangxia, exclaims enviously. This Yi Chun is your lucky star. His last concert silenced many critics. Indeed, Shi Qinyu's previous concert was an immense success, with all the songs penned by Yi Chun, which is why Jiangxia claims she has hit the jackpot. Thank you. Shi Qinyu smiles softly, unaware that Yi Chun is her friend's partner. Otherwise, she would question why he writes so many songs for her. If anyone has truly struck gold, it is her friend. The other 2 judges express their awe, casting their gazes toward the stage with a look of mixed emotions. The K-singing show has yet to conclude. Yet Yi Chun has already taken the internet by storm multiple times. This can no longer be described as mere talent. It is sheer prodigiousness. Alright, as the discussions continue, the host approaches the microphone, her high heels clicking on the stage. Next, let us welcome Yi Chun to perform an original song titled Barefaced. Please give him a warm welcome. What? At these words, the audience collectively gasps, followed by an eruption of applause. Goodness. Another original piece. Can Yi Chun still be considered human? Just during Shi Qinyu's concert, he had already performed so many original songs. Yi Chun, as the audience regains their composure. Thunderous applause and cheers fill the venue. At that moment, Yi Chun steps onto the stage, his striking appearance captivating the female audience members. Softly, a light melody begins to play. Once again, it is a tranquil night. Alone, I recline in a rocking chair, savoring the coolness. I admit, this truly is serene. Much like the elderly gentleman downstairs. I hear you are still pursuing originality, but it seems to lead you in circles. Wow. Xin and Nua Nua's assistant, when one gasps, her eyes glued to the stage. So handsome. His smile is absolutely charming. If only Yi Chun were my boyfriend. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that he is wealthy, doting, and incredibly sweet. If Yi Chun were to pursue her, he would undoubtedly succeed. Oh, hurry and send a video to Grandma. The 2 little ones, struck with inspiration, chatter excitedly as they initiate a live stream, certain that their grandmother would be overjoyed. Meanwhile, at the Lin family estate, ding dong, as Lin Ruching basks in the sun with Lin Old Master, admiring the Wangchuan map, her phone suddenly chimes with a notification. Upon checking, she sees the message. Father, it's Xin and Nua Nua. It appears that Xiao Yi is participating in a karaoke showcase. Is that so? Upon hearing that it was his granddaughter-in-law, Lin Xiaorong instantly perked up. After all, the renowned Wangchuan Tu before him was a gift from her. With a keen gaze, Lu Mu was utterly captivated by the striking appearance displayed on the screen. This Xiao Yi is indeed handsome. Observing her son-in-law's extraordinary charm, her heart swelled with pride. His looks were certainly worthy of her daughter, and he was also endowed with talent. This son-in-law, the more she looked, the more she adored him. Were he a decade younger, She might even consider competing with her daughter for his affection. In that moment, Lu Mu mused to herself, for since ancient times, there have been no beauties who do not love handsome men, just as handsome men have always favored beautiful women. However, if Lu Mengli were to catch wind of these thoughts, the scene would undoubtedly be quite amusing. Chapter 55, The Dagger Dragon Scale, a preliminary display of might. Instantaneously dispatching an assassin. He sings remarkably well. Lin Xiaorong gazed at her dazzling grandson-in-law on the screen, with satisfaction radiating from her face. Wow. Not far away, Lin Xiaoya, upon hearing the melodious voice, hurried closer, exclaiming, Yishun's karaoke showcase semifinals, so dashing. Oh my, I completely forgot. At this realization, she felt a wave of frustration, her expression adorably vexed, for if outsiders were to see her, they might just fall head over heels. Now, my dear girl, are you not witnessing it? She shot a glance at Lin Xiaoya, who seemed rather troublesome, and wondered who would eventually win her heart. Meanwhile, the song continued to play on the screen. If I were to glance at you once more, would I still feel something? Once, with a plain visage, how pure it was, as pure as can be. No eyeliner to enhance, no foundation to smooth. Accompanied by the song, Lin Xiaoya's eyes sparkled with delight. This song is just too sweet. With her hands clasped in admiration, she exclaimed, how envious I am of my cousin. Yixin truly lives up to his name. Indeed, he possesses great talent. Lu Mu watched her son-in-law, thoroughly enjoying the sweet serenade, happily consuming the dog food of her daughter and son-in-law. Yet, she was curious about how her fortunate daughter had managed to win over Xiao Yi. When she had the time, she would certainly interrogate her thoroughly. On the other side, at the karaoke showcase venue. Wow. Wenwen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Savoring the delightful dog food, so beautiful to listen to, it feels as though my ears are about to conceive. What to do? It seems I have developed a fondness for Yishun. Hearing this, the audience members rose to their feet in unison. Quietly, they waved their glow sticks, swaying to the rhythm of the music, immersing themselves in the world of the song, savoring the melody's soothing embrace, lost in the moment. At that instant, silence spoke louder than words. Time passed, and the song came to an end. The audience, momentarily lost in thought, sighed for a few seconds before the applause erupted like a tidal wave, cascading through the air as if to shatter the venue's ceiling, one wave following another. Wow, the male god is so handsome. This song possesses such magic. I feel enchanted. Truly, he is a male god. Listening to this song for 10 years would not be enough. Indeed, those pop idols are utterly inferior. The fervent discussions rose and fell, seemingly endless. For Yishun had spoiled them, delivering a unique experience each time. I'm a fan now. I will forever be a devoted follower. After the performance, Yichen exited the stage, yet the fervor in the venue remained unabated. Humph. In a corner of the audience, Kai Kunken, wearing sunglasses, smirked coldly. Kid, today marks your demise. For just moments ago, he received news that the second batch of assassins from the Bloodslaughter organization had arrived, and given the formidable lineup, that kid was destined for a grim fate. In the backstage lounge, Yichen narrowed his eyes, sensing the palpable malice lurking in the shadows. Such blatant hostility. It seems they are coming for me. Now, Yichen had become a martial arts master, an unmatched force in the world. How could these insignificant characters elude his perception? However, since they had come, they might as well stay. Moreover, it had been a while since he had fought. He was rather eager to unleash his skills, hoping these individuals could last a little longer. Minutes later, in the sparsely populated corridor of the venue, Yichen came to a halt. Since you are here, come out. His calm voice resonated, and thus began the warm-up. With a flick of his wrist, dozens of figures emerged, each exuding an extraordinary aura, clearly indicating that the Bloodslaughter organization had taken this loss seriously. Alas, such a prodigy was destined to perish today. At the forefront was the assassin codenamed Scorpion, his gaze playfully fixed on Yichen. Kid, your singing is commendable. Unfortunately, someone is paid to have you killed. As an elite member of the Bloodslaughter organization, Scorpion was known for his ruthlessness. He wouldn't have personally led the team unless the stakes were high. Yet, it felt beneath him to strike at a defenseless young man. The only silver lining was that the employer was exceptionally generous. Is that so? Casting a glance at Scorpion, Yichen displayed no signs of panic. For the combined threat of these individuals was barely a fraction of his prowess, a mere inconsequence in comparison. Are you so certain that these lackeys can take me down? How arrogant. One of the minions, infuriated, lunged at Yichen's heart with astonishing speed. Clang. Detection. Host is unarmed, granting dragon scale dagger. Note, this dagger is forged from celestial iron and can sever all earthly materials. Oh, hearing the system's voice, Yichen flipped his right hand, revealing a dagger emanating a crimson glow, its appearance mesmerizing, with a menacing dragon coiling around both the hilt and blade. Swish. The blade flashed, and in an instant, the assailant was dispatched with a swift cut to the throat, so rapid that he had no time to react. In fact, not a single drop of blood escaped as he fell to the ground with a thud. The speed was astounding, and the wound was as delicate as a hair's breadth. What? The sudden and bizarre scene caught everyone off guard, and they regarded the dagger in Yi Chen's hand with trepidation. Charge. Eliminate him. Scorpion, seeing the dagger's sharpness, realized that possessing it would significantly enhance his power. Yes, Boss Scorpion. Dozens of men, devoid of sympathy for their fallen comrade, advanced, for they were, after all, rivals. Kid, that weapon is impressive, but alas, you are overestimating yourself. Die. A throng of them surged forth, unleashing a barrage of attacks at Yi Chen. Yet they had grossly underestimated his capabilities. Thud, thud, thud. The blade danced, and in a flash, dozens of them lay sprawled, each with a fine line etched across their throats, without a single one shedding blood. This spectacle, if revealed to the outside world, would surely incite a tremendous uproar. Yet to Yi Chen, it was merely routine. You. Scorpion stared in horror at the corpses of his subordinates strewn across the ground. His composure shattered as he gazed at Yi Chen. Who on earth are you? At this moment, he finally comprehended the gravity of the task he had undertaken. Spare me, and I promise I won't. Before the words of the Scorpion could even dissipate, a figure materialized before him out of thin air, causing his pupils to widen in shock. So swift, you dare to kill me. Thud. The corpse collapsed onto the ground, yet Yi Chen exhibited not the slightest reaction. In comparison to the living, the deceased were evidently the more reliable choice. As the sound faded, dozens of bone-devouring wisps scattered over the body, subsequently vanishing without a trace, plunging the scene once more into silence as if nothing had transpired at all. Chapter 56. Who dares to lay a hand on young Master Yi? You ask who we are? In the stillness of the atmosphere, no one remained. If only, Yi Chen mused, slightly furrowing his brow, it would be even better to have a few formidable subordinates. Thus, he need not personally engage with such minor characters. Ding. The host's lack of usable generals has been detected, and as a special gift, 72 divine guards have been bestowed upon you. Note, each is a formidable warrior, with those ranked higher possessing greater strength and a loyalty of 100%. Oh, upon hearing this, Yi Chen's gaze narrowed slightly. To be referred to as divine guards by the system must imply they are quite exceptional. Intriguing. Yi Chen murmured to himself, and with a thought, he summoned them. Whoosh. Instantly, precisely 72 figures appeared, emanating an overwhelming aura. We have seen our master. With a thud, all 72 knelt on one knee, their faces brimming with reverence, not daring to overstep in the slightest. Rise. Observing the divine guards, Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. Henceforth, you shall be my personal guards. Furthermore, you may address me simply as young Master Yi. Yes, young Master Yi. The 72 responded respectfully, rising to stand tall and composed. Are you the first among the divine guards? Yi Chen's gaze fell upon the foremost individual, the strongest among the 72. Young Master Yi. The first bowed respectfully, to which Yi Chen merely nodded, dismissed. With a wave of Yi Chen's hand, the 72 divine guards vanished from sight, eliciting a smile from Yi Chen. The system truly is commendable. He then glanced at his attribute panel. Name, Yi Chen. Age, 21. Attractiveness, max, surpassing all existence. Abilities, God-tier driving skills, master of music, divine culinary arts, martial arts grandmaster, calligraphy prodigy, Qilin dual kidneys, immune to intoxication, massage master, godly appraisal techniques. Items, Supreme Villa number 1x1. Lamborghini Demon Child Extended Version Supercar X1, 100 shares in Qianlong Group, tenfold consumption rebate, infinite bone-devouring wisps, dragon scale dagger, 72 divine guards. Wealth, 904. 5 billion renminbi. Daddy's back. Returning to the VIP area, the two little ones gleefully exclaimed, while Wenwen took a deep breath, gazing closely at her idol. Indulgently ruffling the heads of the two little ones, he then turned to the girl beside him. Wenwen, thank you. No need for thanks. Hearing her idol express gratitude took Wenwen by surprise. Oh my, his voice is so melodious. By the way, Daddy, you made it to the finals. Xin and Nua excitedly reported to their father, to which Yi Chen merely smiled, not overly concerned, as he had no intentions of pursuing a career in the music industry. After all, where's the allure in that compared to showering affection on these two little darlings? However, upon seeing Yi Chen return unscathed, Kai Kunken's expression changed drastically. What? How could this be? Indeed, Kai Kunken struggled to maintain his composure. What had he witnessed? Hadn't the assassins from the Blood Fiend organization already arrived? Why was that brat still alive? Damn it! With a fierce glare directed at Yi Chen, he thought to himself, if the first incident was an accident, This time it could not be so easily dismissed. It seems that to kill him, a more intricate plan must be devised. As he murmured, Kai Kunken's eyes flickered, lost in contemplation. As night fell, the karaoke show concluded. Congratulations on reaching the finals. In the supercar, Shi Qinyu congratulated him. Thank you. Yi Chen nodded slightly, while the two little ones chattered excitedly. Daddy, you were amazing. Right, Aunt Qinyu? Of course. Indulgently ruffling the little one's hair, Shi Qinyu's face radiated warmth. However, en route to the Supreme Villa, a conspiracy quietly unfolded. Second Master. A subordinate approached the second master of the Feng family respectfully. In a few minutes, that brat will arrive. Excellent. Upon hearing this, the second master's eyes glinted with a sinister light. I am eager to see what abilities this brat possesses. If Xiao Yong was indeed killed by him, I shall ensure he suffers 1,000 cuts. Rest assured, second master. The subordinate boasted, gazing into the distance. We have brought so many people and set a trap. That brat won't escape. The second master of the Feng family nodded slightly. Nevertheless, we must not be careless. Understood. Yet at that moment, a Feng family subordinate lay dead in a pool of blood not far away. Who, upon witnessing his subordinate slain, the second master's expression turned icy. Who dares to kill a member of the Feng family in Magic City? How bold. Is that so? Emerging from the shadows were several figures, and at the forefront stood the first among the divine guards. Just a handful of people dare to come here. Upon seeing the first and his companions arrive, the second master's previously tense heart relaxed. Kill them, leave no one alive. A calm voice emanated from the first. And then several figures transformed into harbingers of death, charging towards the Feng family's elite. Mere seconds later, the air was thick with the stench of blood, and each individual was struck down with a single blow, not a sound escaping their lips. Within moments, his proud subordinates lay vanquished, leaving the Feng family second master shivering with fear. Who on earth are you? He understood that these individuals were far beyond his capabilities and were certainly not someone the Feng family could provoke. Not even the 4 great families of Magic City could muster such power. Dare to lay hands on young Master Yi. You ask who we are? Hiss. As the words fell, the first had already appeared before the second master of the Feng family, the flash of a blade, and in the next instant, the second master's eyes widened. You are that brat's subordinates. Thud. With that, the second master's head tilted, and he fell lifeless, while all Feng family subordinates positioned throughout had been dispatched by the divine guards. Withdraw. At the first command, they all vanished from sight, leaving behind only the lingering scent of blood. Approximately 10 minutes later, whoosh, dozens of figures appeared in the scene, led by Mu Lingfeng, who was responsible for the safety of Lu Mingli. Such swift skills. Mu Lingfeng examined the 2 bodies before him, noting the precise throat cuts. Falling into deep thought, the force behind each wound is remarkably controlled. The assailant must possess skills at least equal to my own. Uncle Mu. Soon, all surrounding subordinates returned. All those ambushed by the Feng family in Magic City have been slain, each with a single lethal blow. Could it possibly be a revenge killing? Mu Lingfeng's brow furrowed, evidently ruling out Yi Chun at first, for he did not believe Yi Chun possessed such strength, or at least that was his assessment at present. As for the orchestrator, Yi Chun had already returned to the villa. Chapter 57. Are these 2 truly intoxicated? Or are they attempting to ensnare me under the guise of drinking? At the Supreme Villa, Creek, accompanied by the screech of brakes, a beautiful girl emerged. It was the stunningly gorgeous Lu Mingli. Mother. Upon disembarking, the sight of her mother and the 2 little ones joyfully scampering towards her elicited a wave of warmth and affection. Oh. Embracing the 2 children in such a tender manner made Shi Qinyu feel a pang of envy. Gurgle. As she stepped into the living room, Lu Mingli's stomach protested loudly. Having worked all day, it was hardly surprising that she was famished. However, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as the gazes of everyone in the room fell upon her, making the situation quite mortifying. I'll prepare dinner, Yi Chun said with a slight smile, swiftly making his way to the kitchen to whip up a meal. Shi Qinyu inhaled deeply at this sight, knowing that the promise of delectable food was her primary reason for lingering. After all, not everyone was fortunate enough to have a friend whose partner possessed such culinary prowess. Mengli, I envy you so much, she remarked, observing her friend frolicking with the 2 little ones. With such an exceptional man, he rushes to the kitchen the moment he sees you hungry. If I were in your shoes, I'd be overjoyed, unable to sleep for 3 days and nights. You little rascal. Lu Mingli shot her a glare before glancing toward the kitchen, her face slightly flushed. Is he really as wonderful as you say? Of course, Shi Qinyu replied, taking a deep breath. If you dare to cast aside your man, I bet you'll be weeping over it. Him. Lu Mingli rolled her eyes, casting a sidelong glance at the man in the kitchen. What does he have? Just a handsome face, good cooking skills, a lovely singing voice. And he dotes on people a bit. What else is there? Ahem. As she pondered this, her confidence waned, and she realized that, indeed, he seemed quite exceptional. Far more than she had initially thought. As they spoke, a delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen, prompting Lu Mingli's stomach to protest once more. See, Shi Qinyu shot her a knowing glance. Even if you could leave, are you sure your stomach would part ways with your man? Lu Mingli wanted to retort, but ultimately held her tongue, fully aware that her stomach had long been conquered by his culinary skills. So, Shi Qinyu advised earnestly, Mingli, you really ought to be mindful. You know how remarkable Yi Chen is. Pausing for effect, she continued, keep a close watch, lest some other girl whisk him away, leaving you with nowhere to weep. In that moment, Shi Qinyu was genuinely concerned for her friend's future happiness. Naturally, the stronger their bond, the more beneficial it was for her as well. Wow. After a brief conversation, the two little ones exclaimed at the dining table, Daddy, dinner looks so sumptuous. Hee. It must be because mommy is hungry. Lu Mingli felt her cheeks heat at their innocent remarks. Indeed, that man, aside from everything else, was quite wonderful. Should she truly pay him more attention? Girdle. Unable to resist the temptation, Shi Qinyu declared, well then, I'm off to eat. You. Seeing her friend's eager demeanor, Lu Mingli momentarily thought it was due to her desire to savor his cooking that she had made those comments. Oh right. Upon reaching the dining table, Lu Mingli heard Shi Qinyu's voice. Yi Chen, I almost forgot the important matter. As she spoke, Shi Qinyu pulled out a document. Here. Opening the file, she explained, this is the contract for the 25 shares being transferred from Yuan Group. By signing this, you will become the second largest shareholder. Second largest shareholder? Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback, while Shi Qinyu elaborated, naturally, Yuan Group was established by me and several partners. Even with my stake as the largest shareholder, I only possess 36. So, it's quite a significant opportunity. Understanding dawned on him as he nodded slightly, and he signed his name, recognizing this as a valuable asset. Excellent. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Subsequently, Shi Qinyu raised her glass. Come, let us toast. After clinking their glasses and downing their drinks, the atmosphere was delightfully cheerful, with the two little ones mimicking adults as they sipped their juice, evoking smiles from everyone present. After several rounds of drinks, Shi Qinyu looked at her friend with a gentle smile and said, Yi Chen, the success of the Yuan platform owes much to your contributions. Therefore, as a token of gratitude, pausing for dramatic effect, she continued, I plan to sell Mingli to you for a lifetime. Qinyu. Lu Mingli shot her a fierce glare. What do you mean you're selling me? For a lifetime? You big-headed fool. Yi Chen, are you willing? Sure. Seeing Shi Qinyu take this lightly, Yi Chen naturally played along. Cheers. Cheers. The two clinked their glasses, leaving Lu Mingli in a state of disbelief as she wondered whether they were genuinely intoxicated or simply playing a trick on her. How infuriating. How could they act like this? Did they not feel any guilt? One was the father of her children, and the other was her closest friend. She wanted to voice her protest, but felt utterly powerless. Time passed, and Shi Qinyu, slightly tipsy, stood up, taking the hands of the two little ones. Come with Aunt Qinyu to the room. Let us ask your daddy and mommy to give you a little brother next year. Lu Mingli. A little brother? She was incredulous. That girl had truly lost her mind. However, once the three departed, the atmosphere in the living room undoubtedly shifted to a more intimate one. I'll go wash the dishes, Lu Mingli said, awkwardly clearing the dining table, fearing that the man might inadvertently take the steps to fulfill Shi Qinyu's whimsical suggestion. At least if she kept her distance, she could feel a bit safer. Later that night, in the bedroom, splash. As the sound of water ceased, Lu Mingli emerged clad in a gossamer nightgown, and at that moment, Yi Chen happened to glance over, his gaze drawn to her stunning visage illuminated by the warm yellow light. So beautiful. He marveled at her breathtaking beauty that dimmed the surrounding light, unable to help but reflect on how fortunate he had been. Humph, as if you need to say that. Lu Mingli huffed playfully, rolling her eyes at him. Chapter 58. Honestly, Mingli, has Yi Chen truly captured your heart? Is that so? As she spoke, Yi Chen wrapped his arm around her slender waist, inhaling the delightful fragrance of her hair. But what of it? It merely benefits your man. What nonsense are you spouting? Hearing the smugness in his tone, Lu Mingli's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. How could he say such things? It's getting late, come. Let me attend to my darling as she goes to rest. With a gentle smile, Yi Chen teased her. I can't be bothered with you. Lu Mingli rolled her eyes at him, fully aware of his mischief. Unsurprisingly, this was destined to be a sleepless night. After an indeterminate amount of time, the lovely woman nestled in Yi Chen's arms drifted into a peaceful slumber. Clearly, their relationship had progressed significantly, and if Lu's mother were to know, she would undoubtedly feel reassured, knowing her daughter had secured such an exceptional son-in-law. If outsiders were to witness this scene, countless would undoubtedly be consumed by envy. The following morning, dawn broke. As the golden rays of the morning sun streamed through the window, illuminating the room, that exquisite visage stirred slightly before awakening, revealing Yi Chen's handsome profile. The flawless beauty of his face elicited a subtle smile from Lu Mengli. What did it matter how handsome he was if he was still but a man she had claimed? Oh dear, Lu Mengli, have you lost your mind? The inner voice echoed in her thoughts, leaving her momentarily dumbstruck, and as memories of the previous night flooded her mind, her cheeks flushed with warmth, leaving her unsure of what she was pondering. Just wait until I teach you a lesson. Gazing at his striking profile, Lu Mengli couldn't help but reach out her delicate finger to tap his nose, quickly retracting her hand as if fearing to disturb him. However, upon seeing Yi Chen touch his nose and continue sleeping, she was inexplicably compelled to plant a soft kiss on his lips, her heart racing wildly at that moment. It felt rather delightful. After savoring the moment for a brief while, a hint of mischief danced in Lu Mengli's eyes. No wonder he had previously stolen kisses from her. Oh dear, have you gone astray? Just then, a voice broke through Lu Mengli's reverie, and she turned to find Yi Chen had awakened unbeknownst to her. Ah! Lu Mengli's face turned crimson with guilt, unable to meet his gaze. Yi Chen, when did you wake up? Well, Yi Chen replied with a slight smile. After you decided to poke your man, I was curious to see what my Mengli was up to. I didn't expect you to be so enamored with your husband's good looks. Lu Mengli was momentarily at a loss for words. The truth was undeniable, and she had no retort. She understood all too well how futile any defense would be. Humph, you said I was your man. So what's wrong with me kissing my own husband? Summoning her courage, she pouted defiantly. Is that so? Yi Chen responded with an amused nod. If that's the case, then it's only fair that your husband kisses his wife too, right? Yi Chen, you. Just as Lu Mengli regained her composure, she realized he had already pressed his lips against hers, initiating a passionate French kiss. Sweet affection filled the room, creating an atmosphere thick with romance. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the two emerged from the room. Upon seeing her best friend looking exceptionally radiant, Shi Qianyu's eyes brightened. Mengli, it seems you had a wonderful dream last night. It was all right, Lu Mengli replied, casting a discreet glance at Yi Chen, her expression suggesting blame towards him for their late rise. Come, try the breakfast I made, Shi Qianyu said cheerfully, then turned to Yi Chen. You must thank your man for that. Otherwise, my culinary skills would not have improved so rapidly. As the compliments flowed, Lu Mengli's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How could Shi Qianyu refer to him as her man? Ding ding ding. After breakfast, Yi Chen's phone rang, and upon seeing it was Wang Zilin. He paused for a moment. Hey boss. After connecting the call, an anxious voice came through. Do you have time now? Zhao Qian and the others are in trouble. This morning, they clashed with the Taekwondo team, and a fight has broken out at the arena. All right, I understand. After hanging up, Yi Chen's brow furrowed. What's wrong? Shi Qianyu inquired, noticing his demeanor. Although Lu Mengli remained silent, her concerned gaze mirrored that of her friend, considering their changed relationship. It's nothing. Just some trouble at school. I need to take a trip. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively, deeming it a trivial matter. Daddy, we want to go too. Okay. Xin and Nuo chimed in excitedly upon hearing that their father was headed to school. After a moment's deliberation, Yi Chen nodded. It was merely a small scuffle. And if anyone dared to harm those two little ones, he would not hesitate to take action. Oh yeah. The two girls cheered in delight at the prospect of joining him. Be careful. As Yi Chen departed with the little ones, Lu Mengli hesitated before offering a word of caution. Sure thing, my dear Mengli. With that, Yi Chen left the villa under the watchful eyes of the two girls, and soon the sound of his sports car echoed as he drove away. Wow, Shi Qianyu remarked, noticing Lu Mengli lost in thought. They've already left. And you look like your soul has departed. What are you talking about? Lu Mengli shot her friend a glare, attempting to mask her flustered expression, which had turned a shade of crimson. What did I say? Shi Qianyu replied, rolling her eyes. You two were excessively sweet just now. Did you not notice me sitting right here? Mengli, my wife. You must have heard your man call you that last night too. At her friend's teasing. Lu Mengli lost her composure. Oh, you Shi Qianyu. Dare to jest with me, and I shall make you pay, as if I would fear you. The two friends then began to chase each other around the villa's living room, an unexpected sight of two beautiful women, one a renowned beauty and the other a rising star. The scene was nothing short of enchanting. After a while, the two finally paused, and Shi Qianyu turned to Lu Mengli. Honestly, Mengli, are you truly taken by Yi Chen? Humph. Lu Mengli huffed in response to her friend's bluntness, though she chose not to elaborate. Surely. TSK, Shi Qianyu mused. Yi Chen is so exceptional and handsome, it's hard to believe any girl could resist him. You, my dear, are indeed the envy of many. Chapter 59. The president kicked away? That got. Lu Mengli pondered Shi Qianyu's words, momentarily lost in thought before a smile of happiness graced her lips. It's all right. Cut it out, Shi Qianyu noticed Lu Mengli's reaction, realizing she resembled a lovesick girl. What do you know? Lu Mengli shot her a playful glance before Shi Qianyu continued. I heard from a partner at the Yuan platform that the Qianlong group appears to have a significant connection with your man. Remember how you wondered why the Qianlong group sought to collaborate with the Magic City Wine House? I suspect it's because of him. What? Lu Mengli furrowed her brow at her friend's revelation. The Qianlong group, are you certain? Absolutely. Taking a deep breath, Shi Qianyu continued. Moreover, I've heard that the president of the Qianlong group, Shen Wanghua, treats your man with great respect. Therefore, pausing to give Lu Mengli time to process, she added with a knowing look, your man is not as simple as you think. That guy? Lu Mengli was taken aback. But a realization dawned upon her regarding the sudden agreement for collaboration with the Qianlong group, considering how the Magic City Wine House had previously been the least competitive. After all, with such stringent conditions, the Qianlong group's profits would have been minimal. But if that's the case, Lu Mengli inhaled deeply, pondering just how much she was unaware of regarding him. At the headquarters of the Taekwondo Club in the Magic City University, Xiao Tian apologized to me. On the sparring arena, Zhao Qian and his companion glared at the members of the Taekwondo Club, furious at the audacity of one young man who dared to slander their leader. TCH, Xiao Tian retorted dismissively, did I say something wrong? A playboy who relies on women to gain power is no different from you. With a disdainful glance at the two, Xiao Tian had long harbored a dislike for Yi Chen. Seizing the opportunity, he naturally sought to ridicule him thoroughly, especially since this was his territory. Xiao Tian, your words are excessive. Wang Zilin inhaled deeply, glaring furiously at Xiao Tian, whose insolence was truly unbearable. Wang Zilin, spare me your feigned concern, Xiao Tian retorted, casting a sidelong glance at him. Don't think I'm unaware, you're merely stalling for time. Have you reported me to the teacher? Humph. With that, Xiao Tian scoffed, clearly having witnessed Wang Zilin making a phone call moments ago. This guy. Wang Zilin's forehead was lined with dark clouds as he snapped back. Don't assume everyone's mind is as empty as yours. Uffed. Zhao Qian and Liang, who had been fuming moments before, couldn't help but burst into laughter. What the hell? Since when did you become so sharp-tongued? Second, you seek death. Xiao Tian's expression soured, as if he had swallowed a fly. Was Wang Zilin implying his brain was filled with excrement? Bastard. Clearly enraged, Xiao Tian decided not to pursue the matter further, but declared, none of you will leave here on your feet today. With that, a glance from him prompted dozens of onlookers to encircle the three. Just then, the screech of a sports car's brakes pierced the air, and three figures emerged from the vehicle, Yi Chen and the two little ones. Boss. Upon seeing the newcomers, Wang Zilin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although they were capable, they were outnumbered by dozens. A confrontation would spell disaster for them. Yes. Yi Chen was already aware of the situation from the phone call. After all, this whole incident had stemmed from him. Leave this to me, he said, patting Wang Zilin on the shoulder. Take care of Xin and the others. Understood. Wang Zilin nodded emphatically, while Zhao Qian and Liang, who had been at a standoff, quickly moved to stand behind their boss. Upon the arrival of the main figure, a smirk spread across Xiao Tian's face. Isn't this Yi Chen? What brings you here to check on your useless roommates? You must be Xiao Tian, Yi Chen remarked, his brow slightly furrowing. Indeed, that is I. What of it? Xiao Tian stepped forward, challenging him. Smack. Without any warning, Yi Chen delivered a slap that sent Xiao Tian flying, stating coolly, nothing much, just wanted to slap you. Ding. A sudden system notification echoed in Yi Chen's mind. Danger detected for host's roommate, granting 100 shares of Magic City University. The unexpected system voice momentarily stunned Yi Chen. Shares of Magic City University? Coming back to his senses, Yi Chen smiled. This meant that from this moment on, Magic City University belonged to him. The system was indeed helpful. Bastard. Xiao Tian, having been sent sprawling, spat blood, his face contorted in rage as he glared at Yi Chen. What are you waiting for? Get rid of him. The crowd hesitated, their apprehension growing. It wasn't just Yi Chen's prowess they feared, but also his burgeoning reputation, which made him someone they could not afford to provoke. Stop. At that moment, a voice rang out from a nearby seat. It was Han Xiaoqiu, the president of the Taekwondo Club. Boss. Wang Zilin glanced at the figure across the way and introduced, that's Han Xiaoqiu, president of the Taekwondo Club. His father is the largest shareholder of Magic City University. I heard that Xiao Tian's insolence was instigated by him. Is that so? Yi Chen mused, realizing that the real instigator was present. You have quite the skills, Han Xiaoqiu remarked, eyeing Yi Chen. Here's the deal. Kneel and apologize. And I might let you off the hook. With a cold smile, he added, do you know who my father is? He is the largest shareholder of Magic City University. Oh, Yi Chen chuckled lightly. The largest shareholder? I had no idea I had such a grandchild. You. Han Xiaoqiu's fury ignited as he clenched his fists. while Wang Zilin and the others watched in wide-eyed disbelief. What the hell? Boss is formidable. I'm going to take you down. With that, Han Xiaoqiu unleashed a punch aimed at Yi Chen, his speed unmatched by Xiao Tian, for he was the Taekwondo champion of the Magic City Youth Tournament. Bang! Han Xiaoqiu was sent flying by a single kick from Yi Chen, leaving the onlookers utterly stunned. What? The president was actually kicked away? The members of the Taekwondo club looked on in shock, their expressions transformed as they regarded Yi Chen. You're dead meat. Just then, as Han Xiaoqiu seated, several figures rushed onto the scene. What are you doing? Everyone, stand down. Upon seeing Yi Chen, Han Jinlong's heart raced, realizing the gravity of the situation. Young Master Yi, how is it that you are here? Father, this brat dared to hit me. Han Xiaoqiu seized the moment to bolster his confidence. Get rid of him. Shut your mouth. Han Jinlong's face darkened. His son's words revealed the severity of the situation, realizing that his reckless offspring had clashed with Yi Chen. Disperse. Principal Zhao Changchun coughed lightly, dispersing the crowd, for Yi Chen's identity was not something that should be widely known. My son is ignorant. Please forgive him, young Master Yi. As the Taekwondo club members departed, Han Jinlong exhaled deeply, not daring to act arrogantly, and bowing in apology. Father, how could you associate with this brat? Slap. Han Xiaoqiu's words were cut short as Han Jinlong unexpectedly struck him across the face, a turn of events that left Wang Zilin and the others astonished. What the hell? Did I just witness that? Han Jinlong actually slapped that guy. Could it be that our boss's identity is extraordinary? You are the largest shareholder of Magic City University? Yi Chen remarked, his gaze fixed on Han Xiaoqiu. Quite the imposing presence you have. Young Master Yi, you jest. Han Jinlong coughed again, while Zhao Changchun attempted to mediate. Young Master Yi, are you unharmed? All is well. Yi Chen replied, Principal Zhao, it has been a while. Zhao Changchun sighed in relief, smiling. Xiaoqiu, haven't you yet apologized to young Master Yi? Just minutes earlier, Yi Chen had acquired 100 ownership of Magic City University. Hiss. At this revelation, Wang Zilin and the others gasped, their expressions shifting as they looked at their boss. Goodness, boss actually acquired Magic City University? Have they lost their minds? Or are we hallucinating? What? Han Xiaoqiu's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Yi Chen, suddenly understanding the implications of his father's earlier slap. I am sorry. Han Xiaoqiu swallowed hard. As the son of the largest shareholder, he knew precisely what a complete acquisition of Magic City University entailed. At this moment, all he felt was fear, no trace of resentment remaining. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian, lying on the ground, was utterly dazed. What the hell? Who am I? Where am I? That Yi Chen has become the sole shareholder of Magic City University. The realization was terrifying. If Yi Chen held a grudge against him, it would spell disaster. Should there be a next time, let the consequences fall upon you. With a fleeting glance at Han Xiaoqiu, I chose to divert my attention, for entangling with such a minor character would merely squander my time. Thank you, Yi Xiao. Han Jinlong inhaled deeply, casting a furious look at his wayward son, wishing he could simply obliterate him, as this reckless child had nearly brought ruin upon the Han family. That reminds me. Suddenly recalling something, Zhao Changchun cleared his throat. Classmate Yi Chen, there is a document that requires your signature in the principal's office. Very well. Yi Chen nodded slightly, then departed the Taekwondo club with the two little ones in tow. Goodness, was what the second brother just said true? Zhao Qian and Liang both took a deep breath. The scene they had just witnessed was overwhelmingly shocking. The prestigious Moda University had actually become the stronghold of their leader. Cough, cough, it seems so. Although it was somewhat hard to believe. Wang Zilin smacked his lips. For the attitudes of Han Jinlong and Principal Zhao were undeniably telling. This could not be a mere farce. Had they lost their minds? Moda University was reportedly valued at nearly 30 billion. Exchanging glances, they turned their eyes toward the direction in which their leader had departed, their expressions shifting. It appeared their leader possessed far more wealth than they had initially imagined. In the principal's office at Moda University, classmate Yi Chen, this is the document. Zhao Changchun unveiled a file, revealing a launch plan for the construction of a new academic building. However, at this juncture, Zhao Changchun hesitated. Classmate Yi Chen, our school currently faces a significant shortage of liquid funds. To realize the new teaching building plan will likely take considerably longer than anticipated. Is there a lack of funds? Upon hearing Zhao Changchun's words, Yi Chen understood the implication, and this suited his intentions perfectly. He then produced a black card and stated, this card contains 500 million. I wonder if that will suffice? Cough, cough. Yes, that's more than enough. Clearing his throat, Zhao Changchun solemnly accepted the black card, leaving Han Jinlong utterly astonished by the sight. Goodness, to casually offer 500 million without so much as batting an eyelash. He questioned himself if he could ever do the same, even if he was the largest shareholder of Shueda. After all, Possessing a net worth in the billions did not equate to having the ability to freely part with 500 million, let alone so effortlessly. Clearly, Chen's standing was far superior to his own. Ding. Host has spent 500 million, triggering a tenfold return, receiving 5 billion RMB. At that moment, the sound of the consumption rebate echoed in his ears, unexpectedly granting him another profit of 5 billion. Speaking of which, Chen suddenly turned to Zhao Changchun, Principal Zhao. In a few days, I will facilitate cooperation between Shen Wanghua and Moda University. I believe this partnership will infuse considerable vitality into the university. Shen Wanghua? Zhao Changchun was momentarily taken aback upon hearing that name. Are you referring to the president of Qianlong Group, one of the top 10 enterprises in Modu? Precisely. Chen nodded slightly, then continued, I will ensure he collaborates with you. Shen Wanghua collaborating? Han Jinlong's lips twitched at this, and as a thought crossed his mind, he discreetly glanced at Chen, his expression shifting. Yi Xiao, could it be that you are the new owner acquiring Qianlong Group? Oh, upon hearing Han Jinlong's words, Chen cast a surprised glance at him. Director Han, you are remarkably well informed. Hiss. This was tantamount to an implicit acknowledgement. Han Jinlong's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. My goodness. This individual before me was indeed the new owner of Qianlong Group. Qianlong Group. What a formidable entity that was, even surpassing Modu University in stature. This? Zhao Changchun coughed awkwardly, feeling rather dazed. Classmate Chen, Qianlong Group truly belongs to you. Clearly, this was significant to him, as the influence of Qianlong Group in Modu was indisputable. Indeed, observing Zhao Changchun's eager anticipation, Chen did not conceal the truth, for they would eventually have to know. Goodness. Upon hearing this, Zhao Changchun managed a bitter smile. He had previously thought that by recommending Chen, he might be able to assist him, but it seemed he had overestimated his own influence. With such power, Chen had no need for assistance. Furthermore, recalling something, Chen continued, I also hold a 25% stake in the Yuan platform. I wonder if that would be beneficial to Moda University? Cough, cough, of course it would. Zhao Changchun cleared his throat, genuinely taken aback. This statement left him somewhat bewildered, as the Yuan platform was a music platform co-founded by that girl Qianyu. Surprising indeed. Classmate Chen also possessed shares? Classmate Chen's enterprises were truly unexpected. Zhao Changchun smacked his lips, feeling somewhat unsettled. Was classmate Chen's excellence not rather extraordinary? Chapter 61. Is that pretty boy out of his mind, actively seeking his demise? Huh. Upon exiting the principal's office, the conversation was fortuitously observed from a distance by Su Xiaoman and her companions. Xiaoman, look, isn't that Chen? One roommate exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at the figure surrounded by Principal Zhao and Han Jinlong. If it wasn't Chen, who else could it be? What? Could it be true? At that moment, another roommate, with a face full of shock, remarked, I have an aunt who is the principal's secretary. She mentioned that Chen has acquired Moda University and holds a 100% stake. As this revelation spread, the surrounding roommates were left in utter astonishment. Is this for real? No wonder the principal and director Han were so respectful. Su Xiaoman and her roommates exchanged words, feeling rather uncomfortable. Chen had apparently turned Moda University into his asset. Moreover, he was also the owner of Qianlong Group, which had recently been making waves in the music industry. Why had there been no hint of any of this before their breakup? Look over there. In the midst of their thoughts, an excited voice emerged nearby. Li Zaishi. It's Zaishi Appa. So handsome. Following the sound, Su Xiaoman looked over to see a dashing young man, the current hottest star of YG Entertainment, Li Zaishi. Let's go take a look. Today is Zaishi Appa's fan meeting. Xiaoman, let's hurry. The group then made their way toward the playground, well aware that Li Zaishi's fame in Korea far exceeded even Chen's at present. After all, under YG Entertainment's resource allocation, it was nearly impossible not to be successful. At that moment, Chen, accompanied by Zhao Changchun and others, happened to pass by not far away, catching the attention of Li Zaishi. Is that him? Upon seeing Chen, Li Zaishi immediately recognized him as the rising star of the Chinese music scene, often hailed as the future hope of the industry. If he could eclipse him, his fame would undoubtedly soar. You must be Chen, right? With this thought in mind, Li Zaishi wasted no time in launching an attack. I must say, the Chinese wave has truly fallen. Anyone can become a dark horse these days. Han Jinlong, who initially intended to curry favor, was taken aback by this ill-timed remark. Was that kid seeking his own demise? Casting a glance at Li Zaishi, he wondered if the young man realized who he was addressing. Classmate Chen, this is Li Zaishi, Zhao Changchun interjected. Providing an introduction, he is the promising newcomer promoted by YG Entertainment, undeniably the leading figure among the younger generation of the Korean music scene. I see. Upon hearing this, Chen nodded slightly. No wonder he was so arrogant. He indeed had some backing. Ding. System detects the host being provoked by a K-pop idol, granting the ability immersive performance. Note: under this ability, the host's singing will evoke an immersive experience for the listeners, with countless applications. Wow. Hearing the system notification, Chen squinted slightly. The prospect of creating an immersive experience through song was quite appealing. Why not give it a try? His gaze shifted towards the arrogantly confident young man from the land of the morning calm, as the Korean wave seemed inconsequential against the tide of the Chinese influence. Young man, do you dare to spar with me? The tone was laced with provocation, and Li Zishi looked down on the brash youth before him, obviously dismissing him as insignificant. At least, that's how he perceived it. This insolent fellow, Han Jinlong, witnessing this, was immediately incensed. How dare a mere promotional talent from an entertainment company speak to young Master Yi in such a manner? No matter. Chen smiled faintly, considering this an opportunity to test his immersive abilities, and Li Zishi was undoubtedly a fitting opponent. You wish to spar with me? Are you certain? Absolutely. Li Zishi sneered coldly, glancing at Chen, mistakenly believing he had instilled fear. What? After speaking, Li Zishi cast a dubious glance his way. Young man, you wouldn't be afraid, would you? Just then, Wang Zilin and his companions entered the arena, coincidentally witnessing Li Zishi's provocation towards their leader. Good heavens! Had that pretty boy lost his mind, seeking his own demise? In truth, their concern was not for Chen, but rather for the oblivious Li Zishi, who clearly underestimated the formidable nature of their leader. Was he joking? Previously, at the concert of the goddess Qinyu, their leader had single-handedly secured her position as the little queen, and she was not far from the throne itself. A spar is acceptable, but... Chen paused, his gaze fixed on Li Zishi. I have a condition. Since this individual was revered by the Korean wave, it would be prudent to eliminate him before he could pose a future threat. However, Li Zishi remained blissfully unaware, continuing down the path of self-destruction. What condition? Seeing Chen acquiesce, Li Zishi smirked, eager to see what this young man would propose. Quite simple, Chen replied with a slight smile. The loser must withdraw from the music industry and never sing again. Do you dare? You. Upon hearing Chen's words, Li Zishi's heart raced. This young man had truly gone mad. Was he serious about such stakes? Yet, refusing to agree would yield dire consequences for him. Very well. After weighing his options, Li Zishi squinted at Chen. I accept. The loser must withdraw from the music industry. Taking a deep breath, Li Zishi was resolute, confident that the foremost talent from the land of the morning calm would not be outdone by a mere fledgling from Huaxia. Humph. With that, Li Zishi let out a cold snort, secretly vowing to utterly crush this upstart. This scene left Su Xiaoman and her roommates utterly astonished. Chen was going head-to-head with Zishi? Goodness, who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Hey, this is going to be quite the spectacle. Yet, Su Xiaoman's expression was one of complexity. She naturally hoped for Li Zishi's victory, as it would affirm her choice was not entirely misguided. Young Master Yi, what are you doing? Han Jinlong frowned upon hearing the stakes. That young man seemed rather formidable. It's nothing, just a mere clown. Chen waved dismissively. Even if the so-called king of the land of the morning calm stood before him, he would hardly be a challenge. Li Zishi posed virtually no threat. However, Zhao Changchun halted Han Jinlong's attempts to persuade him further and shook his head. Old Han, just sit back and enjoy the show. As he spoke, he glanced at the unfazed Chen. Did you not notice how utterly undisturbed he is? Young Master Yi surely has his own plans. Well, if you say so. Han Jinlong nodded thoughtfully, yet Li Zishi remained blissfully unaware that his path to stardom was now on a countdown. Chapter 62. How could I have been so blind as to like Li Zishi? Moments later, amidst their conversation, Li Zishi concluded a remarkably good original piece, eliciting a wave of applause from the audience. One cannot deny that this fellow had talent. Yet, it was only to be expected if he lacked ability. YG Entertainment would not have promoted him so fervently. Go, Senior Chen. Many students around cheered for Chen, as Li Zishi was not nearly as close to them. Humph. Witnessing this, Li Zishi sneered coldly. The song he had just performed was the result of considerable effort, and he believed it was incomparable to this young upstart. I shall see just how long you can maintain this pretense. With that thought, Li Zishi curved his lips into a knowing smirk. The next song was titled A Cut of Plum Blossom. Casting a glance at Li Zishi, Chen chose not to dwell on him any longer, for in his eyes, this individual was merely a jester. True feelings are like the vast grasslands, unfettered by the layers of wind and rain. There will always come a time when the clouds part and the sun rises, casting its radiant light upon us. True feelings are like the plum blossoms that bloom, unyielding to the cold and snow. As the song began, bolstered by the magic of immersion, the audience was instantly transported to an expansive grassland, where the layers of rain fell softly, and soon after, the clouds parted to let the sunlight pour down. Wang Zilin and his companions exchanged astonished glances as they heard the song. Is this our leader's voice? What on earth is happening? It feels almost like a soul transference. Though they were uncertain of the specifics, they clearly understood that this song would be difficult to ignore. As the melodic notes reached his ears, Zhao Changchun paused. Old Han, it seems that Yi Chen's song is somewhat different. Cough, cough, truly remarkable, Han Jinlong remarked, his eyes fixed on the stage, unable to believe what he was witnessing. I thought I was experiencing auditory hallucinations. Incredible, although he was not particularly knowledgeable about singing. The rarity of his musical appreciation made this song feel extraordinary. Xiaoman, did you hear that? Yi Chen's song seems quite magical. Su Xiaoman's roommates chattered excitedly, their eyes glued to the stage, captivated as they had never felt such a sensation before. Is that so? Taking a deep breath, Su Xiaoman dared not say much, fearing her roommates would detect her unease and regret. This is impossible. The once self-satisfied Li Zaishi, hearing the resonating voice, needed no contemplation. He was instantaneously immersed in the vivid imagery conjured by the song. How could this be? In truth, Li Zaishi stared at the stage, as though he had seen a ghost, for the experience surpassed his wildest imagination. Under the gaze of the crowd, the song continued to linger in the air. Snowflakes flutter. The north wind howls. The world is shrouded in a blanket of desolation. A cud of cold plum stands proud in the snow, solely to release its fragrance for the beloved. Love those I cherish, without regret or complaint. This sentiment will remain in my heart forever. Haha, splendid, Zhao Changchun exclaimed, his eyes brimming with excitement. What a line. A cud of cold plum stands proud in the snow, solely to release its fragrance for the beloved. The imagery is astonishing. Zhao Changchun couldn't help but sing praises, particularly as the immersive experience filled him with exhilaration. The indomitable spirit of the cold plum, standing alone in the snow. This song, representative of Huaxia culture, eclipsed Li Zaishi's efforts by an immeasurable degree. Clap, 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 clap. A chorus of thunderous applause and cheers erupted as the song concluded. Even the fans of Li Zaishi found themselves enchanted by Yi Chen's performance. Goodness, the disparity was not insignificant. Even though Li Zaishi was heavily promoted by YG Entertainment, the truth spoke louder than words. After all, they might idolize, but they were not fools. Ye God! Ye God! In an instant, the arena erupted with thunderous cheers. A stark contrast to the previous lukewarm response for Li Zaishi, clearly demonstrating the disparity. Hee, I knew Dad was the best. The two little ones beamed at their father, their eyes brimming with excitement, for their dad was nothing short of a superhero. How could that villain possibly rival him? Indeed, Han Jinlong sighed in relief upon witnessing this scene, particularly noting that Yi Chun remained largely unfazed on stage, indicating that from the outset, the Korean artist Li Zaishi had not been a concern for Yi Xiao. Coughing lightly, Han Jinlong shook his head bitterly. Worrying about Yi Xiao was entirely unnecessary. Ha ha ha, delightful. Wang Zilin and his companions exchanged amused glances at the bewildered Li Zaishi not far away, their faces alight with joy. Damn it, that little brat is utterly perplexed now. Where was his bravado earlier? Although that boy is the leading figure among the younger generation in the Korean music scene, he should never have set his sights on the boss. What now? Feeling foolish, eh? At this moment, the trio relished the satisfaction of the situation, finding it immensely gratifying. Where was Li Zaishi's earlier arrogance? Yi Chun then cast his gaze towards the ashen-faced Li Zaishi. A bet is a bet. There are plenty of witnesses here. If you have any dignity left, do refrain from appearing in the music scene again. You. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Li Zaishi felt a surge of blood rush to his head, spewing forth a mouthful of crimson, his complexion paling as if he had just endured a severe illness. He understood that today's loss was not merely a matter of a friendly competition. If this incident reached the internet, it would spell the end for him. Brat. In a moment of realization, Li Zaishi recalled the events of just moments ago. You tricked me? Clearly, Li Zaishi had come to comprehend the situation, while Yi Chen merely glanced at him. Have you ever heard the saying, the heavens rage, and storms must follow? When a person is arrogant, calamity is inevitable. Now, let us depart. With that, Yi Chen took the hands of the two little ones and exited the arena, leaving behind a bewildered Li Zaishi amidst the fervent crowd. Yi Chen, so handsome. Su Xiaoman's roommates gawked at the direction in which he had vanished, still captivated by his earlier charisma, especially when he uttered the phrase about the wrath of heaven and the folly of arrogance. Yi Chen, he truly emerged victorious. Su Xiaoman inhaled deeply, having anticipated the outcome when she heard Yi Chen speak, not because Li Zaishi was weak, but because the man she had broken up with was exceptionally formidable. Her greatest fears had indeed materialized. She had underestimated the situation. What nonsense is this Korean wave? Utterly pathetic. How could I have been so blind as to admire Li Zaishi? Ugh. The atmosphere was electric. Yet every word felt like a steel thorn piercing Li Zaixi's heart, causing his face to burn with shame. Curse it! Li Zaixi's complexion waned as he glared at Yi Chen. His eyes filled with venomous resentment. It's all because of that brat. If you ruin my future, don't think you'll escape unscathed. Chapter 63, The Online Scandal. Yi Chen's moment of glory. Phew. Li Changchun exhaled, then pondered. Yi Chen, after all, Li Zaishi is a key player promoted by YG Entertainment. They will not let today's incident slide easily. Not a concern. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively and gazed into the distance. Just a few kittens. If they dare approach, I shall crush them. Han Jinlong and his companion exchanged glances, frowning. If that were the case, it could lead to serious trouble. Meanwhile, in the magical city, at Kai Kunken's villa, ding dong. While savoring a glass of red wine, Kai Kunken's phone chimed with a notification. What's this? Looking over, he was struck by an eye-catching headline on the screen. Shock. YG Entertainment's star Li Zaixi's career ruined by Yi Chen. Seeing this, Kai Kunken's eyes sparkled with intrigue. That lad truly possesses audacity. Taking a deep breath and after understanding the context, a smirk appeared on his lips. One must recognize that YG Entertainment is a colossal force in Korea, overshadowing even Chanchian platform. What an opportunity. Clearly, Kai Kunken saw this as a prime chance to align himself with YG Entertainment and redeem his own reputation. A two birds with one stone scenario. He had every reason to proceed. Without hesitation, Kai Kunken crafted a lengthy post on Weibo. The world is in decline, and human hearts have grown cold. Certain individuals, driven by selfish desires, disregard others' futures, believing that a mere flair for words allows them to repeatedly breach moral boundaries. Yi Chen's actions are truly disgraceful, and I call for his total ban from the internet. Such a parasite will only lead the music scene to decline, with unimaginable consequences. As soon as this post was published, it garnered widespread agreement from numerous fans. Kunken is absolutely right. Who is that Yi Chen anyway? Finally, someone is speaking up for our Zaishi. Go Kunken. We support you. That pretty boy must have cozied up to a rich woman to achieve such success. Indeed, how could that guy even compare to our Kunken? However, this was merely Kai Kunken's initial retaliatory strike. The situation brewed, and other stars from Chanchian platform began to repost and comment. Yu Qingdong, I concur with Kunken. Yi Chen must be dealt with for the sake of peace in the music scene. Feng Qian, though his talent is commendable, it is ultimately of little use. Zhao Dekai, such a parasite deserves to be eradicated. In an instant, various stars clamored to denounce Yi Chen, especially since Kai Kunken's father was the second largest shareholder in Chanchian Entertainment, and Yuan platform was a thorn in the side of many entertainment companies, making Yi Chen a prime target. Inevitably, Yi Chen found himself thrust into the eye of the storm. After all, should Yi Chen falter, it would benefit them all in various ways. Under such momentum, that lad was doomed. As for Kai Kunken, he had effectively ignited the conflict. Before long, unfavorable public opinion against Yi Chen surged online like a tidal wave, plunging the situation into a precarious state. Yuan platform, President's office. This is bad. Observing the negative sentiments surrounding Yi Chen online, it was clear that with one misstep, he could face irrevocable consequences. One must understand that this was not merely Chanchian platform acting alone. Indeed, all major entertainment companies were covertly encouraging this movement. Such a tide of public opinion was far beyond what Yuan platform could quell alone. Li Zaishi. Shi Qinyu inhaled deeply. Regarding the source of the turmoil, has my best friend's man lost his mind? How could he provoke someone promoted by a giant like YG? These platforms would jump at the chance to align with YG. 1-1. Shi Qinyu summoned her assistant, then took a deep breath. Notify all departments to convene an emergency meeting, and have the public relations team prepare an immediate response to prevent the situation from escalating further. As she issued successive orders, Shi Qinyu gazed into the distance with a sigh. I hope it's not too late. As time passed, the situation continued to develop. At Junlin Tianyi Villa, Yi Chen had just returned with the two little ones. Dingling. As the two little ones played, Yi Chen's phone rang. Hello, boss. Upon answering, Wang Zilin's voice came through. There's been an incident. You've been blackened. The online sentiment against you is extremely unfavorable. Oh, Yi Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Not surprised by this turn of events, for certain individuals could not remain calm. I understand. After hanging up, Yi Chen quickly perused the online discourse, noting that the Chanchian platform, particularly Kai Kunken's account, was the most active in the smear campaign. However, Yi Chen exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, he registered for a Weibo account. Since his adversary sought to vanquish him, he decided to repay the same in kind. After a moment of contemplation, he deftly typed on his phone. Some individuals seem to have brains filled with nothing but glue, resembling expired instant noodle soup. A mere shake reveals the foul odor. I suggest donating them to a laboratory to investigate just how low human intelligence can descend. Upon finishing his message, Chen clicked post. The Weibo page refreshed, instantly garnering considerable attention from netizens. Wow, is this Chen's response? Goodness, this counterattack is quite something. Expired noodle soup? Indeed. Chen is certainly not one to be trifled with. Researching the limits of human intelligence? Chen's words are quite scathing. Goodness, this level of vitriol must have offended countless celebrities. However, the netizens' comments reflected a persistent sentiment. Chen had consistently exuded an aura of invincibility, never disappointing his devoted fans. Initially, they had contemplated retaliating, but it now appeared that Chen's combat prowess far surpassed theirs. At Tycoon's villa, the cad was nearly apoplectic upon witnessing Chen's audacity, nearly choking with rage, as he was the instigator of this public uproar. Yet, he had not anticipated Chen's brazen defiance in the face of such overwhelming public sentiment. Humph. With a disdainful snort, Tycoon proceeded to post on Weibo. Such crude language. What noble character can be expected from such a person? I call for a complete ban on him in the music industry to eradicate this detrimental influence. As Tycoon's post went live, the celebrities he had insulted quickly aligned themselves with his cause. Ban him. This scoundrel is a disgrace to the music industry. His foul mouth must be silenced to quell public outrage. Agreement echoed among many, each believing this was a prime opportunity to strike down the thriving Youin platform, which had recently been enjoying unprecedented success. Meanwhile, at Youin, Chen watched in astonishment as Chen single-handedly ignited a tempest across the internet, clearing her throat. She barely had time to ponder when Chen unleashed another Weibo post, marking the true beginning of his overwhelming counteroffensive. In chapter 64, she mused, "Mengli, your little boyfriend seems to be in trouble." Oh, at the villa, Chen observed Tycoon and his entourage floundering in their attempts to retaliate. A smile gracing his lips as he casually posted yet another message on Weibo. In this situation, I have a message for all you dimwits. Why not learn from the myriad of weapons in Huaxia? Instead of mastering the sword, you foolishly choose to wield a silver sword. Rather than learning proper techniques, you settle for the drunken sword. Ultimately, you end up with a drunken silver sword and claim to be the world's sword master. You reject the title of sword god, choosing instead to be mere sword bearers. Upon reading this post, Chen was momentarily taken aback. Good heavens, my best friend's man possesses quite the imaginative mind. Dimwits? The phrase, alongside the mention of the drunken silver sword, seemed to open a new window of understanding for her. Chairman Shi, what is going on? The individuals in the conference room were perplexed by Chen's sudden laughter. Nothing, she replied, regaining her composure. The alert has been lifted, you may all disperse. Although some departments were puzzled, they refrained from further questions. Just as everyone was about to leave the conference room, one subordinate gasped in shock. Good heavens. Cough, cough. No wonder the chairman suddenly dissolved the meeting. The situation has evidently reversed. What? The others turned to look, and upon seeing the brewing storm on Weibo, they all erupted into laughter. Goodness, Yi Xiao's maneuvering is impressive. Indeed, after all, Yi Xiao is our second largest shareholder in Youin. Amidst the chatter, the previously tense atmosphere dissipated. Yet Yi Xiao's solitary stand against the online commentary was unprecedented. In that fleeting moment, an inexplicable sense of exhilaration washed over them. After all, if Youin were targeted, they would inevitably suffer consequences. As time passed, news of the unfolding events reached the Lu family estate in the imperial capital. Ding dong. Upon entering her study and setting down her coffee, Lu Mu's phone chimed with a notification. Upon inspection, she couldn't help but burst into laughter upon seeing her future son-in-law's Weibo post, prompting Lu Fu to glance over. Catching sight of the reports regarding Yi Chen and the online uproar. Well, Lu Mu smiled at Lu Fu. Isn't Xiao Yi doing quite well? Humph. Lu Fu scoffed after reading the post. He dares to spar with public opinion single-handedly. Such bravado is merely a display of verbal prowess. Enough of that, Lu Mu retorted, casting him a sidelong glance. If you were in his position, you might not fare any better than Xiao Yi. However, what lay ahead piqued Lu Ruqing's interest. Those hired commoners won't be so easily vanquished. Just this kid? Lu Fu shot a skeptical glance at Lu Mu. You don't honestly believe he can triumph over public sentiment single-handedly, do you? Why not? You know well how formidable our son-in-law is, Lu Ruqing replied, having previously informed him of Yi Chen's extraordinary talents in appraisal, calligraphy, and literary composition. How about this? Lu Ruqing suggested, her eyes narrowing with a smile. Let's make a wager. If Xiao Yi succeeds against this tide of public opinion, you must cease opposing his relationship with Meng Li, erasing past grievances. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Ruqing added, should he fail, I will no longer advocate for him. Oh, Lu Fu's interest was piqued. If this could alleviate his wife's nagging, It would be quite advantageous. Very well. Lu Yuntian accepted the wager, though he still believed that while the boy was impressive, he was unworthy of Meng Li. Meanwhile, at Kai Kuan-Kuan's villa. Damn it. Kai Kuan-Kuan's expression soured as he scrolled through the online comments. How could that brat possibly manage this? Clearly, the current scenario was not aligning with his expectations. This script was all wrong. The boy was supposed to be ruined by the very public sentiment he had instigated, paving the way for his rise within YG Entertainment. How could this be happening? Xiao Kuan. Just then, a voice called from outside the villa as a man entered. The newcomer bore a resemblance to Kai Kuan-Kuan. It was Kai Pengfei, the second largest shareholder of Qianqian Platform, who had come due to the rising uproar online. Initially, he had thought that the boy would be no match for his son, but as time passed, the situation had deviated from his expectations. Father, you're here. Kai Kuan-Kuan sighed with relief upon seeing his father. Kai Pengfei nodded slightly, then glanced at the online discourse that had captured his son's attention. I've heard all about it. Leave the rest to me. Kai Pengfei spoke with determination, aware that the longer they delayed, the more disadvantageous it would become for them. After finishing, Kai Pengfei dialed a number. Begin the operation. Understood, Mr. Kai? The voice on the other end said nothing more before hanging up. What could possibly follow? Seeing his father in such a state, Kai Kuan-Kuan curiously inquired. Dad, who was on the phone just now. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Kai Pengfei replied nonchalantly. Oh, it's nothing. He then gazed into the distance, adding, it's merely the connections I've cultivated over the years. In the face of absolute strength, any trickery is futile. At this juncture, a confident smile spread across Kai Pengfei's face as he reassured, don't worry, little Kuan-Kuan, your father will avenge you. I will ensure that this brat suffers irreparably. Truly. Upon hearing his father's words, Kai Kuan-Kuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Thank you, Dad. No need for thanks. I'm eager to see how this kid will respond. With a cold smirk, Kai Pengfei turned his attention to the computer, where the tidal wave of public opinion was at least tenfold in intensity. It was more than enough to handle even the current pop diva, Shi Qianyu. Yi Chen. Is it? Kai Pengfei took a deep breath, a sinister grin forming on his lips. This battle of public opinion is already mine to win. Even the mightiest of kings cannot save you today. Meanwhile, in a luxurious bar in the magical city, a figure appeared in the top-floor office, none other than Mu Lingfeng. Meng Li. It seems your young boyfriend is in a bit of trouble, he remarked upon entering the room, directing his gaze at Lu Meng Li. Uncle Mu, what brings you here? Lu Meng Li was taken aback upon seeing her uncle, then glanced at the computer screen. He has encountered some minor issues, but he seems capable of handling it himself. Chapter 65. That bastard is courting death. Oh, Mu Lingfeng looked online. This Yi Chun has some prowess. No wonder he is the man chosen by our Meng Li. Upon hearing this, Lu Meng Li blushed. Uncle Mu, what are you saying? Haha. All right, I won't say anything more. Noticing Lu Meng Li's embarrassment, Mu Lingfeng refrained from further comments and shifted his focus back to the internet, pondering how this young man would retaliate next. As the two conversed, a fierce wave of public opinion surged towards Yi Chun, threatening to engulf him entirely despite his current advantageous position. Clearly, under such overwhelming numbers, even two trending posts had only a negligible effect. The situation escalated, and a verbal battle quietly ensued. Oh, at the Junlin Tianxiao Villa. Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the online comments. They are still not giving up? Very well, this farce must come to an end. With that thought, Yi Chun did not linger and promptly posted a bombshell tweet. Some people live on. He is already dead. Some people have died. He still lives. Some people carve their names into stone, seeking immortality. Some would rather be wild grass, awaiting the fire beneath the ground. The sharp and critical words sent Yi Chun's fans into a frenzy. Wow, is this modern poetry? Goodness, some people live on. He is already dead. This is brutally sharp. Carve their names into stone, seeking immortality. Isn't that referring to Kai Kuan-Kuan? This counterattack is phenomenal. I have a feeling those hired trolls are in for it. My word. Yi Chun's imagination is something to behold. I can't wait for the show to unfold. In less than 10 minutes, the number of comments surged into the tens of thousands, with likes and shares skyrocketing. At that moment, this tweet swept across the internet like a pandemic. Haha, splendid. Lin Xiaorong, at the Lin family estate, could not help but glimmer with excitement upon reading the modern poem. Indeed, that little fellow has something grand up his sleeve. This modern poetry is impressive. Humph. Lin Xiaoya, who was also following the online buzz, scoffed disdainfully. Of course, who do you think is her idol? The cousin-in-law is incredible, battling the entire internet's trolls single-handedly. You little girl, Lin Xiaorong looked at his precious granddaughter, shaking his head with a bittersweet smile, acknowledging her discerning eye. It seems there is no need for me to intervene. Nodding slightly, Lin Xiaorong remarked that compared to those trolls, Their combat power was on an entirely different level. If this continued, they would only bring shame upon themselves. This little guy, he mused, utilizing such modern poetry to mock the trolls seems almost beneath him. Immediately, Lin Xiaorong transcribed the poem, planning to savor it during his leisure. At Magic City University, the school's group chat was also engulfed by the chaos. 666,666. Amazing Yishen. This maneuver is incredible. Some people live on. He is already dead. What profound literary depth. Cough. Although the public opinion is overwhelming. Senior Yi Chun's tweet is piercingly accurate. But what use is strong public opinion? They are merely a rabble. What is up with Kai Kunken? He can't stand to see others do well. Every second, the group chat messages surged to 99, a frenzy unlike any other. In the dormitory, the trio of Prince Lin and his friends stared at the exploding group chat, bursting into joyous laughter. Damn, the boss is amazing. Zhao Qian smacked his lips, genuinely shocked by the unprecedented force of his boss's counterattack. Incredible. With such eloquence, who can rival him? What do those torrents of public opinion matter? The boss can easily withstand it all. Liang's eyes sparkled with admiration. My goodness, the boss truly is our role model. He is so cool. It can be said that the boss, with such a sweeping force, was single-handedly pushing back against the tide of public opinion, an unprecedented feat in history. As most people would shy away from such scrutiny, let alone retaliate. What is happening? In Kai Kunken's villa, Kai Pengfei's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the online comments. Initially, he had anticipated that, under the weight of his relentless assault, that kid would inevitably crumble. Yet now, the reality was entirely contrary to his expectations. Modern poetry? Gazing at Yi Chun's tweet, each word pierced his vision like daggers, causing Kai Pengfei's face to flush with anger. Damn it, how is this possible? Dad, this? Witnessing this scene, Kai Kunken felt a wave of panic. He never expected that kid to play by his own rules. After all, they had previously taken down countless opponents using public opinion. But now, it seemed that none of this was effective against Yi Chun. However, just as he was about to continue venting his frustration, he was struck dumb by what he saw on the screen. Dad, look. A sense of unease flooded over him as his eyelids twitched violently. That bastard posted another tweet. What? Kai Pengfei's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated such audacity. However, he still turned his gaze towards the screen, only to find yet another tweet from that infamous individual. Mask. You wander through the world, always wearing a mask. You adorn your vanity like a medal upon your chest. Your words are mere cheap embellishments, each sentence weaving a hollow cocoon. In the crowd, you prattle on, your laughter sharp as glass, measuring the world with shallow insights, oblivious to the fact that you are ensnared in a narrow abyss. When you freely criticize others, your gaze spreads like cold frost. Have you ever considered the mirror that reflects your distorted face? This alternative modern poem incensed Kai Pengfei to the point of spitting blood, his complexion turning as pale as a sheet, as if he had fallen gravely ill. Dad, are you all right? Upon witnessing his father's demeanor, Kai Kunken was utterly alarmed. That scoundrel is courting disaster. How utterly crass. It took some time for Kai Pengfei to regain his composure, his expression more ghastly than ever, as he could scarcely believe that the young man had the audacity to spout such nonsense online. Scoundrel. Yet, faced with Yi Chen's remarkably sophisticated modern poetry, Kai Pengfei could only resort to the most simplistic and rudimentary expressions to vent his ire, for his intellect paled in comparison to Yi Chen's. At that moment, the father and son duo had unwittingly become the jesters of the tale, the only consolation being that their existence remained unknown to the outside world. With a chuckle, Shi Qinyu observed her best friend's man's latest Weibo post on the Yuan platform, her heartless laughter escaping her lips. Goodness, your man is truly omnipotent. It seems targeting him was the gravest error these individuals could make. This sensation is undeniably gratifying. Chapter 66. You rascal, what are you smirking about? As night descended upon the villa, the sound of brakes echoed through the air as Lu Mengli entered the living room. The two little ones, Xian and Nuanal, turned their heads at the sound. Mama's back, they exclaimed, scampering over with their tiny feet, their sweet voices enough to evoke envy in any onlooker. Sighing, Lu Mengli embraced her two little treasures, a tender smile gracing her face, illuminated by the soft glow of the lights, making her all the more enchanting. Hee mama moi. The two little ones giggled and exchanged affectionate gestures for some time before returning to their play. Humph. Spotting the little ones, Lu Mengli glanced at a certain someone. You, my dear, seem to have made quite the name for yourself online. In the midst of their conversation, Lu Mengli felt a wave of relief wash over her, albeit with a hint of disbelief. Online, Yi Chen pondered over the Weibo post he had just made, already suspecting something. After all, he had not kept track of it after posting. Here, Lumingly said, handing her phone to him. Take a look for yourself. Gazing at the screen, Chen was met with the viral Weibo post, confirming that he had indeed reignited his fame online. Oh, he remarked, glancing at it briefly before losing interest. Those music industry folks are seeking their own demise. What concern is that of mine? I can't simply allow them to tarnish your man's reputation. You seeing his calm demeanor. Lumingly found herself momentarily speechless, unable to retort. At that moment, a voice emanated from outside the villa, followed by the appearance of Shi Qinyu, who, now that the crisis with the Yuan platform had passed, wore a pleasant expression. Moreover, not only had the crisis been averted, but the platform had also experienced a surge in popularity, surpassing its previous levels of acclaim. Chen, you truly are something. Shi Qinyu exclaimed upon seeing him. Did you know that due to your few Weibo posts, the traffic on Yuan has surged by 30%? Those behind the scenes must be livid. The more she spoke, the more excited she became, while Lumingly beside her let out a sigh, feeling increasingly perplexed by Chen. Ding. Detection indicates that the Kai father and son are likely plotting against the host. Awarding evidence collection cards, X3. Note, this mobile card can collect all incriminating evidence of the perpetrator, and the evidence is irrefutable. The host may discover its marvelous utility at their discretion. Wow. Chen was taken aback by the system's announcement. Evidence collection cards? This seems like a splendid tool, collecting all incriminating evidence of the perpetrator, and irrefutably so. The system's offerings are never disappointing. However, it soon dawned on him that the number was indeed rather scant. Only 3 cards. Detection shows the host's dissatisfaction with the quantity is too low, triggering a 100-fold increase, obtaining evidence collection cards, X 300. The system's voice chimed in his ear, and Chen was momentarily stunned, then somewhat bewildered. Goodness, a 100-fold increase? The system truly is generous. He then glanced at his attribute panel. Name, Chen. Age, 21 years. Appearance, max, surpassing all existence. Abilities, divine driving skills, musical prodigy, culinary master, martial arts expert, calligraphy savant, Qilin-like vitality, immune to inebriation, massage virtuoso, expert appraiser. Immersive voice. Items, Sovereign Villa number 1x1, Lamborghini Demon Sun Limousine X1, 100 shares of Qianlong Group, 10-fold consumer rebate, bone-biting powder, unlimited, Dragon Scale Dagger, 72 Divine Guards. 100 shares of Magic City University, evidence collection cards, X 300. Wealth, 1, 404. 5 billion renminbi. Detection indicates that the Kai father and son are conspiring against the host. Would you like to use an evidence collection card? As Chen contemplated the attribute panel, the system's voice echoed in his ears. Use, he decided impulsively. Embracing the spirit of experimentation. Ding. Evidence collection from the Kai father and son successful. Time taken, 0.01 seconds. Consumed evidence collection card, X1. Before long, Chen received another notification from the system. Upon reviewing, he was astonished. What in the world? The Kai father and son have committed numerous heinous acts over the years, carrying the weight of multiple lives lost, not to mention countless bribery transactions, and even hiring assassins? With this evidence, these two may very well spend their lifetimes behind bars. With this thought, a smile crept across Chen's face. Reciprocity is only fair. System. Release this information online. Understood, host. The system promptly complied, encrypting the release to ensure that even the world's top hackers would be unable to trace any information. After all, discovering even a hint would be a disrespect to the system. Moreover, this involved numerous public figures, many of whom had previously targeted Chen. It could be said that once this evidence was announced, it would send shockwaves through the music industry. You rascal, what are you smirking about? Lumingly, noticing her best friend playfully chasing the 2 little ones, approached and curiously inquired. Smirking? Chen was momentarily taken aback, then looked at her with suspicion. Am I? What do you think? Lumingly retorted with a hint of annoyance, rolling her eyes at him. Perhaps you were thinking about my precious Mingli? With a smile, Chen gently lifted her chin, the exquisite beauty before him causing Lumingli's cheeks to flush crimson. Could it be that he was indeed thinking of? Go away. I can't be bothered with you. She swatted his hand away, finding his audacity shameless, dismissing his words as incomprehensible. Yet in her mind, images of what he might be thinking surfaced, causing her cheeks to warm even further. Meanwhile, Shi Qinyu, who was playfully tussling with the 2 little ones, observed the affectionate display between her best friend and Chen with a tinge of envy. Was it truly fair that they flaunted their affection so openly before her? If not for her desire to savor the culinary delights prepared by her best friend's man, she would not endure this torturous display of affection. Oh heavens! Must it be this way? Have they ever considered that I am still single? Qinyu Annie, come play with us. The 2 little ones called out, pulling her from her thoughts. Chen promptly decided to ignore her best friend and her man, for the overwhelming display of their affection was truly too much to bear. After all, she still wished to save room in her stomach for the delicious meals prepared by her best friend's man. In the midst of the commotion within the villa, the online pages refreshed to reveal that the doomsday for the Kai family had indeed arrived. Chapter 67. Kai Kunkin and his father were imprisoned, and the entire internet rejoiced. Kai Kunkin's Weibo account was swiftly inundated with disparaging comments. What? This is impossible. Kunkin, the idol, is not that kind of person. It must be false. Fools. The evidence is irrefutable. How could it be fake? I can't believe Kai Kunkin is such a person. I must have been blind. What a joke. How can they still have the audacity to silence others? In an instant, public opinion shifted dramatically, not only condemning Kai Kunkin, but also his father, Kai Pengfei, who was mercilessly criticized by countless netizens. Meanwhile, the legion of online trolls opted for silence. Why? The evidence against the Kai family was undeniable, and speaking up for them at this juncture would be akin to inviting disaster upon themselves. Naturally, they would refrain from such a thankless endeavor. Thus, this farce came to a close in such a manner. As the situation brewed, platforms like Chen and numerous celebrities hastily distanced themselves from Kai Pengfei and his son, aware that associating with them would be tantamount to self-destruction. This behavior poignantly illustrated the cutthroat nature of the entertainment industry. In a realm where self-interest reigns supreme, one is surrounded by allies in times of success, yet, in moments of downfall, not a single friend remains. Amidst this unexpected reversal, Kai Kunkin and his father soon grasped the gravity of their predicament. This can't be happening. Kai Kunkin, pale and panic-stricken, looked to his father. What do we do now? The overwhelming evidence was not something they could dismiss casually, and increasingly, they found themselves isolated by the masses. The longer they delayed, the more uncontrollable the situation became. I'll make a call, Kai Pengfei said, taking a deep breath as he dialed the president of Chen platform. Hello, Chairman Kai, came the response. After the call connected, Luo Chong, the president, expressed regret. I'm sorry, you have been removed from the board. As of today, all your actions are no longer associated with Chen platform. Chairman Kai, take care. The line went dead, leaving Kai Pengfei seething, his face dark with rage. Damn it. In a fit of anger, he smashed his phone to pieces. What a display of self-preservation. Kai Pengfei had never anticipated that Chen would abandon him so decisively, showing no inclination to support him. This realization filled him with fury and dread, for it was becoming alarmingly clear that their downfall was imminent. Kunkin, gather your things immediately, he instructed, inhaling deeply as he gazed at the explosive situation online. We must leave for America at once. Once we are abroad, there may still be room for maneuver. All right. Though Kai Kunkin was reluctant, he understood there was no alternative, fully aware that remaining in the country could lead to a lifetime of imprisonment or even the death penalty. After hastily packing, the father and son disguised themselves and sped away from the villa, heading straight for Jiangnan Airport. Their only stroke of luck at that moment was that the authorities had not yet reacted swiftly. In a matter of minutes, they arrived at the airport. Make your move. However, as they emerged, they were immediately surrounded and subdued by undercover officers. Moreover, several snipers were positioned nearby, ready to eliminate the Kai family should they attempt to resist. The severity of the situation had spread across the internet, and if the Kai family did not face imprisonment, public outrage would never subside. What are you doing? Kai Pengfei and his son, their expressions grim, made one last attempt to resist. I demand to see my lawyer. Humph. The captain of the arresting officers scoffed. Kai Pengfei, the evidence against you and your son is so overwhelming that not even a lawyer could save you. Prepare for legal consequences. Take them away. With a disdainful snort, the Kai father and son were dragged away like defeated animals, the officers having long awaited this moment. Look, it's Kai Kunkin, someone exclaimed. And that must be his father. Kai Pengfei. The sentiment was unanimous. This father and son duo were despised, and their downfall was met with widespread jubilation. The crowd erupted in cheers, with several rotten eggs flying through the air, some landing squarely on their faces, splattering yolk everywhere. Yet, the officers merely smirked. Such parasites deserved far worse than mere eggs thrown at them. Before long, news of the Kai family's arrest soared to the top of trending topics. Undoubtedly, Kai Kunkin had garnered unprecedented notoriety, with the search rankings dominated by news of the father and son, alongside the arrest of over a dozen other celebrities, including several top-tier stars. This development left many in the entertainment industry feeling anxious. As night descended, in the cafeteria of Magic City University, Wang Zilin and his companions were taken aback, eyes wide as they stared at the news on the LCD screen. Unbelievable. The Kai family has truly been apprehended. The authorities are impressive. Watching the two men in their humiliating predicament on screen, the trio felt a sense of satisfaction. What a relief. I've always found that bastard unbearable. Turns out, neither of them is worth a damn. They exchanged quips, while other students joined in the spirited discussions. It should be noted that before the arrival of senior Yi Chun, Kai Kunkin was regarded as the most promising newcomer in the music industry. Now, with their heinous crimes exposed, how could anyone still have a shred of sympathy for them? In a flash, the Kai father and son were reduced to the subject of ridicule. The following morning, as dawn broke, Lu Mengli awoke to the sound of a notification. Upon reading the message, her brow furrowed. Is this the anonymous evidence that has set the internet ablaze? Kai Kunkin and his father have been imprisoned? As she absorbed the unfolding drama, Lu Mengli felt bewildered. I can't believe these two have committed so many heinous acts. She murmured, her expression thoughtful, illuminated by the golden rays of the morning sun, exuding a unique charm. What are you looking at, dear? Just then, a large hand encircled her slender waist from behind. Inhaling the delightful fragrance she emitted. You rascal, Lu Mengli rolled her eyes, ignoring his wandering hand. Kai Kunkin and his father are in trouble, and they've been imprisoned. Oh. Yi Chen paused for a moment before responding with a smile. Indeed, it seems that retribution has finally arrived. Such individuals deserve to perish. Their existence is nothing but a waste of air. Chapter 68, a song titled Breaking the Cocoon debuts, igniting a concert. In the villa's living room, Daddy Mommy. Upon seeing their parents emerge from the room, the two little ones, playing with Shi Qianyu, scampered over with tiny footsteps. These two ungrateful little ones, Shi Qianyu remarked, observing the affectionate family scene. Well, this dog food truly caught me off guard. Hee-hee-moi. After a brief exchange of affection, the family settled down. Hey, are you two done? Eating your own dog food is one thing, but now I have to endure your families too, Shi Qianyu retorted, her words causing Lu Mengli's cheeks to flush slightly. What nonsense are you spouting, dear? With a sharp glare at her best friend. Lu Mengli felt a flush spread from her cheeks to the nape of her neck. I won't tease you any longer, she said. Shi Qianyu, witnessing the blissful scene of her friend's family, sighed and remarked, you are aware of the situation with Kai Kunkin, right? I never anticipated that the Kai family would commit such heinous acts. Pausing momentarily, she continued, moreover, after Kai Pengfei's arrest, he inexplicably exposed numerous scandals surrounding the Tiantian music platform. As it stands, the platform teeters on the brink of collapse. At this juncture, Shi Qianyu expressed her fervor. However, this presents an exquisite opportunity for Yuan. And coincidentally, the second concert is set to commence this evening. I am confident that I shall soon ascend to the throne of the music industry. Really? Xian and Nuanua gazed at her with wide, expressive eyes that seemed to speak. Of course. Shi Qianyu affectionately tousled the hair of the two little ones and added, but we owe much to your daddy as well. Hee indeed. The two children nodded, their faces alight with joy, albeit with a hint of confusion. Were Kai Kunkin to witness this scene, one could only wonder if he would be driven to the brink of rage, unaware that it was Yi Chun who orchestrated the downfall of him and his father. As night fell over the bustling metropolis of Magic City, in Class 3 of the first year at Magic City High, Xiaoya. Are you certain this live stream will show Goddess Qianyu's concert? The classmates gathered around Lin Xiaoya buzzed with excitement, as the projector on the podium displayed the live stream of the adorably sweet little Loli. Absolutely, Lin Xiaoya proclaimed with pride, adding, just wait, my cousin's husband, no. I mean, God Yi, will also be appearing today. Really? Upon hearing Lin Xiaoya's words, the entire classroom erupted in excitement. God Yi was an idol to many of them. Indeed, Lin Xiaoya affirmed solemnly, now aware that Goddess Qianyu was her cousin's close friend. Look, the fans in the live stream are going wild. As Lin Xiaoya conversed with her classmates, a sudden exclamation drew their attention. They saw that the live stream's fan count had surged past 100,000. Lin Xiaoya was momentarily stunned, realizing that the two little ones had amassed far more viewers than she had. Truth be told, she felt a twinge of envy. Meanwhile, students from other classes had caught wind of the news. What? The campus bell Lin has a link to Goddess Qianyu's concert livestream? This is an opportunity we cannot miss. With a loud clamor, the classroom filled to the brim with students, as not everyone owned a phone. Moreover, even those who did were often unaware that today marked Shi Qianyu's concert. At the Lu family estate in the capital, Lu's mother called out from the living room. Old Lu, come quickly. Xian and Nua are starting the live stream. Just emerging from his study after finishing some work, Lu's father retorted with indifference. It's just a live stream. What's so remarkable about that? Lu's mother shot him a glance, scoffing, don't say I didn't warn you. You've fallen out with our daughter. And if your granddaughter doesn't pay attention, you'll be left all alone. Hearing his wife's words, Lu's father found himself momentarily at a loss for words, realizing she had a point. After her remark, Lu's mother ignored him and turned her attention to her granddaughter's live stream, noting that this girl named Qianyu was rather impressive. As time passed, The concert began as scheduled. Wow. Look, it's Goddess Chinyu. At that moment, Chinyu graced the stage in a striking red leather outfit that accentuated her figure, and the audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Mommy. Auntie Chinyu is incredibly popular. The two little ones in the VIP section were thrilled by the roaring crowd. Of course, Lu Mengli nodded slightly, glancing at her best friend on stage. Auntie Chinyu is on the verge of becoming a superstar. Yes, as the three spoke. Chinyu's voice resonated across the stage as she took a deep breath. The next song, Breaking the Cocoon, is dedicated to everyone. Upon hearing this, the audience and fans in the live stream were instantly electrified. Suddenly, the large screen on stage illuminated, revealing stunning high-definition footage of Tang San's adventures after his reincarnation and the conflicts with the Spirit Hall. The grand montage was a visual spectacle of unprecedented impact. Meanwhile, as the accompaniment began, Chinyu's voice soared. If I open my eyes in a nightmare, facing a cruel world, whose heartstrings does the wind pluck? Yearning yet unable to bid farewell. If the ending is only tragic, fearlessly breaking the cocoon in the headwind. Wow. Lu Mengli was taken aback by her friend's song. This is something extraordinary. No wonder that guy said Chinyu could win the title of queen with this song. Indeed. Even though Lu Mengli had her reservations about certain individuals, she could not deny that the song's melody, essence, and lyrical depth were perfectly intertwined, creating a captivating alchemy. Go, Auntie Chinyu. The two little ones, though not fully comprehending, sensed the beauty of the song. The audience, entranced by the visuals on the large screen, felt as if they were immersed in the narrative displayed before them. The high quality was evident, reflecting the immense effort Chinyu had invested. Wow. Such a high-quality production deserves the title of queen. In Class 3 of Magic City High, Lin Xiaoye exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, Goddess Chinyu is so fierce. I adore this song. It seems to possess a certain magic. After today, Goddess Chinyu is surely destined to become the queen of the music world. Absolutely. We should cheer for Goddess Chinyu." Lin Xiaoye marveled at the girl on the screen. Realizing this was her cousin's best friend, she was truly exceptional. Moreover, it seemed this song was penned by her cousin's husband, which was quite impressive. As the attention of the audience peaked, the climactic moment arrived, and the large screen showcased Tang Hao's heroic rescue at the Spirit Hall, accompanied by thunderous applause and dazzling special effects. To bravely fight is the essence of a hero. To lift one's head amid chaos and strife. To look back and find you by my side. To shatter the curse of fate, ensuring the story lives on. Lin Xiaoye, overwhelmed by the auditory and visual impact, stood up in astonishment, her heart racing. Wow, this song is incredible. My cousin's husband is amazing. In the classroom, Lin Xiaoye's classmates were equally captivated, their eyes wide with shock and awe. This is so exhilarating. Oh my goodness, if that MV were made into an anime, it would undoubtedly go viral. At the Lu family estate, Lu Yuntian listened intently to the song resonating from the screen, his eyes narrowing in appreciation. This song is quite good. No wonder she is Mengli's friend. Nodding in satisfaction, Lu Yuntian remarked, while Lu's mother smiled subtly. Oh really? By the way, do you know that this song was written by Chen? That kid? Lu Yuntian replied, rolling his eyes. What do you think? Lu's mother continued. You promised not to oppose them, and to let bygones be bygones. Upon hearing the reprimand from Lu's mother, Lu's father let out a disdainful snort, stating, I always stand by my word. I shall not pursue that lad any further. Just knowing this is sufficient. Lu's mother, upon hearing the old man's resolute words, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Meanwhile, the live stream's audience erupted with fervor. My goodness, the special effects on this grand screen are utterly sensational. This is leagues ahead of contemporary cinema. They exclaimed, Hey, do you think this song was penned by the Divine Leaf himself? They speculated. Perhaps it is. The execution was undoubtedly reminiscent of Leaf's unique style, sending shivers down the spine of many. In an instant, a deluge of comments flooded the screen. While the live audience's eyes widened in amazement, their auditory and visual senses overwhelmed as though they were witnessing the apocalypse at the Spirit Hall. Lu Mengli gazed at her friend on stage, genuinely surprised to see this side of her. The song stirred profound emotions, and the title of queen seemed within reach after this performance. Aunt Chinyu, how remarkable, she remarked. Xin and Nua, enchanted by the melody, found the accompanying animation utterly delightful. Suddenly, the audience, brimming with anticipation, leapt to their feet, a thunderous applause and ecstatic cheers resonating throughout the venue. Breaking free, they chanted. Such a breathtaking performance was poised to shatter the barriers of the music industry. The audience could not help but marvel at their idol, affirming that the title of queen was indeed well-deserved. After a brief pause, the song concluded, yet the audience remained in a state of exhilaration. 1 second, 3 seconds, 5 seconds. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before the crowd regained their composure, erupting once more into even more fervent applause and cheers, shaking the very foundations of the venue. Wow, Chen Yu thought as she observed the electrified crowd. Even she felt a surge of adrenaline as she sang. This song seemed to possess a certain enchantment, igniting a fire within the hearts of all who listened. Initially, she had believed that this song would bring her closer to the title of queen. But now it was evident that she had underestimated its power. The audience's reaction was nothing short of monumental, rivaling that of true divas. Chen Yu. Suddenly, a voice from the audience broke through, creating a cacophony that resonated in the air, causing the venue's ceiling to tremble. Without a doubt, Chen Yu's performance had ignited the atmosphere. "I'm thrilled that you all enjoyed this song," she said, exhaling softly. "The excellence of this piece surpassed my expectations. You may not know this, but the creator of this song is none other than the illustrious Yi Chen." With this revelation, the audience erupted in a wave of excitement and astonishment. What? This song was truly written by the Divine Leaf? Although they had speculated earlier, hearing it confirmed by Chen Yu left them in shock. In a male dormitory at Magic City University, Wang Zilin and his friends stared incredulously at their niece's live stream. "No way. This song was also written by our boss. Incredible. The boss is stealing the spotlight again." They exchanged astonished glances, the information hitting them like a ton of bricks. After all, they had just been blown away by the song's intensity. "Our boss is truly omnipresent," they mused. "Hey, I wonder what Su Xiaoman will think when she hears this." Zhao Qian chuckled, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, already picturing Su Xiaoman's reaction. As expected of the boss, his moves are always explosive. Chen Yu is so beautiful. They gazed at the screen, envy filling their eyes. How wonderful it would be if she were our girlfriend. Meanwhile, in the VIP section of the concert, Lu Mengli scoffed lightly. "That guy is going to steal the show again. Daddy is amazing." Xin and Nua beamed at Chen Yu's comment, especially as the audience's chatter surrounded them. "Calm down, everyone," Lu Mengli instructed, glancing around to ensure no one was paying attention before sighing in relief. "Do these two little ones think everyone is oblivious to my connection with that guy?" Thus, Chen Yu, unsurprisingly, basked in her moment of glory. One song after another crafted by Yi Chen propelling the atmosphere to new heights. As she surveyed the electrified crowd, Chen Yu exhaled, regaining their attention. As the concert approached its final song, "Next, please welcome our special guest, Yi Chen, to perform Nocturne. Everyone, give a warm welcome." "Huh." As Chen Yu's voice faded, the venue fell into a hushed silence. However, it was not long before a tidal wave of applause and cheers enveloped the space. "What? The final song is entrusted to the Divine Leaf? Wow, what a grand finale." Chen Yu's concert was nothing short of spectacular. Who else could claim such an honor? Yi Chen was renowned for crafting chart-topping hits, and anticipation for his performance was palpable. Although they were unsure of the song's quality, they were confident it would not disappoint. "Wow." Xin exclaimed, eyes sparkling with excitement. "Mom, Daddy is going to sing." Indeed, Lu Mengli nodded slightly, a vision of that certain someone flashing in her mind, instinctively knowing that the upcoming performance would exceed all expectations. At Magic City No. 1 High School, Lin Xiaoya, watching the skyrocketing viewer count of the live stream, smiled broadly. "Cousin-in-law, go for it. You're the best." Chapter 70. "Mom, those wicked aunties dare to compete with you for Daddy." Under the spotlight, a dashing figure graced the stage, illuminated by the lights, enhancing his already striking features, which left the audience of young women utterly enamored. He is the epitome of handsome. They gasped, captivated. As the crowd expressed their admiration, the haunting melody of the song enveloped the venue. A swarm of bloodthirsty ants drawn to decaying flesh. I remain expressionless, gazing at a desolate landscape. Losing you has made love and hate distinctly clear. Without you, what is there left to care about? When doves cease to symbolize peace, I am finally reminded. Each lyric seemed to possess a mystical quality, transporting the listeners into the very essence of the song. In a corner of the stage, Chen Yu, upon hearing her friend's partner sing, could not help but gasp in astonishment. Although this song lacked the exhilarating energy of Breaking Free, it resonated deeply in an entirely different manner, drawing the audience in with its poignant imagery. The profound artistry of her friend's partner's singing was perhaps beyond her own capabilities. As the melody swelled, she felt as though she were a witness to the very essence of each lyric, a sensation she had not experienced during her own performance of Breaking Free. A swarm of bloodthirsty ants drawn to decaying flesh. I remain expressionless, gazing at a desolate landscape. What a profound sentiment this evoked. The single word no longer symbolizes peace. I have finally been reminded that its profound meaning surely transcends mere superficiality. This song's classic status is undoubtedly on par with that of Breaking the Cocoon. However, this should come as no surprise, for in the world before its transformation, The music scene was graced with the resounding echo of Nocturne, earning accolades on stages far and wide. That individual? Lu Mengli furrowed her brows as she gazed at the stage. Though she was unaware of the song's true prowess, the emotions it evoked were anything but ordinary. Moreover, the audience was eerily silent, a stillness so profound that the sound of a falling needle could be distinctly heard. This alone attests to the sheer power of this performance. Mommy, Daddy, this song must be extraordinary, right? Xin and Nua curiously surveyed their surroundings, their heads tilted as they sought to grasp the song's essence. Ahem. Lu Mengli cleared her throat, lowering her voice. It must be. Clearly, she felt a twinge of guilt as she spoke, for there was an element of dishonesty in her words. In the live streaming room, the fans also remained unusually quiet, their screens devoid of comments, as they feared any disruption might mar the experience, lost in the captivating ambience of the song. Amidst the collective attention, Yi Chun continued to sing. For you, I play Chopin's Nocturne to commemorate my lost love. Like the night breeze, my voice is heartbreakingly beautiful. My fingers dance lightly upon the keys. My thoughts of you tenderly cautious. The melancholic yet hauntingly beautiful melody resonated deeply, evoking buried memories within the audience, soothing their spirits in this exquisite manner. My goodness. In the boys' dormitory of Magic City University, Li Eng's eyes widened in astonishment. Boss, this is yet another masterpiece. Impressive. Zhao Qian finally managed to utter after a moment of contemplation, while Wang Zilin sighed, noting that compared to their boss, those young idols of the music scene were mere trifles. Hey, what do you suppose that Kai Kunkin would express upon witnessing this? They chuckled, sharing a glance filled with mischievous glee, though at this moment, the father and son duo were likely confined within prison walls, undergoing their own transformation. Should they catch sight of Yi Chen's current prominence, one could only wonder if they might attempt to confront him. Cousin-in-law, you're amazing. Lin Xiaoya from Magic City No. 1 High School gazed with admiration in her eyes, though her voice was barely a whisper, for she could not risk exposing her relationship with her cousin-in-law. The thought of countless female admirers flooding in was too daunting for her to contemplate. It is worth noting that the fanbase for her cousin-in-law at their school was immense, with a considerable number of male admirers as well. At that moment, a curious classmate beside Lin Xiaoya inquired, "What did you say about your cousin?" Lin Xiaoya cleared her throat, her heart racing to her throat. Cough, it's nothing. Indeed, after the earlier shock, she dared not utter another word. Even in a hushed tone, as the crowd stirred, the song quietly concluded. Gradually, the returning audience members regarded Yi Chun on stage with transformed expressions. Such profound artistry in a song was truly remarkable. In fact, the caliber of this song was not at all inferior to that of the goddess Qian used breaking the cocoon. Goodness, this concert was definitely worth attending. Applause erupted like a tidal wave, intertwining within the audience, echoing long after the performance, even causing the venue's ceiling to tremble. Wow, that was incredible. I love you. My idol. Yi Chun is truly remarkable. I'm now a devoted fan. The young idols of the music scene murmured, that kid can't be serious? Hey, my Yi Chun is invincible. Who dares challenge him? My goodness, with this song, he asked who else could compare. The two little ones, hearing the surrounding exuberance, exchanged wary glances. Mommy, those bad Andes dare to compete for Daddy, they exclaimed. They even said they would take him away. Lu Mengli hurriedly covered their mouths, her face flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, she could not afford to become the center of attention, for such exposure would exponentially heighten the risk of revealing her identity. How infuriating. After finally managing to quiet the two little ones, she shot a glare at the stage. It's all that guy's fault. Helping a friend has certainly drawn excessive attention. It seemed imperative to keep a close watch on him from now on, as he had garnered far too much spotlight in recent times. Impressive. Shi Qinyu felt the fervor in the air. Undeniably, this song had brought the concert to a splendid conclusion, surpassing her expectations. The throne of a diva was secured. Secretly thrilled, she looked at Yi Chun on stage, her eyes brimming with gratitude, fully aware that without him, the concert could not have achieved such a magnificent response. However, while some rejoiced, others lamented. In the girls' dormitory at Magic City University, oh my heavens! Su Xiaoman's roommate exclaimed, covering her mouth. Yi Chun is simply too handsome. What do I do now that I seem to have so many rivals? Woo-woo, I wish to have a serendipitous encounter with Yi Chun. Shoo, another roommate cautioned. Observing Su Xiaoman's pale complexion, as she was utterly lost in thought, staring blankly at the live stream, regret flooding her mind. How could he be so exceptional? This must be a dream. Chapter 71. Mengli, I hope I'm not disturbing you and Xiao Yi's sleep. In a villa in Magic City, a young man glared at the live stream, his face darkened with jealousy. This was Li Zaishi, whose path to stardom had been severed by Yi Chun. His resentful gaze resembled a hyena lurking in the shadows, nursing its wounds. What right does that kid have? Li Zixi's teeth ground in frustration. He had devoted countless efforts to become the dark horse favored by YG, yet all of it was shattered by that boy, rendering him a mere joke. The brilliance that belonged to him was snatched away by that audacious young man from Huaxia. Jealousy twisted his spirit, and at that moment, Li Zixi was consumed by it. It's all because of him. If he doesn't die, I will never have my day in the sun. As this thought crossed his mind, Li Zixi's eyes gleamed with a newfound resolve, as if he had grasped a lifeline in turbulent waters, seeing a glimmer of hope for survival. Humph! With a cold snort, a sinister smile crept across Li Zixi's lips. What does it matter if he's a genius? Once he's gone, all threats will vanish. With anger igniting within him, he took out a black card, adorned with golden edges, exuding an air of exclusivity, engraved with the words Dark Church and accompanied by a series of numbers. Shortly, he dialed a number. Hello, I wish to hire someone for a job. His cold eyes glinted as he gazed at the icy online landscape. As long as he dies, money is no object. Understood, employer. A raspy voice responded from the other end. Name, location. After conveying the information, Li Zixi hung up the phone, casting a cold smile towards the distance. Kid, once the Dark Church takes action, you are undoubtedly doomed. Holding the black card, he recalled that the Dark Church was a mysterious organization known for accepting assassination contracts, an entity that ordinary people would rarely encounter. Meanwhile, in the villa's living room, the doorbell chimed. A notification chimed, prompting Lu Mingli to glance over, only to be momentarily taken aback. Is that you, Chen Yu, who has ascended to the status of a diva? Huh. Upon hearing her best friend's words, Chen Yu swiftly turned her gaze, only to see her name shining brightly among the ranks of top celebrities. I'm already a diva? Chen Yu stared incredulously at the celebrity rankings, scrutinizing them several times before she could truly believe this astonishing news. With a deep breath, she collected herself, feeling as though she were in a dream. Thank you, Yi Chun. Her gaze then shifted towards Yi Chun, fully aware that his contributions were instrumental in her rapid rise to stardom. We are close, no need for formalities. Yi Chun waved dismissively. Although this achievement was monumental for Chen Yu, it was merely a simple act of assistance for him. I shall remember this kindness. Chen Yu gently shook her head, clearly indicating that this moment would be etched in her memory, as becoming a diva had always been her lifelong dream. Yay, Aunt Chen Yu, you've finally become a diva. Xin exclaimed excitedly, her little hands clapping with joy. After a late-night snack, Chen Yu escorted the two little ones back to their room, ensuring to leave space for them to express their gratitude to their benefactor. Yi Chen, thank you. In the living room, Lu Mingli took a deep breath, casting a grateful look towards him. She understood the significance of becoming a diva for her best friend and was fully aware of the merits of the individual before her. Just then, with a sharp thud, Lu Mingli found her smooth forehead playfully struck, eliciting a soft gasp as she covered it with her delicate hands. Helping my precious best friend is something your man ought to do, isn't it? Yi Chen teased, observing the stunning beauty nursing her forehead. However, feeling the intimate gesture, Lu Mingli's cheeks flushed crimson, spreading to her neck. You, how dare you hit my head? Come here so I can teach you a lesson. As she spoke, Lu Mingli lunged at Yi Chen, intent on exacting her revenge. Are you plotting to murder your husband? Yi Chen bantered as they chased one another. What nonsense are you spouting? Murder my foot. Lu Mingli gritted her teeth in frustration, the thought of biting him in retaliation crossing her mind. What a ruckus. Thankfully my best friend isn't here. Otherwise, I might just find a crack in the ground to hide in. How can he act so recklessly without a shred of conscience? After a playful scuffle, Yi Chen cornered her against the wall, the atmosphere shifting to an enticing tension as their eyes locked. My dear, how do you intend to express your gratitude to your man? Lu Mingli's face flushed deeply as she found herself pinned, unable to move. You, how do you want me to thank you? Let go of me, you rogue. Before she could finish, her words were silenced by a fervent kiss, her wide eyes reflecting the strikingly handsome face before her. He had dared to kiss her forcefully. Such audacity, yet she found herself unable to break free. Perhaps, considering all that he had done for her best friend, she could let it slide, viewing it as a reward for him. Time passed, leading to moments that could not be described. The following morning, the sunlight filtered through the curtain-esque gaps, illuminating a breathtaking face, Lu Mingli. Her eyelashes fluttered like startled butterflies before slowly opening her eyes, only to be met with a pair of mesmerizing starry eyes, seemingly intent on drawing her in. Mingli, you're awake. Yi Chun's voice was husky from sleep, his arms still encircling her waist, his warm breath brushing against her forehead. She replied lazily, her voice sweet as cotton candy, her mind replaying the events of the previous night. Unconsciously, her cheeks flushed a lovely hue, appearing even more enchanting in the golden morning light. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone broke the spell. Hello, Auntie, Lu Mingli greeted. Recognizing the caller as Lin Xiaoya's mother, Shen Yunshu, though she cast a sideways glance at Yi Chun, signaling him to behave. Mengli, my dear. Shen Yunshu chuckled upon hearing her niece's voice. So early. I hope I'm not interrupting your sleep with Xiaoyi. Cough cough. Lu Mengli swatted away Yi Chun's hand, her cheeks tinged with pink. Auntie, what are you saying? Oh, you little shy one. Shen Yunshu laughed before getting to the point. Today, your uncle and I have urgent matters. Could you attend the parent-teacher meeting for Xiaoya? This caught Lu Mengli off guard. She had initially intended to refuse, but seeing Yi Chun take advantage of the situation, a sly smile crept onto her face as she thought, having benefited from me, he ought to do some work in return. Chapter 72. My goodness, Yi Chun is actually coming to the parent-teacher meeting today? All right. With this realization, Lu Mengli playfully smiled and replied, glancing at Yi Chun, Auntie, I'll take care of it. Thank you, Mengli. Shen Yunshu sighed in relief. With all the recent issues at the company, she was grateful for her niece's assistance. No need for thanks, Lu Mengli said with a faint smile, knowing that the one actually doing the work wouldn't be her. After hanging up, Lu Mengli wore a mischievous smile. Yi Chun, will you attend Xiaoya's parent-teacher meeting? I'm a bit tired and want to sleep a little longer. She feigned a pitiful look, her sweet voice making Yi Chun's heart flutter. If outsiders were to witness this, they would surely be envious. Well, noticing Lu Mengli's theatrical performance, Yi Chun remained oblivious to her ruse. However, he wouldn't agree easily. After all, it was an opportunity to gain some benefits. Of course, but there should be some compensation, don't you think? Hearing his words, Lu Mengli felt a wave of frustration. What do you want in return? Well, Yi Chun paused, then continued. First, call me hubby, and then give your man a kiss. You. Upon hearing his outrageous request, Lu Mengli's face turned beet red, extending to her ears, utterly shocked that he would make such a demand. What? Not willing? Then forget it. Seeing him retreat, Lu Mengli's displeasure flared, prompting her to blurt out, though she regretted it immediately. Is that so? Mengli, let us begin. Yi Chun smiled knowingly, but make sure your tone is sweet. How infuriating. Lu Mengli's inner voice screamed. This guy is too much. He'd better watch out. Hubby. The sweet tone of her voice sent a delightful shiver coursing through Yi Chun, a feeling so extraordinary that it defied description. Oh. Yi Chun tenderly ruffled Lu Mengli's hair, prompting her to suppress the tempest brewing within her heart as she boldly leaned in for a kiss. What a loss. After everything concluded, Lu Mengli rolled her eyes and let out a quiet sigh. Strangely enough, she found herself not particularly averse to this sensation, which left her somewhat perplexed. Humph. Well then. She shot a playful glare at Yi Chun as she made her remark. Indeed. Yi Chun savored the moment, nodding in satisfaction. Soft and cool, quite delightful. Leave the parent-teacher meeting to me. Upon hearing this, Lu Mengli, who had felt a twinge of imbalance, finally breathed a sigh of relief, reassured that she had at least gained something from the situation. Thank you, darling, you are truly wonderful. Lu Mengli sweetly referred to him as darling, a gesture that filled Yi Chun with immense satisfaction. Unsurprisingly, after indulging in some tender moments, they finally departed, their appetites satisfied. After breakfast, Daddy, where are we going? In the supercar, the two little ones curiously inquired, for Aunt Chinyu and Mommy had left the villa, and they would surely be accompanying Daddy today. Off we go. Daddy will take you to find Aunt Xiaoya. Yi Chun smiled slightly, clearly aware that the two little ones were being forcefully handed over by Lu Mengli, who preferred that he shoulder such burdens more often. Yay, really that's fantastic. Upon hearing their father's words, Xin and Nua Nua's eyes sparkled with excitement, resembling twinkling stars in the night sky. Hee Daddy, let us hurry. All right. Witnessing the exuberance of the two little ones, Yi Chun pressed the accelerator, driving towards the prestigious school in the city. Daddy, when will you and Mommy have a little brother for us? During the drive, the two little ones, full of curiosity, posed the question to their father. Cough, cough. Listening to their inquiry, Yi Chun couldn't help but clear his throat. Why do you ask that? Because we want to play with a little brother. Yes, indeed. The two little ones chimed in, their words momentarily overwhelming Yi Chun with pressure. Goodness. However, Yi Chun was not easily flustered by such a question, deftly redirecting. Well, you should ask your mommy about that. After all, she is the one in charge. Is that so? Upon hearing their father's words, the two little ones nodded, half comprehending. If Lu Mengli were to witness this scene of clever evasion, one could only wonder if she would be enraged to the point of spitting blood. That heartless one is truly overstepping. What does he mean by being in charge? Evidently, the two little ones took it to heart, silently resolving to ensure that Mommy would strive to give them a little brother to play with. Amidst the cheerful atmosphere, they soon approached the prestigious school. Boom. With a roar akin to a wild beast, the elongated supercar came to a halt before the school. Aunt Xiaoya. At that moment, two voices called out, and Lin Xiaoya turned her gaze towards them. Cousin, you've arrived. As she began to speak, Her eyes widened upon seeing the figure in the supercar. Cousin-in-law, it's you. Seeing her cousin-in-law filled Lin Xiaoya with excitement. Your cousin is a bit tired. Let me attend the parent-teacher meeting. Is that so? That's wonderful. Lin Xiaoya inadvertently let slip her enthusiasm, realizing her mistake and quickly correcting herself. Ahem, cousin-in-law. I didn't mean it like that. However, you attending the parent-teacher meeting will surely leave my classmates envious. Lin Xiaoya narrowed her eyes, already envisioning the scene of basking in the spotlight. Get in the car. Chen smiled slightly, clearly perceiving the girl's thoughts. Hey, great. With that, Lin Xiaoya hopped into her cousin-in-law's car, playfully engaging with the two little ones. A few minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of the school auditorium. Creak. As they stepped out of the car, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Ah, it's Yishun. My goodness, Yishun actually came to the parent-teacher meeting today? Wait, why is the school flower Xiaoya with Yishun? How strange. Listening to the murmurs, Lin Xiaoya linked her arm with Yichen's. Introducing him. Let me introduce you all. This is my cousin-in-law, the parent of this young lady today. Boom. The moment those words left her lips, the auditorium was thrown into a frenzy. Eyes filled with disbelief turned towards the center. What? Did they hear correctly? The school flower Lin Xiaoya's cousin-in-law is actually Yishun. In an instant, the atmosphere around the auditorium exploded with the revelation. The school flower's cousin-in-law is Yishun. This news was simply earth-shattering. Come on. Aunt Xiaoya will take you to the auditorium. As she spoke, Lin Xiaoya pulled the two little ones into the auditorium, leaving the envious onlookers in their wake. Hee. Daddy is so famous. The two little ones giggled, clearly hearing the buzz of admiration from the surrounding crowd, all of whom were fans of their father. Unsurprisingly, the moment Yichun made his appearance, he became the focal point of the gathering. This, Mr. Yichun, I didn't expect you to come. The principal of the school, Lu Changkong, personally welcomed Yichun, accompanied by the school's higher-ups, recognizing the significance of Yichun's presence as a prominent figure. Indeed, Yichun's arrival brings great honor to our school. Naturally, before Yichun could speak, Lin Xiaoya, feeling quite proud, interjected, Principal, weren't you worried about student enrollment earlier? My cousin-in-law excels in calligraphy. If he writes a piece for the school, it would be the best publicity. This. Lu Changkong and the school officials exchanged glances, each recognizing the spark of excitement in the other's eyes. This was indeed a clever idea. It is well known that Yichun's name has become a sensation online, and if he were to create a calligraphic work at their school, the promotional effect would be unimaginable. With this thought in mind, the principal was evidently swayed. Ahem, Mr. Yichun, would you consider leaving us a piece of your calligraphy? Though unsure of Yichun's calligraphic prowess, Lin Xiaoya's high praise assured them that Yichun's skills must be remarkable. I'm not sure. Hearing the principal's request, Yichun was momentarily taken aback. After all, he was here for the parent-teacher meeting. Daddy, go for it. You're the best. Xin and Nua chimed in with sweet encouragement, knowing that this opportunity for their father to shine should not be missed. After which they eagerly opened a live stream. This operation must allow more people to witness it. My goodness, who is the beautiful girl beside Yishun? She is stunning. Indeed, her looks are extraordinary. Oh, I know, that S. Lin Xiaoya, the school flower of Magic City High. A school flower. No wonder she is so beautiful. So, Yishun is the cousin-in-law of the school flower. I wish I could give him a kiss. What should I do? Did I hear correctly? It seems Yishun is about to showcase his calligraphy. The live stream was buzzing, with a flood of comments appearing on the screen, filling every inch of space as the viewership grew exponentially. Previously, they had witnessed Yichun's literary talents online, and now they were eager to see what masterpiece he would create. On the other side, in the top-floor office of the Magic City Wine House, a notification pinged. Shi Qianyu glanced at her phone, momentarily taken aback. Oh? Mengli, the two little ones are live streaming? After speaking, Shi Qianyu pondered for a moment. Wait a minute. Isn't your man supposed to be attending your cousin's parents' meeting with them? How does he have time for a live stream? Before Lu Mengli could respond, Shi Qianyu had already clicked into the live broadcast. Good heavens. Upon seeing the fervent comments, Shi Qianyu suddenly understood. Mengli, it seems your man is about to showcase his calligraphy skills to steal the spotlight? Go, cousin-in-law. Lin Xiaoya, watching her cousin-in-law on stage, clapped her hands excitedly, cheering him on, while the two little ones, Xin and Nuonyuo, chimed in with their sweet, melodious voices, leaving the live stream fans quite envious. Indeed, the joy of her cousin-in-law was something they could not comprehend. Does Xiaoya even know what she is doing? Seeing her enthusiastic cousin, Lu Mengli felt a twinge of regret for allowing that fellow to attend her cousin's parents' meeting. This was clearly not an act of revenge, but rather a chance for him to shine. Under the spotlight, Yichun stepped onto the stage. The camera zooming in on the large screen where a writing desk was prominently displayed. Taking a deep breath, He dipped his brush into ink and began to inscribe the words Qinyuan Chun Changsha on rice paper. What exquisite calligraphy! Lu Changkong, witnessing the strokes, felt a flash of brilliance in his eyes. Such skill in calligraphy was something even he might struggle to achieve. This young man's mastery of the art was remarkable. Among the younger generation, few could rival him. With this thought, he discreetly stole a glance at Yi Chun on stage. His gaze transformed, realizing he was far more exceptional than he had imagined. As the brush met the paper, the ink flowed with a graceful rhythm. In the chill of autumn, the Xiang River flows northward at the head of the Orange Isle. Behold the mountains adorned in crimson, the layered forests ablaze with color. The river's sapphire expanse teems with competing vessels. Eagles soar high in the sky, fish dart in the shallow depths. All creatures under the frosty heavens vie for freedom. In this vastness, I ponder, who commands the ebb and flow of existence? He wielded his brush with a force akin to a falling stone, a stroke as robust as a mighty pine. In awe of the artwork unfolding before him, Lu Changkong felt a jolt of emotion, such profound sentiment and charm. Indescribable in its beauty. What a remarkable query. Who truly governs the vast earth? On the rice paper, both the calligraphy and the modern poem were impeccable, seemingly engaging in a subtle interplay, each stroke a natural expression of artistry. I knew it. My cousin-in-law's calligraphy is indeed the finest. Witnessing the scene that resembled a completed masterpiece, Lin Xiaoya had already experienced this earlier, which was precisely why her cousin-in-law had the opportunity to showcase his calligraphy. However, she had not anticipated that he would also compose a modern poem. Yi Chen's brilliance was simply astonishing. The audience could only gasp in admiration. Yi Chen's literary talent was extraordinary. No wonder public opinion could not touch him in the slightest. He was indeed formidable. The imagery of the sapphire river and competing vessels, the eagles soaring and fish swimming, painted a vivid scene, starting with good looks and culminating in talent. Truly exceptional. Those young heartthrobs paled in comparison to Yi Chun. Please, stop showing off. Can you just come home with me? The fans in the live stream were equally moved. Indeed, Yi Chun never failed to impress them. They envied the adorable little girls. How wonderful it would be if they had such an extraordinary father. Mengli, your man is impressive, Shi Qinyu remarked, smacking her lips in admiration at her friend beside her in the Magic City Winehouse office. Undoubtedly, he was a force capable of shifting public opinion, truly enviable. Humph. Hearing her friend's words, Lu Mengli glanced at the screen, pursing her lips. Just showing off. It's merely a bit of talent. What's the big deal? Shi Qinyu, seeing her friend's sarcasm, couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Girl, are you sure that's just a bit of talent? Chapter 74, Mengli. Your beautiful cousin is quite the support. Of course. Steeling herself, Lu Mengli would never admit that a certain someone was exceptional. Doing so would mean losing face. You. Listening to her friend, Shi Qinyu rolled her eyes, truly oblivious to the fortune you possess. If the outside world knew, who knows how many would envy you. As they exchanged banter, Yi Chun continued to craft his calligraphic masterpiece. Once, I roamed with 100 companions, reminiscing about the glorious years gone by. Just like those youthful classmates, brimming with vigor, the scholar's spirit, bold and unrestrained. Pointing to the rivers and mountains, inspiring words flow like a river. Dismissing the noble houses of yore. Do you remember, when we struck the water in midstream, the waves holding back the flying boat? At this moment, Lu Changkong was astounded beyond measure. Just like those youthful classmates, brimming with vigor, the scholar's spirit, bold and unrestrained, pointing to the rivers and mountains, inspiring words flow. Such eloquence was simply ineffable. Meanwhile, the audience, captivated by the performance, felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. Parents especially were moved, as if they were witnessing their own youthful exuberance reflected in the modern poem. Applause erupted, filling the room with thunderous appreciation. In midstream, striking the water, the waves holding back the flying boat. The imagery was exceptionally enchanting. In the live stream, the fans were equally ecstatic. My goodness, Yi Chun is simply incredible. This modern poem has ignited my passion. Yes, indeed, I never realized the power of words could reach such heights. Wait, isn't dismissive of the noble houses of you're referring to the old me? This calligraphy, this literary flair, it's no wonder Yi Chun has become a sensation. Meanwhile, on the campus playground of Magic City University, oh my goodness, Li Ong's eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the screen. Good heavens. Is the boss aiming for the stars? I'm in awe. The boss is invincible. Wang Zilin and Zhao Qian exchanged glances, both recognizing the absurdity of the situation. However, truth be told, your sister-in-law's cousin is stunning. Although still a girl, she will undoubtedly grow into a captivating beauty. If she could become my girlfriend, I'd probably wake up smiling in my dreams. By the way, didn't the boss just elevate the goddess Qinyu to a higher status? Indeed. The three of them joked, recalling that without the boss, the goddess Chen would not have ascended so easily. However, it hasn't been long, and the boss is already stealing the spotlight again. Doesn't he realize that being too exceptional might cost him friends? What? You ask why? It's a joke. Being with someone so extraordinary, wouldn't that create pressure? Daddy is amazing. In the VIP section, Shinshin and Nuonyuo clapped their little hands excitedly. Even though they didn't understand their father's calligraphy, it didn't matter. Cousin-in-law, you're awesome. Lin Xiaoya gave a thumbs up. Such effortless command of calligraphy and modern poetry was simply staggering. Even she felt that her dream man could never match such excellence. If her future boyfriend were even half as remarkable as her cousin-in-law, she would probably wake up smiling in her sleep. Wow, Yi-chun. I didn't expect your calligraphy and literary skills to be so extraordinary. The principal, Lu Chongkong, mused, deeply impressed. Such an exceptional young man was a rarity. He had never even heard of someone so talented, let alone seen. Well, that's all right. Yi-chun waved his hand dismissively, stating, I have but a superficial understanding. Clearly, he spoke no falsehood. Despite the extraordinary nature of the circumstances, it was as effortless for him as breathing. However, should such a thought reach the ears of outsiders, there would undoubtedly be many who would accuse him of boasting. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Lu Chongkong felt a swell of satisfaction. It was indeed rare to encounter such an exceptional youth, and even more commendable was the humility he maintained amidst his brilliance. Let us once again offer our heartfelt applause to Master Yi for the splendid calligraphy feast he has presented us. As the host's voice faded, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted throughout the venue, mingling in the air as if to disperse the clouds above. The host gazed at his idol, taking a deep breath. Since Master Yi has graced our school with his presence, why not have him sing us a song? What do you all think? The charming girl, adept at seizing opportunities, made this suggestion, both as a fan of Yi Chun and recognizing the excellent promotional potential for the school. Upon hearing this, Principal Lu Chongkong's eyes narrowed slightly. Ahem, these children. Yi Chun, of course, was not inclined to let this rare opportunity slip away. Hey, cousin-in-law, why not sing a song? Lin Xiaoya chimed in, relishing the spectacle, her words flowing effortlessly. Let us hear one. The audience erupted in enthusiastic shouts, a chorus of parents and students blending together. Ahem, you little rascal. Yi Chun coughed lightly, absorbing the fervent atmosphere. Daddy is going to sing again. Listening to the two little ones, Yi Chun affectionately ruffled their hair, then smiled and said, all right then, feeling in good spirits, I shall sing a song. Really? Lin Xiaoya's eyes widened with excitement. Long live cousin-in-law. However, seeing Lin Xiaoya's flushed face, loomingly couldn't help but roll her eyes. Couldn't that girl remain a bit more composed? Shi Qianyu, witnessing this, couldn't suppress her laughter as she turned to the screen. Mengli, your beautiful cousin is quite the supportive cheerleader, but your husband seems to be. Qianyu, before Shi Qianyu could finish her thought, Lu Mengli shot her a reproachful look. What do you mean? Your husband has gone mad. A song entitled Fairy Tale, dedicated to everyone. Amidst the whispers between the two friends, Yi Chen's voice soon filled the venue, silencing the previously boisterous crowd, as they instinctively understood what was to come. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, Yi Chun began to sing, his voice imbued with emotion. I've forgotten how long it has been since I last heard you speak of your most beloved story. I pondered for quite some time, and I began to panic. Have I done something wrong again? You cried and told me that fairy tales are all lies, that I could never be your prince. The warm and healing melody gently wove a fantastical world within the hearts of the audience, accompanied by the palpable aura he exuded. Wow, this is so beautiful, Lin Xiaoya remarked with unrestrained delight. This is the first time I've heard cousin-in-law sing live, and it feels incredible. Chapter 75. Is this a love song? Yi Chun is so wicked for pulling at my heartstrings. Indeed, Principal Lu Chongkong reflected, a smile gracing his lips as he listened to the resonant notes. Truly a musical prodigy, the greatest dark horse of our time. Isn't my cousin-in-law amazing? Lin Xiaoya nodded vigorously in agreement. He is my cousin's man. He is certainly worthy of being called my cousin-in-law. The audience, upon hearing their idol's voice, was instantly electrified. The idol is so handsome, and this song is so evocative. What should I do? If only I could hug him. Go, Daddy, you're the best. The two little ones cheered, clapping their hands in encouragement, perfectly embodying the role of supportive daughters. Goodness, the trio at the campus of Magic City University were left dumbfounded, truly astonished by their leader's performance. Leader, is this song for sister-in-law? Such blatant affection is inexcusable. They bantered amongst themselves, yet their eyes remained glued to the screen. The number of viewers in the live stream surged rapidly, but none were paying attention to that. As the audience listened, the song continued to resonate. I would transform into the angel you love in the fairy tale, spreading my arms and becoming wings to guard you. You must believe that we will have a happy ending like in the fairy tales. The emotional crescendo reached a tipping point, and the audience could no longer contain themselves. A tidal wave of applause and cheers erupted, with many rising to their feet. Following the melody, they swayed and waved their hands, seemingly envisioning their beloved ones and yearning to become angels to protect those beautiful and endearing girls. This song is truly captivating. I could listen to it for a lifetime without growing weary. Wow. Lin Xiaoya, listening closely to her cousin-in-law's voice, sparkled with excitement. I adore this so much. She felt a surge of pride as she looked at her cousin, her chin held high, as if to say, see, this is our daddy. Humph. Mama will definitely be moved to tears upon hearing this. This fellow. At the Magic City Tavern, Lu Mengli listened to the song and watched a certain someone on screen, her cheeks slightly flushed and her eyes shimmering with emotion. It was undeniable that she felt something stirred within her. She hadn't anticipated him to possess such remarkable vocal prowess. Mengli, you are so enviable, Shi Qinyu remarked, reflecting on her friend's partner's singing. By the way, is your man using this opportunity to confess his feelings to you? Huh. Lu Mengli, blushing, turned to the screen, unsure of what to think. What confession? Don't say such nonsense. Yet, as she spoke, her heart raced uncontrollably, clearly betraying her true thoughts. How infuriating. Has he gone mad? What kind of song is this? Merely seeking the spotlight? Couldn't he just attend the parents' meeting obediently? Had I known it would be like this, I would have gone myself. With a sigh, Lu Mengli lamented. However, it was too late to say anything now. His moment in the spotlight would surely become a trending topic. She could hardly fathom how things would unfold on the day when their relationship was made public, an image she dared not even contemplate. As all eyes were on him, the song quietly approached its conclusion. My goodness, Master Yi is extraordinary. Wow, truly my idol is unrivaled. Hee, Master Yi is sure to dominate the music scene once again. Why is it that, despite having the same 9-year compulsory education, Master Yi is so outstanding? Is this a love song? Yi Chun has tricked my tears. How wicked of him. Master Yi, please accept my humble bow. The livestream chat overflowed with comments, each second bringing in thousands of messages, filling the screen to the brim. Incredible. Master Yi's singing is so enchanting. What should I do? It feels as though my ears are about to conceive. Cousin-in-law, you are truly impressive. As she arrived at the VIP section, Lin Xiaoya raised both her thumbs, wishing she could plant a kiss on her cousin-in-law for the sheer pride he inspired. If only it wouldn't be deemed inappropriate. She always knew her father was the best. Xin and Nua bobbed their heads like little chicks pecking at rice, their faces radiating with pride and joy, for their father had never failed to impress them. Yi Chun, I never expected this. Your singing prowess is remarkable. Principal Lu Changkong was equally astonished, after witnessing an exquisite modern poem in calligraphy. Now came a song that would surely elevate Magic City No. 1 High School into the spotlight. It has indeed been a long time since the school has experienced such excitement. Thank you very much for today. Lu Changkong expressed his gratitude, recognizing that this event was an unprecedented promotional boon for their institution. Ye God, I love you. A voice erupted from the audience, quickly followed by a chorus of declarations of affection. Ahem, all right. Lu Changkong cleared his throat, gazing at the exuberant audience. The parent-teacher meeting shall proceed. Indeed, one might mistake this gathering for a concert, given the palpable excitement in the air. Speaking of which, as the audience began to settle, Lin Xiaoya recalled something. Cousin-in-law, a new rose-themed Chinese restaurant has opened next to your school, and I've heard the food is exceptional. Shall we dine there? Before Yichen could respond, the two little ones chimed in eagerly. Really? Yay. The three little beauties whispered among themselves, while the system voice quietly resonated in Yichen's ear. Ding. Detection indicates the host may be dining soon. To enhance your reputation, you are granted ownership of all shops in the Vientiane Commercial Street. Note, the total value of all shops in Vientiane Commercial Street exceeds 10 billion. Oh, Yichun was momentarily taken aback by the system's words. Just a potential dining occasion, and the system had bestowed ownership of an entire commercial street upon him? Very well. He nodded in agreement, realizing that it would be ungracious not to oblige the system. Yay. Long live cousin-in-law. Lin Xiaoya beamed with joy upon hearing her cousin-in-law's consent, her radiant smile captivating the attention of many boys nearby. Wow, Xiaoya, our school belle is so beautiful. What should I do? Xiaoya, I didn't realize you were so popular. Yi Chun, aware of the gazes upon them, smiled slightly and remarked, you must have many admirers at school. Ah, Lin Xiaoya's face flushed at her cousin-in-law's comment. Cousin-in-law, what are you saying? That's not true. Chapter 76. Daddy, quick, look. The beautiful lady is your fan. Dingling. The parent-teacher meeting continued as Yi Chen's phone rang. Hello, young Master Yi. A respectful voice came through upon answering. Do you have a moment? Who is this? Yi Chun was momentarily surprised by the unfamiliar voice. Ahem, well. After a brief cough, the caller continued, Young Master Yi, I am Zhang Feng, the manager of Vientiane Commercial Street, and it is an honor to work for you. However, I have some matters I wish to report to you. When would be a suitable time for us to meet? The cautious tone made Yi Chen realize the urgency of the situation. Vientiane Commercial Street? He hadn't expected such promptness from them. It seemed a pressing issue had arisen. I will be at the Rose restaurant shortly. You can meet me there. Understood, young Master Yi. Zhang Feng sighed with relief upon hearing the new owner's agreement to meet. Although Vientiane Commercial Street appeared prosperous, it was currently facing an unprecedented crisis. If not handled properly, he could face unemployment, hence his urgency. Cousin-in-law, who was that? Lin Xiaoya asked curiously after Yi Chen ended the call. Oh, just a friend, Yi Chen replied casually, and Lin Xiaoya, satisfied, didn't press further. As the parent-teacher meeting concluded, Principal Lu Changkong, beaming with delight, personally escorted them until their sports car disappeared from sight. Phew. Once they were gone, the director beside him remarked, Principal, this year's enrollment is certainly secured. Indeed. The other school officials nodded in agreement, recognizing the significance of Yi Chen's presence for their institution, filling them with anticipation for the future. Cousin-in-law, you're amazing. Lin Xiaoya's happiness was palpable, her excitement fueled by the envious gazes of her classmates. You little rascal. Yi Chen chuckled, casting a glance at her, but saying nothing more, for this was indeed the age for her to shine. As they approached the Rose restaurant, the two little ones exclaimed, Wow, Aunt Xiaoya, this place is stunning. Their eyes sparkled at the sight of the restaurant adorned with roses. Of course, Lin Xiaoya replied proudly. Your Aunt Xiaoya has excellent taste. Uh-huh. The two little ones eagerly nodded in agreement. Welcome, beautiful young lady. The hostess began as she spotted them. But upon recognizing Yi Chen, she gasped. Oh my, it's my idol. Her mind raced with excitement as she realized that her idol had come to the very restaurant where she worked, and she was the one serving him. Overwhelmed, she struggled to maintain her composure, leading them to the best table in the restaurant. Feel free to order whatever you'd like, Yi Chen said with a gentle smile. While Lin Xiaoya excitedly nodded her head in agreement, her focus shifting to the menu. After a moment's pause, the hostess mustered her courage, blushing as she timidly asked, Yi God, I am your fan. Could I possibly get your autograph? Yi Chen turned to her, while the two little ones widened their eyes in astonishment. Daddy, look. The beautiful lady is your fan. At this declaration, the attention of nearby staff and patrons was immediately drawn to them. Gasps echoed as numerous girls were left in awe. Is that Yi God? Oh my goodness, I can't believe I saw him in person. How thrilling. The patrons and staff buzzed with excitement, and Yi Chen, noticing the hostess before him, responded, of course. He took the pen and signed his name on the bag she presented. As he finished, he noticed a gathering of over 10 adorable girls surrounding him, each eagerly holding out photographs and papers for signatures. Lin Xiaoya, having completed her order, watched her cousin-in-law enveloped by adoring fans, her eyes wide with amazement. It's a star-chasing scene, hee. Should I also get a few signed photos? She mused, her determination solidifying. Daddy has so many fans. Of course, he is my daddy. Humph, he is also Nua's daddy. The two little ones chimed in playfully, and it took several minutes for the signing frenzy to conclude, leaving Lin Xiaoya gazing at her cousin-in-law with newfound admiration. Cousin-in-law is excessively indulgent with his fans. Despite his fame, he remains utterly approachable, living up to the image of my idol. Alas, he has been preempted by my cousin. Oh, how I lament. Soon enough, the dishes were served. At that moment, a man entered the restaurant and made his way towards Yi Chen. Young Master Yi. Upon seeing the new boss dining, Zhang Feng took a deep breath and approached with a bow. Lin Xiaoya furrowed her brow slightly at the sight of the newcomer, clearly unfamiliar with him. Yet he seemed to be seeking out her cousin's husband. You must be Zhang Feng, correct? Recognizing the familiar voice, Yi Chen nodded. Indeed, young Master Yi. Bowing again, Zhang Feng, not daring to be negligent, produced a document and handed it to Yi Chen. I'm sorry for the urgency, but there is a rather thorny issue at hand. To be frank, the former owner of Wanxiang Commercial Street absconded with all the liquid assets. He proceeded to detail the dire state of Wanxiang Commercial Street, indicating that not only was the financial chain in disarray, but employee wages were also several months overdue. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen quickly grasped the crux of the matter. In essence, it boiled down to one thing, a shortage of funds. However, this posed a fortunate opportunity for Yi Chen. How large is the gap in the financial chain? Yi Chen inquired directly, without lingering on unnecessary details. Approximately 80 million, Zhang Feng coughed, for this was no trifling sum, his gaze anxiously cast towards the new boss. Is that so? Yi Chen pondered for a moment before retrieving a black card. This card contains 300 million. Once the financial gap is filled, the remainder shall be allocated for the salaries of the employees who have persevered in their positions. Effective immediately, All employees will receive a 50 salary increase, with the surplus designated as operational funds for the future. Gulp. Zhang Feng, clutching the black card, could not help but swallow hard. 300 million. He was genuinely taken aback by the generosity of his new boss, inhaling deeply. Yes, young Master Yi, I will not let you down. During their conversation, Lin Xiaoya stood frozen in disbelief. The entire commercial street belonged to her cousin's husband. Chapter 77. I too wish to remain low-key. Yet my cousin-in-law's prowess does not permit it. Cousin-in-law, Wanxiang Commercial Street is yours? After Zhang Feng departed, Lin Xiaoya incredulously inquired, prompting those nearby to glance at Yi Chen with newfound astonishment. After all, they had all witnessed the scene unfold. Goodness, the entirety of Wanxiang Commercial Street belongs to Yi Chen, which means he is indeed a business magnate. Well, one could say so. Yi Chen nodded slightly, not concealing the truth. Ding. The system's voice suddenly resonated in Yi Chen's ear. Host has spent 300 million, triggering a tenfold rebate, gaining 3 billion renminbi. So, a modest profit of 30 billion? Yi Chen couldn't help but smile, relishing the sensation. He then turned his attention to the attribute panel. Name, Yi Chen. Age, 21. Attractiveness, max, surpassing all existence. Abilities, God-level driving skills, musical genius, master chef, martial arts expert, calligraphy virtuoso, Qilin dual kidneys, immune to intoxication, massage master, divine appraisal technique. And immersive voice. Items, Supreme Villa number 1x1, Lamborghini Demon Child Extended Supercar X1, 100 shares of Qianlong Group, tenfold consumption rebate, bone eating powder, unlimited, dragon scale dagger. 72 Divine Guards, 100 shares of Moda University, Evidence Collection Card X 299, all shops in Wanxiang Commercial Street. Wealth, 754. 5 billion renminbi. Ding ding ding. A phone ringing interrupted Yi Chen's thoughts, displaying an incoming call. Hello, darling. After answering the call, Yi Chen teased with a chuckle. Missing your husband already after just a short while? Uft. What nonsense are you spouting? Hearing his words, Lu Mingli's forehead creased with annoyance, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Don't be so narcissistic. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she continued, my uncle and aunt are free today and would like to meet you. I see. Then, my dear Mingli, you must treat your husband well tonight. Whether I want to or not is another matter. After a brief exchange, Lu Mingli hung up, leaving her friend, Shi Qinyu, in a state of bewilderment, who then jested, Mingli, what's the matter? Has your man bullied you again? Lu Mingli's face turned crimson at her best friend's remark, spreading to her neck. Qinyu, you're insane. Just wait until I teach you a lesson. With that, Lu Mingli lunged at her friend, who deftly dodged with ease. Haha, looks like I guessed right. Shi Qinyu giggled, then continued, you just mentioned treating him well. Does that mean your man is going to? Shi Qinyu, Lu Mingli interrupted, utterly flustered, as this was her last shred of dignity. How infuriating. Is this girl really my best friend? Seizing every opportunity to mock me. If I don't give her a taste of her own medicine today, it'll be the end of me. Don't think just because you're a diva, I won't dare to teach you a lesson. As the two stunning women chased and teased each other, this scene would surely make countless onlookers envious. Meanwhile, outside the Rose restaurant, Daddy, where are we going next? Upon reaching the supercar, Xin and Nua blinked their big, expressive eyes in curiosity. To Aunt Xiaoya's house. Yi Chen smiled, affectionately tousling the heads of the two little ones. Really? Upon hearing her cousin-in-law's words, Lin Xiaoya immediately brightened up. Yes, Yi Chen nodded, as he too was quite curious about that young lady's uncle. That's wonderful, Lin Xiaoya exclaimed, elated that her cousin-in-law would be visiting her home. Oh yeah. The two little ones, excited by the prospect of seeing their old foreign grandpa again, clapped their hands in delight. Ding. The system detected that the host was about to meet Lin Xiaoya's parents and granted two mysterious gifts. Note, these gifts are customized for Lu Mingli's uncle and aunt and are bound to have unexpected effects. Mysterious gifts? Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yi Chen nodded, acknowledging the system's increasing shrewdness. Although he was unsure of what these gifts were, they were certainly extraordinary, given the system's involvement. As night fell, at the Lin family manor, Mommy. As soon as they exited the car in front of the villa, the two little ones spotted their mother arriving and instantly beamed with sweet smiles. Have you missed Mommy? Lu Mingli embraced the two children, showering them with affection. Hom. Xin and Nua nodded eagerly, and then Nua pecked Lu Mingli's cheek with a kiss. Super miss you. Hee, let us go inside. Lin Xiaoya grinned. For she was the host today, after all. You little rascal. After setting the children down, Lu Mingli playfully poked Lin Xiaoya's forehead, always seeking the spotlight. Hey cousin, how can you blame me? Lin Xiaoya coyly clung to Lu Mingli's arm. I wish to be low-key as well, but my cousin-in-law's prowess simply does not allow it. You have plenty of excuses. Casting a sidelong glance at her, Lu Mengli led the way into the villa. Cousin. Lin Xiaoya then turned to Yi Chen. Look, cousin-in-law even brought gifts. Upon witnessing an individual bearing gifts, Lu Mengli couldn't help but furrow her brow, recalling the vivid memory of the last family banquet where he had presented her with a bracelet accompanied by a painting valued in the hundreds of millions. Now, this fellow had arrived once more, bearing 2 additional gifts, which inevitably stirred her curiosity. What have you brought this time? As she noticed Xiaoya entering the villa with 2 little ones, Lu Mengli leaned closer to someone's ear and whispered, make it discreet, will you? Well, to be honest, I'm not quite sure what the gifts are. A slight cough escaped him. After all, he hadn't even bothered to inspect what the system had provided him. Humph. However, his reaction prompted Lu Mengli to roll her eyes. You don't know? I find that hard to believe. It was evident that she held little faith in his words. And who could blame her? After all, who was unaware of the contents of the gifts they were presenting? Dad, Mom. Lin Xiaoya greeted enthusiastically upon entering the living room. My dear girl. Lin's mother beamed with joy at the sight of her beloved daughter. You certainly made quite an impression at school today. Hey, Mom. So you heard? Lin Xiaoya's face lit up with unrestrained delight. Cousin-in-law is simply remarkable. What could I possibly do? Mengli has arrived. Lin's mother then noticed the 2 individuals entering behind Xiaoya, a striking couple that appeared remarkably well matched. You must be Xiaoya? Her gaze fell upon Yi Chen. Greetings, uncle and aunt. Yi Chen greeted humbly, and Lin Tianyuan nodded slightly, pleased with his first impression of his niece's husband. Since you are here, why bring gifts? Lin's mother chastised lightly upon noticing the 2 packages in Yi Chen's hands, although inwardly, she felt a growing admiration for this nephew-in-law. Xiaoya, you certainly went overboard with the painting from last time. Lin Tianyuan recalled the genuine artwork his father had acquired, realizing at that moment that his niece's husband was indeed a connoisseur of treasures. Uncle, you flatter me. It is merely my duty as a junior. As the 2 engaged in pleasantries, Lin Xiaoya pouted. Dad, aren't you the least bit curious about what cousin-in-law has brought for you today? What? Lin's parents' gazes immediately darted to the gifts resting on the coffee table. To claim they were not intrigued would have been disingenuous. At that moment, the elder Lin patriarch approached. Chuckling, what are you discussing that brings such joy? Grandpa, what is the other gift? The 2 little ones exclaimed excitedly upon seeing their great-grandfather. Xinshin Nuonyuo. You're here too. The elder's face lit up at the sight of his great-granddaughters. Hee. Aunt Xiaoya said we must see what Dad brought for Uncle and Aunt. The 2 children chimed sweetly. Oh. The elder Lin paused, glancing at the gifts. Come here. Lin Xiaoya, ever the instigator, urged. You are the expert. Please take a look. Certainly. The elder Lin's interest piqued, while Lin's parents decided against voicing any further objections, as one could hardly dampen the elder's enthusiasm. Dad, Mom, let me open it. Lin Xiaoya declared, carefully unwrapping one of the gifts. Lu Mengli sighed, contemplating the unknown contents but surmising that, given the individual's style, the item would not be ordinary. As the brocade box opened, a finely crafted miniature folding screen emerged, exquisite in its beauty. What is this? Lin Xiaoya marveled at the delicate piece. It appears quite lovely. Dad, this? Lin Tianyuan was taken aback by the sight of the screen. The frame is not made from top-grade agarwood, is it? It was well known that this aromatic wood was of immense value. Agarwood. Lu Mengli's expression shifted, for agarwood was a luxury item of the highest order in the country, valued since ancient times. Moreover, the craftsmanship that adorned the piece rendered its worth incalculable, at least in her estimation. Indeed, the elder Lin nodded sagely. But upon noticing the artwork displayed on the screen, he was momentarily taken aback. The double-sided embroidery represents the masterpiece Wang Yue, a true pinnacle of traditional luxury. The elder's astonishment was evident. Xiaoya, this gift is exceedingly extravagant. Grandpa, what is double-sided embroidery? Lin Xiaoya tilted her head in confusion, as did Lin's parents and Lu Mengli, all of whom were unfamiliar with the term. It's understandable that you are unaware. The elder Lin carefully examined the luxurious item, explaining. Double-sided embroidery is a technique where images are embroidered on both sides of the same fabric, with different compositions, colors, and stitching methods. The threads are intricately concealed, achieving a seamless effect. As the elder spoke, the room fell into a hushed silence, all eyes now transfixed on the elegant screen. Dad, this piece is so precious. Lin's mother gasped in disbelief, realizing that the gift she had received was worth an extraordinary sum. Indeed, it is invaluable, the elder continued. Observe, on one side. A beautiful maiden stands in profile, gazing up at the bright moon through a delicate curtain. Her ethereal presence embodies solitude and longing. As for the reverse, the elder flipped the screen, continuing his narration. Beneath a crystal veil, a fair visage is faintly illuminated, her hair adorned with flowers, her lips holding a hint of fragrance. her expression a portrayal of sorrow. This screen is beyond monetary value. It is a true traditional treasure. Ahem. Lin Tianyuan coughed, suddenly realizing just how remarkable his nephew-in-law truly was. Dad, could you provide an estimate of this screen's value? After all, it was a gift from his niece's husband, and being unaware of its worth would seem rather remiss. Well, the elder pondered for a moment, then replied earnestly, in principle, I am not qualified to appraise its value. However, from my knowledge and experience, if this were to be auctioned, it would fetch at least 80 million, if not more. And most importantly, such a piece is priceless. What? Lin Xiaoya's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the screen. Grandpa, are you certain that this little piece is worth at least 80 million? Indeed. The elder Lin glanced at his astonished granddaughter, continuing, I am quite confident in this assessment. This fellow. Loomingly felt a wave of disbelief wash over her at the thought of an $80 million luxury item. Ahem, Xiaoya this. Lin's mother was equally taken aback. This is far too extravagant. Such a precious item, you must take it back. Please, aunt, accept it, Chen gently insisted, waving his hand dismissively. It was merely a gift from a friend. It would indeed be a waste to keep it with me. Pausing momentarily, Chen turned to Lin Xiaoya and said, consider this as a dowry from Meng Li and me for your future marriage. Oh, upon hearing her cousin-in-law's words, Lin Xiaoya's cheeks flushed crimson. Cousin-in-law, what are you saying about marriage? I certainly do not want such a thing. Though she protested, her heart raced with delight. You child. Lin's mother sighed at her nephew-in-law's words. Very well then. With this gesture, Lin's parents were exceedingly pleased with Chen, regretting that this young lad was with Meng Li. Otherwise, they would not mind Lin Xiaoya marrying him. After all, they understood that a person as extraordinary as Chen was a rare find. Wow. Xin and Nua, witnessing the impressive gift from their father to their uncle, eagerly turned their gazes to another brocade box. Father, what is that other gift? As the two little ones spoke, everyone's attention swiftly shifted to the other present, and Lin Tianyuan perked up, for this gift was presumably intended for him. This one. Hearing the little cotton-padded jacket speak, Chen cleared his throat. Actually, I am not entirely sure either. This was also a gift from a friend. Upon hearing this, Old Master Lin chuckled lightly. Little Yi certainly has many friends. I can only assume this present is quite remarkable. Chapter 79. Such handsome genes. It would be a pity not to have more. Dad, can I open it? Lin Xiaoya asked with a playful smile before unveiling the contents of the other gift, revealing 2 exquisite bottles of liquor. Are these 2 bottles of wine? Initially taken aback, Lin Xiaoya gazed at the artistic bottles. Cousin-in-law, those inlays can't possibly be diamonds. Can they? Wow, how beautiful. Xin and Nua's eyes sparkled at the sight of the items nestled in the brocade box. What is this? Observing the 2 bottles of top-tier luxury goods, Lu Mengli felt an unsettling premonition. The value of the bottles alone was likely substantial, let alone the wine itself. Limited edition Leidao whiskey. Lin Tianyuan, upon seeing the 2 bottles, was utterly astonished and recognized them immediately. After all, indulging in fine spirits was his greatest passion, akin to old Master Lin appraising treasures. Even now, he had a considerable collection of rare wines in the manor's wine cellar. Dad, do you recognize them? Lin Xiaoya inquired curiously, looking over at her father. Cough. Not just recognize, Lin Tianyuan replied after clearing his throat. I have been following this particular wine for quite some time, yet I never found a way to acquire it. It's truly a case of love unfulfilled. I never expected it to be gifted by little Yi. Oh, Lin's mother, upon hearing this, looked at Lin Tianyuan in astonishment. Even you could not obtain it? This wine must indeed be extraordinary. Absolutely. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tianyuan finally diverted his gaze from the bottle and elaborated. This wine is a pinnacle of luxury, ranking among the top 3 in luxury items. The bottle is adorned with over 3,000 white diamonds and features a brand emblem crafted from rubies. Most importantly, each bottle is valued at over 40 million. What? The moment those words escaped his lips, Lin's mother became flustered. Her incredulous gaze fixed on the 2 bottles in the brocade box. So, the total value of the 2 must be at least 80 million. To take just 1 sip would cost over 100,000. How extravagant. Coughing for some time, Lin Tianyuan finally regained his composure. Well then, I shall graciously accept this gift. With a careful embrace of the long-desired luxurious bottles, Lin Tianyuan showed no pretense of restraint. At that moment, he was resolute. Sir, lunch is ready. Would you like to dine? The voice of the villa's butler cut through the moment, bringing everyone back to reality. Let's eat. With a cheerful smile, Lin Tianyuan was absolutely delighted. Truth be told, anyone who dared to compete with him for his granddaughter's husband would find themselves in a fierce battle. Quan, bring me the treasured mannequin D. I shall share a couple of drinks with little Yi. Yes, sir. Upon hearing the master's words, the butler Aquan personally went to fetch the wine from the cellar, an honor he had never witnessed before. It seemed that the master was quite pleased with Miss Meng Li's partner. Little Yi, I wonder how well you can hold your liquor? Redirecting his gaze, Lin Tianyuan enthusiastically conversed with Yi Chen, their demeanor suggesting they were long-lost friends. I suppose I can manage, Yi Chen replied modestly, but I cannot compare with my uncle. Lin Tianyuan waved his hand with a smile. I do not believe you. You must drink a couple of glasses with me later. By the way, Lin Xiaoya, noticing Uncle Quan's return, suddenly remembered something. Dad, you probably don't know, but the commercial street next to our school actually belongs to cousin-in-law. Oh. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Lin Tianyuan understood the implication. Is that so? I had not realized. Little Yi is quite impressive. He was aware that the previous owner of the commercial street had absconded with funds, which was why he had refrained from collaborating with them. However, now that his nephew-in-law had taken over, future partnerships would surely flourish. I had considered collaborating with the commercial street. Little Yi, would you be interested? Of course. Yi Chen replied without hesitation. All you need to do is have someone communicate with the person in charge of the commercial street. Splendid. Seeing him agree so readily, Lin Tianyuan's spirits soared. Then I wish for a pleasant collaboration. Following this, several glasses were raised, and the atmosphere grew merrier. Stunned, Lin's mother mused. Little Yi is exceptionally outstanding. Then she added, I wonder, when do you plan to have another child? Such handsome genes. It would be a pity not to have more. Upon hearing this, Lu Meng Li's face turned crimson, spreading down to her neck. Aunt, what are you saying? She exclaimed, bewildered. Are you out of your mind? Did you really just say that they should have more? That guy is just a bit handsome. Why is she talking about genes with her aunt? What is wrong with that? Lin's mother waved her hand dismissively and continued, given your conditions, you can certainly afford it. If it comes to it, I can help you and your mother take care of them. As the increasingly awkward conversation continued, Lu Meng Li's face flushed even deeper. She had no doubt about her aunt's willingness to help. After all, Xian and Nua had certainly caused their fair share of trouble for her aunt when they were younger, but her aunt had always adored children. Aunt, if you keep this up, I might just ignore you. Lu Meng Li, caught off guard by the exchange, had completely lost her previously aloof demeanor, appearing now as a bashful girl. Fine, I won't say anything more. Lin's mother ceased her teasing, while the two little ones nearby perked up their ears, occasionally displaying delighted smiles. After some time, Lin's mother earnestly advised, speaking of which, Meng Li, there is something you need to pay attention to. Pausing briefly, Lin's mother looked at Yi Chen before continuing. Little Yi is far too exceptional. He possesses remarkable qualities. In the future, many suitors will undoubtedly pursue him. So you must keep a close watch. Otherwise, that vixen might whisk him away, and you'll regret it too late. Speaking earnestly, she regarded Meng Li as if she were her own daughter. I understand, Aunt. Lu Meng Li was acutely aware that her aunt meant well, so she refrained from any rebuttal. After all, she had been quite gracious towards that fellow, and it seemed that he was always keen to seize any opportunity for personal gain. As for that vixen, it was unlikely she could ever truly ensnare him. The lad was rather handsome, and the young lady herself was not lacking in charm, so he could never escape her grasp. At this juncture, Lu Meng Li found herself suddenly blushing, her cheeks aflame under the sun's warm glow, making her beauty all the more radiant, though regrettably, no one was present to admire this exquisite scene. Chapter 80. Why does it seem like everyone is enamored with him? Just then, Lin Xiaoya's curious voice chimed in from the side. What are you and cousin discussing? Ahem, nothing much, Lu Meng Li replied, her voice betraying a hint of guilt as she coughed lightly. She certainly couldn't let that girl know what they had been talking about, lest unforeseen circumstances arise. In her world, there were no secrets to be kept. Is that so? Noticing her cousin's demeanor, Lin Xiaoya cast a skeptical glance at the two, but chose not to comment further. As the evening wore on and the wine flowed, Lin Tianyuan suddenly spoke. Xiaoya, the poem you wrote for the old man was quite impressive. My office could use a piece of calligraphy. Why not lend your hand and create something for me? I think that's a splendid idea. Before Yi Chen could utter a word, the elder Lin nodded in agreement. Cousin-in-law, why not write one for my father to broaden his horizons? Lin Mu seized the moment to suggest, how about Xiaoya showcases his skills? Well, all right then. Hearing the chorus of encouragement, Yi Chen cleared his throat, unable to resist any longer, while Lu Meng Li rolled her eyes, clearly aware of what was about to unfold. Aquan. Lin Tianyuan then summoned the butler, and soon enough, the ink, paper, and brush were all prepared. Cousin-in-law, give it your best shot. Lin Xiaoya's eyes sparkled with anticipation, recalling the previous displays of Yi Chen's talent that had so impressed her father. If it could be framed and displayed in the office, it would undoubtedly be a remarkable addition. As the crowd looked on, Yi Chen elegantly inscribed the characters Manjianghong onto the rice paper. He then proceeded with the verses. Fury rises to my crown as I lean on the railing. The rain lightly subsides. I lift my gaze to the heavens and let out a long howl, filled with passionate resolve. 30 achievements are but dust, while 8,000 miles of journey are cloud and moon. Do not idle away, lest the youth's hair turns white, leaving only empty regrets. Such exquisite calligraphy. Even Lin Fu, who had previously witnessed Yi Chen's talent, was deeply moved by the craftsmanship displayed. Especially with these verses, the grandiose spirit perfectly matched his own aura. 30 achievements are but dust, while 8,000 miles of journey are cloud and moon, Lin Mu murmured. Her gaze towards Yi Chen shifted, now filled with admiration for his youthful talent. Impressive, Lin Laojia stroked his beard, savoring the profound meaning behind each line. Very impressive. Wow, cousin-in-law is amazing. Lin Xiaoya's eyes widened in astonishment, utterly captivated by her cousin-in-law's literary prowess. This poem alone stirred her heart. And now her father would surely have something to boast about. Hee, I always knew my dad was the best. The two young girls giggled, clearly delighted to bask in their father's moment of glory. However, Lu Mengli, observing the scene, could easily surmise what was transpiring. It was evident that he was once again stealing the limelight. Yet, Yi Chen continued to write. The shame of Jinkong remains unavenged. The hatred of loyal subjects. When shall it cease? Drive the long chariot, trample upon Helan Mountain. With a fierce resolve, feast upon the flesh of the Hu invaders. And laugh as I quench my thirst with the blood of the Xiongnu. Let us begin anew and restore the old rivers and mountains, facing the heavens. Excellent. Lin Fu's eyes gleamed with excitement. What a powerful expression of the shame of Jinkong. What a fierce declaration of the hatred of loyal subjects. The quality of the calligraphy, the poetry, and the sentiment all far exceeded his expectations. Xiaoya, you are remarkable. Lin Tianyuan exclaimed, gazing at Yi Chen with admiration. His future prospects seemed boundless. This piece, I shall not be courteous about it, Lin Fu said, swiftly securing the work of art. Having noticed the eager glint in the elder's eye, if he didn't act quickly, the old man might snatch it away, leaving him with no place to lament. Xiaoya, if you encounter any matters in the Magic City, feel free to call upon me. I shall support you. In high spirits, Lin Fu made his promise. Slightly tipsy from the wine. If this scene were to be revealed to the outside world, it would surely send shockwaves through the entire Magic City. After all, the Lin family was one of the 4 great families of the Magic City. Who would dare to disrespect them? Mengli, it appears your uncle holds Xiaoya in high regard. Lin Mu whispered to her niece beside her. Is that so? Lu Mengli observed the gathering, well aware of the significance behind her uncle's words. Was it merely a talent for composing poetry that garnered such admiration? Why did it feel as if everyone was enamored with him? Meanwhile, at the back mountain of the Lin family estate, 100 figures emerged, each exuding an extraordinary aura, clearly bearing the weight of numerous lives. Otherwise, they would not possess such a formidable presence. Oh, quite a number of guests have arrived, remarked the leader, a smirk gracing his lips. Guiying, what's your take? With great rewards come brave souls. It's only natural that there are many, replied a man named Ging, his expression twisting into a sinister grin. But the more people there are, the more interesting it becomes, does it not? Let us place a wager, shall we? Let us see who can finish off that kid first. Guiying's words sent a chill through the surrounding assassins, their eyes gleaming with malice. Once that kid was dispatched, many of them would undoubtedly meet their demise as well. You're betting with me? 7 Kills remarked, his lips curling into a cold smirk. Are you certain? Don't let it be that you fail to kill that kid and end up losing your own life instead. The two exchanged taunts. While the hundreds of onlookers were eager to act, yet they were not foolish. They were well aware that the Lin family estate lay not far ahead. Just then, a notification chimed. That kid has left. 7 Kills observed the message, squinting towards the distance. Without the protection of the Lin family in the Magic City, that boy is merely fish on the chopping board. Oh, upon hearing this, Guiying's lips curled into a predatory grin. It's been ages since the Dark Holy See has had such a grand occasion. Over 100 people targeting an unknown rookie, now that's a sight to behold. Onward. However, the others were beginning to grow restless. After all, the opportunity was within reach, and killing this kid would undoubtedly yield a generous reward. Attack. Just as the crowd was about to spring into action, a voice as cold as the abyss reverberated through the air. Suddenly, a figure materialized not far away, revealing none other than Shun-Yi. With a flash of his blade, in an instant, the over 100 assassins from the Crazy Laugh organization were slaughtered en masse, all meeting their end on the spot. A faint scent of blood wafted through the air, and both Guiying and 7 Kills were taken aback, their expressions shifting drastically. What? Instantly slaughtering over 100 people. Guiying and 7 Kills stared at the 10 or so figures that had appeared before them, their scalps tingling in alarm. The recent scene of carnage replayed vividly in their minds, an ominous dread flooding their hearts. Who are you? How dare you slaughter members of the Dark Holy See without fear of retaliation? With a sharp hiss, the two specters had yet to regain their senses when they felt a sudden sting at their throats. They furrowed their brows slightly before their consciousness faded into oblivion. By the time they realized what had transpired, it was far too late. Their eyes widened in shock as they turned to look at the divine guards who had just passed by. How could this be? When did they strike? Chapter 81. Be moved. Tonight, be sure to thank your man thud. The two lifeless bodies collapsed to the ground, oblivious to each other's identities even in death. How dare they show disrespect to young Master Yi? Casting a glance at the corpses on the ground, Chen smirked coldly, disdain evident on his lips, truly unaware of their own insignificance. As for the Dark Church, it was merely a name they had never even heard of. The pungent scent of blood permeated the air, swiftly saturating every corner of the scene. Retreat. Chen surveyed the surroundings before swiftly departing with the divine guards. For their existence must remain concealed for the time being. At least, until they had received young Master Ye's consent, they would not allow the outside world to be informed. The area soon returned to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Minutes later, swish, numerous figures materialized in the vicinity. If Yi Chun were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the leader among them as Uncle Quan. What a strong scent of blood. Upon entering, Uncle Quan frowned, particularly troubled by the surrounding bodies. His expression grave. This group was capable of approaching the estate without a sound, indicating their formidable strength. Uncle Quan. At this moment, one of his subordinates approached with a solemn demeanor. Over 100 individuals have been killed, and each was struck down with a single blow. Moreover, pausing momentarily, the subordinate seemed hesitant to continue. What is it? Uncle Quan, noticing the subordinate's unusual demeanor, furrowed his brows in curiosity. Huff. Exhaling deeply, the subordinate finally spoke. Uncle Quan. Each of these individuals bears the mark of darkness. They must be assassins from the Dark Church. The Dark Church. Upon hearing this, Uncle Quan's expression turned serious. For the Dark Church, a killer organization that instilled fear throughout the Western world, boasted a success rate of nearly 99% in executing missions, with few surviving their clutches. Though the Lin family of Magic City is one of the 4 great families, they remain as feeble as ants in the face of such a behemoth. Today, as events must be classified as top secret. No one is to leak any information. After issuing the order, he instructed his subordinates to dispose of the bodies. Meanwhile, on the other side, Meng Li, drive slowly. Lin Mu cautioned as the two little ones waved enthusiastically in farewell. Goodbye, cousin. Lin Xiaoyu called out, only coming to her senses when the supercar vanished from view. Hey, as expected, my cousin's husband is amazing. Reflecting on the earlier events, Lin Xiaoyu couldn't contain her joy. Dad, you are the biggest winner today. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Xiaoyu cast a sour glance at her father, who had not only acquired the luxurious wine he had long desired, but also received a masterpiece of calligraphy from her cousin's husband. He indeed, Lin Fu replied, his face brimming with delight, his smile stretching from ear to ear. This little Yi. Old Lin gazed in the direction the son-in-law had departed, nodding appreciatively. Truly remarkable. Of course, Lin Mu nodded in agreement, then turned to her daughter. In the future, if Xiaoyu's boyfriend is just as impressive, I could wake up laughing from my dreams. Hearing her mother's words, Lin Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson. Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? What boyfriend? After saying this, she hurried off to the villa, prompting Lin Laozi and the rest of the family to burst into laughter. It seemed their little Yu had grown up. On the other side, at the Junlin Tianxiao villa, creak. With the screech of brakes, the supercar came to an abrupt halt. Young Master Yi, welcome back, young mistress. As soon as she stepped out of the car, the divine guards lined up on either side bowed respectfully to Lu Mengli. What is this? The sudden voice startled Lu Mengli. Young mistress? Oh, they are bodyguards I arranged to protect you. Yi Chun waved his hand dismissively, and the divine guards resumed their positions. Is that so? Listening to his words, Lu Mengli nodded. Quite considerate of you. The leader, Shinjiu, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Fortunately, the young mistress had not sensed anything amiss. After all, their identities were not yet fit for exposure. At least not at this moment. Aunt Qianyu. Upon arriving at the villa, the two little ones excitedly called out to Shi Qianyu. You're back. Shi Qianyu affectionately ruffled the heads of the two little ones. Why are you so happy? Is there something good to share? Of course. Xian and Nua nodded vigorously. Aunt Qianyu, you have no idea. Daddy was so impressive at Uncle's house today. Yes, Daddy gave a very expensive gift to Uncle. The two little ones chattered enthusiastically about their father's exploits. However, Shi Qianyu was taken aback, staring incredulously at her friend. Mengli, is this true? She said, astonished. Such generosity seemed almost too extravagant. Sort of, though reluctant to admit it. Mengli found it difficult to refute the truth of their words. By the way, after chatting for a bit, Shi Qianyu suddenly glanced outside the villa. Yi Chun, are those bodyguards hired by you? Peering outside, Shi Qianyu asked curiously, recalling her initial thought that she had entered the wrong place. Yes, with them around, there is a bit more assurance of safety. Yi Chun waved his hand nonchalantly, while Shi Qianyu nodded enviously. Mengli, look how much your man cares for you. TSK, she continued, feeling moved, be sure to thank your man properly tonight. Aye. The unexpected comment left Lu Mengli momentarily speechless. Her cheeks flushed red as she shot a glare at her friend. What are you talking about? How absurd. What has that guy given you to prompt you to say such things? Has she become someone who would betray her own friend? All right. Ignoring her friend's reaction, Shi Qianyu glanced at the time. Xian, no, go back to your room. Aunt has bought you many toys. Really? Hee, thank you, Aunt Qianyu. Upon hearing the word toys, the two little ones were ecstatic, pulling at Shi Qianyu's hands as they headed back to the room. Humph, witnessing her friend's retaliatory antics. Lu Mengli shot a glare at her before entering the room. As night fell, outside the villa, Shunjiu narrowed his eyes, sensing something. Someone is approaching. You all stay on guard. I'll go take a look. Yes, Lord Shunjiu. The divine guards responded respectfully, while Shunjiu's figure flickered and vanished from sight. If this scene were witnessed by outsiders, they would undoubtedly be left astounded. For Shunjiu's speed surpassed the realm of ordinary comprehension. And what would transpire next remained a mystery to all. Chapter 82. Mommy, look. There are so many beautiful Andes. In the shadows near the villa, unbeknownst to the distance. Swish. A figure darted forward and soon appeared on the scene. It was none other than Shunjiu. Your Excellency, since you have arrived, come forth. As the sound fell, the surroundings remained enveloped in silence. Observing this, Shunjiu narrowed his eyes slightly. Interesting, a test, perhaps? Thus, the atmosphere continued to linger in quietude until, at a certain moment, a sharp whoosh pierced the air, and then, without warning, an assailant emerged from the shadows, launching a decisive and ruthless attack. Quite intriguing. Shunjiu smirked, lifting his hand to deliver a powerful punch that sent the incoming figure crashing backward, blood spewing forth as he landed several meters away. His face was pale, yet his eyes were wide with astonishment. If Lu Mengli were present, she would undoubtedly recognize him as Mu Lingfeng, her protector and a trusted confidant of the Lu family in the imperial capital. Cough, cough. Blood spilled from Mu Lingfeng's mouth as he stared incredulously at his adversary. Your strength is formidable. Such prowess, and yet merely a bodyguard? Is that not a bit of an understatement? Taking a deep breath, Mu Lingfeng regarded Shunjiu with an air of calm. Humph. Shunjiu replied with a cold smile. Glancing at Mu Lingfeng, were it not for the absence of murderous intent within you, I would doubt your continued existence. Moreover, it is my honor to protect young Master Yi. Young Master Yi? Upon hearing this, Mu Lingfeng narrowed his eyes, realizing it indeed pertained to Yi Chun. Though I do not know who you are, you ought to be grateful that you are not young Master Yi's enemy. Otherwise, you would undoubtedly meet your demise. After uttering these words, Shunjiu's figure vanished. Now that the test is concluded, it is time for you to depart. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Immediately afterward, another voice resounded through every corner. Furthermore, the identity of young Master Yi must not be disclosed. Should it be revealed, I shall eliminate you. Hiss. Even after Shunjiu had long departed, Mu Lingfeng could still sense that chilling aura lingering in the air. Phew. After a long while, he exhaled deeply, his thoughts lingering on the direction Shunjiu had vanished into. Goodness, the identity of Yi Chun is far more complex than I had imagined. The pressure Shunjiu had exerted earlier was immense, and it was indeed abnormal for such an entity to willingly remain obscured as Yi Chun's subordinate. Even if Yi Chun lacked the strength to command respect, he must possess an inconceivable background. Perhaps, in the not-so-distant future, Yi Chun could become the one to alter the fate of the Lu family in the imperial capital. With this thought, Mu Lingfeng couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. However, recalling Shunjiu's warning before leaving, Mu Lingfeng sighed, deciding not to report to Father Lu. After all, if this were to provoke Yi Chun's displeasure, the consequences would be dire. He understood the weight of this matter well, though it could be a falsehood. Should it prove true, the repercussions would be beyond his capacity to endure. Nevertheless, regarding its authenticity, he would have to discern the truth in the days to come. The following day, in the early morning, the golden rays of the sun streamed into the room, illuminating a face of unparalleled beauty, Lu Mengli. As Yi Chun awoke, he found himself gazing at the exquisite visage so close at hand. Even after having seen it countless times, it still made his heart race. This girl is truly captivating. Smacking his lips, Chen couldn't help but marvel at his fortunate luck every time he beheld her face. Such a striking beauty would undoubtedly be considered a calamity in ancient times. If only Lu Mengli would embrace a more seductive style, her popularity would soar to untold heights. Pecking her delicate, supple cheek affectionately, he finally rose to prepare breakfast, for she had contributed significantly and deserved some recompense. Just at that moment, as Chen exited the room, Lu Mengli's beautiful eyes fluttered open, and a blush crept upon her cheeks, making her look even more enchanting, for she had merely awakened. Wishing to observe what he would do while she feigned sleep, her acting was indeed commendable, yet, for some reason, she felt unusually invigorated and stronger than usual. Humph. I knew you were taking advantage of me. She pouted playfully, her face flushing a deeper shade of red that spread to her neck, leaving her pondering her thoughts. How vexing. But soon, Lu Mengli realized something, her brows knitting tightly. Why am I not upset at all? Instead, it feels somewhat exhilarating. This shouldn't be the case. Did I not suffer a loss? Lu Mengli questioned herself, bewildered by her own feelings. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, tap, tap, tap. The rhythmic sounds resonated through the otherwise silent villa, suggesting something was amiss. With the bodyguards now present, it seemed. At a certain moment, Chen paused, a thought striking him. Right, a maid. In such a spacious villa, there ought to be someone to manage it, after all. As he contemplated this, the system's voice chimed in at the perfect moment. Ding. Detecting dissatisfaction with the villa's personnel configuration, granting a private butler and 8 maids of exceptional beauty. Wow. Chen was momentarily taken aback by the system's announcement. Goodness, that was rather swift. Ding. The private butler and 8 maids will arrive at the villa in 5 seconds. 5 seconds. Just as he regained his composure, he had finished preparing breakfast, and Lu Mengli, along with the 2 little ones and Shi Qianyu, entered the living room. Drawn by the aroma of the soup, eagerly taking their seats at the dining table in anticipation of breakfast, a seamless operation that clearly indicated they had done this before. Screech. Just then, the sound of brakes echoed from outside. Moments later, Shunzhou arrived with a group of exceptionally beautiful girls, all with fair skin and exquisite qualities. Into the living room. Young Master Yi. They claimed to be the maids you hired. Hello, young Master Yi. The maids, upon recognizing their employer as Chen, couldn't help but blush with excitement, as did the private butler, Su Rushue. However, when their gaze fell upon the dining table, they were instantly stunned. For there sat the most beautiful woman in the Magic City, Lu Mengli, alongside the diva Shi Qianyu. Hiss. How could it be that they were in young Master Ye's villa? Could it be? At that moment, Su Rushue recalled something she had once heard. Rumors that the most beautiful woman in the Magic City seemed to have a child. If that were the case, clearly, realizing something monumental, Su Rushue's heart raced as she uncovered a grand secret. Mama, look, so many beautiful ants. The 2 little ones chirped excitedly at Lu Mengli, their words striking Su Rushue like a thunderbolt. Could it be that all the speculation was true? Goodness, young Master Yi and the most beautiful woman in the Magic City truly share the kind of relationship one can only dream of. What if she is silenced? Chapter 83. Aunt Qianyu, what are you thinking? Be quiet. Lu Mengli, witnessing the reactions of Su Rushue and the maids, felt her cheeks flush slightly, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Was it really necessary for things to get so chaotic? Can you 2 not make it any more complicated? Hey, did you see? Shi Qianyu leaned closer to her friend, whispering, your man really knows how to enjoy life, surrounded by so many beautiful girls. Just looking is a feast for the eyes. If only I could touch one. Get lost. Lu Mengli shot a glare at her friend, who seemed to revel in the chaos, exasperated. What on earth are you saying? Don't you realize she is now a diva? Goodness. If such scandalous words were to leak out, it would undoubtedly crash the entire internet. As he gazed upon the beautiful maid, Chen gave a slight nod. All right. Then, as if struck by a thought, he produced a black card. Here lies 30 million, of which a portion covers your salaries for the next 5 years, while the remainder is designated for the villa's daily expenses. Upon hearing this, Su Rushue and the maids were momentarily taken aback. Good heavens. To receive 5 years' worth of salary at their very first meeting was remarkably generous. How delightful. What should I do with these feelings? Sob sob. This fellow? Observing his actions, Lu Mengli furrowed her brow slightly, her tone tinged with sarcasm. Indeed, men are all gluttonous hogs. In that instant, she sensed a hint of threat. After all, the maids before her were at least of campus belle caliber, particularly Su Rushue, whose beauty rivaled that of Qianyu. Ding. The host has spent 30 million, triggering a 10-fold rebate, acquiring 300 million renminbi. Oh. Upon hearing the system's voice echo in his ears, Chen felt pleased, yet there lingered a sense of dissatisfaction. Detecting the host's discontent with the rebate, the system promptly upgraded to a 100-fold consumption rebate. Ding. The host has spent 30 million, elevating the rebate to 3 billion. Wow. Hearing the system's optimized announcement, Chen's lips quirked in surprise. 100-fold consumption rebate, just like that. Impressive. Indeed, any hesitation, even for a fleeting second, was a sign of disrespect towards the system. He then turned his attention to the attribute panel. Name, Chen. Age, 21. Appearance, max, surpassing all worldly existences. Abilities, godly driving skills, music master, culinary genius, martial arts grandmaster, calligraphy prodigy, dual Kirin kidneys, invulnerable to intoxication, master of massage, expert in appraising treasures, and voice that resonates. Items, Supreme Villa number 1x1, Lamborghini Demon Sun Extended Supercar X1, 100 shares of Qianlong Group, 100-fold consumption rebate, bone-eating powder, unlimited, Dragon Scale Dagger, 72 Divine Guards, 100 shares of Magic City University, 299 evidence collection cards, all shops on Wanshan Commercial Street. Wealth, 210, 45 billion renminbi. What are you dawdling for? Seeing him lost in thought, Lu Mengli shot him an irritated glance. What? Are you dazzled by so many beautiful maids? Thud. Just as Lu Mengli finished her sentence, Chen playfully tapped her on the head, causing her to let out a soft ouch. Chen, how dare you hit me? She exclaimed, her face flushing crimson, realizing that Su Ruxue and the maids had turned their gazes towards them. Uffed. Qianyu, witnessing her friend being put in her place, couldn't help but laugh, while the scene elicited giggles from the two little ones. You're still laughing? Lu Mengli glared at her friend, her annoyance palpable. Gulp. The sight left Su Ruxue and the others momentarily speechless. Goodness, the most beautiful woman in Magic City is actually being handled by Chen. If this were to spread, it might cause quite the stir throughout the entire city. Sob sob, how envious I am of Goddess Qianyu. I never knew she had such a side. However, the young master is truly handsome. What should I do if I think I've fallen for him? The maids chattered amongst themselves, albeit in hushed tones. For if the young mistress caught wind of their gossip, they might find themselves in trouble. Young master, young mistress, farewell. Outside the villa, Su Ruxue and the maids chirped sweetly as they bid goodbye, only regaining their senses once the supercar vanished from sight. Phew. Su Ruxue exhaled in relief upon seeing the supercar depart. My goodness, my employer is actually Chen. Her heart raced with excitement. If only it had been known sooner, she would have gladly paid to work for him. Unfortunately, this exchange went largely unheard, save for the slight smirks shared by the divine guardians. Truly, Xiao is impressive. Just a single meeting, and these maids are utterly captivated. Chen, Qianyu sighed in relief, then added, today is the KTV competition finals. I wish you a triumphant return. Go for it, daddy. Xin and Nua cheered, raising their tiny fists in support, convinced that their father would surely win today. Mengli, aren't you going to cheer for your man? Qianyu nudged her friend playfully. This. Hearing her friend's words, Lu Mengli hesitated, finally managing to utter two words. Go for it. Cough cough, this girl. Qianyu rolled her eyes. Her friend was truly committed to maintaining her aloof demeanor. Surely, it couldn't be that she was too shy to be open in front of her and the two little ones. After all, they had been in close quarters for such an extended period. In that moment, Qianyu could not help but indulge in thoughts of her friend and her man, imagining the various scenarios that might unfold during their nighttime encounters. It was undeniably intriguing to explore such contrasts. Heh. And Qianyu, what are you thinking about? Xin and Nua, with their curious eyes wide open, blinked innocently. Oh well. Cough cough. Upon hearing the children's question, Qianyu found herself at a loss for words. What a joke. She couldn't very well say, oh, I'm just thinking about how your daddy bullies your mommy, could she? If she did, she was certain her friend would swiftly retaliate with some unfounded accusation. Nothing much. Just wondering how many young girls your daddy will charm today. Hee. Is that so? The two little ones beamed at her words, puffing up proudly as they replied, of course. Daddy will definitely charm loads of pretty ladies. We can't wait. Chapter 84. Hearing that your man is charming young girls, are you feeling jealous? Cough cough. Lu Mengli, who had just taken a sip of water to calm her nerves, nearly choked, caught off guard. Qianyu, are you trying to kill me? Lu Mengli shot her friend an exasperated glare. What benefit do you gain from making me choke? What? To cover her own embarrassment, Qianyu coughed lightly, throwing Lu Mengli under the bus. I heard your man is going to charm young girls. Are you feeling jealous? The sly jest caught Lu Mengli completely off guard. Of jealous? You wish. Shooting her friend a glare, Lu Mengli turned her attention back to the oblivious Chen, as if the conversation had nothing to do with him. Truth be told, if he weren't present, Lu Mengli would have undoubtedly engaged in a lengthy debate with her friend, demonstrating her own prowess. Hee, this is quite amusing. Xin and Nua, witnessing the playful banter between their mother and Aunt Qianyu, looked on with curious expressions, though they were not entirely certain of what was transpiring. Nonetheless, it did not detract from their enjoyment of the spectacle. Upon hearing this, Lu Mengli nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What was so amusing about these two little rascals? How infuriating. Did they not realize how much she was being teased? Amidst the light-hearted atmosphere, the KTV competition had already commenced. Daddy, you must do your best. You're the greatest. The two little ones planted sweet kisses on their father, offering their most earnest encouragement. This scene left Qianyu and Lu Mengli, the two friends, feeling a tad envious. Hey, I say you three have had enough. Lu Mengli cradled the two little feet, mindful of the potential embarrassment should outsiders catch wind of their antics. This little cotton-padded jacket was remarkably dedicated. Shi Qianyu sighed in admiration, and Yi Chen, upon hearing her, offered a faint smile. That subtle curve of his lips might well mesmerize countless girls online. Yi Chen, best of luck. With that, Shi Qianyu strolled toward the judging panel, while Yi Chen retreated to the backstage lounge. Meanwhile, the two little ones had also activated their livestream. After all, such a splendid opportunity to showcase their esteemed father was not to be missed. Wow, the adorable little loli is live. They exclaimed. Where's everyone? Time to get to work. Hey, isn't today the finals of the karaoke show? We get to hear Lord Yi sing again. I can't wait. As soon as the livestream commenced, a surge of fans flooded in, bombarding the chat with a flurry of comments. The venue was packed to the brim. Although the audience was aware that the outcome was predetermined, they chose to attend nonetheless, for Yi Chen's renown had eclipsed even that of the karaoke show. In fact, his popularity was on par with the goddess Shi Qianyu, who was on the verge of becoming a superstar. To put it plainly, many attendees were not there for the karaoke competition, but rather to support Yi Chen. It was fair to say he single-handedly shouldered the viewership ratings. As for his competitors in the finals, they wore expressions of despair, questioning how they could possibly compete. Deep down, they understood all too well. They paled in comparison to Yi Chen. As the show progressed, the host took a deep breath and stepped onto the stage. Next, we invite our first finalist, Feng Qian, to perform for My Beloved. Let's give him a warm welcome. The moment the announcement was made, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue, startling even the host. Goodness, while Feng Qian's singing was commendable, surely his popularity did not warrant such applause. Little did he know, to the audience, the identity of the performer was inconsequential. They simply wished for the preceding performances to conclude swiftly. They were there to witness the legendary Yi Chen, not these lesser talents. Feng Qian, upon taking the stage, was momentarily stunned. He had expected to perform in silence, but the overwhelming reaction took him by surprise, filling him with nervous excitement. No matter the outcome, he resolved to give it his all. Minutes ticked by, and as the final contestant prepared to take the stage, an eerie silence fell over the crowd. They all knew that the moment of Yi Chen's appearance was imminent. What is happening? Lu Mengli remarked, observing the unusual atmosphere, her forehead lined with concern. Goodness, had that flirtatious figure's popularity reached such heights? Just moments ago, the crowd had been in a frenzy, but now they were utterly silent. In the backstage lounge, Feng Qian and his peers stared in disbelief at the scene before them. The earlier fervor had not stemmed from their popularity, but rather from the audience's indifference towards them. Realizing this, a wave of frustration washed over them. This was disheartening. They felt as though they were being crushed into the ground. No, Mom, I want to go home. The karaoke show is terrifying. Taking the stage once more, the host flashed a smile as she read from the announcement card. Next, we welcome the charming Yi Chen to perform 10 years. Please give him a round of applause. As her words resonated, the host eagerly joined in the applause, as Yi Chen was also her idol. In the next moment, a tidal wave of applause surged forth, the sound reverberating in the audience's ears. Dad, go for it. You're the best. Xin and Nua cheered, their excitement palpable. They couldn't possibly miss out on this moment. It's finally starting? Shi Qianyu thought, her eyes narrowing with anticipation, taking a deep breath as she prepared for her friend's performance to surpass her expectations. Under the spotlight, Yi Chen's silhouette emerged on stage. If those two words did not tremble, I would not have realized my discomfort. How could I possibly express it? It is merely a breakup. If I had no expectations for tomorrow, holding hands would be akin to traveling. The melancholic yet poignant melody enveloped the audience, instantly transporting them back to long-buried memories they dared not revisit. They recalled moments spent with their first loves, only to be struck by the shattering news of a breakup, as if a thunderbolt had darkened their entire world. The recollections of past joys and heartaches flooded their minds, the pain piercing through every corner of their hearts. This song carries profound meaning, Shi Qianyu noted, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as she squinted her eyes, clearly recognizing the weight of the song's significance. Indeed, he had come thoroughly prepared for this showdown. With this in mind, Shi Qianyu focused intently on the performance. Today was destined to be a feast for the ears. Chapter 85. Even if your brother-in-law is impressive, there's no need to flaunt it. Mommy hee hee, look how well daddy sings. Xin, and Nuwa gazed at the figure on stage, their eyes filled with admiration and adoration, transforming into the most devoted little fans. Their sweet, endearing voices undoubtedly lifted everyone's spirits. All right, keep it down, Lumingly cautioned, observing the two little ones chattering away, her eyelids twitching as if to signal that their relationship should remain discreet. The male god is so handsome, I adore him. Goodness. How wonderful it would be if my future husband were this exceptional. They would be so excited they wouldn't sleep for 3 nights. At Shanghai No. 1 High School. In the cafeteria, a gentle voice echoed, since I cannot linger, why not enjoy the departure with tears flowing? The captivating melody filled the air, drawing the collective gaze of the crowd. Suddenly, the LCD screen lit up, broadcasting the live performance of the karaoke show. Ah, is that my brother-in-law? Lin Xiaoya exclaimed, her eyes widening in realization. I almost forgot. Today is the finals of my brother-in-law's karaoke show. Hee hee, but my brother-in-law is so handsome. Meanwhile, the surrounding students cast envious glances her way. Oh my, Xiaoya, that's your brother-in-law. Goodness, Chen sings so beautifully. I'm so envious of you. Can you get me an autograph? The chatter of her classmates filled the air, and Lin Xiaoya's smile reached ear to ear. All right, leave it to me, she declared confidently, feeling immensely proud of her brother-in-law. Unsurprisingly, the other students in the cafeteria were equally captivated, their eyes glued to the LCD screen. It's actually Chen, and his singing is as delightful as ever. In the live stream, fans leaned closer to their screens, yearning to feel connected to their idol. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, the song continued to resonate. 10 years ago, I did not know you, and you did not belong to me. We were still the same, accompanying a stranger's side, walking through the streets that have gradually become familiar. A decade later, we remain friends and can still extend greetings to one another. Upon hearing this, many girls in the audience could not help but shed tears, transitioning from initial reluctance to a profound sense of relief, as if their former selves were comforted. Suddenly, a figure arose from the audience, followed by another, and then 5. 10. Before long, the entire audience was on their feet, waving their glow sticks, lost in the reverie of the melody. This fellow, observing the electrifying atmosphere, Lumingly couldn't help but smile bitterly. Indeed, he had ignited the crowd once more. While somewhat unexpected, it was nonetheless predictable. After all, his remarkable presence had not gone unnoticed on multiple occasions. Chen is truly impressive, exclaimed the gold medal manager Jiang Zhe. In recent times, he has revitalized the music industry several times over. He is undoubtedly the most exceptional young talent I have encountered. Indeed, this young man's potential is limitless. The other two judges echoed, reflecting on the fact that nearly every song he performed had achieved phenomenal acclaim. It was hard to believe his future wouldn't be extraordinary. Gradually, amidst the fervor, the song reached its conclusion. Applause erupted like thunder, mingled with cheers, as declarations of love resounded throughout the venue. Yishan. In an instant, the crowd unified in their chants, a scene that spoke volumes. It was evident that the champion of the karaoke show was unquestionable, unless Chen himself or countless netizens dared to disagree. Meanwhile, at Magic City No. 1 High School, Lin Xiaoya's classmates were filled with excitement upon witnessing this spectacle. Chen is amazing. Of course, he is bound to be the champion. Hey, no doubt about it. Chen is the best. The chattering girls expressed their admiration, while Lin Xiaoya, listening to her peers, beamed with joy and pride. After all, he was her brother-in-law. It was hard not to feel elated given his brilliance. Indeed, Lin Xiaoya replied with a smile, who wouldn't he be proud of such a brother-in-law? Sigh. Observing Lin Xiaoya's expression, her companions couldn't help but sigh enviously. Wow, this is so enviable. How is it fair that Lin Xiaoya is so beautiful and has such an impressive brother-in-law? Really, how can we compete? Xiaoya, you can't be this boastful, right? Even if your brother-in-law is amazing, there's no need to flaunt it. The playful banter continued, but Lin Xiaoya remained unfazed. Envy all you want. She chuckled, but it won't change anything. At the same time, on the other side of the venue, Chen, having descended from the stage, was greeted by the cheerful voices of two little ones, who playfully kissed him. Fortunately, most of the audience had already left, otherwise, the reaction from Lumingly would have been quite the spectacle. After all, as the most beautiful woman in Magic City, her status rivaled that of a pop diva, especially with their relationship now public, likely sending shockwaves across the internet. Of course, he said, affectionately ruffling the hair of the two little ones. Our little princess's father is indeed remarkable. Yay, they chirped, nodding adorably, their cuteness catching everyone off guard. My goodness, fans in the live stream couldn't contain their adoration. That beautiful lady with the sunglasses must be their mother. She seems stunning. Regrettably, they could not glimpse her true appearance, which would have been a delightful bonus. Congratulations, Chen. After the crowd dispersed, Shi Qianyu approached Chen to offer her congratulations. After all, being the champion of the karaoke show was a coveted honor, something countless individuals dreamt of achieving. Chen nodded slightly, his reaction subdued. To him, this karaoke competition was merely a casual endeavor, as effortless as eating or drinking. TSK. Upon seeing his demeanor, Lu Mengli couldn't help but scoff at his pretentiousness. Chapter 86. In fact, this calligraphy was written by my niece's husband. Isn't it just a matter of singing well? What is the big deal? Lu Mengli regarded him with a hint of dissatisfaction. What are you thinking, girl? Shi Qianyu teased, noting Lu Mengli's occasional glances at Chen. Are you feeling proud that your man is so extraordinary, almost alien-like? Lu Mengli felt her cheeks flush at her friend's sudden remark, her face heating as she shot a glare at her. What alien? Are you out of your mind? Inside the villa, wow? The maids, during their cleaning, were momentarily distracted by a notification. Look, the young master won the karaoke show. Really? Let me see. They gathered excitedly, chattering among themselves. He's incredible. If only my husband were like him. Hearing their chatter, Su Rushua coughed, realizing she had become an enamored fan. However, considering this, she looked at the video and couldn't help but click her tongue. The young master is extraordinarily talented. It seemed that the future held much promise, indeed. Meanwhile, in a villa in South Korea, a notification chimed. Li Zixi glanced at it. Upon reading the content, disbelief filled her eyes. What? That kid is still unscathed? Li Zixi could hardly believe her eyes. The one who had ruined her prospects was now thriving once again online. For a moment, she struggled to maintain her composure. Useless. The dark church can't even handle this. Li Zixi's expression darkened as she dialed a number to the dark church. A quarter of an hour later, at the dark church. Yuri, a silver-tier assassin savoring red wine, squinted at the updated mission. Investigate missing members and complete failed tasks? Interesting, no wonder it was promoted from bronze to silver tier. While bronze-tier assassins are not the strongest, they represent the pinnacle of ordinary assassin organizations. Now, with all assassins missing, it was evident that the opponent was formidable. Let us take on this mission and see where it leads. He clicked to accept the task and then called his subordinates. The kid from Magic City. Glancing at the mission target, Yuri gazed into the distance. I hope this kid can endure a bit longer. The next day, at the Lin Group. Old Lin. It's been a while. As the president of the association, Feng Jingxiao greeted with a slight curve of his lips, while Lin Tianyuan was momentarily taken aback upon seeing his visitor. Brother Jingxiao, how does a busy person like you have the time to come here? Oh, let us not dwell on that. Feng Jingxiao waved his hand dismissively and continued. Isn't it about the sponsorship for the Literary Exchange Conference in Magic City? It's truly a headache. Feng Jingxiao's words, whether intentionally or not, caused Lin Tianyuan to pause mid-sip of his tea. Sponsorship? You're not here to solicit funds from me, are you? Upon uttering this, Feng Jingxiao cleared his throat, mustering his courage. Why not? Who doesn't he have a few wealthy friends, right? At this, Feng Jingxiao nearly spat out his tea. You old Feng. Are you no longer pretending to be shy about asking for money? What do you mean by asking for money? Don't phrase it so harshly. Feng Jingxiao replied earnestly. Supporting the literary exchange will also serve as a means to promote the Lin Group, wouldn't it? Speaking of which, this could be seen as an investment in publicity on your part. Only you could say something like that. Lin Tianyuan cast a sidelong glance at his close friend, their camaraderie allowing for such banter. So what is the verdict? Will you agree to this? Feng Jingxiao maintained a calm demeanor, which prompted a bittersweet smile from Lin Tianyuan. Now that you, old Feng, have come knocking, how could I possibly refuse? Splendid. Feng Jingxiao gave Lin Tianyuan a thumbs up. What would I do without you, old Lin? Compared to those stingy folks. What is this? Before he could finish, Feng Jingxiao's gaze was drawn to the elegantly framed calligraphy of Man Jianghong. Hey! Observing his friend's reaction, Lin Tianyuan's lips curled into a knowing smile, yet he refrained from breaking the moment's ambience. In a fit of rage, I lean against the railing, as the rain quietly ceases. Murmuring the lines, Feng Jingxiao was visibly excited. What exquisite calligraphy! What a splendid piece! Brother Lin, may I inquire who this masterpiece is attributed to? Feng Jingxiao regarded the work gravely. It undoubtedly bore the mark of a master. Oh, really? Lin Tianyuan smiled faintly and replied, Brother Jingxiao, what makes you think this work is the handiwork of a master? Upon hearing this, Feng Jingxiao let out a bitter smile and rolled his eyes. Brother Lin, are you jesting? Your proficiency in calligraphy is hardly inferior to mine, and it's not something one could simply display here. With that, Feng Jingxiao smacked his lips and continued. Now do tell, who is this master? Curious, are we? Witnessing his friend's eagerness only deepened Lin Tianyuan's composure, nearly driving Feng Jingxiao to exasperation. You, say what you like. Feng Jingxiao nearly lost his patience. His exasperation evident. I won't tease you any longer. Lin Tianyuan smiled gently, then turned his gaze to the lavishly framed peace man Jiang Hong, sighing with appreciation. You may find it hard to believe, but this calligraphy was not penned by a master. Seeing the expression on his friend's face, Feng Jingxiao slightly furrowed his brow. Are you certain? His gaze returned to the artwork, which appeared undeniably masterful from any angle and of exceptionally high caliber. Indeed. Lin Tianyuan then ceased the suspense. In truth, this calligraphy was created by my niece's husband. The unexpected revelation caused Feng Jingxiao to sputter his tea. What did you just say? It's true, Lin Tianyuan affirmed. With such skill, he must have been practicing for decades. And how old could your niece's husband possibly be? Just over 20, right? Are you pulling my leg? See, I told you, but you don't believe me. Lin Tianyuan shrugged and chuckled. That's just the way it is. This. Observing his friend's serious demeanor, Feng Jingxiao frowned slightly. If that's true, then your niece's husband is truly remarkable. Indeed. Lin Tianyuan grinned enigmatically. Moreover, I believe you know this person. Chapter 87. Brat, do you know who I am? Know him. Upon hearing Lin Tianyuan's words, Feng Jingxiao's brow furrowed tightly. Are you sure? His gaze fell once again on the extraordinary calligraphy. It was clear he could not recall knowing such a talent. Naturally, he is the current internet sensation, Chen. Lin Tianyuan nodded with a smile. The moment the words left his mouth, Feng Jingxiao lost his composure, staring incredulously at the calligraphy. You mean to say this was created by the viral sensation Chen? Indeed. The revelation was almost too staggering to accept. He had certainly heard of Chen, the musical prodigy, whose every lyric was worthy of contemplation. Although he acknowledged the young man's talent, he still perceived a considerable gap between him and such calligraphy. At least, that was his impression. I never would have guessed. He is your niece's husband? Feng Jingxiao mused, but soon he recalled something. Wait. Brother Lin, your niece is that renowned beauty from Magic City, isn't she? That young man is barely in his 20s. For years ago, he was just a kid. My goodness, the youth of today is astonishing. It was evident that Feng Jingxiao was among the few who knew of Lu Mengli's pregnancy, a fact that was still relatively obscure even in the imperial capital. After all, given the stature of the Lu family, it was exceedingly simple to discreetly give birth to 2 children, especially since Lu Mengli was in Magic City. Should the outside world become aware, the entire city would undoubtedly be shaken. At this point, Feng Jingxiao began to harbor a degree of belief. If that young man were not so exceptional, how could he have caught the eye of a Lu family heiress? Yet, he remained unaware of the circumstances surrounding that incident. It had merely been an accident. How enviable. Once he regained his train of thought, Feng Jingxiao turned to his close friend and remarked, when time permits, I absolutely must meet this remarkable son-in-law of yours. Haha, that's easy. Lin Tianyuan smiled gently, clearly perceiving the anticipation in Feng Jingxiao's eyes. It was evident that a display of calligraphy was indeed inevitable. However, given today's events, he would have ample bragging rights for at least half a year. It felt quite gratifying. Meanwhile, in front of the villa, Mommy and Daddy, goodbye. The 2 little ones stood before the villa, waving their tiny hands in farewell. You must come back quickly. It wasn't until the car disappeared from view that the 2 children snapped back to reality. Miss, where did the young master and young mistress go? Including Su Ruxue, everyone was quite curious. It was somewhat abnormal that the 2 little ones weren't brought along today. Well, Xin and Nuan exchanged glances, then tilted their heads. Mommy said they were going to get their marriage certificate. What? Upon hearing this, Su Ruxue and the maids were all taken aback. What was this about getting a marriage certificate? Surely they hadn't misheard. A marriage certificate. Goodness. The young master and young mistress haven't even registered their marriage yet. Yet the 2 little ones were already 3 years old, and the amount of information was overwhelming. Miss, are you certain? Su Ruxue was somewhat bewildered, genuinely not expecting this. Of course. Xin and Nuan nodded earnestly. Mommy said we weren't allowed to tell anyone. Listening to the 2 little ones speak in unison, Su Ruxue and the others gasped in shock. It seemed the young mistress was trying to keep it a secret, likely out of shyness. Oh my goodness. Did they overhear something they shouldn't have? If so, when the young mistress finds out, will she not seek retribution and have them punished? In the bustling city of Magic Capital, the parking lot of the Civil Affairs Bureau echoed with the sound of brakes as a car came to a halt. Lu Mengli gazed at the Civil Affairs Bureau, which was now within arm's reach, and let out a sigh of relief. What's wrong? Chen, noticing her tense demeanor, chuckled. My darling, are you still nervous? Mind your own business, Lu Mengli retorted, rolling her eyes at his playful teasing. Mengli, it's been a while. As she stepped out of the car, she spotted a young man in a tailored suit approaching with a bouquet of flowers. Zhao Ling. Upon seeing him, Lu Mengli's brows furrowed in surprise. What are you doing here? I didn't expect this. Zhao Ling did not answer her question. Instead, his gaze shifted to Yi Chen. You really plan to get a marriage certificate with a pretty boy? He scoffed. When I heard that, I thought I was mistaken. This is none of your business. Lu Mengli's expression grew cold, clearly wishing to avoid further entanglement with him, fearing Yi Chen would misunderstand. So you are Yi Chen? Zhao Ling's eyes brimmed with hostility upon seeing Yi Chen. How dare you get a marriage certificate with Mengli? You have some nerve. I warn you. Keep your distance from Mengli, or else. With a cold smirk, his penetrating gaze fell upon Yi Chen. I will ensure you disappear from Magic Capital. You are quite bold. Lu Mengli started to defend her man, but Yi Chen had already wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Oh, you dare stand up? Zhao Ling smirked slightly. What is this? Not hiding behind a woman anymore. I didn't realize you had some guts. Slap. Before Zhao Ling could finish his taunt, Yi Chen delivered a resounding slap that sent him crashing to the ground with a crack echoing from his face. Were it not for the public setting, Zhao Ling would have already met his demise. You want me to disappear from Magic Capital? Who do you think you are? The sudden display of dominance left Lu Mengli momentarily stunned. It was the first time she had witnessed him angry, and surprisingly, it was rather handsome. You. Zhao Ling attempted to speak, but coughed up blood, clearly indicating his severe injuries. You dare hit me. Do you know who I am? Slap. Yi Chen retaliated with another swift strike, leaving Zhao Ling questioning his existence, his eyes filled with resentment, yet no longer daring to utter another word. How ridiculous. If you receive a few more slaps, you might just find yourself dead. Kid, just wait. Zhao Ling spat, retreating in disgrace, his exit comically pitiful. What a guy. Lu Mengli sighed, observing Zhao Ling's humiliating departure. How was that? Your man is impressive, isn't he? Yi Chen teased as he led her into the Civil Affairs Bureau, playfully lifting her delicate chin. Impressive? Do you even know who Zhao Ling is? He is the scion of the Zhao family, one of the 4 great families of Magic Capital. Lu Mengli rolled her eyes and forced a bitter smile, realizing she needed to arrange for Uncle Mu to protect Yi Chen. Just a little brat. Yi Chen waved dismissively, unconcerned. It's nothing to worry about. Now, let us get you your marriage certificate, and don't let a fly ruin your mood. Excuse me, may I see your identification? The staff member at the Civil Affairs Bureau was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Yi Chen and Lu Mengli. Yi Chen, is that you? The beautiful staff member's eyes widened, confirming she wasn't dreaming as her cheeks flushed with excitement. My goodness, how thrilling. You have no idea, my parents, my husband, and even my daughter are all your fans. Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected to encounter a fan while obtaining a marriage certificate. Taking a deep breath, the staff member cautiously retrieved a photo of Yi Chen from her drawer. Yi Chen, could you please sign it for me? Of course. Yi Chen sighed slightly, recognizing the reality of his fame. Ugh. Lu Mengli shot a glance at him, realizing he must be overjoyed to have become an idol for an entire family. Is he really that popular now? Thank you, Yi Chen. The staff member carefully tucked the signed photo away, valuing it dearly as she proceeded to assist them with their marriage certificate. Your partner must be exceptionally beautiful. When the staff member's gaze fell upon Lu Mengli, she stood frozen in place. May I ask something rather bold? Clearing her throat, the staff member inhaled deeply. Are you the goddess CEO from Magic Capital, the first beauty in the city? You are Mengli, the goddess. Lu Mengli was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected compliment, her face flushing as she stammered, You know me? Wow, the staff member gasped. Oh my goodness, it's really you, Goddess Mengli. The woman every girl in Magic Capital dreams of becoming. No, wait, the staff member suddenly seemed to recall something. Her gaze darted between Yi Chen and Lu Mengli. Yi Chen, I remember you had twin daughters. Could it be that their mother is the first beauty, Goddess Mengli? Almost unable to contain herself, the staff member gasped. Realizing the astonishing revelation, Yi Shen's daughter's mother was none other than the first beauty of Magic Capital. Am I dreaming? Right. The staff member suddenly remembered. Retrieving the signed photo of Yi Chen again. Goddess Mengli, could you please sign this for me too? Thank you. Lu Mengli's mouth twitched at the request. She hadn't anticipated this moment. Well, okay. After all, the staff member was so fond of her, and since she was the one processing their marriage certificate, Lu Mengli decided to comply and sign the photo. Thank you. The staff member quickly tucked the photo away, treating it like a treasured heirloom. If this photo made its way online, it would undoubtedly fetch a staggering price. Moments later, with the staff member's expedited efforts, under the official seal, the two officially became husband and wife. Yi Chen, Goddess Mengli, take care. As they departed, the excited voice of the staff member echoed behind them. Fortunately, there weren't too many people around. Otherwise, it might have turned into a larger fan gathering scene. Didn't he realize my Mengli has quite a fan base? Yi Chen chuckled, glancing at the girl beside him, who was lost in thought as she examined their marriage certificate. Are you out of your mind? Lu Mengli rolled her eyes at him, still processing the day's events. The first beauty of magic capital, TSK. If others found out, your man would surely be the envy of many. Yi Chen laughed. Yet Lu Mengli paid him no mind. Hurry, take me to the wine house, she directed, casting a glance at him. I don't have time to waste with you. Soon, the supercar departed from the Civil Affairs Bureau. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows near the bureau, none other than Mu Lingfeng, who had been discreetly keeping watch. Has the young lady truly obtained her marriage certificate with the son-in-law? Mu Lingfeng sighed, pondering what the patriarch would think upon discovering this news. His gaze shifted towards the Zhao family in the bustling metropolis. The son-in-law is no ordinary man. Let the Zhao family fend for themselves. Inside the supercar, the atmosphere was vibrant, and Yi Chen suddenly recalled something. Ah yes, today, I wonder what matters await resolution at the wine house. With a rare moment of leisure, he found himself concerned about the affairs of the wine house in the metropolis. This was not merely a trivial pursuit. The establishment was currently facing a developmental bottleneck. Pausing for a moment to gather his thoughts, he continued, to break through this impasse, there exists but one path, opening a branch. This would augment the wine house's revenue. But the investment required to establish a branch is no trifling sum. A branch of the wine house in the metropolis? Upon hearing Lu Mengli's words, Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback. My dear Mengli is quite the capable one. TSK. What, dear Mengli? Don't take undue advantage of me. Lu Mengli shot a frosty glance at him, while Yi Chen merely smiled, unfazed, and produced a black card. As for financial matters, your man has his ways. This card holds 10 billion, sufficient for the initial investment in a branch. At this juncture, Yi Chen, with a teasing tone, added, however, my precious Mengli, if you desire it, there are conditions, you know? What? Upon hearing his words, Lu Mengli, for reasons unknown, blurted out, what conditions? Lu Mengli, what are you doing? Have you gone mad? Can't you see he is deliberately digging a pit for you? Quite simply. Upon noticing Lu Mengli taking the bait, Yi Chen refrained from further elaboration and jested. Just call me husband in that sweet tone, and this card shall be yours. Don't get too carried away. Listening to his demands, Lu Mengli felt a wave of frustration. How shameless of him to take advantage of her so brazenly. Yet, without the Lu family's influence, overcoming this bottleneck might indeed require his assistance. What should I do? Must I truly call him husband? Chapter 89. The young master of the Zhao family dares to lay hands on Yi Xiao. However, Lu Mengli gazed at the black card, her eyes narrowing cunningly. A mere utterance could procure her 10 billion. That would certainly cost him dearly. Heh. With this thought, a smirk graced Lu Mengli's lips, and she seemed resolute. Husband. The sweet, coy tone resonated, sending shivers down her spine, yet it was evident that such a dulcet sound held immense power. Ah, my Mengli is truly obedient. After saying this, Yi Chen promptly ended the recording on his phone. As he clicked stop, the sugary, sultry call echoed in Lu Mengli's ears, leaving her momentarily dazed. You dare record this? Indeed. She had not anticipated such a tactic from him. Give it to me. Lu Mengli lunged to snatch the phone, only to accidentally press her lips against his in the process, the unexpected moment leaving her mind in chaos. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Mengli finally managed to pull away, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, wishing for a hole to hide in. How infuriating. Not only did she fail to delete the recording, but she also unwittingly allowed him to take advantage of her while clutching the black card. Nevertheless, with the 10 billion he provided, she did not consider herself at a loss. For a moment, Lu Mengli found herself contemplating this. Ding. Host spends 10 billion. Triggering a 100-fold return, receiving 100 billion RMB. At that moment, Yi Chen heard the system notification chime in his ear, and this time, it was a direct profit of 100 billion. If outsiders were to discover the speed at which Yi Chen amassed wealth, they would surely be overcome with envy. He then glanced at his attribute panel. Name, Yi Chen. Age, 21. Appearance, max, surpassing all existence. Abilities, divine driving skills, musical prodigy, culinary master, martial arts grandmaster, calligraphy virtuoso. Qilin-like stamina, intoxication resistance, massage expert, master of treasure appraisal, immersive voice. Items, Supreme Villa No. 1x1, Lamborghini Demon Sun Extended Supercar X1, 100 shares of Qianlong Group. 100-fold consumption rebate, infinite bone-eating powder, dragon scale dagger, 72 divine guards, 100 shares of Metropolis University, 299 evidence collection cards, all shops in Wanxiang Commercial Street. Wealth, 121. 0.45 billion RMB. Just deliver it here. Outside the wine house, Lu Mengli's face was slightly flushed, while Yi Chen regained his composure. Are you certain? Yes, Lu Mengli nodded, glancing at the coveted red book. I'm not quite prepared yet. I'll announce our relationship when the time is right. I'm fine with that. Yi Chen smiled gently, understanding that she needed time to adjust. Then I shall take my leave. After saying this, Lu Mengli briskly walked away, wary of being spotted by anyone from the company. That girl. Casting a glance at Lu Mengli, who had reverted to her aloof, commanding demeanor, Yi Chen pressed the accelerator and left the wine house. Hearing the sound, Lu Mengli let out a sigh of relief. At last, he has departed. How vexing. I couldn't delete the recording. Once we return to the villa, and he falls asleep, I'll secretly erase it. But for now, as she spoke, Lu Mengli had already entered the wine house. It was time to open a branch. Ding ding ding. Just then, her phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, she was momentarily taken aback. Hello, President Chen. Answering the call, she recognized the voice of Shen Wanghua, the president of Qianlong Group. Ah, Lu Zong. Shen Wanghua greeted with a slight smile, continuing. I've heard that you are planning to open a branch of the wine house. Oh, Lu Mengli was momentarily surprised by Shen Wanghua's awareness. President Shen is quite well informed. I do have such intentions. Pausing briefly, she sensed something amiss regarding the sudden call from Shen Wanghua. Ahem, it's like this. Clearing his throat, Shen Wanghua proceeded. On behalf of Qianlong Group, I wish to pursue deeper cooperation with the wine house. Would you be willing, Lu Zong? Hearing his words, Lu Mengli was taken aback. Deeper cooperation? Could it be that President Shen is interested in the branch project? Shen Wanghua, hearing her response, couldn't he help but admire her intelligence. After all, she is Yi Xiao's woman. Precisely. Shen Wanghua nodded, continuing. However, Qianlong Group will only provide the investment. The specifics of the operation will still be managed by you. Lu Zong, Qianlong Group will invest 5 billion, and we can discuss the shareholding ratio later, if that is agreeable. 5 billion. At this revelation, Lu Mengli could clearly see Shen Wanghua's sincerity, even though she was uncertain why Qianlong Group was suddenly so amicable. But that mattered little, as with this 5 billion, she could accomplish much. All right. With that thought, Lu Mengli ceased to hesitate and agreed. Very well, I'll have someone discuss the details with you shortly. After hanging up, Shen Wanghua exhaled deeply. Taking a sip of tea to calm his nerves, he remarked, the pressure of acting is immense. I nearly lost my composure. It's a good thing I didn't have to show my face personally, or I might have been exposed. The affairs of the Qianlong Group must not be disclosed to Lu Mengli, at least not at this moment. Ding dong. However, within this chamber, Shen Wanghua received a message that caused his expression to change dramatically. What is this? Startled, Shen Wanghua sprang to his feet. The son of the Zhao family is actually planning to lay hands on young Master Yi. Has he lost his mind? Without a moment's delay, Shen Wanghua dialed Zhao's number and promptly exited the room to rush to the scene. I hope it's not too late. Minutes later, Shen Wanghua sped away in his car. Time flew by, and at a certain moment, squeak, on the route to the Junlin Tianxiao Villa. 2 cars blocked the way, and Yi Chen slammed on the brakes, halting in the middle of the road. Then, more vehicles arrived from behind, encircling Yi Chen. Clatter. Following that, dozens of individuals appeared on the scene, each one formidable, with the leader being none other than Zhao Ling, the young master of the Zhao family. This was the very same brat from in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau earlier. Humph. Upon seeing Yi Chen, Zhao Ling's eyes glinted with mockery. Boy, did you ever consider the consequences of your bravado this morning? With a cold snort, his subordinates surrounded Yi Chen. Today, even the King of Heaven could not save him. Oh, observing the menacing Zhao Ling approaching, Yi Chen was slightly taken aback. This spectacle is quite grand for dealing with me. TCH, aren't you quite the fighter? Today, I shall see just how many you can take on. Zhao Ling smirked, gesturing for his subordinates to act. You dare to lay a hand on my young master. Seeking death, one of the subordinates was about to strike, and Zhao Ling's face was filled with amusement, eager to make this brat pay 100-fold. However, what transpired next exceeded his expectations. Chapter 90, Lu Mengli, the young lady of the Lu family in the imperial capital. Halt. Just as the assailant was about to execute his attack, a thunderous voice echoed from afar, followed by 2 figures striding swiftly towards the scene. Everyone halt immediately. Upon glancing over, the subordinate almost lost his footing, barely managing to stay upright, clearly flustered. Master. The moment he saw his master arrive, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Father, Uncle Shen, what brings you here? Zhao Ling furrowed his brow as he beheld his father and Shen Wanghua approaching. Slap. Without mincing words, Zhao Changchun delivered a resounding slap to his son's face. Get out of my way. You. Shen Wanghua sighed as he looked at Zhao Ling. You've really gotten yourself into trouble this time. Young Master Yi, are you unharmed? Shen Wanghua approached respectfully, bowing slightly. His expression filled with regret directed at Zhao Changchun. Young Master Yi, I apologize for my lack of discipline in raising my child. I hope you can overlook the folly of youth. Zhao Ling's eyes widened in disbelief, a chill running down his spine. To be treated in such a manner by his father and Uncle Chen, the identity of the other party was evidently formidable. Shen Wanghua, you know that brat? Yi Chen turned to Shen Wanghua, clearly surprised to see him here. Ahem, well. Clearing his throat, Shen Wanghua continued. Young Master Yi, in fact. I have watched Zhao Ling grow up. I am a close friend of his father, Zhao Changchun. So when I learned that Zhao Ling intended to harm you, I immediately rushed over with Zhao Changchun. Shen Wanghua did not dare to conceal any details, recounting his relationship with the Zhao family and the circumstances, as only by doing so could he hope to alleviate the anger of young Master Yi. Is that so? Hearing Shen Wanghua's words, Yi Chen nodded slightly. Slap. Zhao Changchun took a deep breath and delivered another slap to Zhao Ling's head. What are you standing there for? Apologized to young Master Yi. I'm sorry, young Master Yi. I should not have offended you. Upon uttering these words, the surrounding Zhao family subordinates were taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief. Who is this person that even the master treats him with such gravity? Enough. Casting a glance at Zhao Ling, Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively. I hope this is the last time. Shen Wanghua, I leave the rest to you. Understood, young Master Yi. Taking a deep breath, Shen Wanghua bowed in acknowledgement. Farewell, young Master Yi. By the time Zhao Ling regained his senses, he witnessed his father and Uncle Chen respectfully seeing off the very person he had intended to reprimand. Gulp. Watching the sports car depart, Zhao Ling swallowed hard, feeling as if he had just awoken from a dream. If his father and Uncle Chen had not arrived in time, he dared not even contemplate the consequences. Father, who on earth is that Yi Chen? Zhao Ling, with his mouth agape, inhaled deeply as he questioned the departing direction of Yi Chen's sports car. Humph. Upon hearing his foolish son's words, Zhao Changchun was filled with a desire to strangle him. How could a man of such intelligence have birthed such a dim-witted offspring? How dare you even ask? Clearly, Zhao Changchun had no desire to waste another word with his son, fearing he might lose control and thrash him. Little Ling, you might not yet realize. Shen Wanghua sighed nearby before speaking. Young Master Yi is currently the sole proprietor of the Qianlong Group. What? Upon hearing this, Zhao Ling's eyes widened in disbelief, glancing at Yi Chen's departing figure with newfound astonishment. The owner of the Qianlong Group. How is this possible? One must understand that the Qianlong Group is a coveted entity sought after by various powers in Magic City. Even his father, who is on good terms with Uncle Chen, lacked the strength to swallow it whole. How could that young brat possibly, especially as an absolute controlling shareholder? Such a degree of power is unparalleled in Magic City, at least to his knowledge. The realization was chilling. At this moment, he finally understood why his father and Uncle Chen had rushed over in such a panic. By the way, Shen Wanghua suddenly recalled something. Little Ling, I heard you have an interest in Lu Mengli, the owner of the Magic City wine house. This incident wouldn't be related to her, would it? Before arriving, Shen Wanghua had gathered some information and was now speculating. This. However, Zhao Changchun furrowed his brows at this. The wine house in Magic City, Lu Mengli? Not good. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Changchun then fixed a serious gaze upon his son. You insolent brat. Recount everything to me clearly. This. Zhao Ling felt his father's fury and gulped hard, while Shen Wanghua stood by, baffled as to why Zhao Changchun suddenly seemed so enraged. Ahem, father. It goes like this. Today, I received news that the brat, oh no, young Master Yi, was going to obtain a marriage certificate with Lu Mengli, and then, as he listened to his son's account, Zhao Changchun's face turned ashen. Slap. He immediately delivered another slap to Zhao Ling's face. You wretch, truly beyond redemption. Father you. Covering his cheek, Zhao Ling was left questioning his existence, unable to believe that his usually indulgent father could be so harsh. How many times have I told you not to set your sights on Lu Mengli? The Zhao family will surely face calamity because of you. Zhao Changchun struggled to restrain his impulse to strangle his son, for this reckless fool had a knack for stirring up trouble. Old Shen, could it be? Observing this scene, Shen Wanghua evidently sensed something. Lu Mengli is not simple, is she? Even Zhao Ling, standing to the side, was taken aback. He had known Lu Mengli for many years, yet had never heard of any background she possessed. Not just simple. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Changchun stated gravely. I have only recently learned, and this secret has been known to me for several years. You are all aware of the Lin family in Magic City, right? Zhao Changchun subsequently recounted. Like the Zhao family, one of the 4 illustrious families of the Magic City, Lu Mengli is, in fact, the granddaughter of Lin Shirong. What? Upon hearing this, Shen Wanghua wore an expression of disbelief. Could it be that Lu Mengli is the daughter of Miss Lin Ruqing? But how could that be? At this juncture, a thought struck Shen Wanghua. Wasn't it said that the Lin family's heiress married into a prestigious family in the imperial capital? Lu Mengli. From the Lu family of the imperial capital? Hiss. As the president of the Qianlong Group, Shen Wangguo was well aware of the Liu family's prominence in the imperial capital, a status that paralleled that of the four families in the Magic City. Yet it was still the imperial capital. Lu Mingli is indeed a young lady of the Liu family in the imperial capital. The revelation was certainly a significant shock to him, leaving Zhao Ling utterly dumbfounded. The Liu family of the imperial capital, that is a behemoth. And the Zhao family pales in comparison, akin to mere ants before such a giant. At this moment, he was genuinely taken aback. The identities of those two were increasingly formidable. Good heavens, had he lost his mind during the day to provoke them? The mere thought now filled him with dread. Chapter 91. A relative in distress, system reward. The Emperor's Hotel, is that normal? The Junlin Tianxia Villa. Creak. Accompanied by the sound of brakes. The two little ones dashed over immediately. Ah, Daddy is back. The two children scampered with their tiny feet, their faces alight with excitement as they rushed to embrace their father. Is this your return? Su Ruxue and the maids, seeing the young master return, naturally understood that he had just finished obtaining a marriage certificate with the young mistress. You little rascal, where have you been so early in the morning? A familiar voice echoed from within the villa, and soon, Ye's father and mother appeared outside the villa. However, upon seeing the luxurious residence their son inhabited, they were taken aback. Indeed, this could more aptly be described as a castle. Though they were unaware of its price, it was undoubtedly worth a fortune. Ahem. It's nothing, just went out for a bit. Yi Chen coughed lightly, surprised by the unexpected arrival of his parents. By the way, what brings you here? A call would have sufficed. Gently ruffling the heads of the two children, Yi Chen smiled as he spoke. What? Upon hearing her son's words, Ye's mother rolled her eyes. We came to see our granddaughter. Do we need your permission for that? Ahem. Yi Chen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Mom, what are you saying? It's not like I was prepared for this. Ye's father glanced at Ye's mother and then chimed in. We came to see the two little ones and brought some fresh vegetables from home. After speaking, Ye's father surveyed the surrounding villa. Speaking of which, you really know how to enjoy yourself. Smacking his lips, Ye's father remarked, dismissing the presence of bodyguards, and noting the abundance of beautiful maids. It must be said, this is a life many men dream of, and his son has certainly achieved it. If word got out, countless people would be envious. Not too shabby. Yi Chen nodded slightly, quite satisfied with the villa's amenities. By the way, Yi Chen suddenly remembered something and turned to the two little ones. Have you packed your things? We'll be heading to the amusement park soon. Yes, yes. Upon hearing their father's words, Xin and Nuanu eagerly nodded like little chicks pecking at rice. Of course, we're ready. Grandpa and Grandma, can we go to the amusement park together? The two little ones chirped sweetly to their grandparents. Hee sure. Ye's father and mother looked at their adorable granddaughters, their faces adorned with smiles, clearly overjoyed. Really? That is wonderful, hee. Upon hearing their grandparents agree to go, the two little ones clapped their tiny hands in excitement. Shortly after, inside the supercar, off we go. The two little ones gazed out at the scenery with excitement. Huh, soon. Ye's mother noticed two red books lying in the supercar and opened one. Did the young couple just get their marriage certificate? Ye's father evidently noticed this as well, glancing at the marriage certificate belonging to his son and daughter-in-law, momentarily taken aback. This kid, I didn't realize he was so quick. Quite impressive. Observing the prized red book, Ye's father nodded in satisfaction. This boy certainly has his father's flair. Virtue. Hearing her husband's words, Ye's mother couldn't help but roll her eyes. It's worth noting that she and Ye's father had been childhood sweethearts during their first love. This rascal would often lead her to secluded spots until, ultimately, she became pregnant with this little troublemaker, which led them to the altar. Otherwise, how could she, once a blooming flower, ever have considered this old fellow? Amidst the cheerful atmosphere, the amusement park was soon within sight. Wow. Upon arriving at the amusement park, the two little ones resembled birds released from their cages. There's so much fun to be had. The two children giggled, their eyes sparkling with excitement, filled with curiosity about everything. It is worth noting that previously, they seldom visited such places. After all, Lu Mingli, being the most beautiful woman in the Magic City, having children would undoubtedly cause a sensational stir if discovered. Hee, Daddy, come look at this. The sweet voices of the two little ones rang out as they excitedly pointed at the nearby pirate ship. Hee, let us go. Daddy will take you to play. Seeing the eager expressions on the two little ones, Yi Chen, naturally unwilling to dampen their spirits, smiled as he said, Really, long live Daddy. Upon hearing that Daddy would take them on the pirate ship, the two little ones' eyes sparkled with excitement, and a bit of nervousness filled them with a sense of wonder. They had never experienced anything like this before. Soon, the pirate ship ride concluded. So much fun. Yes, it felt like flying. Xin and Nua excitedly chattered, their enjoyment surpassing their expectations. Subsequently, Yi Chen took them on bumper cars, a carousel, and the Ferris wheel, playing from morning until 5 in the afternoon. At one moment, Ye's mother glanced at a girl not far away. Xiao Chun, is that your cousin? Looking over, they saw a girl clad in a real estate office suit, yet her outstanding beauty remained unmasked. Wenwen, Ye's mother called out. And Chun Wenwen, who was distributing flyers, looked over. Auntie, what are you doing here? As she spoke, Chen Wenwen blushed, instinctively trying to hide the flyer behind her back, but then felt it inappropriate. Indeed, she wished she could find a hole to hide in. It is worth noting that she is a dual master's degree holder in economics and commerce from Jinling University, yet here she was, handing out flyers at an amusement park. Is that really you? Upon seeing her niece, Ye's mother frowned. Aren't you at Jinling? What are you doing handing out flyers in Jiangnan? I. Hearing her aunt's words, Chun Wenwen hesitated, then recounted her predicament. It turned out she had been full of enthusiasm, ready to make a splash in the Magic City, only to be harshly schooled by reality. It wasn't that she was lacking in capability, but rather that the assistant position she had finally managed to secure had been taken by someone with connections. What? Upon hearing her niece's experience, Ye's mother was instantly incensed, snatched by someone with connections at the Emperor's Hotel. Alas, such matters are truly unpredictable. Ye's father sighed, then turned to Yi Chun, contemplating something. By the way, Wenwen, your cousin is quite well connected now. Why not enlist his assistance? Is that appropriate? Chen Wenwen's cheeks flushed crimson. She was acutely aware that her cousin had become a prominent superstar and had even purchased a luxurious apartment for her aunt. Ding. Detecting that the host's cousin is in distress, reward, 100 shares of Tianzi Hotel. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. Did this mean he had just secured shares in Tianzi Hotel? Chapter 92. Concerning your cousin's matters, pay attention. It's nothing. Yi Chun waved his hand dismissively and turned to his cousin. I'll inquire on your behalf. Thank you, cousin. We're family. No need for formalities. Yi Chun then had a thought and looked at the two little ones. Xin, Nuo, this is your Aunt Wenwen. Hello, Aunt Wenwen. The two children bobbed their heads like little chicks pecking at rice. It was at this moment that Chun Wenwen's gaze finally fell upon the two little ones. What adorable little Lolas. As she gazed at them, her eyes sparkled with affection. Indeed, Xin and Nuo were utterly delightful. Hee, Auntie is so beautiful. Thank you. Chun Wenwen's spirits lifted significantly upon receiving their compliments, as if a cloud of gloom had dispersed. By the way, Chun Wenwen suddenly recalled something and looked at her cousin with a hint of suspicion. Cousin, who are they? Ahem. Hearing his cousin's question, Yi Chun cleared his throat. Wenwen, these are your cousin's daughters. Before Yi Chun could elaborate, his mother, standing nearby, chimed in with a smile. Her eyes filled with affection as they rested on the two little ones. So, they are my cousin's daughters? Wait, what? Chun Wenwen's eyes widened in disbelief as she processed this revelation, her gaze now fixated on the two children. Cousin's daughters? Is this for real? Ahem, it's indeed true. Ye's father, observing his niece's astonishment, cleared his throat and added, this is a long story. Your aunt and I only found out recently. By the way, their mother is quite remarkable. She is the most beautiful woman in the Magic City. Hiss. Chun Wenwen gasped, her astonishment intensifying as she looked at Yi Chun. Cousin, is this true? The mother of these two little ones is Lu Mingli, the owner of the prestigious bar in the Magic City. Yi Chun nodded slightly. Although this revelation was hard to grasp, he felt it was only a matter of time before it came to light, so he did not conceal it. Ahem. You certainly kept this a well-guarded secret. Chen Wenwen pursed her lips, recalling how her cousin had once trailed behind her, seeking out bird nests. And now he had two children with the most beautiful woman in the Magic City. Although she was studying at Jinling University, she had certainly heard of the renowned beauty's name, an idol for countless girls. However, she never imagined that such a stunning figure had been won over by her cousin years ago. After a while, Chen Wenwen finally regained her composure. As for the notion of being a sugar daddy, what a joke. These two little ones bore an uncanny resemblance to her cousin in his childhood. She wouldn't believe a paternity test could prove otherwise. Come on, Auntie will take you both to have some fun. As she spoke, Chen Wenwen casually tossed the real estate flyers into the trash bin, discarding them with disdain. What kind of nonsense was that? Her cousin was so impressive, and she had been worrying about trivial matters. Indeed. The two little ones were overjoyed to see their beautiful aunt, and they eagerly followed her, one on each side. As they made their way toward a nearby play area, you little rascal, your second aunt helped our family immensely back in the day. Pay attention to your cousin's affairs. Ye's mother said, watching her niece's retreating figure, then turned to her son as a reminder. Don't worry, Mom. Yi Chun nodded and added, I'll take care of this. My cousin was quite good to me when we were young. Ye's father regarded his son and then turned to Ye's mother, saying, Let's leave this matter to our son. You know he is competent. Very well. As they spoke, Ye's father and mother hurried after Chun Wenwen. However, Just as Yi Chun was deep in thought, his phone rang. "Hello, young Master Yi." Upon answering, a respectful voice greeted him. "I hope I'm not disturbing you." "Who is this?" Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback by the unfamiliar voice. "Ahem, allow me to introduce myself. I am Cheng Tianyu, the president of Tianzi Hotel, and I wish to report on the current situation at the hotel." "Tianzi Hotel?" Yi Chun was momentarily stunned, then glanced toward the distance. "This can wait." Thinking of his cousin's situation, he continued, "Are you currently hiring a secretary? How does young Master Yi know this?" Cheng Tianyu was taken aback, then replied, "Well, it's the HR department handling the recruitment. I'm not very familiar with the specifics." "Is that so?" Noticing Yi Chen's pause, Cheng Tianyu felt a twinge of anxiety. "A few days ago, my cousin Chen Wenwen applied for the position of executive assistant, but seemed to have been replaced by someone with connections. Is that true?" "What?" Upon hearing this, Cheng Tianyu's heart raced. "My goodness, young Master Ye's cousin is applying for the assistant position. Ahem, I'm not entirely sure. If she was indeed replaced by someone with connections, this is a serious matter." Cheng Tianyu immediately replied, "Young Master Yi, I understand. I'll handle this matter promptly. By the way, should we allow Miss Chen to apply for the assistant position? After all, she is the relative of our boss, and it might seem inappropriate." Yi Chen nodded slightly, and then said, "My cousin just graduated a year ago. Although she holds dual master's degrees in economics and commerce, she lacks experience. Let her start as an assistant. If, after a year, she can manage independently, I might consider granting you shares in Tianzi Hotel." Upon hearing this, Cheng Tianyu was taken aback. "Thank you, young Master Yi." Taking a deep breath, he realized that Tianzi Hotel was a chain establishment, now widely recognized throughout half of the nation, and young Master Yi was willing to offer him shares. Suddenly, Cheng Tianyu felt invigorated. Goodness! Nurturing young Master Ye's cousin is a top priority. Who would dare obstruct this? I will ensure she thrives. Before long, Cheng Tianyu discovered the issue within the HR department. Originally, Chen Wenwen had passed her application, but the sales supervisor's cousin was also job hunting and had thus offered some incentives to the HR department, resulting in Chen Wenwen being displaced. However, Cheng Tianyu acted decisively, promptly dismissing the sales supervisor and relevant HR personnel. He would not tolerate such parasites, especially when it concerned young Master Ye's cousin. The first task assigned by the new boss was one he would not take lightly. Time passed quickly, and night fell. Beep, beep. The group arrived in front of a stretched Lamborghini Demon, and as the headlights illuminated, Chen Wenwen's eyes widened. The latest model of the Lamborghini Demon was priced at 30 million. Goodness, her cousin seemed to be even wealthier than she had imagined. Just then, Chen Wenwen's phone rang, and upon seeing the call was from the HR department of Tianzi Hotel, she frowned but still answered. "Hello, Miss Chen." As she connected the call, an enthusiastic voice greeted her. "After verification by our HR department, the individual with connections has been removed from consideration and blacklisted. When might you be able to start working with us?" Listening to the information on the other end of the line, Chen Wenwen felt utterly dazed, struggling to believe that she had been rehired. Her cousin's efficiency was astonishing. Chapter 93 Aunt, how come your cooking skills are so remarkable? Chen Wenwen was momentarily taken aback by Yi's mother's inquiry. "Aunt, you might find this hard to believe," she began, inhaling deeply and gazing out at the fleeting scenery beyond the window. "I've been rehired by the Tianzi Hotel. That well-connected individual has been dismissed and blacklisted by the hotel." Yi's mother paused, clearly astonished by her son's efficiency, noting that she hadn't seen him make any phone calls. How did he manage to resolve this? She mused, recognizing a hint of her husband's former charisma in their son. Yi's father nodded solemnly, almost causing Yi's mother to choke. Surely he hadn't taken his medication today. What nonsense is he spouting in broad daylight? "Thanks, cousin," Chen Wenwen said with a smile, grateful for his assistance. Recalling how she had once warmed his bed when he complained of the cold. "We're family. No need to be formal," Yi Chun waved dismissively, considering it a trivial matter. As they conversed, they approached the luxurious estate known as Junlin Tiantang. Upon arriving, Chen Wenwen was momentarily stunned. "Cousin, you don't actually live here, do you?" she exclaimed, having heard of the opulent Junlin Tiantang villas, known as the most prestigious in the city, with the prime unit being worth a fortune. "Hello, young master." A bodyguard's voice broke her reverie, and she was taken aback by the imposing figure standing before her. What kind of life is my cousin living? She wondered, having only seen such scenes on television. "Hello, young master," came the sweet greeting from Su Ruxue, accompanied by a group of maids. Chen Wenwen's heart skipped as she beheld the stunning maids, each clad in short skirts and black stockings, creating a striking visual. Even Yi's father couldn't help but steal a few glances, for a man remains a boy at heart. However, he discreetly averted his gaze from Yi's mother, knowing full well the verbal reprimand that would ensue. a fondness for beauty is universal. Chen Wenwen couldn't help but admire the maids a couple more times, especially Su Rushiwa, whose elegance and beauty evoked a twinge of envy in her. Aunt Chinyu. Before Chen Wenwen could ponder further, the voices of two little ones reached her ears, and she turned to see the enchanting Xie Chinyu, whose figure was a sight to behold. With a slender waist and curvaceous form. Clearly, she was a rare beauty, not just any ordinary one, but a pop diva. Goddess Chinyu. Chen Wenwen gasped in astonishment, her surprise evident as she had not anticipated encountering such a luminary in her cousin's villa. Could it be that my cousin is juggling two relationships? She thought, but it seemed implausible. With a sister-in-law of such stunning beauty in the city, it was hard to believe she would accept such a situation. And surely the diva wouldn't find herself in such a predicament. Despite her cousin's exceptional qualities, it seemed improbable. Cough, cough. Wenwen, Ye's mother interjected, attempting to ease the tension. You may not know this, but Chinyu is your sister-in-law's close friend. Oh, I see. Chen Wenwen replied, clearing her throat. Goddess Chinyu isn't the type to be involved in such matters. Chen Wenwen, this is my cousin, Yi Chen said, recognizing his sister-in-law's reaction and surmising her whimsical thoughts. Hello, Xie Chinyu remarked, gaining her composure. Yi Chen, your family possesses some remarkably strong genes. Your cousin's beauty could rival that of any leading actress. Chen Wenwen blushed at the praise, feeling flustered under such attention. Just then, the sound of a sports car echoed in the distance. Mother must be back, the two little ones exclaimed, scampering away with unabashed excitement. Slow down, you two. Ye's mother called after them as they dashed towards the approaching vehicle. As the group turned their eyes toward the car, a breathtaking beauty emerged. It was Lu Mengli, the most stunning woman in the city. Did you miss me? She effortlessly scooped up the two little ones in her arms, tenderly ruffling their hair. Hom. They nodded eagerly, their heads bobbing like little chicks. By the way, Mother, they chimed, glancing towards the distance. Grandpa and Grandma are here. And Aunt Wenwen. Lu Mengli's heart raced at the realization, instinctively scanning the area, her pulse quickening at the prospect of meeting her future in-laws. Uncle, Auntie, what brings you here? She inquired, her cheeks flushing slightly. She hadn't anticipated encountering her partner's family in such a manner. Just missing the little ones. Ye's mother replied with a gentle smile, her eyes sparkling as she regarded her daughter-in-law, who was even more beautiful in person than in photographs. And you too. Lu Mengli playfully chided Yi Chen. You didn't inform me that Uncle and Auntie were coming. I only found out recently, Yi Chen replied, smiling. While Xie Chinyu couldn't help but chuckle at her friend's endearing nervousness, revealing a side of her friend she hadn't seen before. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Mengli soon found herself chatting comfortably with Chen Wenwen. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen, signaling Yi Chen's rare display of culinary prowess, prompting his cousin to express her growing hunger. Wow, she exclaimed, glancing toward the kitchen, astonished. Aunt, your son possesses such culinary skills? Humph. Yi's mother scoffed lightly. I've been utterly deceived by this boy. I never realized how delicious his cooking was. That is nothing. Yi's father beamed with pride, observing their son's efforts in the kitchen. Wenwen, you don't know, your cousin bought us an entire building at the Wanxiang Royal Mansion. He spent a staggering 2.6 billion. What? Chen Wenwen's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished by the revelation. The Wanxiang Royal Mansion was the hottest property on the market, with each unit priced at 5 to 6 million. The fact that her cousin had purchased an entire building was simply mind-boggling. Chapter 94, A New Dawn of Revelations. Good heavens. Xie Chinyu was also taken aback. 2.6 billion? Your friend's quite the filial son. Yay, Daddy's amazing. The little ones chimed in, fully aware of their father's south real estate venture, though they didn't grasp the enormity of the sum. Just then, Lu Mengli's phone chimed. Hello, Mengli, came the voice of her uncle, Lin Tianyuan, from the other end. Uncle, Lu Mengli replied, her brow furrowing slightly, as it was unusual for her uncle to contact her directly. Do you have time tomorrow to join Xiaoya for a literary exchange in Magic City? It promises to be quite lively. Your grandfather will be there too. Upon hearing this, Lu Mengli pondered briefly. All right then. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen glanced over. Who was that? My uncle. He mentioned the literary exchange tomorrow and suggested we attend. A literary exchange? Yi Chen's expression shifted slightly, pondering why he was being invited to draw attention. What? Before Yi Chen could further contemplate, his cousin's astonished voice interjected. Cousin, you're the second largest shareholder of the Yuan platform. The revelation regarding the goddess Chen Yu left his cousin utterly astonished. The Yuan platform? It had recently emerged as a formidable force in the music industry, and to think his cousin held shares. The following day at the Magic City Literary Exchange, Mengli, upon entering the venue, a voice resounded from a distance. It was his aunt, Lin Mu. At that moment, Lin Xiaoya was also notably present. Hee cousin-in-law. Lin Xiaoya beamed, vigorously waving her little hand upon spotting him, causing Zhao Ling nearby to twitch at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, Yi Chen's status is not ordinary. Lu Mingli is evidently the esteemed daughter of the Lu family from the imperial capital, Zhao Ling thought to himself, filled with trepidation over his earlier actions. Ah, old Lin. Shortly after, a figure approached from afar. It was Feng Jingxiao, the president of the Magic City Writers Association, who had initiated the literary exchange. Brother Jingxiao, how do you do? He was clearly aware of Feng's intentions, and thus, he did not take the matter lightly. Old Lin. He bowed respectfully, acknowledging that Lin Xiaorong held a higher standing and should be greeted first. Lin Xiaorong waved his hand slightly, signaling that no formalities were necessary. He was only present because he knew his granddaughter's husband would be there, otherwise, he would not have come. You must be Yi Chen, Feng Jingxiao remarked, finally fixing his gaze on Yi Chen, a smile gracing his lips. Old Lin has spoken highly of your literary talents. Just a slight understanding, Yi Chen humbly replied, to which Feng Jingxiao felt even more pleased. The lad was neither arrogant nor complacent, a commendable trait indeed. However, Feng could not take Yi Chen's modesty at face value. He had personally witnessed the young man's calligraphy, and if Yi Chen's abilities were merely rudimentary, then most established calligraphers would be deemed inept. By the way, Feng Jingxiao continued, seeing the time was ripe, Yi Xiaoyu, since today marks the literary exchange, why not open the event with a presentation? He added, I hope you won't decline. This bold request for an artistic showcase was Feng Jingxiao's ultimate intention. That might not be appropriate. Yi Chen hesitated, feeling that such an act could overshadow the event. No worries, Feng Jingxiao chuckled, to be candid. I had the pleasure of viewing your calligraphy at your uncle's place earlier. I hope you can enlighten the younger members of the association. Realizing the underlying motives, Yi Chen began to understand why his uncle had urged him to attend, and he recalled the peculiar gaze of old Lin upon his arrival. Could it be that they were all conspiring to bring him into the spotlight? The more he contemplated, the more he feared he had been outwitted by his uncle. Xiaoya, why not showcase your skills? Lin Mu chimed in, providing unexpected support, while Lin Xiaoya nodded eagerly in agreement. Yes, cousin-in-law. Old Lin coughed lightly, glancing at Feng Jingxiao. Xiaoya, why not give it a try? Lu Mingli interjected. Uncle and aunt, are you all pushing him to steal the limelight? Go for it, Dad. Xin and Nua would not let this opportunity slip by, cheering fervently for their father. Well then, Yi Chen sighed, realizing there was no escaping the situation. Thankfully, his parents were not present. He could only imagine the chaos that would ensue if they were. At that moment, the two little ones discreetly opened a live stream. Hey, how could we miss such a grand opportunity? Dad is bound to shine today. As expected, fans poured in, witnessing Yi Chen taking the stage to demonstrate his calligraphy, an arrangement that Feng Jingxiao had meticulously orchestrated. Wow, it's Yi Chen. The crowd erupted in excitement upon seeing Yi Chen, and the close-up shots of his calligraphy on the large screen made everyone realize something extraordinary was about to unfold. At that moment, Yi Chen dipped his brush and inscribed the 4 characters of Awakens Palace Fu. His calligraphy, with its profound strokes, elicited immediate applause from the audience. Indeed, President Feng Jingxiao inhaled deeply at this sight. This is undoubtedly a masterpiece from old Lin's office. 6 kings have perished, the world united. Mount Shu stands tall. An Awakens emerges. It stretches over 300 miles, blocking out the sun. The northernly mountain bends westward, leading straight to Xianyang. 2 rivers flow gently, meandering past the palace walls. A tower every 5 steps, a pavilion every 10 steps, corridors winding and eaves high. Each embraces the terrain, with intricate designs. Gazing at the words that seemed to leap from the screen, Feng Jingxiao stood from his seat. This is a poem, and it is extraordinarily remarkable. An expert can discern the quality of a work at a glance, and Feng Jingxiao was truly taken aback. Old Lin narrowed his eyes, straightening his posture against the chair, while Lu Mingli's lips twitched. Although she was not particularly versed in poetry, she could discern the profound depth of the language. Cough. This lad is about to go viral. Lin Tianyuan coughed lightly, watching his niece's husband on stage, feeling an immense sense of pride. He would be able to boast about this for at least half a year. Very impressive, Lin Tianyuan remarked, then turned to his niece. Mingli, you have chosen well. Lu Mingli blushed furiously at her uncle's teasing. What are you saying, uncle? I always knew cousin-in-law was the best. Lin Xiaoya chuckled, her words drawing an eye roll from Lin Mu for their outrageousness. However, soon after, Yi Mu's attention shifted back to the screen. Concubines and noblewomen, princes and heirs, departing from the palace, arriving in Qin. Morning songs and night strings for the palace ladies of Qin. Stars brightly shining, preparing their makeup, green clouds swirling, combing their hair. The Wei River swelling, abandoning the fragrant waters, smoke and mist intertwining, burning pepper and orchid. Thunder suddenly strikes. As the royal carriage passes, the distant sound of wheels. Lost to time. As Yichun wielded his brush, the elegant words astonished the entire audience, and quietly, all eyes turned toward him, their expressions transformed. This lad's literary talent was unexpectedly impressive. How had he achieved such mastery? Zhao Ling stood in bewilderment, his gaze fixed upon the scene before him. Although he lacked profound knowledge of lyricism, it was evident that the composition was truly remarkable. Moreover, was this calligraphy? It resembled a work of art. Zhao Ling. This young man is extraordinarily enigmatic. From now on, do remember not to offend him. Understood, father. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Ling was well aware that the individual before him, Yi Chun, was far from ordinary. Not only were his abilities astonishing, but he also excelled in various aspects. Even the scions of the prestigious families in the imperial capital could hardly compare. Applause erupted, echoing like thunder throughout the venue, as Yi Chun unexpectedly became the center of attention. 6 months swiftly passed. During this time, Lu Mingli's establishment, the Magic City Wine House, expanded across the vast expanse of China, and upon recognizing Yi Chen's multifaceted identities, Lu's father acknowledged him as the son-in-law of the Lu family. After both families finalized the wedding date, a grand ceremony was arranged. On this day, at the Tianzi Hotel in the Magic City, the voice of Qian Yu, the bride's best friend, resounded, announcing the entrance of the newlyweds. This incited a wave of excitement among the guests. After all, Qian Yu was a diva of the music industry, and her presence as the host attested to the event's prestigious nature. Interestingly, it was Qian Yu's own request to take on this role, having originally been designated as a bridesmaid. Congratulations! Guests from all corners arrived, and Yi Chen's parents beamed with joy, having recently learned that not only was the Tianzi Hotel before them, but the Magic City Qianlong Group was also part of their son's empire. Moreover, with their son's assistance, the Magic City Wine House had become a commercial legend. Among the attendees were distinguished individuals from various regions. Now, let us pay our respects to heaven and earth. Qian Yu conducted the wedding ceremony, seamlessly blending Eastern and Western traditions, with the microphone close to her lips. Next, we bow to our parents. Now, the couple shall bow to each other. As the wedding proceedings concluded, Qian Yu sighed in relief, gazing at the newlywed couple on stage, her eyes brimming with envy and gratitude. Had it not been for her best friend's conquest of a man from her family, she mused, she might have been in danger of losing her position as a diva. Her best friend's man was indeed an extraordinary individual. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaya watched her cousin and cousin-in-law, her eyes filled with anticipation and longing. In the future, she thought, how wonderful it would be if her own wedding could resemble this. How enviable. Brother Yi, let us raise a toast. Lu's father and Ye's father, having finally gathered together, were now to become in-laws. Most importantly, today they could indulge in a drink without hesitation. This grand wedding would be spoken of for a long time to come. As night fell and the guests departed, within the royal suite of the Tianzi Hotel, a brilliant firework burst into the sky. Lu Mingli gazed at the distant fireworks, her eyes filled with a dreamy light. The commercial empire established by the man beside her had entirely alleviated the Lu family's hidden troubles, granting her an unprecedented sense of security. Especially when she recalled the meticulously prepared wedding earlier that day, her eyes sparkled with happiness. Thank you, my husband. Lu Mingli expressed warmly, appearing particularly enchanting against the backdrop of the dazzling fireworks. And how do you intend to show your gratitude to your husband? She teased, raising a finger to gently lift her exquisite chin, causing her cheeks to flush, clearly aware of his insinuation. So beautiful. Up close. Yichen could not help but swallow hard. Their eyes locked for a long moment. How fortunate I am to have met you. It is you, my husband, who has transformed my life. Leaning against her man's embrace, Lu Mingli felt the strength of his heartbeat, which provided her immense comfort. Silly girl. Yi Chun gazed at the one in his arms, inhaling the delightful fragrance that soothed his heart. If there is gratitude to be expressed, it is I who must thank you, for you have granted me such a blissful home. Lu Mingli nodded obediently, while Yi Chun had already lifted her and a princess carry back to their room. Although the brilliant fireworks continued to illuminate the sky, they would not squander this significant moment on anything else. That night, Yi Chun dreamt a beautiful dream. The next morning, as dawn broke, Lu Mingli emerged from her washroom. A wave of nausea overcame her as she glanced at the pregnancy test in her hand, a rosy hue blooming on her cheeks. What is the matter? Yi Chun inquired with concern, noticing her reaction. Cough. It's nothing, Lu Mingli responded, clearing her throat, her face turning even redder as she continued. It seems I might be pregnant.